good opportunity. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Don't look at it, just cracked a small crack, but because of this crack, the defense power of the entire enchantment is no longer the same as before. Countless milky white flame feathers swept out, condensed together, and blasted straight away, like a flame tornado. Boom! The flame tornado slammed into the topmost barrier, and the entire barrier shook, and even the square with the 7th level trembled. Click! Click! More and more cracks spread and opened, and the ice formation could no longer restrain Han Feng. Spreading its huge wings, Han Feng directly broke through the topmost barrier and flew out of the ice formation. The milky white flame feather tornado did not stop its attack because of this, but turned a corner and slammed into the 7th deacon. 1000 Ice Slash. Countless ice crystals are combined into a huge ice crystal blade. Deacon of the 7th pass suddenly slashed, and the ice crystal blade exploded instantly. When the flame feather tornado and the ice crystal blade collided, the entire passage square was instantly filled with water mist. Through the light curtain, people outside can only see the thick mist of water, but they cannot see what is happening in the mist. Hey, boy is not bad. Then. ZG Frost, congeal. 1000 Ice Slash. Purple frigid ice and Qianbing slash merged, and the ice-blue ice crystal blade turned into a purple-blue color in just a short moment. A more terrifying low temperature spread out, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The outside world can't see the specific situation, but in the water mist, whether it is Han Feng or the 7th deacon, they are all strong in the sky. The spiritual power of the heavenly rank powerhouse is that they can completely ignore the obstruction of the water mist and clearly see the situation of the other party. Han Feng saw that the other party fused the energy of different ice attributes, and Han Feng did not hesitate to fuse the heavenly fire fighting fist and the extreme day sacred flame. Skyfire Fighting Fist. The giant flame fist turned into a huge vortex and devoured the purple-blue ice crystal blade. The milky white light group and the purple-blue light group kept surging, and at the same time, bursts of strong energy fluctuations continued to erupt. The next moment, an astonishing loud noise rang out, and 2 waves of light waved to form ripples like ocean waves, rushing towards the surroundings. In the passage square, everything is its attack target. The surrounding stone walls had a tendency to be completely broken under the impact of one after another. Han Feng relied on the Skyfire armor to resist the impact with difficulty. But the 7th deacon is different, he is not as strong as Han Feng's defense. When everything gradually subsided, the deacon of the 7th stage was quite embarrassed. The whole body was generally burned by flames, but the other half was frozen, and it was faintly visible that the ice layer was attached to the other half of the body. Han Feng's Xuanhuan armor also had ice on it. Han Feng just moved the body lightly, and the ice shattered and fell to the ground. Hoo-hoo. Your kid's defense is really perverted. The 7th deacon gritted his teeth. As a result, the situation is not good for him. The same attack, the same fluctuation, he will be injured and the other party will not. He waved his hand. I won't fight with you perverts, you will pass the test. Thank you, deacon. Han Feng smiled and handed over and passed the 7th level. If the battle continues, Han Feng is sure to win, but it will also consume a lot of money. It wasn't until Han Feng left that the 7th deacon whispered to himself, once the sun enters the inner courtyard, sooner or later, he will stir up the stable Chi Tan in the inner courtyard again. The deacon of the 8th level was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Unlike the 7 deacons in his 30s, he was extremely dissatisfied with the newcomers to the inner court, especially the potential newcomers. To Han Feng, the deacon did not have the slightest smile. Perhaps it was because he was in his 40s that he was able to cultivate to the middle stage of the 4-star rank, and the deacon was extremely jealous of the so-called genius. Like some of the deacons in front, when they sensed that Han Feng was stronger than them, and if they continued to fight, both sides would consume a lot of money, they would click to the end and would not fight to the death. But the deacon of the 8th level was different. Even if he knew that the final result might be a lose-lose, the deacon would not hold back at all. Everyone outside looked terrified and worried about Han Feng. Perhaps only the 3 powerhouses of Jingyantang wished that Han Feng would be severely injured, or even beheaded directly, although the last possibility was minimal. Protector Ziyun frowned slightly. This guy, or to those little guys in the inner courtyard. Forget it, I can't control the thoughts of these deacons. As long as they don't kill them, this guardian has no right to stop them. The battle went on directly for nearly 2 hours. In the end, Han Feng relied on the defense of the Skyfire armor and the ability to restore the true essence of the 9 flames and different fire art, and abruptly defeated the deacon of the 8th level. Hoo-hoo. This distorted deacon really hurts me. How can I support the next round of battle with this amount of real energy now? Anyway, the protector of the cloud doesn't mandate that it cannot be recovered in the channel, just. Everyone outside was stunned to see Han Feng sitting cross-legged in the passage, to recover his true essence. One of the 3 Jingyantang powerhouses who had passed the assessment of the inner court revealed, Lord Protector, how can this be done? It's clearly a violation of the rules. Protector Ziyun glanced at it lightly. When did this kind of regulation exist? Why doesn't this protector know about it? The strong man in Jingyantang was choked. Indeed, Protector Ziyun never said such a rule from beginning to end. Everyone could only stare at Han Feng's recovery. This recovery took another hour, and everyone was a little impatient. When Han Feng got up, everyone came to the spirit. It is so difficult for Han Feng to deal with the deacon of the 8th level. What about the 9th level? The 9th deacon is surprisingly a woman. Giggle. Really cute little brother, I didn't expect my opponent to be a little guy like you. This beautiful deacon has slender eyebrows and charming eyes. The Cheong nose is beautiful, the cheeks are slightly red, the white as snow is as crystal clear as jade, and the skin and complexion like jade grease are beautiful. Wearing a black warrior costume makes this beautiful deacon a little more sassy in addition to her charm. Han Feng's eyes subconsciously fell on the other side's Xuanhuan. Han Feng quickly covered his nose, for fear of making a fool of himself. The protruding towers all show that this is a very attractive and mature woman. When a man sees it, he wants to grab a hand and try it. While watching this beautiful deacon, Han Feng also had a little doubt in his heart. This beautiful deacon looks only in his 20s, and he is still 23 or 4-year-old, not 28-9. In his 20s, he has the strength of the late-stage 4-star Tianjia, and the inner court is not bad at all, it can even be said to be excellent. Why did he become a deacon? Although the deacon and the inner court martial artist are both heaven-ranked, their treatment is absolutely completely different. The people in the outside world, especially men, can't calm down anymore. They are full of envy and jealousy towards Han Feng. Even if such a beautiful deacon loses, as long as they are willing to fight with her. Now they can only watch. When Protector Ziyun saw this beautiful deacon, his eyes were about to pop out, as if he saw something incredible. The third one. This girl, what a nonsense, she actually replaced the person I arranged with herself. Forget it, I guess it's just curiosity. Main girl and this girl have established a deep friendship in just 10 days. Han Feng has some relationship with main girl. This girl is inevitably a little curious about Han Feng. But why do you want to arrange yourself at the end? Since you have suppressed your cultivation to the late stage of the 4-star heaven rank, why not suppress it lower? Are you sure that the other party can reach the last level? Or it's just for fun? But if it's purely for fun. It has been thousands of years that no newcomer in the inner court has reached the 9th level. This move is too. After thinking about it for a while, Protector Ziyun still didn't remember why, so he could only give up. In the passage square, the beautiful deacon giggled and walked slowly towards Han Feng, who was instantly alert and made an attack. The beautiful deacon waved her hand slightly. Little brother, my sister doesn't have any ill will towards you, so why do you have to do this? With such a beautiful day, why don't we spend a night together in the spring, isn't it beautiful? The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched, but everyone outside can see everything here through the light curtain. It is impossible for this beautiful deacon to not know that it takes a lot of taste to do such a thing in front of everyone. What? The beautiful deacon raised her eyebrows when she saw Han Feng's twitching mouth, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. So it is. Immediately, the beautiful deacon waved her hand, and she didn't know what to do. The light curtain outside had been covered by dense spots, and she could no longer see everything in the passage square. Protector Xuanhuan sighed and had to withdraw the light curtain. Lord Protector? Everyone looked at Xuanhuan Dharma in confusion, but Xuanhuan Dharma looked indifferent and didn't mean to explain at all. Some smart people have realized that the identity of this beautiful deacon is not simple. Lord Deacon, let's fight quickly. Han Feng's expression did not slow down in the slightest because of the beautiful deacon's actions, but he was still vigilant. The beautiful deacon frowned slightly, and then she blinked and smiled. Isn't my sister beautiful? Having said that, the beautiful deacon continued to walk towards Han Feng, and soon came to Han Feng. The beautiful deacon has not made any attacking movements. Han Feng endured the stiffness of his body, as long as he was stiff in place. Giggle. The beautiful deacon smiled again, wrapping her arms around Han Feng's shoulders, and a fragrance wafted into Han Feng's ears. In an instant, Han Feng's little brother became a little spirited. Han Feng's face became embarrassed, and he immediately stepped back. His tone sank. If your excellency doesn't make a move, I will. At this time, the beautiful deacon was really surprised. She could see clearly, and she was almost getting up, but in the end. The beautiful deacon smiled softly. It's okay. What? Han Feng didn't hear clearly, and looked at the beautiful deacon in doubt. It's nothing. Since you want to fight, Miss Ben will accompany you to the end. You have to be careful. Miss Ben is different from those before. The beauty deacon's face suddenly turned cold. Without waiting for Han Feng's answer, the beautiful deacon grabbed abruptly in the void, and a huge fiery red dragon claw broke through the air and grabbed towards Han Feng. Fusion, Black Flame Demon Slash. The milky white mixed with black flames turned into a giant sword, and instantly slashed towards the dragon's claws. A piercing sound rang out. Dragon Claw grabbed the flaming sword into pieces without hesitation. Han Feng didn't look surprised at this, so the result was already expected by Han Feng. Fusion, Skyfire Fighting Fist. The milky white flame fist swept out. Boom! The dragon claw was caught in the giant flame fist, and a roar resounded throughout the passage square. Countless flames overflowed. The beautiful deacon said indifferently, "This should be your strongest blow. You can break out from your body's 1-star peak cultivation base to the mid to late 3-star level, and the strongest combat power is comparable to that of 5-star heaven. Such a record. Brilliant indeed. Pity." Behind the beauty deacon suddenly appeared a huge Suzaku phantom. A fiery flame like a tornado completely wrapped the beauty deacon inside. The beauty deacon's cultivation level soared directly to the 5-star level at this moment. Suzaku Martial Spirit, Congeal. Vermilion Bird Spirit. From Suzaku Shuang's mouth, the smaller one's energy Suzaku flew out, chirped in the sky, and rushed towards Han Feng in an instant. First swallowed the milky white flame, and the flame Suzaku then spit out a green flame. The temperature and destructive power of this flame obviously surpassed the extreme day holy flame. With the beautiful deacon's cultivation level soaring to 5 stars in the sky, unless the flame vermilion has a combat power of up to 6 stars in the sky, it is almost impossible to completely destroy this flaming vermilion bird with a single sword. The green flames hit Han Feng in the blink of an eye, directly knocking Han Feng into the stone wall behind. If it weren't for the defense of the Skyfire armor fused with the holy flame of the extreme day, the previous green flames would be enough to cause Han Feng to be severely injured. It seems that I have to use the last trump card. I wanted to continue to hide it. Fortunately, after passing the assessment, I plan to retreat and practice for a period of time. Even if others find out, the old information will only make them make wrong judgments. Fusion Skyfire Battle Body. Milky white flames rose into the sky, and Han Feng's cultivation level soared again at this moment. The previous 10th stage of the Tianhua battle body was only to raise Han Feng from the peak of 1 star in the sky to the middle stage of 3 stars in the sky, or close to the late stage. But this time it directly surpassed the peak of the 3-star rank, and was infinitely close to the 4-star rank of the sky. Fusion Skyfire Fighting Fist. The flaming giant fist was swallowed by the flaming Suzaku again, but this time the flaming Suzaku was not able to swallow the flame again, but the flaming giant fist had a shocking explosion in the body of the flaming Suzaku. The flame Suzaku was directly blown apart, and when it reunited again, its size shrunk by 4 or 5 times. Drink. With a loud shout, Han Feng's palm condensed into a sword and slashed down, completely dispersing the flame vermilion bird. However, Han Feng's expression was not much relaxed. Even if his cultivation level has soared again, his combat power has not actually risen to the 6-star level. The reason why he was able to annihilate the flame vermilion bird was completely because the flame vermilion bird had consumed its own strength by swallowing the holy flame of the day, and finally was hit by the second explosion of the flame giant fist after the skyrocketing, and he was completely defeated by him for the 3rd time. Han Feng had to admit that he underestimated the deacons of Xuanhuan and overestimated his combat power. Perhaps his journey through the barrier ends here. However, even if he failed in the last level, it was still a proud result. Thinking of the strong points, Han Feng's heart became hot. Huh? You actually defeated my vermilion bird spirit? The surprised voice of the beautiful deacon suddenly came out. Immediately, the beautiful deacon said in a playful voice, "The next attack, how do you resist it? The flames are in full bloom. 4th more complete. Ask for flowers." It was so cold that my fingers were frozen. The 5th and 6th updates will be relatively late, so let's watch it the next day. Thanks to a 4 your great reward, and congratulations to a 4 being promoted to the head. Mighty. Oh, intersection. Oh. The flames are in full bloom. The Suzaku Hualing instantly stretched and swept towards Han Feng like a whip. Skyfire Fighting Fist. This fist just condensed out, and the fire swept over, breaking Han Feng's attack in an instant. Hit hard on Han Feng's Skyfire armor. With just one blow, Han Feng's breastplate shattered, and he stumbled back dozens of steps, and Han Feng couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. Staring at the beautiful deacon, Han Feng was horrified. This blow was too strong. I am afraid that it is not easy in the middle-rank martial arts. This blow is enough to match the power of the ordinary 6-star peak level. Before Han Feng could stand firm, Hualing struck again. Boom boom boom. In just 1 second, Han Feng was whipped by Hualing no less than 100 times, and the Skyfire armor on his body was full of cracks. Click, boom. The milky white flame Skyfire armor completely collapsed. So strong. What a big gap. Is this really the power that a deacon should have? It's completely equivalent to a martial artist in the inner court. Han Feng was shocked. Facing this blow, he had absolutely no resistance at all. Long ago, Han Feng had doubts in his heart, but now everything the beautiful deacon has shown makes Han Feng completely believe that this is by no means an ordinary deacon. Ordinary deacons definitely do not have so much terrifying combat power beyond the realm of cultivation. From the late 4-star to the peak of the 6-star, it seems that it is just a little more than 2 stars, but don't forget, this is the realm of the middle stage of the sky. If it is in the early stage, it will only be more. Otherwise, Han Feng's cultivation base will be directly improved from the mid-level 3-star level to infinitely close to 4-star. Even the 5-star peak has not been reached. Who the hell are you? Han Feng's expression was not good-looking. It wouldn't be a conspiracy against him. But when he first entered the inner courtyard, besides the one surnamed Long, who would target him, the candidates for the Nine Pass were arranged by the sanctuary powerhouse Ziyun, and the surnamed Long was absolutely incapable of placing his own people in the Nine Pass. The beautiful deacon giggled. Guess what? Han Feng's face stiffened. Suddenly, the beautiful deacon put away her attack and said casually, as you said, I am not a deacon, nor a person from the inner court. If I insist, I am a junior of the elder Tianqing. This last person was not originally me, I replaced him. Elder heavenly punishment. Han Feng gasped, but he was only one step away from reaching the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. Han Feng didn't understand even more. He had nothing to do with Elder Tianqing. Why did he do this? And many more. Han Feng remembered that the teacher Meng Yaqing worshipped seemed to be Elder Tianqing. The beautiful deacon smiled lightly. It seems that you remembered it. To tell the truth, I am very interested in the man Yaqing likes. Originally, I wanted to suppress Xiuwei and wait for you at the first 3 levels at the 2nd star in the sky, but Yaqing firmly believes that you can reach the 9th level. To fight with you now, I have to admit that what Yaqing said is true. Your combat power is indeed amazing. If you change to the former deacon of the 9th level, although it is a little difficult, but if you do your best, you have a 70% chance of winning. Han Feng smiled bitterly, not expecting everything to be because of this. The beautiful deacon continued, although you lost the battle with me, considering your own strength, you should be able to pass the 9th level, and this 9th level is considered to be passed by you. Han Feng opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. After a long time, Han Feng sighed. How is Yaqing now? Speaking of Yaqing, the beautiful deacon had a smile on her face. Yaqing is very good. Now she is being forced to retreat by the elder Tianqing. The next time she comes out, she will be a 2-star, or even a 3-star. Having said that, the beautiful deacon looked at Han Feng with a strange expression, as expected of a man Yaqing liked. He has risen to this level in such a short period of time. But the beauty deacon learned from Meng Yaqing that Han Feng was only 12 stars a month ago. Han Feng smirked and scratched his head. A strange feeling arose in his heart. He and Meng Yaqing were clearly innocent, but now everyone thinks that there is an ambiguity between them. Thinking of Meng Yaqing, Han Feng scratched his head again. It is a lie for such a beauty to say that she has no heart. But does Meng Yaqing really like him? Han Feng was a little less confident. Speaking of which, the real rise of Han Feng is too short, only less than 3 years. Unlike those geniuses who have been cultivated by genius since childhood, they have natural pride. In the face of Meng Yaqing, Han Feng always subconsciously felt that he was a little mismatched, which caused Han Fengyong to disturb himself. Clap clap. The beautiful deacon clapped her hands, awakening Han Feng from his contemplation. The beautiful deacon looked bad. Although you have performed well, you are a perfect match for Shang Yaqing, but I advise you to give up. Yaqing is my person. Sooner or later, I will grab Yaqing from you. Han Feng was instantly stunned. Han Feng never expected that this beautiful deacon turned out to be a lily. God is still a lily who regards him as a rival in love. The beautiful deacon snorted softly. Now let you see the huge gap between you and me. Boom. The breath of the original 4-star rank rioted in this one, and it was mad at a speed that shocked Han Feng. The peak of the 4 stars in the sky, the early stage of the 5 stars in the sky, the middle stage of the 5 stars in the sky, the late stage of the 5 stars in the sky, the peak of the 5 stars in the sky, the late stage of the 9 stars in the sky, the peak of the 9 stars in the sky. It's not over yet. The cultivation base has soared to the peak of the 9 stars of the sky, and the cultivation base of the beautiful deacon has slowed down, but in the end, it has broken through to the 10 stars of the sky. In the end, it will stay in the late stage of the 10-star realm. In his early 20s, he was in the late 10-star heaven rank. This was an extremely shocking achievement. The powerhouses on the semi-sacred list in the inner courtyard may not have such terrifying cultivation at this age. Not good. Han Feng suddenly found that Hualing was attacking again, but this time Han Feng had just reacted. Hualing had already hit Han Feng hard, and Han Feng fainted. With a light snort, the beautiful deacon muttered, "It's just a light punishment, for the sake of you haven't succeeded yet. Yaqing can only be mine." The beauty deacon gritted her teeth. Outside, everyone waited for a long time. Everyone looks weird, even if the two sides are really equal, half a day is enough. Remembering the words of the beautiful deacon before the light curtain was removed, everyone's expressions were distorted. Just when everyone wanted to go into trouble, Han Feng limped out, looking very miserable. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was miserable, it looked like a battle, not what it looked like after that. In the face of everyone's scrutiny, Han Feng said lightly, "All 9 passes through." Protector Ziyan nodded, closed his eyes and pondered for a long time before saying, "I have contacted, and it is true that you passed the 9-person level. Then I announce that you will get 156,000 points. Adding the previous 9,000 points, a total of 165,000 points." Everyone had already guessed the result, except for Envy. Only the eyes of the 3 strong men in Jingyantang flickered, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Protector Ziyan looked around for a week. "I will arrange your accommodation next. How far you can break into the inner courtyard is up to you." "Yes." Everyone responded respectfully. "The 5th one is delivered. Ask for flowers." The inner courtyard, an ordinary courtyard. Although it is an ordinary courtyard, it is shrouded by a powerful enchantment. Here, even if the heavenly rank powerhouse strikes with all his strength, it may not be able to destroy the ground, and even a shallow pit cannot be estimated. Zhang Fuyu and Han Feng were arranged in this courtyard. This is because the 2 performed well in the Nineran Pass, and the others basically just lived in the concentrated shabby stone houses. In the inner courtyard, only the masters at the first-class level can afford to live in the villa. And the first-class masters are at least the early stage of the 7 stars of the sky. From this realm, Han Feng and Zhang Fuyu are far away, and they obviously still have a long way to go if they want to live in the villa. In a certain room, Han Feng sighed, "The accommodation environment in the inner courtyard is far worse than the outer courtyard. Forget it, the accommodation environment is all foreign objects, and the essence of everything is strength. As long as the strength goes up, there is no accommodation environment. Zhang Fuyu has retreated, and I should sprint to the 2nd star in the sky." Thinking of this, Han Feng didn't care about anything and fell into practice. "I used only 1 Tian Luogua at the time, and there is still 1 Tian Luogua that I have not taken. It will take at least 1 or 2 months for the Tian Luo fruit in the planting space to mature. During this period, you can only use your energy in other areas. Turn Tian Luoguo into the source liquid to swallow and absorb." Soon, the bottleneck of Tianjia 1 star breaking through to Tianjia 2 star began to loosen. However, the breakthrough of each star in the sky is extremely difficult. It seems that there is only a thin layer of paper left in the bottleneck, but it actually takes a long time to break through. This is not the Pure Yuan secret realm. In the Pure Yuan secret realm, there is the help of Pure Yuan Qi, and the cultivation breakthrough is naturally fast, but here. It took Han Feng half a month to absorb Tian Luogua. In half a month, Han Feng not only broke through to the 2nd star of the sky, but even reached the middle stage of the 2nd star of the sky. In the next few days, Han Feng absorbed all the top-quality spirit stone source liquid. Besides points, there were also spirit stones as the basic reward. This was only known to Han Feng after that. Distribute the spirit stones to the people. Han Feng can also understand that perhaps for these powerhouses who have lived in academies for a long time, points are more important than spiritual stones. It took Han Feng 20 days to go from retreat to the midterm stability of the heavenly rank 2-star. Thinking of this, Han Feng slowly shook his head. No wonder there are better conditions in the inner courtyard. It is not uncommon for people to break through a star in half a year, or even a year. In Han Feng's view, it takes only half a year, or even a year, to increase a star rating, which is already slow enough. But actually outside, this speed is already amazingly fast. How many people have been trapped in the heavenly rank for decades, and before dying, they have been raised to the limit of the heavenly rank, let alone touching the existence of the sanctuary. After the breakthrough, Han Feng immediately entered the Lingquan space to soak in and improve his qualifications. With enough top-quality spirit stones, Han Feng's aptitude improved quickly. In less than 10 days, Han Feng's aptitude has been raised to the limit of the 3rd class, and he is only one step away from the 2nd class. Going up, Han Feng will not be able to break through. It's not that there are not enough spirit stones, but that the holy flames of extreme day have not been able to refine the highest quality spirit stones with higher purity for the time being. At present, the limit of the extreme day holy flame is only to refine the top-grade spirit stones, and it is not the top among the top-grade spirit stones. The top-quality spirit stone, Han Feng is still unable to refine. According to Han Feng's estimation, it would take at least the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art to upgrade to the middle stage to easily refine any top-grade spirit stones, and a small number of top-grade spirit stones. If you want to easily refine any top-quality spiritual stone, the 9 flames and different fire art must be upgraded to the late 9th layer. However, if you just raise the top-quality aptitude to the top-level 1st class limit, you don't have to reach the late stage of the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, but the middle stage. In the soul search space, Han Feng saw that Lin Qingshan was still cultivating, and silently retreated. As the holder of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, Han Feng knew that Lin Qingshan woke up once when he was sprinting for the 2nd star in the sky. At that time, Lin Qingshan was already the 5th star in the Xuanjia. Now Lin Qingshan is only half a step away from the 6 stars of the Xuanjia, and it will take a few days to break through. When they came to the animal breeding space, the flying flame lion and the phantom leopard were still at the peak of the earth-level warcraft level, and they were still some distance away from the heaven level. "Boss, you are improving too fast, we can't keep up." Feitian Yanshi cried and grimaced. Phantom Thunder Leopard nodded wildly on the side, and every time Han Feng fought, he couldn't help, and the two guys were more depressed. Han Feng was helpless, and he tried his best to use the spirit stone for the 2 beasts. Afterwards, Han Feng frowned slightly, although the 2 beasts were transformed after entering the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, but before that, the limit of the 2 beasts was the pinnacle level of the earth. Is it because of this that it is so difficult for the 2 beasts to break through the heavenly rank? In the previous breakthrough, the 2 beasts easily broke through by relying on the spirit stone source liquid. If so, Han Feng didn't dare to be careless about the vacant places for the 2 beasts. If there is no suitable one, he would rather not choose. Soothing the 2 beasts, "Wait a little longer, I think it may be related to the limit of your own bloodline, which is only the level of the land." When the 2 beasts heard it, they became completely depressed, and they had also thought of this before. After the transformation, the 2 beasts believed that they would definitely be able to break through the bloodline restrictions of the earth rank and reach the heaven rank. But it's hard to say when. Are they only going to be like this in the future? The 2 beasts were full of unwillingness in their hearts. Seeing the expressions of the 2 beasts, Han Feng expressed his guess, "Since breaking through to the heavenly rank, I have become more and more able to feel that there are still secrets in the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda that I have not understood. I have a feeling that when I break through to the sanctuary level, this kind of secret will definitely be presented in front of me, and maybe it will solve your problem at that time. If the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda can transform you once, then it can be done a second time, a third time. The improvement of your bloodline is not high after one transformation. What about 2, 3, 4 times or more? The two beasts heard the words, their eyes lit up, and there was hope. The two beasts hope that they can accompany Han Feng to fight in future battles, instead of hiding in the animal breeding space every time. Feitian Yanshi blinked his pupils the size of a child's fist. Boss, you have to reach the sanctuary quickly. Han Feng can't laugh or cry. Is the sanctuary so easy to achieve? Even if there is the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng does not think that he can achieve it in a short time. Sanctuary, that means being able to roam the continent. After answering again, Han Feng came to the time house. This time, Han Feng is preparing to practice the last slash of the 5 flames slash, Xuanhuan's extermination slash. As the last slash of the 5 flames slash, Xuanhuan's extermination slash has reached the top rank of the heavenly rank, and is a top-ranked martial arts of the heavenly rank. When Tian Luogua is immature, neither the 9 flames and different fire technique nor the 4 great inherited martial skills can be improved, so in order to enhance the overall combat power, only the Xuanhuan extermination slash. As a high-grade martial skill of the heavenly rank, for Han Feng, who is still in the early days of the heavenly rank, this is beyond the level of mastering the martial skill, which is bound to be extremely difficult. But there is a time room, but Han Feng has full confidence. Once mastered the Xuanhuan extermination slash, Han Feng believes that his comprehensive combat power will be greatly improved. The 6th is complete. Ask for flowers. Just when Han Feng was about to enter the House of Time to practice, a tender voice sounded outside. Sir, someone wants to see you outside. Han Feng paused and stopped the thought of entering the House of Time to cultivate. Opening the door, a young boy of 12 or 13 was standing outside. Inner court martial artists, in addition to cultivation, must have someone to take care of in their daily life, so the school arranged for these immature teenagers. Most of these immature teenagers are not high-born, and their cultivation aptitude is not high. They were brought in from outside by some strong people in the academy. Even so, as long as they follow the right person and get some pointers, these teenagers still have great benefits compared to outsiders, and even break through to the limit limited by their own aptitude. Some of the deacons of the academy are the ones who have grown up among these young people. If they still do not break through the heavenly rank when they are older, they will be assigned to some places in the outer courtyard to be guards, or some places where the guardian elders live. Sundries. Xiao Qi, who is looking for me? Han Feng asked lightly. Master Hui, it's Master Wan Chen, Master Hao Meili, Master Zhen Shuai, Master Meng Yaqing, and... Speaking of the last person, the young boy Qi hesitated. Han Feng is curious, what is the identity of the last person that makes Xiao Qi like this? When he came to the gate of the courtyard, Han Feng's face froze. The last person was the beautiful butler. When Wan Chen saw Han Feng, he laughed and said, as soon as you enter the inner courtyard, you will retreat. No wonder your cultivation has improved so quickly, and you have risen to 1 star in a short period of time. At this time, Wan Chen's mental energy swept to Han. The wind suddenly choked. Heaven, 2 stars in the sky, be good. Wan Chen couldn't calm down. He is now at the peak of 1 star in the sky, and he can still reach it. It will take at least 1.5 months or 2 months to break through to the 2nd star in the sky. This is still a 1 star and 2 star level, and the more you practice, the more difficult it will be. And Han Feng. How Mimi's eyes flashed with surprise, and she said carelessly, you are as perverted as always, but that's why you deserve Yaqing. Yaqing on the side blushed. Han Feng's mental power swept over, and his eyes were instantly shocked. Meng Yaqing is already in the early stage of 3-star heaven. The speed of this improvement is even more astounding than him. Meng Yaqing said softly, I was the teacher who arranged some kind of means, otherwise it's just the initial stage of the top 2 stars. Okay, alright, there's so much nonsense, don't you plan to let us stand outside and talk to you all day? Seeing Meng Yaqing blushing, the beautiful deacon was dissatisfied and looked at Han Feng's. There was also a little jealousy in his eyes. Han Feng looked embarrassed and hurriedly made an invitation, please. Han Feng's mental power touched a certain imprint of the Battle King's gold medal, and the invisible enchantment did not rebound against the 5 people. Inside the house, Xiaoqi put down the teacup and bowed to leave. How Meili said with interest, such a young lady, how about leaving it to my sister to train me for a few days? Han Feng's black line, Xiaoqi has done his best to take care of me this month, but I can't push him into the fire pit. How Meili was dissatisfied, what is a fire pit, sister, I want as many delicious food as I want. Meng Yaqing coughed lightly. Interrupting the nonsensical conversation between the two, he said lightly, Han Feng, we are here to tell you one thing, try your best to improve your strength within 6 months, otherwise after half a year. What's wrong? Han Feng looked at Meng Yaqing in surprise, and then squinted slightly, is it the rumor that I have more than 100,000 points? After getting more than 100,000 points, Han Feng had expected this. Meng Yaqing nodded slowly, yes, it should be spread by the people in Jingyantang. However, more than 100,000 points seem to be a lot. In fact, many powerhouses in the inner courtyard will only have more or less points. There are a lot of points for a reward. So the most greedy for you are the powerhouses of the 4 or 5-star level, and most of them are 3-star or 4-star. Going up, maybe there will be ideas, but I won't be very concerned about it. Going down, you can pass the 9-person level, at least with the combat power equivalent to the mid to late stage of the ordinary 5-star, and no matter how greedy the weaker is, there is no such strength. Han Feng nodded and said, is it 4 or 5 stars in the sky? I may not have the strength to fight them after half a year. As a martial artist in the inner court, with a cultivation base of 4 or 5 stars in the sky, the real combat power is likely to have reached the level of 6 or 7 stars in the ordinary sky. To have such combat power within half a year, Han Feng said that it is impossible to have no pressure, but he is more confident. Would you like this lady to help you? If this lady speaks out, no one under the 9 stars will dare to provoke you, the beautiful deacon said. The eyes looking at Han Feng are full of provocation. Han Feng was speechless, and being treated as a rival in love by a beautiful woman was really a pain in the ass. Although this beautiful deacon's character is not bad, she did not make things difficult for him because of her status as a rival in love. Instead, it was an open and fair competition. But even so, Han Feng could not guarantee that the beautiful deacon did not dig a hole for himself. Maybe it will solve the existing troubles for myself, but maybe even bigger troubles will come to the door. Meng Yaqing rolled her eyes at the beautiful deacon and said to Han Feng, this is a descendant of the teacher, called Yuan Yijin. Then she said angrily to Yuan Yijin, when I don't know that the list of the saints is very semi-sacred. Are the strong chasing you? Han Feng broke out in a cold sweat in an instant, but fortunately he didn't plan to let this beautiful deacon from the beginning. No, it was Yuan Yijin to help, otherwise the powerhouses on the manifestation list and half-holy list would probably focus their attention on he is a newcomer who has just become a martial artist in the inner court. That level of powerhouse is definitely not something he can provoke now. Sure enough, this Yuan Yijin dug a big hole for himself. How Meili gloated to look at Han Feng. Yuan Yijin's special hobby could not be concealed in the eyes of a perverted woman. I'm afraid even Meng Yaqing doesn't know Yuan Yijin's thoughts about her. As for the powerhouses on the manifestation list and semi-holy list, it is even more impossible to know. It was Elder Tian Xing. How Meili was thoughtful. Knowing that Yuan Yijin had dug a big hole for him, Han Feng rolled his eyes. thank you Miss Yuan, for your kindness, I think I can handle it. Speaking of the manifesto list and the semi-holy list, Han Feng is interested. He only knows that the powerhouses on these two lists are powerful, but he doesn't know much about what level Han Feng is. After coming to the inner courtyard for nearly a month, in addition to cultivation, Han Feng has not had time to inquire about everything in the inner courtyard. After slightly spurning himself, Han Feng thought of Zhang Fuyu, who was still in retreat and did not come out. Han Feng grinned. There is a cultivator even crazier than him. Hearing Han Feng's question, Meng Yaqing smiled, I knew you wouldn't pay attention to this. I'm here not only to tell you to hurry up to cultivate, but also to tell you this news. Seeing that Meng Yaqing is so concerned about Han Feng, Yuan Yijin has a smile on her face, but in fact, the villain in her heart is madly flattening Han Feng. Fortunately, she came with her today, and she will never give Yaqing and Han Feng a chance to be alone. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to Guo Jianqiang, woman, you are charming and for the rewards. Amazed face, / Meng Yaqing didn't know that her new friend was whipping Han Feng psychologically, and patiently explained to Han Feng, there are currently 456 people in the inner courtyard, and there are 98 people in the early days of the Tianjia, which is regarded as the bottom of the inner courtyard. The existence of the level. There are 226 people in the middle stage of the heaven, which can be said to be the elite of the inner court warriors, and the existence of the largest number of the inner court warriors. In the late Tianjia, the inner court is considered a first-class master. There are currently 87 masters in the inner court. These masters have a high status in the inner court. If they are not the type of independent knights, they are basically the helms of the major top forces. Master level. Further up, there are the top-level masters of the heavenly rank. There are 45 people in total, of which 36 people form the manifestation rank, and their cultivation bases are all at the peak of the heavenly rank. The last 9 people form the half-holy list. They are all at the peak of the 12-star peak, and there is not much difference between them. If there is a difference, it is accumulation. The 9 powerhouses in the semi-holy list have accumulated for a long time at the peak level of the 12-star rank, and they may hit the sanctuary level at any time. The higher the ranking, the deeper the accumulation, the more likely to lead the way. The other people are the first to experience the catastrophe, and they can break through to the sanctuary if they succeed, and if they fail. Of course, this is not absolute. Some geniuses don't necessarily need to accumulate a long time to break through, or they may be the first to break through when they have adventures. In the past semi-sacred rankings, those who ranked lower than those who ranked first took the lead in breaking through Taoist sages. Examples of domain existence are not uncommon. In any case, these 9 people are the top-level powerhouses in the inner courtyard, and each has created a powerful force. The surnamed Long joined one of these 9 forces. He is currently the helmsman of the sub-helm, and he is also a master who is about to enter the level of the manifesto. By the way, the manifestation list and semi-holy list are fixed 45. Even if the surname Long breaks through to 10 stars, he must pull down 1 to enter the manifestation list. Han Feng listened thoughtfully, and thought to himself, 45 people? I thought there would be hundreds, too. There are more than 400 people in the inner courtyard. There are so many in the middle of the heaven rank, presumably for the geniuses who entered the inner courtyard. It is not difficult to break through from the early stage to the middle stage. However, it is difficult to break through from the middle stage to the later stage, so most of them are trapped in the middle stage. If I can improve my combat power beyond these mid-level days within half a year, then I can be considered to be among the first class in the inner court, and those who want to deal with me should also consider it carefully. The newcomer has a protection period of half a year, which is what the Ziyun protector told Han Feng and others when he left. After a long while, Han Feng said with a smile, if I consume all the points within half a year, I wonder if those strong people will still be so greedy. Everyone was startled. This is indeed a way. How Mei Li said lightly, then you have to take this situation into consideration. When those powerhouses find out that you are going to use up your points within half a year, they will definitely make all kinds of provocations against you. Once you can't help but take action now, they will ignore the half-year protection period and hit you hard. Or ask you to hand over a lot of points to beg for mercy. Han Feng snorted lightly, I'm not that stupid yet, I know the provocation is for **, I can't help it. Of course, if I can handle it, I don't mind giving them a lesson. Everyone nodded to show their understanding, as long as Han Feng was not so impulsive. Meng Yaqing said at this time, since you want to consume points, let me tell you about the places in the inner courtyard to improve your strength. There are 2 types of places where the inner court can improve its strength. One of the types is the Attribute 5 Spirit Caves, which are the Underground Prison Cave, the Red Flame Cave, the Extreme Ice Cave, the Infinite Wind Cave, and the Thunder Spirit Pool. The dungeon is filled with a large amount of Earth Element Holy Power transformed by Holy Power, which is more compatible with Earth Attribute True Essence Warriors than pure Holy Power. Similarly, the Chi Karst Cave is full of Fire Element Holy Power, which is suitable for the cultivation of Fire Attribute Warriors. Extreme Ice Cold is suitable for the cultivation of Water Element and Ice Element Warriors. The Wuji Wind Cave is suitable for Wind Attribute Element Warriors, and the Thunder Spirit Pond is suitable for Thunder Attribute cultivation. Musha. What about metal, wood, light, and darkness? Han Feng was surprised. Meng Yaqing sighed, naturally, there is no way to cultivate in Wuling Cave. At present, the Academy has not created an environment suitable for the cultivation of these attribute warriors. These warriors can only admit that they are unlucky. However, there is a second type of cultivation site suitable for them to cultivate, and that is the Earth Vessel Spring. At the bottom of this cultivation place, there is an underground spiritual vein of holy grade. The energy released on weekdays gathers to the upper wind to form countless spiritual springs. Immersion in the spiritual springs can absorb the energy in the spiritual springs to improve strength. However, the improvement effect is not as good as that of Wuling Cave. However, the Earth Vessel Spring has one more effect than Wuling Cave. Because of this effect, the warriors who practice in Wuling Cave still need to go to the Earth Vessel Yongquan to practice. Oh? What effect? Han Feng asked immediately. Cultivation in Wuling Cave actually has its own sequelae. For example, cultivating in the Chi Karst Cave, if the cultivation time is too long, some fire energy residual poison will be left in the body's true essence. Ignore these residual poisons for a long time, it will greatly affect the possibility of breaking through the sanctuary in the future, and the wellspring of the earth veins will be able to eliminate the residual poison of these fire energy. Han Feng's eyes changed, this Chi Karst Cave still has such sequelae. Even so, presumably you will have a lot of people who will enter the Chi Karst Cave to practice regardless. Han Feng sighed. Yes, so if you practice in the Chi Karst Cave in the next few months, you will definitely consume a lot of points. Meng Yaqing smiled lightly. Without waiting for Han Feng to ask, Meng Yaqing said directly, the Chi Karst Cave is divided into 3 areas, namely, the 3rd level molten area, the 2nd level molten area, and the 1st level molten area. The 3rd level magma area is at the outermost periphery, and the fire attribute holy energy in the magma is the weakest. It needs to consume 500 points a day, the 2nd level magma area needs to consume 1000 points a day, and the 1st level magma area needs to consume 2000 points. The Earth Vessel Spring is also divided into 3 areas, the 3rd level spring area, the 2nd level spring area, and the 1st level spring area. Due to the special effect of the Earth Vessel Spring, the required points are slightly higher than those of the Chi Karst Cave. The 3rd level spring area needs to consume 600 points a day, the second level spring area needs to consume 1,200 points a day, and the first level spring area needs to consume 1,200 points a day. The spring area needs to consume 2,400 points a day. Han Feng was stunned. Rao knew that the number of points that the inner court needed to consume must be huge, but Han Feng did not expect it to be so large. Thinking of those guys who got the basic reward of 2,000 points, Han Feng couldn't help but look a little weird. I wonder what these people's expressions would look like when they knew that their 2,000 points were only enough to practice in the lowest level area of Wuling Cave for 4 days. Newcomers can only accept tasks to go out after 1 year. The tasks that can be accepted within a year can only be performed in the school, and the tasks performed in the school have very few points, at least for the inner courtyard. Pitiful. In other words, within a year, they can basically only practice hard on their own. Second more. With the comparison, Han Feng felt that he was extremely happy. No wonder the 3 powerhouses who passed the assessment in Jingyantang were so jealous and spread the news. With more than 160,000 points, if you only practice in the 3rd level lava area of Chi Bai Cai Cave, it will be enough to practice for 330 days. That's almost a year. Considering that it is impossible to cultivate only in the 3rd level lava area of the Chi Bai Cai Cave, it can still support it for a long time. If you cultivate in the 1st level molten area, you can not only consume a lot of points, but also quickly improve your cultivation. At that time, even if the half-year deadline has passed, his points will be almost consumed, so what if those strong people are greedy? Seeing Han Feng's expression, Meng Yaqing couldn't help but become solemn. Han Feng, I know what you are thinking. I have to remind you that it is best not to go to a place before you have competed with the powers of the manifestation list and the half-holy list. The 1st level area. There is an unwritten secret/rule in the inner courtyard, and the 1st level area is reserved for the powerhouses of the manifestation list and semi-holy list. Once you enter the 1st level area to practice, and the half-year period is over, you will not only be troubled by those powerhouses who are greedy for your points, but also the masters at the level of the manifestation rank and half-holy rank. Han Feng's expression froze. He relaxed for a long time, and thanked him, thanks to Yaqing for your reminder, otherwise. Han Feng showed a look of fear. Meng Yaqing's cheeks were slightly red. We are from the same empire, so naturally, we should help each other. Yuan Yijin's eyes turn red when he sees it. What's so good about this kid, to make the cold-hearted Yaqing like this? The more I look at Han Feng, the less pleasing to the eye, but fortunately, the good upbringing did not make Yuan Yijin make outrageous actions, which is also the reason why Han Feng is helpless to Yuan Yijin. If Yuan Yijin is really jealous, because of jealousy, he will never show mercy. But Yuan Yijin disdains this, at most dig a hole, which makes Han Feng difficult to handle. By the way, Han Feng, I don't know if you have obtained a peculiar spiritual fruit in the secret realm of pure Yuan? Wanchen suddenly thought of something and asked. A peculiar spirit fruit? Do you mean pure Yuan fruit? Han Feng's expression changed, and he answered lightly. It's really pure Yuan fruit. I didn't expect you to know about it. Wanchen was very surprised. He also came to the inner court to know that this year is the day when the low-grade pure Yuan fruit that will only bear fruit in 5 years in the secret realm of pure Yuan matures. Han Feng obviously doesn't know everything about the inner courtyard, so how can he know Qinyuanguo? In the face of everyone's questions, Han Feng explained with a slight smile. Don't forget that there are those people in Jingyantang who will be assessed this time. Everyone was stunned, and Wanchen breathed a sigh of relief. It's no wonder that your kid has improved so fast. You must have taken the pure essence fruit. Of course, you all know my aptitude. I don't even have the holy grade. If there is no pure essence fruit, how can I improve so quickly? After learning about some things in the inner courtyard, the conversation of everyone turned to other aspects. Half a day later, Hao Meili got up to leave. Xuanhuan smiled, knowing that Hao Meili's purpose was to leave room for Meng Yaqing and Han Feng, but unfortunately Yuan Yijin was here, this purpose was bound to fail. She forced Meng Yaqing to leave, and before leaving, she gave Han Feng a provocative look, and Han Feng could not laugh or cry. Chi Bai Cai Cave. Maybe I'll go after I master part of the Tsangyan extermination / Squinting slightly, Han Feng suppressed the look in his eyes and continued to practice. The next time was consumed and passed away in the House of Time. The effect of the House of Time was maximized by Han Feng. The ratio is 100 to 1. 100 days of practicing martial arts inside, only 1 day has passed outside. After a day, Han Feng left the time house. After 100 days of cultivation, with full concentration, the efficiency is far superior to that of cultivation outside. Taken together, it is comparable to nearly 200 days of cultivation outside. Due to the wholehearted effect of the House of Time, Han Feng did not feel that too much time had passed. Otherwise, if he practiced a martial art for 200 days, the boring practice alone would be enough to make people feel irritable. When he left the House of Time, Han Feng had a feeling of being in another world. Raising his arm, Han Feng muttered to himself, "Limited by my cultivation base, I can cultivate to the realm of the great accomplishment at most, and I will not be able to go any further, unless my cultivation base breaks through to the 4 stars of the sky, which is the middle stage of the sky realm. There is still about a month before the pure yuan fruit matures. Take advantage of this month to go to the Chi Bai Cai cave to practice." Red Flame Cave. Han Feng was a little surprised for a moment after entering. The surrounding air was filled with scorching temperature, but it was not filled with lava as he had imagined. These woods have not changed in the slightest under such high temperatures. At the same time, Han Feng also felt the suppression of the enchantment. This is stronger than the enchantment suppression in the Nine Pass. Han Feng himself didn't know how much the fist of flames that he condensed at this time would be suppressed. The 3rd level lava area has a total of 100 rooms. From room 1 to room 100, the higher the room number, the stronger the fire attribute holy energy contained in the lava. However, in general, the gap has not reached the level of qualitative change, so the points consumed every day are the same. However, no matter how small the gap is, it is still an extremely terrifying gap over time. Both are in the early stage of the 2-star rank, and maybe you can't see the difference after practicing for a few days, but what about dozens of days? How many months? How about 10 months? In the end, when the 2-star Tianjia who cultivated in the front room number was initially promoted to 3-star Tianjia, the one who cultivated in the latter room number is likely to have just reached the peak of the 2nd level Tianjia. Therefore, even if it is a 3rd level lava area, the competition for these houses is extremely fierce. Basically, the stronger the strength, the higher the number of houses occupied. Han Feng was new here and didn't want to stir up trouble, so he chose room number 60. Taking out the King of War gold medal and brushing it, Han Feng entered the room, and the first layer of enchantment suddenly unfolded. This barrier can protect against outside harassment, and no one can forcefully break through this barrier before Han Feng's practice is over. Even the powerhouses on the semi-holy list are the same. Boom! Han Feng used a 3-point punch to bombard the wooden wall next to him. The wooden wall was intact, not even a trace was left. Instead, Han Feng stepped back a few steps. What a strong defense! I really don't know what kind of wood this is. There is no damage in such a high temperature, but I am relieved. With a wave of his hand, Han Feng released Fei Tianyenshu. From the very beginning, Han Feng didn't plan to practice alone. In such an environment, it would be too wasteful not to allow Fei Tianyenshu to practice. Such a rich fire attribute holy power, how can it be easily consumed? The molten pool is about 4 or 5 meters in diameter, and Han Feng directly immersed in it, and the powerful force poured into Han Feng's body in an instant. Call. Han Feng breathed out a sigh of relief, and the originally calm Xuanhuan made waves at this moment. Boss, this. Fei Tianyanshi looked at his body and was a little embarrassed. Han Feng was surprised. Don't you want to reduce your size? As an Earth-level monster, you should be able to do it. Fei Tianyanshi was stunned. He smiled. I almost forgot. This can also be forgotten. Han Feng was a little speechless. The flying flame lion was reduced to a small lion, and one jumped into the molten pool. The third one. My fingers are frozen, it's really uncomfortable. It's such a rich energy, it's the fire attribute holy force simplified by Saint Yuan, a strong man in the sanctuary. It's very useful for me to break through the heavenly rank. Fei Tianyanshi looked excited. Immediately, Fei Tianyanshi thought of the phantom thunder leopard. Boss, didn't you say there is a thunder spirit pond? If the boss goes there, Xiaolei's guy can also quickly improve his strength. Han Feng slowly shook his head. I can't do it for the time being. As a fire attribute warrior, I went to the thunder spirit pond, not to mention whether the deacon guarding there will let me in. Even if I do, I am a fire attribute, it will definitely attract the attention of others. Fei Tianyanshi thought about it. It was indeed this principle, so he didn't say it anymore, but he was gloating in his heart. Back in the Thunder Cave of Lei's house, Fei Tianyanshi was also facing the dilemma that the phantom leopard faces today. Han Feng let Fei Tianyanshi flutter in the molten pool, but he sinks his heart and cultivates. For Han Feng, at least at this stage in the early days of the heaven rank, taking the pure essence fruit to improve the cultivation base is much stronger than soaking in the molten pool here, but before the pure essence fruit matures, it can only be soaked in the molten slurry. Practice in the pool. At least it is much stronger than practicing alone. Thinking that he is already the top third-class qualification, Han Feng smiled slightly. With this qualification alone, he can barely keep up with the average level in the inner courtyard. Sage qualification. Rao is that the Northern Capital Academy has gathered so many geniuses, and there are no more than 200 people in the inner courtyard of more than 400 people, and 9/10 of them are just ordinary inferior sage qualification. A stream of fire attribute holy energy poured into Han Feng's body, and the already stable midterm realm of the second star of the sky was about to move. I was immersed in the practice, and time passed by without knowing it. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed in a flash. On this day, there was a young man in his 20s in the dozens of rooms behind the Chi Bai Cai cave. Although he was young, his body was huge. The young man frowned when he saw that room 60 was already occupied. His face was full of dissatisfaction. Yo, Yenda, it looks like your position has been taken. A red-haired young man walked out from room 62 and smiled gloatingly. Yenda's face sank sharply. These molten slurry rooms are free to choose. He-Tan occupies my place. The red-haired young man Tsk shook his head. Having said that, but those of us who are in the dozens of rooms behind do not know that you have been using room 60 in the past month. According to the unwritten rules, you will go to other rooms before you go. Before, this room number 60 was your special show, but now it has been occupied. Are you so willing? There are 100 rooms in the third-level lava area, and the stronger the martial artist, the higher the room number. Generally speaking, there is a change for every 25 rooms. For example, from room 100 to room 75, it is basically the one-star warrior who cultivates in it. From room 75 to room 50, there are basically 2-star warriors of the heavenly rank cultivating in it. Yenda, as a mid-stage 2-star extreme warrior, room 60 is already the limit that Yenda can occupy, and room 61 is currently occupied by a late-stage 2-star powerhouse. Occupying room 61, it's just that the strong man didn't come to practice. Once he did, he would never give up easily. It is as if the jackal occupied the tiger's area, and the tiger is not there. If the tiger returns, it will never give up on the invaders who occupy its own territory. Unless this invader is stronger. This is also the reason why Yenda did not get angry even though he was a little dissatisfied. Who knows what kind of expert will occupy room 60? If it was stronger than him, it would be a big deal to endure it and occupy room 61. The red-haired young man smiled. I know your concerns, but this unwritten rule has been implemented in Chi and Karst Cave for so many years, and no one will break it easily. Recently, have you heard that some of us have broken through to the late heaven rank? Really not? What are you trying to say? Yenda looked alert. The red-haired youth hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that he was not malicious, and only listened to the red-haired youth indifferently say, my meaning is very simple. The only one who can ignore this unwritten rule can only be a newcomer this time. Yenda was impatient. I naturally took this into consideration, but the newcomer has a protection period of half a year. If it is really a newcomer, it can only be ignored. If the newcomer has an average cultivation level after half a year, it is not too late to find trouble. Xuanhuan, you'd better say your real purpose. I have to use the molten pool here to break through to the late stage of the second level sky, and I don't have time to accompany you. A light flashed in the eyes of the red-haired young man. You should have heard it recently, the news that was rumored outside. You mean? Yenda's expression also changed. The red-haired young man Xuanhuan said solemnly, yes, it is the news. Yenda frowned. Are you sure that room 60 is the newcomer? Of course, I happened to be here at that time, and I happened to witness the newcomer entering room number 6. I thought it would be great if I passed the 9-person level. As a newcomer, it's hard to climb from room number 1. The second time I picked room number 6, it's crazy. Xuanhuan said this deliberately, while staring closely at Yenda. Yenda sneered, don't provoke me so much, don't you just want to arouse my anger and be your vanguard? You want the fisherman to benefit, you think too well. Xuanhuan's face showed embarrassment, and he scolded in his heart, this Yenda looked like a big and 3 rough, but he didn't take the bait. Yenda ignored Xuanhuan's face and said lightly, if it is the newcomer, I really want to get more than 100,000 points. But don't forget, since this kid has passed the 9-person level, at least he has an ordinary sky rank. With 5-star combat power, it is impossible for me to be an opponent alone. I feel that he is qualified to occupy rooms 40 or 50 with his strength to pass through the 9-person level. Xuanhuan smiled, it is indeed difficult for you to be alone, but if you add me, even if my cultivation is not as good as yours, it is still close to the mid-level limit of 2 stars. Yenda lowered his head to think for a moment, and said for a long time, I still feel a little unsafe, at least there should be a 3-star expert to help out. I heard that Gu Huichen and the 3 suffered a big loss in the Pure Yuan secret territory. If you find them, perhaps. Xuanhuan was reluctant to have one more person to divide the spoils, but he also felt that Yenda was justified. After all, he was a newcomer who had passed the 9-person level when he first entered the inner courtyard. Now that so long has passed, God knows how far the other party has improved. Nodding his head, Xuanhuan said, all right, I saw Hu Shifu also come to practice in this 3rd-level lava area not long ago, so let's go find him. In the molten pool in room 60, Han Feng still didn't know that his low-key behavior still attracted the attention of some people. Room 60, the ranking is really not high, but unfortunately Han Feng underestimated the influence of those rumors. His appearance has already been spread among the low-level heavenly powerhouses in the inner courtyard. Even if he deliberately avoided the crowd along the way, still found by some people. Xuanhuan is one of them. Even Xuanhuan saw Han Feng enter room 60. Even if it wasn't room 60, but room 70 or 80, Xuanhuan would still find all kinds of excuses to make trouble. It's been 10 days. And the cultivation base has finally broken through to the late stage of the 2nd star. Han Feng opened his eyes, and 2 beams of milky white flame shot out from the bottom of his eyes. First delivery. Ask for flowers. It took 10 days to upgrade from the middle stage of the sky to the later stage. Sure enough, the breakthrough of the sky is much more difficult than the earth. If the pure essence fruit is mature, at least 10 days will allow me to reach the peak of the 2 stars in the sky. Although Han Feng was not very satisfied with the promotion of 10 days from the middle stage of the 2-star level to the late stage, he was not disappointed. If he only had the best aptitude, even if he had the best spirit stone, he didn't have 20 to 30 days of effort. It is a dream to upgrade from the midterm to the late stage 2-star. Maybe it will take longer. There are so many talents in the inner courtyard relying on the Wuling Cave and the Earth Vessel Spring. It takes several months and half a year to increase a star level, and there are many people who are there, and it takes an average of more than a month to improve a small realm. Not to mention that there is no such environment outside. After stabilizing his realm, Han Feng stared at the flying flaming lion beside him. At this moment, Faitian Yanshi has fallen into deep cultivation, and his breath fluctuates extremely. This is a sign that he is going to break through to the level of heavenly beasts. Han Feng sighed secretly, so much energy has not yet broken through to the heavenly level. Sure enough, although it has been transformed, the improvement is limited. It's much better than other flying flame lion races, but it's a lot worse than some monsters that are born with the bloodline of the heaven level or even the sanctuary level. I don't know if I can continue to transform in the future, otherwise the limit is estimated to be the peak of the sky, and the probability of being able to break through to the sanctuary level and become a holy beast is less than 1%. A holy beast of the same level. After thinking about it for a while, Han Feng didn't think of any way to do it. He could only hope that his intuition was true. When he broke through to the sanctuary, he would be able to further reveal the secrets of the Jianshan Fire Tower. Taking a deep breath and adjusting the state of the whole body to the best, Han Feng continued to practice. On the other side, room 26. The barrier slowly dissipated, and Hu Shifu stepped out with a cold face. He was in a bad mood these days. If it wasn't for someone who delayed his acquisition of the Tianji pill, he would have already broken through to the 4th star. Instead of still stopping at the peak of the sky-level Samsung peak like it is now. Say, what's the matter with you? If it doesn't satisfy me. Hu Shifu's face was cold. Sun Yongguang flattered, Brother Hu, don't worry, you are very satisfied with this care. 10 days ago, Hu Shifu froze, did you really see it? Sun Yongguang nodded quickly, that's right. Hu Shifu looked at Yenda, then at Sun Yongguang, and suddenly sneered, it seems that you are not sure to deal with that kid before you find me. Where? Sun Yongguang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Yenda said lightly, yes, that's exactly what it is. Hu Shifu squinted slightly to look at Yenda, and said for a long time, for the sake of telling the truth, I will divide it into 60% and each of you will divide it into 20%. By the way, except for the 3 of us. Nobody knows. Sun Yongguang was a little bit too little, but he thought that Hu Shifu was already a half-step 4-star master in the sky. Even without the Tianji Dan, it was possible to break through to the 4-star in the sky within half a year. Sun Yongguang still swallowed his dissatisfaction. Sun Yongguang can only comfort himself, 20% is not a lot, about 30,000. Yenda said, if Sun Yongguang didn't find someone else before this, only the 3 of us should know. Hu Shifu's cold eyes instantly turned to Sun Yongguang. Sun Yongguang cursed Yenda in his heart, and swore in his mouth, no 4th person knows. Hu Shifu was satisfied, looking towards room 60 with gloom and gloom, boy, I will avenge my revenge in the secret realm of Pure Yuan soon. Hu Shifu did not inform Gu Huichen and Xiong Buijin of their plans, although he informed the 2 of them to have more control, but there would be a lot less to divide the spoils later. In the face of more than 100,000 points, Hu Shifu could not resist the greed in his heart. At this time, Yenda frowned slightly and said, "Brother Hu, don't forget the half-year protection period. If that kid doesn't kill us, we can't do anything about it." "It doesn't matter, I have fought with that kid. As long as that kid is sure to deal with the enemy, he will never bear his breath. When the time comes, the two of you will go and provoke." "No, Sun Yongguang, you are alone, I think you do such a thing. It's very sloppy, and it's just you, that kid will not be afraid and choose not to shoot. In this Scarlet Flame Cave, there is a great power to suppress the enchantment. Not to mention that he is only in the early days of the heavenly rank. Even in the late heavenly rank and even the peak of the heavenly rank, the mental power here will not exceed more than 10 meters. As long as Yanda and I are hiding in the dark, he will never find out. Don't worry, if you don't support, Yanda and I will definitely take action." Okay. Sun Yongguang smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, he was going to let Yanda be the pioneer, but now it's all right. In the end, it was him who became the pioneer. At this time, Sun Yongguang can only hope that Han Feng's record in the 9-person pass will have some moisture, otherwise. Seeing Sun Yongguang's unease, Hu Shifu felt contempt in his heart, but said in his mouth, "Well, the two of you take turns cultivating in my room 26 these days. One of you is practicing while the other is looking at room 6, hoping you can make a breakthrough before you shoot." In the eyes of Sun Yongguang, who is in the middle stage of Tianjia 2-star cultivation, it is still too weak in the eyes of Sun Yongguang. Sun Yongguang did not think that such a cultivation base could force out the limit of Han Feng. Yanda and Sun Yongguang were startled at first, and then overjoyed. In room 60, in the molten pool, Han Feng slowly woke up, sensing the energy of the cultivation base in the body. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. It took more than 10 days to finally break through to the peak of the sky again, but unfortunately the realm has not been completely stabilized. However, as Yaqing said before, after cultivating here for a long time, there will be residual poison in the fire attribute energy. Now I have sensed an abnormality in the true essence. Han Feng closed his eyes, his mental power swept towards his body, and he could clearly see some dark red particles mixed with some dark red particles in the real essence. There is nothing to do if the realm is unstable. There are so many residual poisons. It has reached the limit of cultivation. Next, we must go to the Earth Vessel Spring to get rid of the residual poison. By the way, use the Earth Vessel Spring to completely stabilize the cultivation base of the 2-star peak of the sky, and even go further to reach the peak of the peak. As for the peak limit, Han Feng didn't think about it. When the limit is reached, it means that half a foot has stepped into the next star level, which is not so easy to achieve. Heaven steps are not earth steps. Looking at the flying flame lion, it has successfully broken through to the heavenly rank warcraft, and is currently stabilizing the heavenly rank 1-star realm. "Boss, are you leaving?" Feitian Yancher woke up, and when he saw Han Feng stepping out of the molten pool, he said with some reluctance, "That's right, the poison has accumulated to a certain limit. It won't do me any good to stay any longer. Let's go." Feitian Yancher had to leave here reluctantly. Demons are different from humans, and it may be because of the transformation of the Jianshan Fire Tower. This fire poison has no effect on Feitian Yancher. In this regard, Han Feng is also a little jealous. In fact, there is another reason that really made Han Feng leave. Qin Yuanguo has matured. If it weren't for the pure Yuanguo's effect of eliminating the fire poison, Han Feng would not even go to the Earth Vessel Spring, and I'm afraid he would directly return to the Sihiyuan to cultivate a breakthrough. Second more. Huh? It's finally out. Sun Yongguang, who was waiting not far outside, was both excited and cursing. If he came out a day later, it would be his turn to go to the number 26 molten pool to practice for the second time. At that time, Yanda will be the pioneer. When the news was about to be released, Sun Yongguang looked at Han Feng. In the Chi and Karst cave, both the destructive power of the sky and the spiritual power were greatly suppressed. Sun Yongguang could not detect Han Feng through the spiritual power. But just relying on Han Feng's unstable energy fluctuations, Sun Yongguang's face froze, so fluctuating. This kid's strength has improved so much. I remember that the news clearly stated that it was the peak of the first star in the sky. Now, where is the first star? I'm afraid it is already a second star, and the level is not low among the two stars. When Han Feng approached slowly, the fluctuation became clearer and clearer, and Sun Yongguang could clearly feel the energy level of this fluctuation. The distance is so close, and the spiritual power has also been felt. It is the pinnacle of two stars. Sun Yongguang wanted to scold his mother in his heart. This kid has only been in the inner courtyard for less than 2 months, and it has only been close to 2 months, and he has risen to such a level. This made him come to the outer courtyard for more than a year, and he was only in the late stage of the second level Tianjia. With the help of the 7-day cultivation in the molten pool on the 26th, Sun Yongguang was able to break through to the late stage realm of 2 stars. Seeing that Han Feng was about to pass by, Sun Yongguang suddenly came to his senses, his figure moved, and he intercepted him in front of Han Feng. "What's the matter, Your Excellency?" Han Feng asked lightly. As early as the moment he left room 60, Han Feng felt a very unfriendly and hostile gaze. Looking along this line of sight, Han Feng found that it was a red-haired youth in his 20s. Han Feng was sure that he did not know this person. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and Han Feng secretly had a guess. Asking at this moment is just to prove my guess. Hey, it doesn't matter who I am, it's just that I'm missing some points. I wonder if your kid is willing to give up some. Sun Yongguang smiled evilly. Sure enough, it's for points. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. Sure enough, there was a hint of curiosity on his face. I'm just a newcomer, how many points can I have? Instead, you are an old man who should have more points than our newcomers. Sun Yongguang snorted lightly. Don't pretend to be garlic. Who doesn't know that you, Han Feng, have more than 100,000 points as a newcomer? With so many points, it should be easy to give away tens of thousands. Han Feng was disdainful in his heart and sent out tens of thousands, just kidding. Holding his chin, Han Feng thought deeply in his heart, it seems that it is not only my news that has been spread, but also my appearance, otherwise this person will not be so sure that it is me, and even knows the name. Those junkies in Jingyanting should not have been concerned about the surnamed Long in the first place, but wiped them all out. In the secret realm of pure Yuan, Han Feng also considered the situation of destroying all the Jingyanting powerhouses. Thinking of the eldest son of the Long family in the inner courtyard, Han Feng finally chose to destroy only Jingyanting's top powerhouses such as Jing Yuan Kong, leaving a few weaker Tiangang levels. Leaving a few, the elder of the Long family was annoyed, but most likely he sent his subordinates to take action. However, once it is completely destroyed, the young master of the Long family is very likely to take action by himself, and then annoyance is only for a moment. Even if I had known it would be such a result, it would still not have completely wiped out Jingyanting. As I said before, for the time being, he does not have the ability to directly compete with the young master of the Long family. Sweeping towards Sun Yongguang, Han Feng's eyes flashed. In the late stage of the 2-star Tianjia, such a cultivation base should know that I can't win, but why? Unless there is a master behind this person to help, who would it be? Boy, I'm talking to you, what are you doing? If Sun Yongguang was deliberately provocative before, he is really annoyed now. At first glance, the other party's behavior is that he does not pay attention to him. Suddenly, Sun Yongguang grabbed Han Feng with a grin. Although there is a half-year protection period, you can't take action on your newcomer, but you can't attack your newcomer or hurt your newcomer. It's not the case with stripping your clothes off. Obviously, Sun Yongguang barely caught a loophole. In this way, the newcomer was indeed not injured, and it was barely considered a violation of the rules, not to mention that as a heavenly rank powerhouse, whoever does not have a storage ring, will naturally prepare a lot of clothes inside, just pick one and wear another. Besides, there are only 2 people here, and there are no outsiders. If Han Feng was really stripped, he would not be able to file a complaint, and he was not injured. How would the Dharma protectors believe it easily? You can't go naked. In this way, not only will you lose your face even more, but Sun Yongguang will be able to deny it. In Sun Yongguang's view, Han Feng could not bear such an insult. Han Feng's expression froze. He was really unwilling to bear such an insult, let alone the red-haired youth in front of him that he couldn't handle. If he is a master at the level of He Yuan Jin, maybe he can only endure it and take revenge in the future. Boom! Extreme day holy flames rose up, directly impacting several meters in the sky, and the surging flames bombarded all around. With Han Feng's current peak level of 2 stars in the sky, the power of the extreme day holy flame is extraordinary, at least not something that Sun Yongguang can resist at will. Sun Yongguang's complexion changed greatly, and he quickly backed away. He didn't stop until he had retreated more than 10 meters. He stared at his right palm, the back of his hand was already burning red. If he backed slowly, this hand would not be needed. What a strong flame! At this moment, Sun Yongguang had some confidence in Han Feng's ability to pass the Nine Pass. He smiled coldly. Boy, since you took the initiative, the half-year protection period is considered void. As soon as the words fell, Sun Yongguang deceived himself and left. Han Feng spat, this is not exactly what you want. Boom. The 2 fought together in the blink of an eye, punching each other, you come and I go. In the open space of more than 10 meters and a radius of more than 10 meters, the sound of rumbling is endless. Boom. Another sound like a flame explosion sounded, and Sun Yongguang suddenly screamed in pain and hurried back. His body was burned with holes everywhere. Han Feng joked, as an old man, you only have this strength, it's really shameful, let the people in the dark come out, it's up to you. Looking for death. Sun Yongguang was furious. Doluaming's body, condensate. Behind Sun Yongguang, a golden statue of a giant suddenly appeared. The Dharma was integrated into Sun Yongguang's body, and Sun Yongguang himself instantly turned into a golden giant more than 3 meters high. Hammer of King Do. A giant golden hammer appeared in Sun Yongguang's hand and slammed it down. At this time, Sun Yongguang's cultivation base has been upgraded to the 3-star level, and this hammer of the Do King is already a top-level low-level martial skill. Fusion Black Flame Demon Slash. The black flame and the holy flame of the extreme day merged into a strange giant sword of more than 10 meters long. Han Feng couldn't help it. The enchantment here is so powerful that it is enough to display a giant sword more than 1,000 meters long or even longer in the pure Yuan secret realm. Sword, there are only more than 10 meters here. Break it for me. Han Feng roared, and the giant sword and the golden Do King's hammer collided fiercely. Boom! A wave of fluctuations impacted all around. Black flames and golden rays of light surged out like ripples. The third one. Black Flame Demon Breaking Slash was originally a top-level, low-grade, heaven-ranked martial skill, and when it was integrated into the Extreme Day Holy Flame, its power was directly raised to the middle ranking martial art ranking martial arts skill level. With the peak cultivation base of the 2-star Tianjia, this blow has surpassed the 3-star level of the sky, and it is not an exaggeration to be comparable to the initial stage of the 4-star, and the last time is infinitely close to the 4-star of the sky. And although Sun Yongguang's martial skills are not as good as the Black Flame Demon's breaking slash, his cultivation level has soared to the realm of 3-star heaven, and the power of this blow is also not weak. Boom! The fluctuation continued, and soon, the black flame overwhelmed the golden light. Sun Yongguang struggled to maintain the Dowang's hammer in his hand, and he could vaguely hear the sound of clicking. Countless fine lines have been cracked on the surface of the golden giant hammer. Sun Yongguang cursed in his heart, "Damn, this Han Feng looks like a newcomer." Han Feng was not surprised by all this. If Sun Yongguang was a strong enemy when he first entered the inner courtyard, he is nothing now. If it weren't for the purpose of drawing out the people in the inner courtyard in the dark, he would have already broken out a powerful blow to defeat the opponent in seconds. At this time, Han Feng was somewhat complaining about the powerful enchantment of Chi Karst Cave. His mental power was suppressed to the lowest level, and he could only detect a radius of more than 10 meters, and he couldn't do it any farther. "Bastard, do you think you're going to win?" Sun Yongguang suddenly gave up the Dou King's hammer, and without the follow-up True Yuan support, the Dou Wang's hammer quickly fell apart. The black flames bombarded the place, not even a trace of damage was caused, but the black flames dissipated, leaving only a few holy flames burning in the extreme day. Sun Yongguang didn't care, he took a few steps back suddenly, the sword of King Dou. A slender golden sword appeared in Sun Yongguang's hand. Sun Yongguang smiled strangely, and slammed the golden sword into the ground. Super gravity field. Boom! Han Feng's face changed instantly, as if a giant mountain had come over on his back. The huge force made Han Feng bend down instantly. Sun Yongguang roared, "I haven't shot yet." In an instant, Han Feng felt a surging force coming from the rear. If it was normal, Han Feng would have avoided it at this moment, but at this moment, the sudden increase of gravity made Han Feng's every move slow a lot. Heavenly Fire Armor. Han Feng immediately condensed flame armor around his body, and at the same time incorporated the Holy Day flame into it. The milky white flame armor set off the Korean style with extraordinary mighty power. Boom! At the moment when the Skyfire armor just condensed, a palm has been slapped on Han Feng's body, cracking cloud palm. Han Feng's whole body was shot flying, and he stumbled to the ground, and finally managed to stabilize his body. Fortunately, the Skyfire armor was displayed in time. Han Feng secretly rejoiced that even if his cultivation has improved a lot now, if he is caught off guard and is hit with all his strength by a warrior with similar cultivation, he will still be injured. But now, he was not hurt in the slightest. On the contrary, the other party. Han Feng looked around with a smile, and saw a serious young man's mouth twitching, his palms slightly dark. Hiss! Yanda twitched his hands with a slightly twisted face. This palm didn't hurt Han Feng, but he even hurt himself. Concentrate on the body. Realizing the difficulty of Han Feng, Yanda sighed, and his entire body turned into a purple giant nearly 3 meters high. 6 purple wings spread out from behind. The breath has also reached the 3-star level of the sky. Spirit Spear. Yanda stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the void, and the purple spear suddenly condensed and flew straight to Han Feng. A surging force of destruction emerged, and Yanda's attack power was obviously better than that of Sun Yongguang. It is not only because the cultivation base is slightly better than Sun Yongguang, but also the focus of martial arts is different. Sun Yongguang's most powerful martial skill is obviously the supergravity field. If you are caught off guard, even if your cultivation base exceeds Sun Yongguang's, it is easy to be in a hurry and get injured. Sun Yongguang sneered, "In my gravity field, you can't avoid such an attack." Really? Han Feng smiled lightly, and the surging milky white flame swept out, the 10th level of Tianhua battle body, congeal. In an instant, Han Feng's cultivation level surpassed that of the 3-star heaven rank, and it has risen to the realm of the early stage of the 4-star heaven rank, which is close to the middle stage. The terrifying aura made Xuanhuan and Yenda stunned, their eyes terrified. Drink! With an angry shout, the terrifying aura was like a wave, rushing towards the surroundings one after another. The so-called gravity became a joke at this moment, and was forcibly broken by Han Feng with his powerful breath. The royal spirit spear, which flew straight to Han Feng, was also stagnant in the air under the impact of these waves, unable to get close to Han Feng. Han Feng stretched out his hand expressionlessly and grabbed the Yuling spear in his hand. This made Yenda's complexion change again. Chi. In an instant, the holy flame of extreme day devoured the purple spear, and the next moment, the spiritual spirit spear completely turned into nothingness. Bang bang! Han Feng suddenly threw 2 punches, and the milky white flame hit like a cannonball. Puff! The supergravity field was broken, and Xuanhuan was already attacked. At this moment, there was nowhere to hide. He immediately vomited blood and flew out, like a broken kite. On the contrary, Yenda stepped back sharply, and a purple-black spear condensed in his hand, Soul Destroyer gun. The purple-black spear attacked, directly penetrating the milky white flame. Black Flame Demon Slash. Han Feng didn't change his face, this time, he didn't even merge with the holy flame of the extreme day, and slashed down directly. This blow is by no means inferior to the blow of an ordinary 4-star peak powerhouse. The giant sword slammed into the purple-black spear, as if it hit the 7-inch snake. The purple-black spear trembled and let out a faint scream, and it broke completely from the 7-inch point. The remaining power of the giant sword slashed towards Yenda unabated, and under Yenda's sudden shrinking pupils, it instantly slashed at Yenda. Wow! Yenda's concentrating body was instantly split, and he vomited out a big mouthful of blood, and fell heavily behind him more than 20 meters away, fainting. The 2 masters of the late stage of the 2 main bodies were easily defeated by Han Feng in an instant. Han Feng smiled lightly. Come out, what are you doing hiding in the dark? Since I have discovered you, you can't sneak attack. After the cultivation base skyrocketed to the early stage of the 4-star sky and approaching the middle stage, Han Feng's mental power also soared, and naturally he found someone hiding dozens of meters away. And the breath is very familiar. Clap clap. A burst of applause came out, and Hu Shifu walked out slowly. It turns out that you found me, no wonder you haven't revealed the slightest flaw in the battle since the outbreak of the cultivation base, just to prevent my sneak attack. That's right. But I thought it was backed by a certain 4-star powerhouse, but I didn't expect it to be your defeated general. Why, this time 1 person shot, not 2 people? Han Feng sneered. Han Feng was still worried about who was hiding behind his back, but when he found out that it was Hu Shifu, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With only Hu Shifu alone, he didn't need to endure it at all. Hu Shifu's expression turned gloomy instantly. You mad boy, do you think it's still the secret realm of pure Yuan now? The body of the ice demon, congeal. In an instant, Hu Shifu turned into an ice demon body, and his breath instantly rose to the realm of 4 stars. It is even better than Han Feng, and it has already risen to the peak of the 4-star sky. Han Feng's eyes flashed. I'm very curious, this is the Qian Karst cave, you are not cultivating in the endless ice cave, what are you doing here? You can't improve your strength here. Hu Shifu smiled gloomily. Of course it's to prepare for you, then you'll know what I've prepared. God really takes care of me, I just finished that, and I met you. God avenged me. 4th more complete. Ask for flowers. I'm not afraid that I'm ready to say it like that. Han Feng hummed lightly. Hu Shifu said coldly, of course not afraid, because you can't resist that blow. Hu Shifu's face was full of confidence in his cards. Frost Meteor. An endless vortex of frost formed behind Hu Shifu, and ice crystals like meteors roared out. Fusion Black Flame Demon Slash. The flame giant sword was cut out, and large pieces of ice crystals were destroyed by the giant sword, but more ice crystals attacked Han Feng from other directions. Han Feng stepped back abruptly. The power of the Black Flame Demon Slash and the Holy Flame of Extreme Day is definitely greater than these ice crystals, but the attack range of these ice crystals is very large. Just rely on the Black Flame Demon Slash to be afraid. In that case. Heavenly Fire Seal. The Scarlet Fire Seal intercepted in front of Han Feng out of thin air. Countless ice crystals bombarded the Heavenly Fire Seal one after another, creating a thick mist. The 10th level of the Heavenly Fire Seal is a mid-level martial skill of the Heavenly rank. This blow directly surpasses the Heavenly rank 4-star level and goes straight to the Heavenly rank 5-star level. Tianhuyan kept pushing towards Hu Shifu, and more ice crystals were blocked. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "This isn't the trump card you mentioned, it's just a low-grade martial skill." Hu Shifu snorted coldly, "Why worry? Ice Crystal Rising Dragon Bully." Hoo. A tens of meters long ice dragon roared out, with distinct scales flickering on its body, making the ice dragon even more ferocious. Compared with the pure Yuan secret realm, the ice dragon this time is much smaller in size, but it is much stronger in power. The ice dragon of the pure Yuan secret realm is only as powerful as the early stage of the 4-star sky. And the current ice dragon, the power is directly chasing the peak level of the 5-star level of the sky. Boom! The ice dragon slammed into the Skyfire Seal, and the Skyfire Seal shook in an instant, cracking countless cracks from the place where it hit. The Holy Flame of Extreme Day Fusion. Han Feng's expression froze, and the milky white flame instantly merged into the Heavenly Fire Seal. The Scarlet Skyfire Seal turned into a milky white in a blink of an eye. The crack that was originally cracked has also recovered completely at this moment. Humph, the little trick of the eagle worm. Hu Shifu snorted in disdain. The ice dragon roared and flew into the sky, and slammed into the sky again with the help of the power of the sky. Boom boom boom. The milky white flame Heavenly Fire Seal was unbearable to be hit, and kept shrinking towards Han Feng. Han Feng opened his hands to maintain the Heavenly Fire Seal, and already felt the pressure of the impact. Roar! The ice dragon retreated slightly, a dragon tail swept past, and the Heavenly Fire Seal vibrated again, and the ice dragon slammed into it again. Crack, boom! The Heavenly Fire Seal could no longer support it and collapsed. Skyfire Fighting Fist. Han Feng threw a punch without hesitation, and the Extreme Day Holy Flame merged into it. The milky white flame fist roared away, completely swallowing the ice dragon in an instant. Although the attack range of the Heavenly Fire Seal is large, it is not as powerful as the Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist. Ice Crystal Rising Dragon Ba can only be regarded as a mid-level heaven-ranked martial skill that is not bad, and it is by no means top-notch, while the 10th level initial stage of the Skyfire battle body combined with the Holy Flame of the Day is a mid-level heaven-ranked martial arts comparable to the top level. At this moment, the punch that Han Feng broke out also reached the peak level of the 5-star level. Even a little bit beyond. Roar! The ice dragon roars. He kept trying to break through the milky white flame, but the milky white flame was following the ice dragon. Not long after, the mist became more and more dense. Not only did the ice dragon shrink a lot, but through the milky white flames, the scales on the ice dragon's body were no longer clear. Hu Shifu not only did not worry at this time, but laughed out loud. "This is your strongest blow, but that's it. Next, you're finished." Hu Shifu had a grim look on his face. The body of the fire demon, congeal. Under the incredible expression on Han Feng's face, Hu Shifu condensed a body exactly like him, but the lower body was not the tail of the ferocious ice blue fish, but the tail of fiery red flame. This is... Han Feng's pupils shrank. Is it a clone? The shock was only a moment, and Han Feng soon sensed that Hu Shifu, who was a fire demon, was only at the level of a star of the sky, not even the peak of a star of the sky, but it was worthy of a star of the sky, just late star. But Han Feng is puzzled again. If it is a clone, the attributes are wrong. I have never heard of a clone whose attributes are completely opposed to the main body. Ice and fire are opposites. Hu Shifu ignored Han Feng's shock, and Hu Shifu, who was in the body of the ice demon, waved a terrifying aura of frost all over his body. Hu Shifu in the body of the fire demon was filled with endless flames. Ice hell. A giant ball with a diameter of dozens of meters, or a meteorite is more appropriate, condensed out in the sky. Half of the meteorite is filled with extreme cold, and the other half is filled with extreme flame. One ice and one heat, a terrifying aura instantly oppressed. Han Feng was taken aback. This was clearly the same as Meng Yaqing's ice flame, double heaven. No, it's not exactly the same. Meng Yaqing has two kinds of different fires, and there can't be too much difference between them. However, Hu Shifu's real essence is different in level, and the ice attribute real essence is already the peak limit of 3 stars, and the fire attribute is only worthy of a late 1 star. Fortunately, there is a huge difference in the true essence. If they are all at the peak of Samsung, their power will only be stronger, and that destructive power. Han Feng is a little scared when he thinks about it. None of these inner court powerhouses are simple characters. Even Hu Shifu, the defeated general at the beginning, is so strong after he is not restricted. Fusion, Skyfire Fighting Fist. The milky white flame fist burst out, but when the flame fist and the meteorite collided, it was only resisted for a moment and then washed away. The attack of this icy hell has reached the 6-star level of the sky, and it is still a high-level 6-star, not the initial 6-star. Boom! The meteorite fell to the ground trembled violently, and then a scene like hell was condensed, and countless flames and ice-cold turned into shocks, constantly blasting towards Han Feng. Puff! Roused like a skyfire armor, Han Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was blown away, and he fell heavily to the ground. Hu Shifu floated in the sky, and his expression finally showed pride. This is a trick I specially prepared to deal with you. For this reason, I even delayed the time to break through the 4 stars of the sky, so that my body of the fire demon can pass from the ground. The peak of the 12-star limit has stepped into the sky and 1 star. You should be fortunate. If my flame body in the pure Yuan secret realm is already a heavenly rank, you would have died in the pure Yuan secret realm. Hu Shifu's family has 2 special constitutions. The body of the ice demon and the body of the fire demon. Some people inherited the body of the ice demon, and some people inherited the body of the fire demon. Hu Shifu could be hoped by the family to come to Baidu University. Naturally, unlike ordinary family members, Hu Shifu not only inherited the body of the ice demon, but also inherited the body of the fire demon. It can be said that the body of the ice demon and the body of the fire demon are the same. The body of the fire demon, beside Hu Shifu, is not Hu Shifu's clone, but another Hu Shifu. The two are actually the same person. If the clone is damaged, the main body is not a big problem, but whether it is the body of the fire demon or the body of the ice demon, any one is damaged, and even the other will be severely damaged. Ice Flame Hell. It is the combination of 2 special physiques that can be used to display the tricks. The power is extremely powerful. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Although the ice flame hell is powerful, it also has serious flaws. That is, the body of the ice demon and the body of the fire demon must be at the same level to be able to perform. For example, the same as the ground level, the same as the heaven level, the same as the early, middle, late and peak of the heaven level. The star rating is different. But once 2 special physiques are in the same stratum, in order to break through to the next stratum, the cultivation level of the 2 physiques must be exactly the same. In other words, when both physiques are in the early days of the heavenly rank, they must both reach the peak of the heavenly rank 3-star peak before they can enter the next rank. At this point, one of the two special physiques can choose to make a breakthrough, the other can choose to break through, or you can choose to give up. There is only one physique breakthrough. Although he has lost the great trick of ice flame hell, his cultivation speed will be much faster. Two physiques break through together. If you want to break through again, the cultivation of the two physiques must be the same, which will consume a lot of time. Hu Shifu inherited two physiques, but his own aptitude is not high. Even the current Han Feng is not as good as the current Han Feng, only the third-class aptitude of the top grade, even the aptitude of the third grade of the middle grade is inferior, and the aptitude of the sixth grade of the best grade is only. With such an aptitude, it is extremely time-consuming to cultivate one physique alone, let alone two physiques. When he was in the outer courtyard, Hu Shifu suffered from the pain of two physiques, so when he arrived in the inner courtyard, Hu Shifu only chose the ice demon body to break through to the heaven rank, and let the fire demon body stay at the peak level of the earth rank 12 stars. In this way, it took a long time to reach the peak of the 3-star rank. If there were two physique practitioners, Hu Shifu himself did not know how long it would take to reach this realm. Originally, Hu Shifu was very satisfied with his cultivation, but unfortunately, the battle of the Pure Yuan secret realm made Hu Shifu extremely frustrated. In order to deal with Han Feng, Hu Shifu chose to advance the body of the fire demon to the heavenly level. Now, as Hu Shifu expected, the original Han Feng is no longer his opponent. Hu Shifu was overjoyed. While happy, Hu Shifu was also a little unwilling. The body of the fire demon has advanced to the sky, and if you want to break through to the middle of the sky, unless the body of the fire demon is upgraded to the peak of the 3 stars of the sky. But it is not easy to upgrade from the late stage of the 1st star to the 3rd star of the sky, even if his ice demon body has experience in this, even if his current points can buy the medicinal pills that speed up the early stage of the sky, even if he was able to occupy the top-ranked lava pool in the 3rd-level lava area of the Qian Karst cave with the cultivation of the ice demon body, and it was by no means able to do it in a few months. At least half a year, if more, it is likely to reach a year. At that time I will hit the middle stage of the sky again. Hu Shifu had already figured out that Gu Huichen and Xiong Buijin, who were similar to him by then, must have already surpassed him, and it was not impossible to cultivate to the late stage of the 4-star rank and even the peak. It is even more likely to break through to the 5-star level. The breakthrough between 3 stars and 4 stars is much more difficult than the breakthrough between 4 stars and 5 stars. Thinking of this, Hu Shifu saw Han Feng becoming more and more unpleasant. Just take your points in exchange for my loss. With so many points, maybe I can cut the breakthrough time by more than half. Ice hell. Taking advantage of Han Feng's injury, Hu Shifu drank lowly. The huge meteorite fell from the sky again, with terrifying flames and icy cold. Han Feng stood up suddenly and took a deep breath. Hey, do you really think I've reached my limit? A terrifying aura and temperature rose into the sky, and a cluster of pale flames flashed between Han Feng's eyes. Noticing this, a sense of unease suddenly appeared in Hu Shifu's heart, and then Hu Shifu suppressed the uneasiness. His face became more and more hideous. What's so uneasy? Is it possible that this kid can't master the martial arts of the heavenly rank? With a mere 2-star rank, ordinary warriors may not even be able to cultivate to the realm of Desheng, and ordinary geniuses may be somewhere between the realm of Desheng and the realm of perfection. A slightly stronger genius has been able to cultivate to consummation. Those who are able to cultivate mid-level martial arts of the heavenly rank in the early stage of the heavenly rank are all geniuses among the geniuses. Which genius in the inner court is not like this? The difference is only in the level of the mid-level martial arts of the heavenly rank. You can master the top grades of the heavens at the initial level of the heavens. Hu Shifu has never heard of it. If there is, it is really a genius. Although Hu Shifu thinks highly of Han Feng, he does not think that Han Feng will reach such a level. Therefore, when the astonishing breath erupted like a small storm, Hu Shifu's face instantly flashed with horror, full of disbelief. Songyan extermination / Han Feng roared, and the pale white flame swept through Han Feng's entire right arm, and the right arm turned into a pale white flame giant sword, which was slashed out. Boom! With just one strike, the meteorite collapsed instantly, countless frosts and red flames spread, and pale flames fell from the sky like rain. A wave of volatility surged out. In this blow, the two sides were evenly matched. Hu Shifu looked crazy. Heavenly top grade, impossible, how can you master the top grade? In the pure Yuan secret realm, he has never seen Han Feng display the top grade of heaven. Moreover, in the secret realm of pure Yuan, Han Feng had obviously just advanced to the heavenly rank, and Hu Shifu did not believe that Han Feng would master such advanced martial skills before breaking through. Then there is only one possibility. This is the new martial skill that Han Feng has mastered after entering the inner courtyard. This is a high-grade martial skill of the heavenly rank, and it's only less than 2 months. Humph, I'll spare you this time. Hu Shifu had the intention of retreating, and planned to inform Gu Huichen and Xiong Buijin about this matter. Only the three of them could defeat Han Feng's combat power. Even if the 3 people divide the spoils, he will get a lot less. Want to go? How easy is it? Han Feng chuckled, his expression full of contempt. It's just on par with me, why can't I go? I'm not ashamed. Hu Shifu sneered and quickly backed away. At this time, Han Feng suddenly raised his right arm, and pale flames poured out. In an instant, Han Feng's right arm suddenly swung down. The pale flame turned into a giant sword of dozens of meters and shot at Hu Shifu. Bing Yan Hell! Hu Shifu didn't care at all, and left just as the two moves collided. But in the next moment, Hu Shifu's face changed greatly. On this pale white flame giant sword, Hu Shifu felt the power that was not there before. No, this is... Hu Shifu narrowed his eyes to see where the pale flame was. It was clearly a milky flame. Han Feng's Tsang Yan annihilation / was a combination of the extreme day holy flame. No. Hu Shifu's eyes widened, and he watched helplessly as his attack was broken, and the remaining flaming giant sword instantly bombarded him. Immediately, Hu Shifu vomited blood again and again. His whole body was ruined and he chased towards the ground, fainted, and blood continued to overflow from the corners of his mouth. Han Feng staggered a few steps and wiped a cold sweat. Although this blow is strong, the high-grade martial arts of the sky are still a bit reluctant for him, who is currently only a 2-star cultivation base of the sky. Standing there with a pale face, Han Feng recovered a little and left immediately. There are strict rules in the inner courtyard not to kill each other, and Han Feng can only leave the 3 of them regretfully. Second more. Difficult to leave, leaving Chien Karst Cave, Han Feng looked at the few deacons who were still indifferent. Han Feng could not help but remain silent. Sometimes it's not a good thing that the barrier in the Chien Karst Cave is too strong, at least they couldn't hear it outside the battle inside. In other words, the previous battle had too little influence inside this barrier, and could not affect the outside. If it is a battle at the peak of the heavenly rank, no matter how powerful the barrier is, the deacons outside will feel it. But then again, the deacons are only the heavenly rank, and it is estimated that there are not necessarily those on the manifestation list and half-holy list. Strong. Han Feng left here, slowly, thinking about whether there is something or not. Since these deacons can't sense it, let Hu Shifu and the 3 faint for a longer time. The next stop, Han Feng's purpose is to geyser springs. Eliminate fire poison from the body. The earth vessel spring is like an open-air hot spring. It is not like there are special wooden houses in the Chien Karst Cave where the spiritual spring is placed. Fortunately, each of the spiritual springs is not close to each other, and the smoke is lingering, and nothing can be seen from the outside. Moreover, the Lingquan is also surrounded by invisible enchantments, so I don't worry about being disturbed. In the third-level Yongquan area, Han Feng picked a spiritual spring and entered it. The Earth Vessel Spring is not a five-spirit cave. In the third-level spring area, each spiritual spring is exactly the same, and there is no difference. Hiss. As soon as he entered Lingquan, Han Feng gasped in a low voice due to the sudden heat. Fortunately, as a heavenly rank powerhouse, these temperatures were nothing after the reaction. He let out a breath and soaked in the spiritual spring. Han Feng felt extremely comfortable all over his body. It was as if all the fatigue had dissipated. After a long time, when Han Feng got used to everything here, Han Feng ran the 9 flames and different fire art, and began to absorb the energy in the spiritual spring to remove the fire poison and wash the body. Looking at his body inwardly with his spiritual power, Han Feng obviously found that some of the fire poison in the true yuan was gradually decreasing along with the nourishment of the spiritual spring energy. Even the peak realm of the 2 stars in the sky has gradually stabilized. The heart gradually calmed down, and Han Feng began to practice silently. Outside world. The dozens of rooms behind the Chi Bai Karst cave finally welcomed another batch of warriors. When these warriors found Hu Shifu lying on the ground, they were shocked and directly alerted the deacon outside. Several deacons broke in, and it was not surprising to see this phenomenon. Obviously, this kind of thing happened before. One of the deacons shook his head and sighed. It has long been said that the strength of the enchantment will be reduced. Otherwise, unless the combat power reaches the peak level of the ordinary heaven rank, we will not be able to feel these battle fluctuations outside. Another deacon rolled his eyes. This barrier is set up by elders at the level of the great sanctuary, and it is as hard as heaven for those elders to change their minds. Okay, let's see how these guys are doing. Don't talk about the elders. How can we talk about those elders? A deacon who was suspected of being the captain or the leader scolded, and the 2 deacons before immediately silenced their expressions. If their previous words were passed on to the elders, it would be disrespectful to the elders. The lead deacon said again, furthermore, if the strength of the enchantment is really reduced, the battles of these guys are enough to cause damage to the Chi Bai Karst cave, especially the powerhouses in the manifestation list and semi-holy list, and the aftermath of the battle is enough to destroy the entire Chi Bai Karst. Flame Cave. Speaking of the powerhouses on the manifestation list and semi-holy list, the deacons were even more silent. Among them, there are also those who have reached the peak of the heavenly rank, but when it comes to real combat power, they are far from the powerhouses on the manifestation list and semi-holy list. I can only sigh. This is the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. After a deacon finished the inspection, he said to the lead deacon, it's just that there is no serious problem with some internal injuries, and it will be healed in about half a month. The lead deacon nodded, then there's no problem, this kind of thing happens too much, it's over to carry them out to us. Let their servants take them back. Yes. The deacons took orders. In the third-level Yongquan area, Han Feng did not know the situation in the Chi Bai Karst cave, and was still immersed in his cultivation. In a blink of an eye, several days had passed, and the realm of the peak of the 2 stars of the sky was completely stabilized, and he was at the peak of the 2 stars of the sky. Step forward. Opening his eyes, Han Feng smiled slowly. 50% of the fire poison has been eliminated. Let's make persistent efforts to reach the peak of the 2nd star in the sky after the fire poison is completely eliminated, and then take some time to reach the limit and leave. Pure yuan fruit has matured, and the 2nd batch has also been planted. This time, it's time to hit a higher level. And the fire spirit orb, this is a good treasure that can help me break through the mid-level of the heavenly rank. After the newcomer's protection period expires. When I face those masters of the late heavenly rank, I will barely be able to protect myself. A villa outside. Long Junqian stared at Hu Shifu in silence. Gu Huichen and Xiong Bujin's expressions changed. Facing the ice hell, they thought they couldn't handle it, but Han Feng. After a long time, Long Junqian said lightly, "It seems that he underestimated that guy. If this rudder master is not currently at the key point of breakthrough, he must take action himself." "Humph, it's just a newcomer, I'm not bothering you to take action, my subordinates are willing to teach that kid a lesson." Suddenly, a fifth figure appeared in the room. The man was small and not tall, like a dwarf. But the faces of Gu Huichen and the others froze, and they dared not look down on this person, not only because of the fluctuations in the breath emanating from this person unconsciously that made them breathless, but also because they knew this person. This person is called Yu Bin, and he is the group of people who followed Long Junqian from the very beginning. He was also the deputy head of Jingyun Hall in the outer courtyard. It can be said that he was a person from the same period as Long Junqian. Together with the other two people, he is called Xuanhuan General, and he is loyal to Long Junqian. The cultivation base itself has reached the early stage of the 6-star level. This is the information from 2 months ago, and now I don't know what realm I have reached. Even if I don't break through to the mid-6-star stage, at least the realm of the 6-star early stage will be completely stabilized, and maybe it will be able to reach the initial limit. When Long Junqian saw Yu Bin, he showed a faint smile. Compared with facing Gu Huichen and the three of them, his attitude was not only better. Xiong Bujin and Hu Shifu didn't have so many ideas yet. They temporarily obeyed Long Junqian's orders because of Tianji Dan. Gu Huichen is different. As Long Junqian's subordinate, Gu Huichen felt sour in his heart and could only comfort himself. He only became Long Junqian's subordinate not long ago. Naturally, he couldn't be like Yu Bin, who followed Long Junqian from the beginning. Compare. I just heard Long Jun smiled modestly, a newcomer in the district, even if you make a move, you will look down on him. Yu Bin's face was cold. Master, I heard that Jingyantang fell because of this sun, and my subordinates can't swallow this breath, even if others say that I am bullying the small, I have decided to take action against this sun myself. Long Junqian had no choice but to say, since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. From today onwards, I'm going to enter a deep-level retreat, and I'll leave it to you to manage everything in the future. These 3 people have played against that kid, so let these 3 people give them to you. Take your hand. What can the 3 wastes do? Yu Bin was disdainful, but since it was Long Junqian's order, Yu Bin still took it, yes. The third one. Thanks to 12 for the big reward. Amazed face, / Long Junqian and Yu Bin have been in contact for so long, how can he not know what Yu Bin is thinking? Looking at the 3 of Gu Huichen, Long Junqian thought for a long time, and said for a long time, I originally wanted to wait for you to complete the task and then reward you with Tianji Dan, but it looks like this is only a 3-star cultivation base, and you can't defeat that kid. Since this is the case, the Rudder Master will give you Tianji Dan in advance. Gu Huichen and the 3 never imagined that such a good thing would come, and they were overjoyed. Immediately, the 3 of them heard Long Junqian's voice cold, although I gave you Tianji pill in advance, don't think that because you can't complete the order of the helmsman, if the helmsman goes out and finds that you have no intentions, then as a result of. The cold eyes swept to the 3 of them. The 3 of them fell into the ice cellar and swore again and again, which made Long Junqian's face soothe. Among the 3, only Hu Shifu was a little bit bitter, so what if he had Tianji Dan? He had no way to break through before the fire demon body had cultivated to the limit of the 3-star peak of the sky. This is the price of advancing 2 physiques to the same level. Hu Shifu felt ruthless in his heart, the points accumulated over the years must be used ruthlessly. We must cultivate the body of the fire demon to the peak limit of 3 stars in the shortest time, and then rely on the Tianji pill to break through both physiques. To 4 stars. After the pure Yuan secret realm, Hu Shifu also saw it in his heart. The slower the cultivation, the slower the real combat power is. 3-level spring area. It has been about 10 days since entering here. The fire poison has been completely eliminated, and the cultivation base is also as Han Feng thought, and it has truly reached the peak of the second star of the sky, and the next step is to hit the peak of the second star of the sky. Han Feng cultivated calmly and was not in a hurry. Outside, Yu Ben and Gu Huichen have already arrived at the Lei Line Yongquan district. Yu Ben asked indifferently, "Is this sun really here at the Earth Vein Yongquan?" Hu Shifu immediately stepped forward and said, "Han Feng has been practicing in Chi Bai Karst Cave for nearly a month, and now he will definitely come to the Earth Vessel Spring, otherwise the fire poison." Yu Ben nodded, "It's reasonable, but we can't see the inside from the outside, and we don't know where the kid is soaking. So we'll just wait outside the Earth Vessel Spring." Gu Huichen said hesitantly, "But in this case, there are so many people passing by, we have no way to take action." Hu Shifu also thought the same way. This is not the Chi Bai Karst Cave, there is no one around. So many people are not blind. Yu Ben snorted coldly, "It's almost 3 months since the inner court assessment, and there's only a little more than 3 months left. Why should I be so anxious to take action? It's just an agreement with him to fight after half a year." Only then did the three of Gu Huichen understand. Xiong Bujin said in a stern voice, "But what if that kid doesn't accept it?" Yu Ben didn't care, "So what if I don't accept it? The protection period is only more than 3 months left. After more than 3 months, the protection period will expire, and I will make a shot if I want, unless he stays in his courtyard and never comes out." Then why? Gu Huichen couldn't understand why he came to trouble now. Yu Ben ignored Gu Huichen and the other three. As a 6-star powerhouse, Yu Ben also had his own pride. It's only been more than 3 months, and he can afford it. The reason why I came to fight now is just to spread the news. It's for deterrence. He wants to tell everyone about the tragedy of Han Feng in more than 3 months. Those who have offended Jingyan will not give up even if they enter the inner courtyard. Another purpose is to use this to beat some forces in the outer court. As people in the inner courtyard, they can no longer interfere in the outer courtyard, but some news from the inner courtyard is sometimes transmitted to the outer courtyard. When the outer courtyard learns of Han Feng's end, no one in Jingyan will dare to provoke them. In this way, it won't take long for Jingyan to recover his vitality. The sooner you fight, the better it will spread. If he suddenly made a move after 3 months, few people would notice Han Feng. Seeing that Yu Ben didn't answer, the three of them could only wait with doubts. 3-level spring area. A few days later, Han Feng stood up suddenly. "After practicing for more than 10 days in the Earth Vessel Spring, I finally completely reached the limit of the 2-star peak of the sky. It's time to leave. It feels so good to soak in here, but unfortunately, the speed of cultivation is not as fast as swallowing the pure essence fruit source liquid, otherwise I really want to continue soaking." More than 100,000 points are enough for Han Feng to soak a lot of time here. Roughly calculated, he now consumes almost 10,000 to nearly 20,000 points. Han Feng smacked his tongue, "It's consumed so fast, more than 10,000 points are consumed so quickly. No wonder those people in the inner court are so greedy for my points." In addition to the Chi Bai Karst Cave and the Earth Vessel Spring, 38 days and nearly 40 days have passed. With the help of the Chi Bai Karst Cave and the Earth Vessel Springs, 40 days was only enough to improve from the middle stage of the second star of the sky to the peak limit, which shows the difficulty of cultivation for each star of the sky. Of course, Han Feng also knows that this is the limit of his own qualifications. If it is a holy quality qualification, under such a cultivation environment, it is estimated that he will have broken through to 3 stars. Outside the gushing spring, Hu Shifu has sharp eyes, and his body abruptly said, "Lord Yu Ben, that kid has come out." Yubin's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and his sharp gaze was directed at Han Feng. Han Feng also noticed Yubin at this time and looked at him coldly, but he was horrified. Who is this? This kind of oppression is definitely not an ordinary mid-level sky, not a 5-star, but a 6-star. Han Feng? Yubin stared at Han Feng, which seemed to be a question, but was actually affirmative. Han Feng's tone was calm. Your Excellency is. Long Junqian, the helmsman of the 3-star hall, swung down the 3 Yuan general, and the spirit Yuan general Yubin. Han Feng's face froze. It's Long Junqian again. At this moment, Han Feng turned his attention from Yubin to the side, and found Hu Shifu and the 3 of them astonishingly. With a sneer, Han Feng turned his attention to Yubin again. What's the matter, Your Excellency? On the side of the road, a few warriors saw this scene and stopped here. This Yubin is also considered to be the top figure among the second-rate in the inner court, and is quite famous. Such a person is waiting for one person, and it seems that he is still looking for trouble, which makes everyone quite curious. Those who dare to watch a good show are basically the elites in the middle stage of the heavenly rank, but they dare not at the beginning of the heavenly rank. Han Feng's face is widely spread among the lower-level heavenly rank warriors, but it is different among these mid-heavenly rank elites. More than 100,000 points are not very attractive to these middle-level powerhouses. Only some 4-stars who have bad luck and have been unlucky recently and have been unable to gain points will be greedy for more than 100,000. At the later stage of the heavenly rank, the longer the training time, Han Feng spent nearly 20,000 in the 3rd-level area for more than 30 days. In the middle level of the heavenly rank, practicing in the 2nd-level area for a month consumes more. More than 100,000 points seem to be a lot, but in fact, they can't stand the consumption of their mid-level elites. Yubin was a little surprised that Han Feng was still calm at the moment. If he changed to another newcomer, he was suddenly asked for trouble by a 6-star powerhouse. I was afraid he would have panicked. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and Yubin secretly said, no wonder it was able to bring down Jingyantang. Staring at Han Feng coldly, Yubin said coldly, after 3 months, will you dare to fight me? For more completed. Ask for flowers. 3 months. Han Feng estimated in his heart what kind of cultivation and what kind of combat power he would be at that time. The few mid-heaven level elites around were taken aback. Yubin, who immediately stepped into the 1st-class warrior level in the inner courtyard, actually wanted to fight a newcomer. Isn't this too? Although there was some contempt for Yubin in their hearts, the eyes of everyone looking at Han Feng became more and more bizarre. A newcomer who can make Yubin disregard shame and bully the small as well as the big will definitely not be a simple role. Some elites looked at Han Feng's appearance and felt a little familiar, but they couldn't figure it out in the end. It was only after today's investigation that they were completely stunned. At this moment, these elites still don't know the whole story, and while they despise Yubin, they also look at Han Feng with schadenfreude. They have nothing to do with Han Feng, and it is a pastime to watch them as a fun. When they were newcomers, they were often provoked and bullied by the old people, but they were a few grades lower than Yubin's. Do you dare or dare? Yubin increased his tone when he saw that Han Feng was silent for a long time. Han Feng relaxed at this time and said with a chuckle, if I don't agree, I won't be able to escape in 3 months. Not bad. Yubin replied coldly. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Feng said, since there will be a battle sooner or later, why should I not agree? Han Feng can see that this Yubin must be shooting against him. Of course he is a strong enemy, but what will happen in 3 months' time? It's hard to say. If Yubin is going to fight him now, Han Feng will not agree to anything, no matter how humiliated the other party is, he will have to endure it. As long as he doesn't shoot, Han Feng doesn't have to worry that Yubin will shoot and hurt him. But 3 months later. Han Feng sighed in his heart, In these 3 months, it is bound to be closed, and not a minute or a second can be wasted. Very good, kind. Yubin gave Han Feng a high look, then turned and left. Seeing this, the 3 of Gu Huichen had no choice but to leave with Yubin. Han Feng pursed his lips and left in the other direction. Han Feng is going to go to the inner courtyard martial arts tower. When he got the red lotus seal in the outer courtyard, Han Feng learned from the inherited martial arts cultivation method that there is an advanced version of the big red lotus seal on top of the red lotus seal. If the 4 red lotus warriors condensed by the previous red lotus seal, if they are recondensed by the handprint of the big red lotus seal, they will all be raised to the initial level of the sky. After the fusion of the red lotus warrior, the power of red lotus fury is bound to be stronger. To deal with Yubin, this red lotus anger might be able to play some role. The martial arts tower in the inner courtyard is 100 meters tall. Inside the martial arts tower, it looked a little dim, but 20 or 30 meters above the tower, there was a star-like light. Every star contains a kind of heaven-level martial skill or cultivation technique. Not far away, a white-haired, red-robed old man sat quietly. When Han Feng walked in, the old man did not open his eyes, but said lightly, "Choose your own martial skills and exercises." Han Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the void, and several rays of light were caught by Han Feng. Spiritual power probed, and soon, the information in these light groups poured into Han Feng's mind. Guiyuan sword art, heavenly rank middle grade martial skill. King Kong Tyrant Saber Technique, heavenly rank low-grade martial skills. 5 Thunder, True Fist, heaven rank mid-grade martial arts. 9 Transformations of Water Escape, the best martial skill of the heavenly rank. Heavenly Slash, a mid-grade martial skill in the sky. Shake your head. These martial arts are not suitable for him. There are 4 major inheritance martial arts, and he only needs 1 or 2 more miraculous martial arts. Thinking of this, Han Feng said respectfully, "Senior, is there a martial arts great red lotus seal here?" The red-robed old man opened his eyes in surprise. There is, but the prerequisite is to cultivate with the red lotus seal, could it be?" Han Feng nodded respectfully. The younger generation has successfully cultivated the red lotus seal. After saying that, Han Feng flicked his sleeves, and the 4 red lotus warriors condensed out. After so much time, the 4 red lotus warriors are already at the pinnacle of the Earth level 12-star realm. After the fusion, the cultivation base is infinitely close to the level of the heavens. If the combat power breaks out, it is comparable to the unstable state of the first star of the sky. If the red lotus rage erupts, even the power of the sky and the star will be severely damaged. However, Han Feng's current opponent is no longer at the level of Tianjia and 1 star, and the red lotus seal is no longer useful. It would be a pity to think that the 4 kinds of different fires were finally gathered and cultivated to the top grade level, and it was useless after 1 use. The red-robed old man nodded slightly to you. "You have reached the most perfect state. No wonder you have to practice the great red lotus seal." Martial arts like the red lotus seal are actually quite simple to cultivate, but it is not easy to want several different fires to coexist in the body. There are already no one has successfully cultivated for many years. The big red lotus seal has stricter requirements on the different fire. Are you sure you can suppress it? The younger generation is confident. Han Feng replied with a smile. The reason why the Extreme Day Holy Flame can suppress other strange fires is not only because the Extreme Day Holy Flame is now a top-level strange fire, but also the reason for the 9 flames. So, the old man can rest assured. The red-robed old man didn't care whether Han Feng was really confident or false. Anyway, he had already inquired, and the incident had nothing to do with him, the old guy. The red-robed old man grabbed it in the void, and a beam of light flew towards Han Feng instantly. Han Feng firmly grasped the light group, and his spiritual power instantly penetrated into it. Han Feng was surprised to find that the Great Red Lotus Seal does not actually need a new special fire, it just continues to nurture on the original 4 special fires. It's just that the original 4 Red Lotus warriors all need to be destroyed and reunited. To what extent the 4 kinds of different fires are cultivated, the cultivation of the Red Lotus warrior can be improved, to what extent. For example, different fires are cultivated to the top elementary level, which is only equivalent to the early days of heaven. If it is cultivated to the top intermediate level of different fire, it is only equivalent to the middle stage of heaven. By analogy, when it is cultivated to the level of the top-level strange fire, the cultivation of the Red Lotus warrior is comparable to the peak level of the sky. The difficulty of the Great Red Lotus Seal is that these strange fires were originally plundered, and it is more difficult to cultivate to the top level and continue to improve at the top level. Han Feng secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I have the 9 flames different fire art, and my own extreme day holy flame is also cultivated, not born. The other 3 different fires can also be improved by the fire attribute source fluid. It's just that this is plundered after all, and the effect is not too big. It only takes 3 months. I'm afraid that we can't all be promoted to the top intermediate level, so we can only focus on choosing one of them to promote to the top intermediate level first. With the holy flame of extreme day, the 2 Red Lotus warriors in the middle stage of the sky can be condensed first, and the remaining 2 can be condensed into the early stage of the sky for the time being. Continuing to browse, Han Feng nodded. The Red Lotus Seal requires 108 handprints to condense the Red Lotus warrior, while the Great Red Lotus Seal requires 1,080 handprints. It seems only 10 times more, but if you really want to condense, it is countless times more difficult. Fortunately, the cultivation base has broken through to the heavenly rank, and both physical strength and mental strength are far from being comparable to the rank of the earth. In fact, it is only a few times more difficult. Hand in your points and leave. The red-robed old man saw Han Feng showing a satisfied expression, and waved his hand, indicating that Han Feng could leave. Han Feng scratched his head. Junior still wants to take a look. The red-robed old man was slightly surprised. Oh? Did you know that this big Red Lotus Seal is a top-level martial skill in the heavenly rank, and there are 40,000 points to redeem? Do you have more points? Han Feng was shocked and stunned. That's too much. When Han Feng came back, he had already expected that the heavenly rank martial arts in the inner court would definitely have extremely high points, which was about 10 or 20,000, but... Seeing Han Feng's shocked situation, the red-robed old man smiled slightly. This is already a little bit. If it weren't for the difficulty in practicing a martial skill like Dehanglianyan, it wouldn't be so cheap if no one cultivated it for a long time. There are almost no other top-level heaven-level top-grade martial arts below 50,000. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched. Do you always want to say that I took advantage? Taking a deep breath, Han Feng respectfully said, Junior still wants to take a look. The old man in red robe raised his eyebrows. It seems that you have a lot of points in your hands, so you can pick it up at will, or let the old man help. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Today is Christmas Eve. I wish everyone a happy Christmas Eve. Amazed face, / Live in peace. Oh, ___, oh. Han Feng smiled. Naturally, I want the help of the seniors. The juniors want to see if there is a way to cultivate the spiritual body? The red-robed old man frowned, obviously not expecting Han Feng to want such a practice. For a long time, the old man in red robe advised, the method of spiritual body cultivation is indeed easier to improve the spiritual power than the orthodox spiritual power cultivation method. Want the method of spiritual body cultivation? Actually, there are still some higher-level spiritual power enhancement secrets here. The red-robed old man didn't want to go elsewhere. Warriors under the sanctuary will not have their souls temporarily stored after death. Even the strong in the sanctuary can only survive in the form of a soul after cultivating to the depths, but with the passage of time, the power of the soul will gradually weaken and eventually die. This is still in the forgotten continent. If it is in the continent of gods, even if it is a strong sanctuary, the soul will be immediately sucked away by an existence similar to the underworld after death, and it is absolutely impossible to exist in the outside world for a long time. Han Feng was unmoved, and said firmly, the younger generation still needs the method of spiritual body cultivation. The red-robed old man sighed and shook his head. If that's the case, let's go. With a wave of his hand, a ball of light shot into Han Feng's hand. Heavenly Soul Spirit Art, Heavenly Rank Middle Grade Cultivation Technique. It's just the middle grade of heaven? Such a level is not dissatisfied with Han Feng's intentions. Han Feng knew that the method of spiritual body cultivation was rare in the outside world, but at least it had to be a high-grade heaven. Forget it, it's enough to have the method of cultivating the spiritual body of the heavenly rank, and it is enough for Qingshan, for the time being. Lin Qingshan has not yet broken through to the late stage of the Xuanjia, and the heavenly essence spiritual art alone is enough to cultivate for a long time, not to mention heavenly soul art. Putting away the heavenly soul spirit art, Han Feng cupped his hands and said, Senior, I don't know how many points you need to consume in total. The red-robed old man said lightly, the Great Red Lotus Seal has 40,000 points, and the heavenly soul spirit art is not a commonly used exercise, it only has 20,000 points. Han Feng grinned slightly, it was not often used and it was so expensive. The two together add up to 60,000. In an instant, only more than 80,000 points, nearly 90,000, remained in the Han Feng Battle King gold medal. The consumption is really fast. No wonder those higher second and first class masters don't look down on the points in my hands. At that level, at least those who practiced are high-grade martial arts of the heavenly rank. The infrequently used Great Red Lotus Seal, or the Great Red Lotus Seal that has been ignored for hundreds of years, has 40,000 points, not to mention those who are easily cultivated in the heavenly rank. Han Feng was about to leave, as if thinking of something to stop. He raised his head slightly and asked, Senior, do you know where there is an advanced spiritual body cultivation method? The red-robed old man thought for a moment, then frowned slightly and said, there is an ancient race in the central continent, the spirit race. These spirit races are all spirit bodies, and there may be advanced methods of spiritual body cultivation there. Yes, after all, the spirit race is in the central continent. The Zhongdu Academy is a major force that is not weaker than the spirit race, and there is a high possibility that there will be a cultivation method for higher spiritual bodies. Han Feng's eyes flickered. Zhongdu Academy. Spirit race? The red-robed old man smiled. You kid, don't you plan to go to the Central Capital Academy? I advise you to save your life. The central continent and our Bay continent are separated by a large ocean, and you can't fly there. Even if it is a strong sanctuary, it is impossible to fly over in one breath. It is only possible to travel between the sea by boat and finally arrive. However, there are countless sea monsters in the ocean, and there are often battles between humans and sea monsters. Outburst, mere sky level, it's just a relatively large cannon fodder. Even the strong sanctuary, once involved in the battle, is very likely to fall. Han Feng's face changed slightly. He really had a tendency to go to the central continent after breaking through to the sanctuary. Now it seems that it is not as simple as he imagined. But in order for Lin Qingshan to be completely transformed into a spirit body and to be able to walk normally outside, the spirit clan or Zhongdu Academy is bound to go a long way. Thinking of Zhongdu University, Han Feng's eyes lit up. Senior, I heard that our Baidu University was separated from Zhongdu University tens of thousands of years ago. Is there a special way to go to Zhongdu University? The red-robed old man stroked his beard and glanced at Han Feng with admiration. Smart boy, yes, there is a giant teleportation array in our Baidu University, which can be teleported to Zhongdu University. However, this teleportation array is rarely used, because it consumes too much energy. It is not supported by the spirit stone energy stocks at all, but holy stones. Even a lot of holy stones. Every time we teleport, our Baidu Academy will also suffer, so unless it is necessary, we generally do not activate this teleportation array. Han Feng took a breath. The holy stone, just like the spiritual stone's effect on the heaven and earth Xuanhuan martial artist, has the effect of increasing the speed of the cultivation of the sanctuary powerhouse. But the Forgotten Continent is not the continent of the gods, and holy stones are very rare in the Forgotten Continent. Frowning, Han Feng said urgently, "When will the school use that teleportation array?" One-time teleportation from Beizhou continent to Central Continent, such a long distance, just thinking about it, Han Feng knows the consumption, the holy stone will not be ordinary. Therefore, Han Feng determined that even if he breaks through to the sanctuary in the future, the Baidu Academy will not necessarily consume a huge amount of holy stones for him to send him to the Central Continent. So if you want to use the teleportation array, you can only hope to take him for a ride when the school uses it. The red-robed old man smiled and shook his head. "It's useless to tell you. It won't be long before the 5 palaces compete for hegemony. Only those strong on the semi-holy list are eligible to go to the Zhongdu Academy to participate in the competition. By that time you will be able to cultivate to the rank of 6 stars, and you will be able to burn high incense." Han Feng was not embarrassed because the red-robed old man looked down on him. In fact, the red-robed old man was only talking about the time it would take for a normal genius to cultivate from the 2nd star to the 6th star. "Thank you, Senior, for telling me." Bowing again, Han Feng left the martial arts tower. 5 palaces are competing for hegemony. Before that, I must work hard to improve my cultivation, at least to raise my combat power to the same level as the semi-sacred powerhouse. 3 months later, there will be 5 palaces fighting for hegemony. I thought it would be easier to enter the inner courtyard. It seems that I need to practice cultivation. After a while, Han Feng returned to his courtyard. On the other side, the 3 of Gu Huichen followed closely behind Yubin until Yubin's body suddenly froze. "Just listen to," Yubin said lightly, "the helmsman gave you Tianji Dan. Try your best to break through to 4 stars in the past 3 months. After 3 months, before I fight with him, the 3 of you will go to test it." Gu Huichen opened his mouth slightly. "We still have to take action." Yubin said indifferently, "Could it be that you are unwilling to take action? Then what is the use of you?" Gu Huichen's face turned pale with fright, and he waved his hand quickly. No, we are very willing to take action, but if the adults take action, they will definitely be able to take down that kid. Isn't it unnecessary for us to play?" Yubin snorted coldly. "I never thought you guys could win, I just wanted to see how that kid fights. I don't dare to underestimate that kid." Being able to take this fight calmly without the slightest fear, Yubin doesn't think that Han Feng will not have a trump card. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we have greater confidence. Second more. The faces of the 3 Gu Huichen were ugly, and they were so looked down upon by others. If Yubin himself was not a 6-star master of the sky rank, they would never have given up easily. Seeing Gu Huichen's unconvinced expressions, Yubin sneered, "Then Han Feng has not reached the heavenly rank for 4 months. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's just the beginning of 3 months, but his combat power surpasses yours. How many years have you cultivated?" The faces of the 3 were stiff, and they had been practicing for almost 2.5 years. This kind of speed is a genius on the outside, but in the inner courtyard, it can only be said to be at the lower level. Yubin continued to snort coldly. "In such a short period of time, your combat power has surpassed yours. What about 3 months later? Hurry up and give this general a breakthrough, so as not to be able to perform the role of temptation in 3 months, and be instantly defeated." After saying that, Yubin flicked his sleeves and left in an instant. Inside the courtyard, Han Feng began to retreat and practice. One by one, the pure yuan fruit was input by Han Feng into fire attribute real yuan, transformed into fire attribute spirit fruit, and then was thrown into the Rongyan Ding by Han Feng one by one. When all the pure essence fruit was turned into the source liquid, just as Han Feng was preparing to refine it, Xiaoqi knocked on the door. "Sir, several adults from Wanchen are here." Han Feng put down the jade bottle, dodged from the Tianhua Tower and returned to the house, then went to greet him. "Han Feng, I heard that you were going to fight with Yu Ben?" Wanchen couldn't help asking when they met. "It spread so quickly?" Han Feng was a little surprised for a moment, but soon Han Feng completely understood Yu Bin's intention, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. "If his purpose fails in 3 months, then I'd like to see what his face will look like." Wanchen was shocked when he heard it, and he still didn't understand that the rumors were true. Wanchen looked anxious, confused, that Yu Ben is one of Long Juanqian's 3-level generals, and his cultivation base has already reached the 6th star of the sky, and his real combat power must have surpassed the 6th star of the sky for 3 months. "How much can you improve?" Zhen Shui was silent all the time. From the beginning to the end, this person just followed Hao Meili silently. Hao Mimi rolled her eyes and squinted. "You must have some backup tricks, you're not coming from the truth." Han Feng smiled and cupped his hands. "Sister Hao, you don't believe it now, you will find out after 3 months. Yuan Yijing pouted. "I really can't see where your confidence comes from, but since you said that, I won't beg Elder Tianqing." Han Feng was amazed. "Are you so good?" Yuan Yijing's face was dark. "I'm not that bad yet, but Miss Ben said that there is a fair competition." Han Feng immediately changed the subject. "Where's Yaqing?" Yuan Yijing's face was stinky. "I was asked by Elder Tianqing to retreat a few days ago, and she still doesn't know about you. If Yaqing Layer asked me to take care of you before the retreat, I would be too lazy to care about you." Wanchen handed farewell at this time. "Since you are sure, we will wait and see, and we will not disturb your cultivation." Several people originally came to see what Han Feng planned. Since Han Feng is confident, they can only believe in Korean style. Han Feng did not leave the fore, and now his time is indeed very tight. Han Feng was just about to go back to the house, but Zhang Fuyu had already left. Seeing Han Feng, Zhang Fuyu's cold face revealed a little curiosity. "What happened?" "It's not a big deal." Han Feng simply told the whole story. Zhang Fuyu's face was solemn. "Call me at that time. We stand together against the enemy." Thinking of the joint attack between himself and Zhang Fuyu, Han Feng was also moved, and immediately said with a smile, "Then thank you, brother Zhang." With the mental power swept away, Han Feng was shocked. "You have also been promoted to the peak of the 2nd star in the sky." "It's gone. Although it has just reached it, it cannot be compared with his peak limit. But you must know that when he first entered the inner courtyard, Zhang Fuyu was only in the middle stage of the 1st star of the sky, but he was the peak of the 1st star of the sky." The corner of Zhang Fuyu's mouth twitched. "It's all the effect of blood." Obviously, after the bloodline went further, Zhang Fuyu's cultivation had soared in a short period of time. Now that he is out of the customs, I am afraid that the further bloodline has been completely stabilized, and the effect of practicing alone is not great. Han Feng is envious. This is the difference. If he now has a high-level aptitude in the holy grade, and a bloodline similar to the blood of the god of war, after 38 days of cultivation in the Chien Karst cave and the earth vessel spring, it will only be a small peak of the 2-star peak limit, which would have broken through long ago. Heavenly rank 3-star, even more than the early days of rank 3-star. Fortunately, he still has the Tianhua Tower, and Han Fengxin is slightly balanced. Saying goodbye to Zhang Fuyu, Han Feng turned around and entered the house to practice, while Zhang Fuyu also went to the Earth Vein Yongquan to practice. Han Feng smiled, wondering what it would look like when Zhang Fuyu knew that the 3rd-level Yongquan district needed to consume 500 points a day. 9,000 points seems to be a lot, and in the third level Yongquan area, you can only practice for 18 days. Swallowing the pure yuan fruit source liquid, the surging energy overflows in Han Feng's body. The source liquid equivalent to a pure yuan fruit was completely absorbed, and Han Feng successfully broke through to the initial stage of the 3-star heaven. The second pure essence fruit source liquid was absorbed, and it only reached the initial limit. At the beginning, the 2 pure yuan source liquids allowed Han Feng to improve from the initial stage of the 1st star of the sky to the peak of the 1st star of the sky, and to the 3rd star of the sky. The effect of the source liquid of the low-grade pure yuangua is not very obvious. Compared with the Qian karst cave and even the earth vessel spring, it is still much faster. 3, 4, 5. The 9 pure yuan fruit source liquids were all absorbed, and Han Feng was raised to the peak limit of 3 stars in the sky. From the retreat to the present, it has only been more than 10 days, nearly 20 days. Compared with the original refining of pure yuan fruit source liquid, Han Feng, who has greatly improved his strength, is obviously much faster. It's time to refine the fire spirit orb. Han Feng took a deep breath and threw the fire spirit orb into the Rongyan cauldron. Fire spirit orb is not so easy to refine. It took 3 consecutive days to refine it with the holy flame of extreme day, and it took all of them to be refined into the source liquid. Although refining is difficult, it is precisely because of this that Han Feng is looking forward to the effect of the fire spirit pearl source liquid. At the 3-star level, every 2 pure yuan fruit source liquid can only raise a small realm of 1 star. What effect will the fire spirit bead be so difficult to refine? Taking a small mouthful of the fire spirit orb source liquid, Han Feng only felt that a flame riot broke out in his dantian. Countless terrifying fire attribute energies erupted. Han Feng's forehead instantly showed cold sweat, and his complexion was distorted. The 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art is running frantically. Part of the fire attribute energy is used by Han Feng to improve his cultivation, and part is used to improve the realm of the 9 flames and different fire art. Of course, this will affect the improvement of the cultivation base, but if you don't do this, it will be difficult to completely absorb even a small sip, let alone a whole jade bottle. Again, it doesn't matter much. Under the continuous operation of the 9 flames and different fires, the riotous fire attribute energy was suppressed and refined one by one, and Han Feng's complexion improved a lot. After absorbing it, Han Feng swallowed a sip again, without saying a word. After repeating this several times, Han Feng's expression froze instantly, milky white flames bloomed like refining, and a terrifying breath burst out. Heaven rank 4 stars. After a few mouthfuls of the source liquid of the fire spirit orb, Han Feng broke through the bottleneck and reached the early stage of the 4-star sky. The 3rd one. I'm so tired today, let's stop the 3 watch for the time being, and prepare for the 6th watch tomorrow. 4-star in the sky, the breakthrough is very fast, it seems that it has not been a few days. It is indeed the source liquid of the fire spirit bead. Han Feng slowly retracted the overflowing real energy into the body, and after a while, Han Feng picked up the container fire the jade bottle of Lingzhu source liquid. There are many more, I really look forward to what realm I can sprint all the way to. The cultivation base broke through, and when Han Feng absorbed it again, it was a lot easier, and there was no previous pressure. In the end, when more than 90% of the fire spirit orb's source liquid was consumed, Han Feng's cultivation base had already hit the limit of the 4-star peak of the sky. Only half a step away from Tianjia 5-star. There is not much energy left, and it is not enough to support me to break through to the 5-star level. It happens that the 9 flames and different fire art has been raised to the initial limit, and it is about to break through to the midterm. A small part of the remaining energy is used to impact the 9 flames and different fire art, which will impact the 9 flames and different fire art to the midterm realm. Hot flames waved out. After the breakthrough to the midterm, the power of the extreme day holy flame increased again. At this time, more than 30 days have passed since the retreat, of which it took nearly 20 days to absorb the pure essence fruit, and the rest is to absorb the source liquid of the fire spirit bead. More than 30 days, plus the more than 10 days in the earth vessel spring and the next few days in the Chi karst cave, there have been more than 50 days, and in a few days, the next wave of pure yuan fruit is about to mature. This time, Han Feng planted 16 pure yuan fruit. The sole grass Han Feng was put aside first and not planted. As early as Han Feng knew that his more than 100,000 points were deliberately spread out, Han Feng realized that he must improve his strength as soon as possible, so when the last round of pure yuan fruit matured, he deliberately suspended the cultivation of sole grass. So far, the flower of death and the essence grass origin liquid refined by Lin Qingshan are enough for Lin Qingshan to support her for a long time. Han Feng was very fortunate for this move, otherwise, only 9 pure yuan fruit would not be enough to improve the 4 major inheritance martial arts. There are still a few days to mature. In the meantime, Han Feng dodged and entered the time room to practice Xuanhuan's extermination slash, and did not come out until he reached the limit of what he could achieve so far. With Han Feng's current cultivation, he can only cultivate Xuanhuan's extermination slash to the realm of great success. After that, he raised his aptitude to the extreme first-class limit. The aptitude has been improved to such a level that it is considered to be above average in the entire inner courtyard. Han Feng sensed that the real yuan was about to move because of the improvement of aptitude, and the bottleneck of breaking through the 5-star was getting thinner and thinner. Thinking of the 6th floor of the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng became hot. If the 9 flames and different fire art is upgraded to the 6th level, as long as there are enough holy stones, his aptitude can be fully upgraded to the top level of holy quality. That means that even if there is nothing, he has a great possibility of hitting a higher level above the sanctuary. Han Feng doesn't know what this level is. There has never been such a strong person in Beizhou continent for tens of thousands of years, but Han Feng believes that when his cultivation reaches the high level of the sanctuary, he will definitely be able to understand such a level. Some information. Han Feng believes that in those ancient families, it is impossible to say everything, but there must be such masters in the ancient families. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng's mood gradually calmed down. Looking at the immature pure yuan fruit, Han Feng was just practicing the big red lotus seal. After more than a month of cultivation, except for the extreme day holy flame, the remaining 3 different fires basically reached the top primary level of different fires. Han Feng condensed the holy flame of the extreme day, and formed 1,080 handprints of the big red lotus seal in his hand, condensing the first red lotus warrior. The handprint of Dehenglianyan is indeed difficult, and Han Fengru has failed more than 10 times in succession at the peak of today's 4-star cultivation. More than 10 times in a row, Han Feng was tired and sweating profusely, and his body was also consuming a lot of real energy. After swallowing a mouthful of Lingshur source liquid, Han Feng continued to use it. 380 handprints, 400 handprints, 450 handprints, 600 handprints. Each time you fail, the next time you display more handprints. Time gradually passed. Unconsciously, Han Feng's big red lotus seal has reached 1,000 handprints, and only the last 80 handprints are left from 1,080, but the last 80 handprints, is more difficult. After dozens of consecutive failures, they were all stuck at 1,000 handprints and difficult to break through. If they did not reach 1,080 handprints, it would be difficult to condense the Red Lotus warriors of the heavenly rank. Han Feng frowned slightly. Could it be that my cultivation level is still too low? In this case, it happens that the pure essence fruit has just matured, so let's break through for the time being. Putting the big red lotus seal and the red lotus warrior aside, Han Feng refines the pure yuan fruit. One by one, the pure essence fruit source liquid was swallowed, and the fire attribute energy was suppressed and absorbed. After all, the pure essence fruit in Han Feng's hands is a low-grade, pure essence fruit. For the middle stage of the sky, the improvement is extremely limited. There are 6 pure yuan fruit source liquid, so that Han Feng can reach the peak limit of the 4 stars of the sky. Breakthrough to the early stage of the 5-star level. Based on my current 5-star initial cultivation, the strongest martial skill, Song Yan's extermination slashing heaven, is only close to the peak of the ordinary 6-star sky, and it is absolutely impossible to surpass the 6-star sky. It's possible to reach the level of the 7 stars in the sky with the combination of the extreme day holy flame, but it's still too weak to deal with Yubin. Even if you use the Skyfire fighting body, you can only use the 10th initial stage, and at most, it will soar to the peak of the 5-star cultivation base, and the increase is not large. Even if I have 10 remaining pure essence fruits, Ding Tian will let me break through to the mid 5-star stage, which will not be effective in the later stage. The strongest combat power may reach the high-level sky level 7-star level, but the odds of winning are not great. So for now, the only way is to improve the level of martial arts. Of the 4 inherited martial arts, Han Feng chose the Skyfire fighting body and the Skyfire fighting fist to take the lead in improving. The pure essence fruit is limited, and the Skyfire seal and the Skyfire armor can only be slowed down first. The 2 major inheritance martial arts used 5 fire attribute pure essence fruits to make breakthroughs, and finally they were all elevated to the 10th late stage. This realm is already equivalent to the top-level mid-level heaven-level martial arts. Once the extreme day holy flame is integrated, the power is not weaker than the top-level high-level martial arts. At this time, Han Feng has the confidence to truly compete with Yubin, and even defeat it. The improvement of his cultivation made Han Feng feel as if he could easily display the 1080 handprints of the Great Red Lotus at this moment. Do what he thinks, Han Feng immediately restores his body to a perfect state, and uses his hands again and again. Han Feng was surprised. This time it reached 1038 handprints, and it suddenly increased by 38 handprints. This isn't even the limit. After only a few days of practice, Han Feng is sure to fully display the 1080 handprints. A few days later, the forceful energy slammed into Han Feng's body, and Han Feng's hands were imprinted, and his gestures were fast, forming dense afterimages. Strange energy fluctuations condensed from the front of Han Feng. Suddenly, a milky white flame rose up. Han Feng's eyes shot out a few flames, and the light flickered, only to hear Han Feng shout, "Big Red Lotus Seal, congeal. Red Lotus Warrior, condensed." The milky white flame rumbled and condensed into a ball in front of Han Feng in an instant. The next moment, a 3-meter-tall giant in milky white flame armor suddenly condensed, holding a gun in the right hand and a shield in the left. The surging flame and momentum burst out. This Red Lotus Warrior, condensed at the beginning, is already at the peak level of 4 stars in the sky. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Once condensed, it is the peak of the 4-star sky, which really surprised Han Feng. According to Han Feng's initial expectations, it is not bad to have a 4-star initial cultivation base in the sky. After all, the 9 flames and different fire art has only just broken through to the middle stage, and it is enough to stabilize the realm. Although it's a bit unexpected, but it's unexpectedly good. After practicing the 9 flames and different fire art, and constantly nourishing it, maybe it will be able to improve to the 5-star realm of heaven before the battle. As for the remaining 3, Han Feng once again condensed the Big Red Lotus Seal. 3080 handprints in a row, the remaining 3 Red Lotus Warriors have all condensed out, and their cultivation bases are not the same, but they are all at the level of 1 star. One is the peak limit of 1 star in the sky, the other is at the peak of 1 star in the sky, and the last one is only in the middle stage of the 1 star in the sky. Han Feng chose the Red Lotus Warrior with the peak limit of 1 star in the sky to focus on cultivation, and try his best to make this Red Lotus warrior break through to the 4th star in the sky before the battle, and then reach the peak limit of 3 stars in the sky. This is not impossible given that Han Feng is already a 5-star cultivation base in the sky, and the 9 flames and different fire art has also been upgraded to the midterm. In the blink of an eye, time passed in a hurry, and it was already the day before the date. At this time, Han Feng's cultivation base in the early stage of the 5-star rank has been completely stabilized, and the 4 Red Lotus warriors have also made breakthroughs. Han Feng pushed open the door and walked out, sighing in his heart, just give him 2 more months, no, it only takes 1 month, his cultivation can soar again. At most 1 month, the next round of pure essence fruit is about to mature, and it will take less than 10 days to refine and absorb it with the current cultivation base. Forget it, with my current strength, it is estimated that I can make many people's eyes widen and their eyes will fall out. It is not impossible for me to defeat Yu Bin. Sir, do you want to wash up after so many days of seclusion? Xiaoqi swept the floor in the courtyard and found that Han Feng stepped forward immediately. Han Feng hesitated for a moment and nodded. As a martial artist, especially a celestial rank martial artist, it doesn't matter if you do not eat for a year and a half in seclusion, and you don't organize your appearance. When you reach this realm, your body will generally not produce any impurities and dust. Therefore, after 3 months of seclusion and cultivation, what state was it before, what state is it still in now? It stands to reason that it is not a big problem not to wash up, but Han Feng feels that his body is not clean psychologically. And after 3 months of cultivation, I was indeed a little tired mentally. At this time I took a hot bath and my body and mind were comfortable. When Xiaoqi prepared the bath water, Han Feng let out a sigh of relief and dived into the water. On this day, Han Feng was almost resting, and all his cultivation was changed. I have to say that Xiaoqi's service is very satisfying, whether it is hot water or delicious food, Han Feng is extremely satisfied. When he was interested, Han Feng planned to give Xiaoqi some advice, which made Xiaoqi overjoyed. Isn't it just for this, that a servant like him serves so well? After teaching for a long time, Xiaoqi was like a treasure. What he didn't understand in practice before, now he has a feeling of enlightenment. Han Feng left behind some medicinal pills that he accidentally obtained in the past. You have worked hard these days, and I will leave these for you to practice. These are enough for you to cultivate to the peak of the Xian rank. At the peak of the Xuanjia level, in remote areas, it is considered a powerhouse. It's not hard. This is what the little ones should do, and the adults don't dare to accept them. Xiaoqi shook his head quickly. Xiaoqi really didn't feel that it was hard work. Han Feng's retreat was counted in months, and during this period, he just swept the floor and did some other sundries. Compared with those inner court warriors who let their servants do this, and that to satisfy their own vanity, Han Feng is simply too good to serve. Han Feng smiled, and his attitude became tougher. Take it. Seeing this, Xiaoqi had to accept the pill and leave. Han Feng did this because of Xiaoqi's sincerity and loyalty. As his servant, Xiaoqi leans on his back. Once something goes wrong with him, Xiaoqi will never feel better. Now that he is about to face a 6-star powerhouse in the sky, if he changed to someone else, he was afraid that he would have long ago worried that his master offended the master and looked for opportunities to leave. However, Xiaoqi's attitude remained unchanged as always. From this point, it is enough to look at Xiaoqi a lot. The next day, Han Feng left with awe and went to a battlefield in the inner courtyard. Zhang Fuyu waited quietly outside, and when he saw Han Feng, his mental power quickly probed. Han Feng smiled slightly and released the 5-star cultivation base. 5 stars on the rank of heaven. Zhang Fuyu's eyes flashed with shock, and he pursed his lips. Han Feng's cultivation at the moment, even if fighting Fuyu, can't calm down, and a turbulent wave is set off in his heart. In 3 months, he was only able to touch the bottleneck of 4 stars. After a long time, Zhang Fuyu sighed, "No wonder you are so confident. There is only 1 star difference between the initial 5-star Tianjia and the initial 6-star Tianjia." Zhang Fuyu also has some understanding of Han Feng's combat power, and he can basically surpass his own cultivation base by several stars every time. This is top-notch in the inner courtyard. The cultivation base is only 1 star weaker, maybe it is really possible to win. Zhang Fuyu shook his head and said, "I'm afraid you won't need my help anymore." Han Feng laughed and punched Zhang Fuyu. "This is not like the Zhang Fuyu I know. The Zhang Fuyu I know never sighs." Zhang Fuyu smiled slightly. "I'll let you see a joke, but you have to work hard. It's not as good as you now, but it won't be the same in the future. Don't worry, I won't let you surpass it so easily." Han Feng looked confident. "That's not necessarily." Zhang Fuyu smiled strangely, which made Han Feng extremely curious. Unfortunately, no matter how much he asked, Zhang Fuyu did not explain it again, so Han Feng had to give up the question. Battle Square. More than 100 people have gathered here. The crowd formed dozens of small groups, and people who knew each other gathered together to discuss in a low voice, and all of them glanced at the 4 people in the center of the square. These 4 people are Yu Ben, Gu Huichen, Xiong Buijin, and Hu Shifu. "Hey, this guy, Yu Ben, is really disrespectful. He has been cultivating in the inner courtyard for 5 years, yet he bullies a newcomer. Hey, it's not for long Juanqian's Jingyan. I heard that this newcomer killed several leaders of Jingyan, which led to the decline of Jingyan. Of course, Yu Ben, Long Juanqian's son-in-law, has to take revenge to get Long Junqian. It's important to you. This person is obviously a person from a big power, and his cultivation is not bad. He doesn't care about Long Junqian, so he calls his name directly, and his tone is quite disdainful. I'm curious as to how dare that newcomer dare to directly accept this fight. You must know that although the inner courtyard cannot kill people, serious injury and disability are inevitable. Medicine pills or spirit herbs also take a lot of time to recover, and even a careless move will lead to a setback in cultivation. An inner court martial artist became interested in Han Feng. So what if you don't agree? If you agree, you can still be praised for having a backbone. If you don't agree, you will not only be despised by others, but Yu Ben will also think of various ways to force him to agree. Yu Ben is determined to support Jingyan in the outer courtyard. This newcomer of Han style is in trouble. Shu, General Fei Yuan and Tian Yuan are coming. The crowd suddenly lowered their voices and looked at the 2 of them with fear in their eyes. Second more. The man on the left is a tall man in a tight-fitting samurai suit, with bulging muscles and explosive power. This person is Tian Yuan General, Jia Qing, one of the 3 Yuan generals who Long Junqian swung down. A cultivation base has already entered the 7-star level of the sky, and as a late-stage master of the sky, it is also a first-class level in the entire inner courtyard. On the right is a woman in red, holding a long purple gold whip, which is covered with barbs. This woman is Kong Wanyue, the last Fei Yuan general who took down the 3 Yuan generals by Long Junqian. Although the cultivation base did not break through to the late heaven rank, but it also reached the peak limit of the heaven rank 6-star, and 1 foot entered the late heaven rank. It is said that the breakthrough is very likely to be completed within 6 months. The crowd subconsciously made way for the 2 of them. In the crowd, most of them were elites around the 4-star rank. In the face of the masters of the level of San Yuan, especially the masters such as Long Junqian, they had to be afraid. Only a small number of elites who are also 5 or 6 stars in the sky, backed by strong men who are not weaker than Long Junqian, will face these 3 people with a normal attitude, but they dare not speak out provocatively. Why are you 2 here? Yu Ben frowned at the 2. Jiaqing snorted softly. of course I came to see that daring newcomer. Yubin was about to say something, when Kong Wanyue suddenly said softly, I know what you want to say, don't worry, the place where the adults retreated is guarded. Strictly, there will be no problem. There is an enchantment outside the villa, and no one will be foolish enough to sneak up on the adults, to disturb the adults' breakthrough. Yubin nodded slowly, that's right. Jiaqing rolled his eyes, you're just too nervous. Kong Wanyue glanced around for a week, that kid still has the future? Isn't he afraid to come? After all, he is a newcomer, how can he have the courage to fight against you? Yubin said lightly, it's too early to say anything before the time comes. Humph, if he doesn't show up, his reputation in the inner court will be stinky in the future, and he will be looked down upon by everyone. Yo, the 3 generals are here. It's really rare. You 3 will leave Long Junqian together. Are you tired of being a dog? A mocking voice sounded. The faces of the 3 of them changed greatly, their eyes swept away coldly, and a white-haired man shook the yellow paper fan in his hand and walked over indifferently. Facing the gazes of the 3, this person was not only not afraid, but had a joking look on his face. The strange thing is that Xuanhuan will just look angry, but not shot. Isn't this Xuanwu? Yes, it is him. Hey, this Xuanwu is also about to step into the 10-star existence, and it has been nearly 7 years since he came to the inner courtyard. It is said that Xuanwu also left behind forces in the outer courtyard before, but was destroyed by the Jingyun Hall created by Long Junqian. Long Junqian hates it so much. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and only a few dared to whisper Schadenfreude. Yubin and the others glared at Xuanwu, and Jiaqing said coldly, Headmaster Xian, it's better not to spit feces. Xuanwu dismissed, isn't it necessary to be a dog? You. Jiaqing gritted his teeth and wanted to start. Xuanwu looked disdainful, do you want to do it? Let Long Junqian come, you are not my opponent. In a word, Jiaqing endured. Xuanwu glanced at the 3. With a cheerful expression, Long Junqian killed the power I left in the outer courtyard at the beginning, and now Jingyun Hall is about to decline, but it is really retribution. It really makes me happy. No matter who the newcomer is, I'm guaranteed today. Master Xian is going to be hostile to us to the end? Yubin couldn't help asking when he heard this. Nonsense, how did we ever have harmony? Xuanwu resented again. If it wasn't for his qualifications not as good as Long Junqian's, he would have entered the inner court a year earlier than Long Junqian, but there was not much of a gap in combat power, and even now he has been defeated. Long Junqian overtook. He would definitely not let it go back then. Now he is powerless to resist Long Junqian's footsteps, but it is more than enough to save a newcomer, and he should also die of Long Junqian. With a blank expression, he glanced at Yubin and the 3 of them again, then turned and left. Only Yubin and the other 3 were left with gloomy eyes. Bastard! This Xuanwu. Jiaqing trembled in anger. Yubin also frowned. On the contrary, Kong Wanyue said lightly, it's just to see that the Lord is not there. If the Lord is there, forgive him for not having the courage to say what he said before. The same as the peak of the 9 stars in the sky, Long Junqian has retreated to attack the 10 stars in the sky, but Xuanwu still has not touched the bottleneck of breaking through the 10 stars. 9 stars and 10 stars, that is the gap between the later stage and the peak, and it is not so easy to break through. If it is just the difficulty of an ordinary star, Long Junqian has already reached 10 stars, far exceeding Long Junqian. Not only this gap, the same cultivation base has different combat power. The same cultivation base, the name of the inner court martial artist to Xuanwu is that he is about to enter the 10-star existence, but to Long Junqian, it is the existence that is about to enter the holy list. The reason is because Long Junqian's combat power is stronger. Once he breaks through to the 10-star level, it is very likely that he will be pulled down from the 36th place on the manifestation list. And Xuanhuan, even if he breaks through to 10 stars, may not be able to enter the holy list. Kong Wanhua smiled grimly. Want to keep that newcomer? The three of us shot together, so we might not be afraid of him. Thinking of this, Yu Ben and Jiaqing nodded, their expressions softened slightly. Time passed by, one after another. Some powerhouses came one after another. Most of them were generals under the sub-Ritter master level of the major forces, and only a few were the sub-Ritter master level characters of the same level as Long Junqian. Some of these people are naturally friends with Long Junqian, and they have to support Yu Ben and others, and some of them do not deal with Long Junqian and ridicule Yu Ben and others. It's more of nothing to do with oneself, just to join in the fun. Suddenly, there was an uproar from behind the crowd. The crowd quickly gave way. Xuanhuan and the others, Yu Ben and the others turned their heads and looked at them, their faces changed drastically. The one who came was a burly man with red hair. He was stronger than Jiaqing. There is a deep scratch under the man's right eye, and the scratch is directly under the ear, making the whole person even more hideous. Seeing this person, Xuanhuan gasped, King Yan Xinglei. In the inner court powerhouse list, the powerhouses on the semi-holy list and the powerhouses on the manifesto list have their own titles. Generally speaking, the powerhouses on the semi-holy list are linked to the emperor or emperor, while the manifesto list is linked to the king. Under the manifesto list, there is a certain sub-helmet, and further down, it is a general level title like Sanyuanjiang. Not everyone has the title of general. If you practice alone, you will not have such a title without joining any forces. The title of King of Flame is enough to show that Xinglei, a burly red-haired man, is a strong man on the list of saints. That status is far beyond what everyone present can compare. Lord Flame King. See Lord Yan Wang. Everyone looked respectful. Lord Yan, why are you here? Xuanhuan, Yu Ben and the others showed a far-fetched smile. This kind of battle should not be enough to attract a master of this level. What? Can't I come? Xinglei glanced fiercely. No, it's our honor to have you here. Yu Ben immediately flattered. Xinglei laughed, since you said that, how about being a referee for you? Yu Ben and the others were stunned for a moment, but they did not refuse. Then I will trouble the Lord Yan. The third one. The enthusiasm of King Yan's arrival gradually faded, and everyone thought in their hearts, what is the meaning of King Yan's arrival? Is it really purely to be a referee? To be a judge for a newbie and a 6-star heaven rank, for King Yan, it is a price drop. King Yan, that is a very high-ranking existence on the manifestation ranking, and his cultivation base has already reached the 12th star level. Long Junqian's prospects may be good, but from the current point of view, he is far from King Yan. It was not long before everyone finally understood. Yijin, how are you doing? When Yuan Yijin and others just arrived, Xinglei's eyes suddenly lit up, and an afterimage flashed by. Xinglei had already rushed to Yuan Yijin and others, his face full of tenderness. Yuan Yijin frowned, why are you here? Obviously, Yuan Yijin didn't have much of a cold with Xinglei. Haha, by chance, by chance. Xinglei touched the back of his head and grinned. Seeing Yuan Yijin's eyes light up, if there is a tail, Xinglei is afraid that he will shake. Wan Chen's few were dumbfounded when they saw such a burly man with such a ferocious face. Such behavior is completely inconsistent with such a face. Yuan Yijin rolled his eyes, by chance? When she is an idiot? Someone must have told Xinglei the news in advance. How Meili covered her mouth and smiled, Yijin, don't you want to introduce me? This girl, Xinglei is going down, yes, yes. Xinglei secretly looked at Yuan Yijin while hesitating. Yuan Yijin hurriedly said, just an ordinary friend. Xinglei looked disappointed. Xinglei, could it be? How Mei Li, Xuanhuan and Wan Chen were all taken aback. This allowed Xing Lei to regain some vitality, and his expression showed a hint of pride. But at this moment, Wan Chen's expression changed. It's that kid Han Feng who is here. When it comes to Han Feng, Xing Lei's face also shows vigilance and hostility. He bought a small servant next to Elder Tianqing at a large price, knowing that Yuan Yijing came here to be a backer for Han Feng. Xing Lei looked at Han Feng very unfriendly, like a rival in love, as if Han Feng was a hungry wolf. As soon as Han Feng arrived, he felt a wolf-proof gaze fell on him. Han Feng. This is... Han Feng looked at Xing Lei hesitantly and asked Wan Chen and others. Xing Lei snorted coldly, raised his chin slightly, and looked contemptuous. Just such a little white face wants to hook up with brocade clothes? I guess I won't be able to do it for a few minutes in bed. Xing Lei thought with contempt in his heart. Han Feng, this is King Yan Xing Lei, the sixth master of the manifestation list. It turned out to be Lord Yan. Han Feng's expression froze. How could such a master come here? Even hostile to him. Wan Chen also noticed something was wrong at this time, and was a little overwhelmed. Hey, this kid has made a lot of enemies. Jiaqing gloated. Yubin held his chin and pondered. I always feel that something is wrong. I always thought that King Yan was here to wait for Miss Yuan. Now it seems that it is not only Miss Yuan, but this kid. What do you think about so much? All in all, offending King Yan is more terrifying than offending our adults. This kid is finished today. Jiaqing joked. Kong Wanyua's face sank. Don't think so simply, this matter is really wrong. Yuan Yijing also noticed Xing Lei's hostility, frowned slightly, and immediately changed the subject. Kid Han Feng, are you sure today? If you are not sure, as long as Miss Ben says a word, Yu Ben will never dare to say it. What? Behind Yuan Yijing is the elder Tian Xing, who is the peak powerhouse of the sanctuary. The giants of the inner courtyard. Even in the first-rank empires of the Beizhou continent, there will be no more than one palm with the cultivation of the elders of heavenly punishment. Han Feng shook his head. No, I'm sure. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng asked, Yaqing hasn't left the customs yet? Of course. Do you think that cultivating at the heaven level is as simple as the earth level? Can you break through a one-star level with just a little practice? While speaking, Yuan Yijing's mental power swept towards Han Feng, and was instantly dumbfounded. Heaven. Heaven. Shoo. Han Feng immediately raised his index finger. Yuan Yijing swallowed the 5 stars with difficulty. Wan Chen and the others' mental strength was not as good as Han Feng's, even far lower than Han Feng's. At this time it was impossible to directly observe Han Feng's cultivation, unless Han Feng deliberately did not use his mental power to resist. Yuan Yijing knew that Han Feng was trying to be surprised. He rolled his eyes, smiled, and took out a bead. This is the Lianqi bead given to me by Elder Tianqing. With this bead, Yu Ben and others will not be able to detect it. To your cultivation. Such behavior, even if Wan Chen and others can't guess Han Feng's specific cultivation, they know that Han Feng must have improved greatly, otherwise Yuan Yijing would not be like this. Xing Lei increasingly disliked Han Feng, and the hostility was about to turn into reality. Being stared at by the 12-star powerhouse in the sky, Han Feng's face was slightly pale, and he was almost out of breath. No matter how stupid Yuan Yijing was, he also understood why Xing Lei didn't like Han Feng so much. He couldn't laugh or cry, and said lightly, I was entrusted to take care of Han Feng. You think too much. Really? Xing Lei looked surprised. He didn't care to show Han Feng's face. He quickly turned his head to look at Yuan Yijing expectantly. Yuan Yijing's head buzzed. Please, it's my good sister. If you are so hostile to Han Feng again, be careful that my good sister is annoyed and gives you small shoes. Xing Lei froze. put away the hostility on his face, and immediately hugged Han Feng with a good attitude of the two brothers. Haha, boy, I'm optimistic about you, you must show off your power today. Han Feng didn't know what to say, so he forced a smile and said, Brother Xing, let go, I can hardly breathe. Xing Lei immediately put away his arms and flattered, I'm a rough person, I didn't hurt my brother. Han Feng was speechless, so afraid of being warned by the people around Yuan Yijin. Okay, it's time for a date, don't hurry up. Yuan Yijin waved his hand impatiently. Xing Lei could only swallow what he wanted to say, and aggrievedly led Han Feng to Yu Bin and others. Hao Meili was stunned for a moment, then smiled in a low voice, this Xing Lei looks quite big, and he doesn't look like a good person, but I didn't expect his real personality to be like this. It's too late to hold on to it. Yuan Yijin's expression was tangled. Let's not say that I don't like men, even if I like men, he is not my lady's dish. Hao Meili gloated, then you are busy. I don't think Xing Lei can give up easily. Yuan Yijin supported his forehead, because of this, I don't know how to face him, the wounds on his face were all left to save me before, knowing that I can't give him hope, I still owe such a huge amount of money. Debt, alas. Not to mention Yuan Yijin's entanglement, the rest of the inner court martial artists watched in shock as Xing Lei and Han Feng walked along the way. What is happening? Obviously this was not the case before, how could it happen in a blink of an eye? Yu Bin's face was gloomy, such a situation was not something they could have expected before. Jiaqing looked indignant, what should I do? What if you are about to win and the King of Flame suddenly intervenes? Yu Bin's face changed, and he said for a long time, you can only sign a contract and fight in the ethereal space. Void space. Both Jiaqing and Kong Wanyue's expressions changed drastically. For more completed. Ask for flowers. When Han Feng and Xing Lei came over, Yu Bin's mental power immediately searched, but he couldn't find anything. Not even the slightest fluctuation could be sensed. This situation can only show that Han Feng has an existence that can hide his realm. Yu Bin squinted slightly, is this going to be a surprise? With a sneer, how much can I improve in 3 months? Yu Bin already has high regard for Han Feng, but even so, he does not think that Han Feng will be able to break through to the 4-star level in 3 months. From Yu Bin's point of view, reaching the peak of the 3-star rank is already amazing. Xing Lei glared in a circle, Brother Han will be covered by Lao Tzu from now on. Whoever dares to deal with Brother Han will be my enemy. Hiss. Everyone gasped, what was going on? The two met for the first time, and Xing Lei actually said such a thing. Everyone turned their envious gazes on Han Feng. With a strong man like Xing Lei protecting him, in the inner courtyard, even the subredder masters of the big forces, and even those ranked at the bottom of the manifesto list, did not dare to provoke them at will. Korean style. But immediately everyone remembered that this son still has a hurdle to pass today. Facing the envious eyes of everyone, Han Feng knew that it was just that Xing Lei didn't want to be put on shoes. The two really didn't have a close friendship, and they could only be called ordinary people. Yu Bin was expressionless, and said lightly, how dare you follow me to the void space for a battle? Everyone's expressions were stunned at first, and then they took a breath. Xing Lei's face sank, didn't you hear what I said? Han Feng looked puzzled. Seeing Han Feng's strange fire, Xing Lei immediately explained, if you fight in this square, I can protect you 1 or 2 times, and save you when you lose. But in the virtual space, no one can intervene, unless one of the 2 sides dies in battle, the void space will never release anyone. There are strict regulations in the inner courtyard that do not allow killing, but it is different in the virtual space. If you want to enter the virtual space to fight, you need the consent of both parties. I have stayed in the inner courtyard for nearly 10 years, and the virtual space has only been open 3 times. This is your 4th time. Han Feng knew, no wonder Xing Lei was so angry. Going to the void space to fight, Yubin clearly wanted to fight with him forever. Xinglei just spoke, and Yubin said so. It was like hitting Xinglei's face. No wonder Xinglei's face was so dark. Squinting, void spirit space, isn't it endless? It's okay, it's not certain who will die by then. Yubin didn't want Xianwu and Xinglei to intervene, and Han Feng wanted Fei Yuan and Tian Yuan to intervene. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. This is your own death, but you can't blame others. Do you dare or dare? Yubin was aggressive, his eyes directed at Han Feng. Xinglei was furious, and Xianwu stood up at the right time and said coldly, as expected of Long Juanqian's dog, it is simply contaminated with all of Long Juanqian's temperament, so shameless. As an old man in the inner courtyard for 5 years, bullying the newcomer, and wanting to fight in the void space, you are simply going to put people into a dead end. The void space has been unfolded 3 times, but which time is not the difference in the combat power between the two sides. Otherwise, in the case of endless immortality, in the case of a huge difference between the two sides, who would go to the virtual space knowing that they are going to die? Anyway, the void space requires both parties to be willing to enter, and can the other party force it if they are not willing? Xianwu turned to look at Han Feng. Han Feng. As long as you don't want to, you can completely refuse. In this case, no one will look down on you, so don't worry. As long as you don't want to, I guarantee that these people can't help you. It is not cowardice to shrink back knowing that you will die, but reason. Only when you step back rationally, will you have the possibility of revenge in the future. If you die, you will really have nothing. Han Feng clasped his fists. Thank you for your help, but my brother is willing to enter the virtual space to fight. What? Xianwu and the others looked at Han Feng in disbelief. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? Yubin said lightly, if that's the case, let's open the void space. Gu Huichen, the 3 of you will join in the first game. This time, everyone looked at Yubin with more and more contempt. He oppressed the newcomer so much and wanted to kill the newcomer. Before the battle, they had to send someone to consume the newcomer's physical strength. The 3 sent out were all 4-star experts in the sky, which was too deceiving. Everyone looked at Han Feng with a strange look on his face. This kid won't agree again, then there is really something wrong with his brain. Yubin stared at Han Feng. These 3 are all your defeats, you won't dare. As soon as these words came out, everyone was taken aback again, but this time, everyone's eyes were on Gu Huichen and the others. As an old man, he actually lost to a newcomer. Gu Huichen and the 3 looked embarrassed, but they did not dare to vent their anger on Yubin, so they had to turn their anger on Han Feng. Han Feng's face was light. No, no, no. Xinglei frowned. Brother Han Feng, you have to think clearly. As long as you don't want to, there is a brother and I, how can these guys dare not take you? Han Feng shook his head. Brother Xing, don't worry, I will only agree when I am sure. Seeing this, Xinglei had to step back, looking at Yubin and the others with extremely fierce eyes. Han Feng took out the gold medal of the King of War, and the 3 of Gu Huichen did the same. 4 rays of light burst out from the gold of the King of War and hit the sky. Boom! The 4 rays of light collided, and a loud noise suddenly erupted, and then, the 4 rays of light came to open a passage like a black hole. Through this passage, you can vaguely see a scene full of stars inside. At this moment, 4 rays of light descended from the sky, hitting the 4 Han Feng instantly, and the 4 Han Feng instantly turned into a streamer and flew behind the black hole. The black hole channel slowly closed, and the next moment, a huge light curtain appeared in front of everyone. In the light curtain, it was the situation of Han Feng and Gu Huichen. In the virtual space. The body of the ice demon, congeal. The body of the fire demon, congeal. Blood of the mad bear, congeal. The body of holy thunder, congeal. Boom boom boom. 4 powerful breaths rose into the sky. Being in the void space, there are no huge restrictions on the heaven order. This virtual space, as if floating in the universe, is surrounded by endless stars. Fortunately, everyone is already strong in the sky and can fly in the sky, and there is no serious problem in moving in this virtual space. Han Feng's eyes were condensed, and the cultivation of the three was clearly presented in Han Feng's eyes. Hu Shifu's ice demon body was already at the early stage of the 4-star rank, but his realm was still unstable, as was the fire demon body. However, Gu Huichen and Xiong Buijin have both been promoted to the mid-level realm of the 4-star rank, and the realm is extremely stable. Go ahead. Han Feng waved to the three of them, as if he was not fighting, but pointing them. The three were instantly furious. Boy is courting death. Xiong Buijin took the lead, knowing that Han Feng was strong. Xiong Buijin did not keep his hand as soon as he shot. 9 Bears Paw Nebula. It has been half a year since the inner court assessment, and Xiong Buijin has not been in vain for the past 6 months. This nebula 9 Bears Paws has been cultivated by Xiong Buijin to the state of perfection. The 5th is complete. Ask for flowers. I didn't expect to write so much before the fight, but Xianwu and Xinglei will still be useful in the future, and they must be brought out. Nebula's 9 Bears Paw, who is cultivated to the state of perfection, is no longer comparable to the power of that day. Not to mention that the current Xiong Buijin's cultivation base is not a 1-star in the sky, but a middle stage 4-star in the sky. Even if the Nebula 9 Bears Paw is not a top-level mid-level sky-level martial skill, this blow is enough to be comparable to that of an ordinary 5-star early-stage powerhouse. It is even comparable to the ordinary mid-level 5-star level. Brother Nebula, thousands of meters in size, came out of the sky, and the stars around him seemed to be squeezed out. Humph! Facing such a palm, Han Feng just snorted, and his hand suddenly condensed countless afterimage fingerprints in a moment. Red Lotus Warrior, come out. In front of Han Feng, the Red Lotus Warrior was hundreds of meters high without being suppressed by the enchantment. The Red Lotus Warrior, who was burning with milky white flames, slashed fiercely between the red lotuses in his hands. The Extreme Day Holy Flame Red Lotus Warrior is at the early stage of the 5-star rank, and this cut is more powerful. The milky white flame turned into a dazzling light of nearly a kilometer, and it shot directly at Nebula Bear's paw like a long spear. To break the face. This ray of light looks inconspicuous to Nebula Bear Paw, but when this bright milky white light hits Nebula Bear Paw's palm, it suddenly exerts force like a drill and spins. Boom boom boom. Countless flames and brown-yellow light burst forth. The dazzling milky white light directly penetrated the Nebula Bear's paw. Shot at Xiong Buijin. Xiong Buijin's complexion changed greatly, he quickly retreated, the Red Lotus Warrior kicked his body, and his entire body hit Xiong Buijin like a ray of light in an instant. But at this moment, 3 rays of light attacked Han Feng from one left and one right. They were Hu Shifu's body of Ice Demon and Fire Demon, and Gu Huichen's body of Holy Thunder. Ice Crystal Rising Dragon Bully. Fire Fury Rising Dragon Fist. Thunderbolt Shot. The 1,000-meter ice dragon roared fiercely and roared out. Followed by the huge fire dragon that is no weaker than the ice dragon. On the other side, the thunder gun with a length of nearly 10,000 meters flickered with thunder and lightning, like a thunder in the end of the world. Han Feng quickly retreated, but the 2 giant dragons and the thunder gun were getting closer and closer. Skyfire Fighting Fist. Han Feng controlled his breath at the peak level of the 4-star peak of the sky, and the Tianhua Xuanhuan broke out in the late 10th stage. The Crimson Flame Fist swallowed the 2 giant dragons and the thunder gun in an instant. The next moment, the Flame Fist turned into a terrifying flame vortex, completely annihilating the dragon and the thunder gun. The 4-star peak of the sky rank. Hu Shifu and Gu Huichen's faces changed drastically, with expressions of horror on their faces. Even though they had already overestimated Han Feng, they never thought that Han Feng would reach such a level. 3 months ago, Han Feng was only at the peak of the 2-star rank. In just 3 months, he directly increased 2 stars. One of them was a huge bottleneck in the early and midterm, which made Gu Huichen and others unacceptable. In the late 10th stage of Tianhua Fighting Fist, it is already a mid-level heavenly martial skill that is not weaker than the top level. With Han Feng's current 4-star peak cultivation base, the power of this blow is no weaker than that of ordinary heaven. Rank 5-star peak limit, and even win slightly. And Hu Shifu and Gu Huichen's blows are amazing, that is, they are comparable to the first and middle stages of the ordinary 5-star level. Where can it compare to Han Feng's blow? The terrifying flame vortex is getting bigger and bigger, and endless flames burst out, and immediately rushed out with amazing suction, as if to suck everything into the vortex. The flame vortex of nearly 10,000 meters, like a giant beast with ferocious fangs, will completely devour both Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu. Even the surrounding stars seemed to be unable to resist such suction and approached slowly. Oops! When this suction came out, Hu Shifu and Gu Huichen's expressions changed greatly, and it was too late to retreat, so they had to support such a vortex of flames. During the period, they must constantly resist the flames that are ejected from the flame vortex. There was a smile on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. The 10th level Skyfire Fighting Fist has already gained such power. I don't know if it will be stronger in the future, whether it will directly swallow an empire. Gu Huichen and Hu Shifu struggled to resist the vortex of flames, and Xiong Buijin was not much better. The cultivation base of the Red Lotus warrior was enough to overwhelm Xiong Buijin, and Xiong Buijin had no power to resist. Seeing for a moment, Xiong Buijin's body was full of scars after turning into a mad bear. Titan is brutal. Xiong Buijin was forced to the limit and roared, his whole body like half a meteorite, slammed straight into the Red Lotus warrior. And the Red Lotus warrior just blocked the shield in front of him. Boom! The Red Lotus warrior didn't move, but Xiong Buijin himself was knocked out. The Red Lotus sword in the hands of the Red Lotus warrior split, and Xiong Buijin vomited blood again. Outside, the expressions of Yubin and the 3 were a little unsightly. Yubin knew that the 3 of them might not be of much use, but he didn't expect the 3 of them to be useless to this extent. After all, the 3 of them have broken through to the middle stage of the heavenly rank in the past 3 months, and they are considered elites. To Han Feng, Yubin didn't dare to be careless. Seeing that Yubin lost face, Xuanhuan sneered again. To vent the anger that Long Junqian has suppressed over the years. Xing Lei's eyes widened. This kid's combat power is really amazing. He doesn't look like a newcomer at all, no wonder he is so confident. But Xing Lei frowned slightly. Only this level, he will not be Yubin's opponent. The 5 Wan Chen had seen Han Feng fighting before, and the 4 of them looked at each other, and they all showed strange faces. Under normal circumstances, there is such combat power, then after. If the 4 of them were still a little worried before, and had doubts about whether Han Feng could defeat Yubin, they now have some confidence. As for the other inner court martial artists, some of the early days of the heavenly rank had a complicated look, while the middle heavenly rank showed their vigilance. With such combat power, they need to be cautious in the future, and can no longer treat this newcomer called Han Feng with the attitude of treating other newcomers. As for the late-stage warriors, they sighed. As long as this Han Feng is not dead, it is conceivable that a rising star will rise in the inner courtyard. If it wasn't before King Yan Xing Lei, they would still be able to suppress them, but now. Still a good deal. Thinking of this, they looked at Yubin and others, with a little gloating. In the void space, the Red Lotus warrior stepped forward, and suddenly the Red Lotus sword slashed again, and this time, Xiong Buijin, who was already seriously injured, could no longer resist, and was directly killed by the Red Lotus warrior. On the other side, Hu Shifu couldn't help roaring again and again, "Ice flame hell! This is the last he can do now." The body of the ice demon and the body of the fire demon have broken through to the 4-star level of the sky. Although the realm is unstable, this time the ice hell has become stronger. The power is not weaker than the high-grade martial skill level of the sky. The power of this blow surpassed the peak of the 5-star sky. It is truly comparable to the 6-star level of the sky. The flame vortex collided with the meteorite with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters. Strangely, this time there were no earth-shattering explosions and fluctuations. The flame vortex and the meteorite blended together, strangely, one wanted to devour, the other wanted to break through. Good opportunity. Gu Huichen was overjoyed, his eyes were ferocious, and he was ready to take this opportunity to sneak attack on Han Feng. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Yesterday, the 6th watch was late and I was very sleepy. I wanted to sleep on the bed for a while, but I fell asleep unexpectedly. I will make up for the 6th watch today, at least 5. The excited Gu Huichen ignored the crisis from behind. In other words, Gu Huichen did not expect Xiong Buijing to be beheaded by the Red Lotus warrior in a short period of time. Therefore, when the sword of the Red Lotus sword slashed down, Gu Huichen's face was still unwilling, the light in his eyes dimmed, and he completely fell. What? Gu Huichen's death shocked Hu Shifu, and fear rose in his heart. At this moment, Hu Shifu was extremely regretful. Now that he is attacked from both sides, he has fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Han Feng looked at Hu Shifu with a dignified expression. Whether it is Xiong Buijing or Gu Huichen, Han Feng is too concerned about it, but only Hu Shifu, the hell of ice flames is really powerful. If you don't show some means, I'm afraid it can't be solved easily. Just when Han Feng was about to perform the Tsangyan extermination / Han Feng was suddenly stunned. I saw Hu Shifu's fire demon body suddenly burst open, Hu Shifu's ice demon body was directly attacked, and he vomited blood again and again. At this moment, the meteorite with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters had no follow-up energy to maintain, and in the blink of an eye, most of it was swallowed by the flame vortex. What's going on? Han Feng said in surprise. The Red Lotus warrior took the opportunity to behead with a sword, and Hu Shifu, who was seriously injured and counterattacked, was beheaded without any resistance, just like Xiong Buijing. Although Han Feng wondered why the body of the fire demon suddenly burst, but now that Hu Shifu is dead, this question can only be kept in mind. Han Feng didn't know that Hu Shifu forcibly rose to the top of Samsung within 3 months for the body of the fire demon, and then the body of the ice demon and the body of the fire demon broke through to the middle stage of the sky, swallowing a certain kind of monster with great sequelae. Elixir. This elixir made the body of the fire demon soar in a short period of time. It would have returned to its original cultivation level after time. However, because of his special physique, Hu Shifu took the opportunity to break through the body of the ice demon to 4 stars in the sky. The level, even with the body of the fire demon, has broken through. Because of the special physique, the sequelae that originally had to restore to the original cultivation base, and the cultivation base would be reduced, did not occur, but delayed a lot later. During this period, the situation of the fire demon's body was extremely unstable. Just now, it was because of Hu Shifu's despair that the stability of the fire demon's body was broken, resulting in an explosion. The 3 of Gu Huichen died, and the star-like light enveloped Han Feng, and then Han Feng disappeared. Outside world. With a flash of light, Han Feng's figure flashed. With a chuckle, now it's our turn for the real fight. Yu Bin's eyes were gloomy, and his heart was angry. 3 wastes, they didn't even force out the opponent's trump card. According to the information, Yu Bin already knew about Skyfire Fighting Fist, and even Yu Bin knew that Han Feng possessed high-grade martial arts skills. Top-grade martial arts. Only when he has personally seen the high-grade martial arts of the heavenly rank can he prepare in advance. And now, apart from exposing a strange energy condensate, there is nothing else. However, it was an energy condensate at the early stage of the 5-star level. Yubin did not take it seriously. In Yubin's view, this energy condensate was not even a trump card. With a sneer, Yubin took out the Battle King gold medal, and the two came to the ethereal space again. In the virtual space, Yubin was suspended in the endless starlight, and his short stature brought a strong oppression to Han Feng at this moment. Looking at Han Feng, who was oppressed by him with a pale face, Yubin smiled slightly. The next moment, Yubin had disappeared in place. When Yubin reappeared, he was already directly above Han Feng. Cross quadruple strike. Yubin stretched out his arm, drew a cross in the void, and shot out a series of quadruple cross slashes. Han Feng suddenly flashed and dodged quickly, but the cross slash followed closely behind, not only did not separate the distance, but got closer and closer. Yubin said lightly, although this martial skill level is not worth mentioning, it can be used by this general, and it is not something you can resist with your little 4-star rank. Seeing that Han Feng could not dodge, he twisted his body immediately, and Tianhua Zhanchuan punched out. Boom! The first slash of the cross slash was slightly resisted by the giant flame fist for a while, but after the second slash and the first slash were combined, the giant flame fist was instantly pierced by the cross slash. Seeing that Han Feng was about to be hit by the cross slash, Yubin smiled. No matter how talented you are, in the face of the huge gap in strength, no matter how talented you are, you can only be slaughtered. Everyone in the outside world showed regretful eyes, obviously not feeling that Han Feng could survive under the cross slash. Of course, the cross slash is just an ordinary low-level martial skill of the sky, and it can be used by Yubin, a mid-level 6-star martial artist, and there is no problem in hitting the ordinary 6-star peak-level martial artist. Among the crowd, only Wan Chen and the others looked better. Although they couldn't help but feel a little worried, they didn't think Han Feng couldn't even overcome this difficulty. Jia Qing and Kong Wanyue stared at the light curtain in the sky. In the void space, Han Feng immediately condensed the Red Lotus warrior. Yubin sneered, "What's the use of the mere 5-star energy body? Could it be that you think the 5-star heaven can resist it?" Han Feng ignored Yubin, and at the same time he quickly retreated, his hands formed after images. The second, the third, the fourth. 4 Red Lotus warriors burning with different kinds of fire condensed out. Yubin's expression suddenly changed, but when he found out that one of the other 3 was at the level of 4 stars, and the remaining 2 were only 2 stars, Yubin sneered again. Now, the cross slash is getting closer and closer, and Han Feng can even feel the strong energy fluctuations from the cross slash. Han Feng has no doubt that with his current physical state, once he is hit, he will be severely injured, and it is more likely that he will be instantly killed. Fusion. Han Feng completed the last handprint, his hands clasped together suddenly, and he shouted loudly at the same time. The 4 Red Lotus warriors actually merged into one under Yubin's astonished gaze. The final formed Red Lotus warrior, without the suppression of the enchantment, has a body size of thousands of meters. The giant Red Lotus warrior, the cultivation base, has jumped to the early stage of the 6-star level. The giant Red Lotus warrior waved the Red Lotus sword in his hand, picked up the shield in his left hand, and blocked it in front of him. The first and second cross slashes instantly slashed on top of the shield. The huge impact force caused the giant Red Lotus warrior to fly upside down. Under the weakening of the shield, the power of the cross cut became weaker and weaker. When it weakened to a certain extent, the giant Red Lotus warrior slashed down with one sword. Bang! The terrifying energy rioted and poured out all around. Countless energy storms rose into the sky, and the surrounding starlight also swayed at this moment. Han Feng had unwittingly displayed the Skyfire armor and retreated far away. These energy storms did not affect Han Feng at all. And Yu Bin, relying on his strong cultivation, when the energy storm blew over, his sleeve robe slammed, and a 5-star icy blue ice crystal blocked Yu Bin like a shield. The energy storm that bombarded away was eventually directly frozen. At this moment, Yu Bin's ice attribute was completely exposed. The previous cross-slash was just a non-attribute martial skill with no attributes. Naturally, martial artists of all attributes could cultivate, but in contrast, the power was much worse. Second more. The first and second cross-slashes were broken by the Red Lotus Warrior, and the third and fourth slashes were also resisted by the Red Lotus Warrior in the same manner. Yu Bin's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect this inconspicuous energy body to have such abilities. No wonder you are so confident. Only with this energy body, among the middle-level elites, you can be considered to be able to enter the middle level. Unfortunately, just relying on this little energy body to fight against this general is a fool's dream. Just as Yu Bin was about to use his martial skills, the giant Red Lotus Warrior suddenly flew towards Yu Bin. Yu Bin looked relaxed. Well, for the sake of your imminent death, I'll play with you. At some point in Yu Bin's hand, an ice blue long sword condensed, which was purely condensed from the ice element. Condensation. Han Feng shouted in the distance. The giant Red Lotus Warrior shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the energy was condensed to the extreme. What kind of tricks are you playing? Yu Bin frowned. Could it be that he was worried that his previous energy body was too large and that it would be inconvenient for him to fight? Thinking of this, Yu Bin looked contemptuous. Whether it's the giant form or the current form, it doesn't affect me in the slightest. Yu Bin and the Red Lotus Warrior quickly turned into two rays of light colliding. The sound of the ice sword and the Red Lotus sword slashing against each other came out one after another. Han Feng showed a sly smile without a trace, shrinking the giant Red Lotus Warrior. The energy in the body will be more condensed, and then. Outside world. Xuanhuan's voice was cold. I don't want to kill the opponent quickly, but I want to play, really. Jiaqing hurriedly said, it's not that you don't understand Yu Bin's temperament. It's not to humiliate that Han Feng. The strongest trump card is just a level of play for Yu Bin. If it was me, I would be crazy early. Xuanhuan sighed. Of course I know, but have you seen that kid's expression? There hasn't been much change from beginning to end. I'm always a little uneasy. Jiaqing smiled. It's just a 4-star cultivation base, you think too much. Yuan Yijin frowned. This martial skill, how come I haven't seen it before? Wan Chen, Hao Meili, Zhen Shui and Zhang Fuyu looked at each other. In the first battle that day, they had seen similar attacks. At this time, the four of them already knew what Han Feng was going to do next. Looking at Yu Bin in the light curtain, the four of them gloated. In the battle between Yu Bin and the Red Lotus Warrior, Yu Bin gradually gained the upper hand, and in the end, with the blessing of various ordinary martial arts, he even overwhelmed the Red Lotus Warrior. Seeing Yu Bin's vigilance getting weaker and weaker, Han Feng's eyes lit up, and the opportunity came. Big Red Lotus is angry. Han Feng slammed his hands into a seal and roared. The next moment, the Red Lotus Warrior threw away the Red Lotus sword and shield, and saved Yu Bin. Yu Bin didn't expect that the Red Lotus Warrior would be like this, and was caught off guard. Damn! The ice sword in Yu Bin's hand instantly pierced the Red Lotus Warrior, trying to let the Red Lotus Warrior release, but unfortunately. A manic, violent, and terrifying energy surged out of the Red Lotus Warrior's body. The palpitating scent covers the sky. Not good. At this moment, Yu Bin finally understood the purpose of the Red Lotus Warrior's hugging her, and his face was horrified. Even if he is already a mid-level 6-star powerhouse, such a close-range attack. Can't let go. Yu Bin had to spread the ice attribute all over his body, and Yu Bin became an ice sculpture in an instant. rumbling. At the same time, the Red Lotus warrior exploded. Boom boom boom. A wave of energy shocks are like churning waves, constantly surging all around. A heavy wave of energy raised a height of more than 10,000 meters. Countless starlights were annihilated by waves of energy. Han Feng had already retreated very far, but now he is even further retreating. Relying on the defense of the Skyfire armor, the energy waves that hit Han Feng here are less than 1/10 of that at the center, so Han Feng easily resisted it. The Red Lotus warrior's cultivation base is already at the early stage of the 6-star level of the sky, and the blasting and destructive power of this big Red Lotus is comparable to the ordinary 7-star level of the sky. Han Feng believed that even if Yubin's real combat power far exceeded the level of the 7-star level, it was absolutely impossible not to be injured under the unprepared defense and carelessness. The fact is indeed as Han Feng expected, it was Yubin who froze himself in time, but he still couldn't stop the terrifying energy that exploded. At this time, Yubin, it is not an exaggeration to say that his clothes are ragged, there are burns all over his body, and blood is constantly spilling from the corners of his mouth. He is looking at Han Feng with cannibalistic eyes. Outside, Jia Cheng's face stiffened. He had just said that there was no problem when Yubin was injured, which was a shame. Kong Wanyue's tone was stern. Sure enough, this kid has been so quiet from the beginning, and he really has a trump card. So what, Yubin has suffered a loss now, and he will never show mercy in the future. Jia Cheng gritted his teeth. This time, Kong Wanyue did not refute any more, but nodded, that's true. Xing Lei rubbed his head, what a terrifying guy, he has only been so powerful in half a year, and after 2 or 3 years, the manifestation list will be replaced again. The faces of the 4 Wanchen didn't change in the slightest. If they really did, they could only be described as expected. In the ethereal space, Yubin looked gloomy. In the end, you underestimated you, but you also underestimated me. If I guessed correctly, you want to hit me hard with that previous move. Unfortunately, I did suffer from it. Injured, but not seriously injured. Since I haven't been seriously injured, then the next step is your dead end. Xianming bloodline, congeal. A phantom shadow of a giant beast appeared behind Yubin. This giant beast was purple-blue all over, the size of a hill, its head was like a dragon, its body was like a turtle, but its back was covered with ice crystals like the needles of a hedgehog. A vast air rushed towards him. Yubin's cultivation level soared one after another at this moment, and soon rose to the early stage of the 7 stars. The terrifying breath pressed against Han Feng wave after wave, and Han Feng struggled to support it. Outside, Yuan Yijin's eyes narrowed, and his tone was a little sigh. What is it that is used? Xianming bloodline. Yijin, isn't this Xianming bloodline very strange? It's just to raise the mid-6 star near-limit cultivation base to the reluctant early stage 7-star level. Although the improvement is not too small, it is not too much. I believe that many warriors in the academy, especially the strong ones on the manifesto list and half-holy list, can do it even at the rank of 6 stars, or even stronger. Hao Meili heard something wrong from Yuan Yijin's mouth, and immediately asked, sensitively. Could it be that this Xianming bloodline is not as simple as it appears? If this is the case, then Han Feng is really in trouble. Yuan Yijin shook his head slowly, that's not the case. Yubin's Xianming bloodline is as shown. If you really compare it, there are indeed many stronger than Yubin in the entire inner courtyard. But the origin of the Xianming bloodline is extremely difficult. My previous sighs were just lamenting that the powerful bloodline at the beginning has not fallen to such a level. The strong bloodline back then? Hao Meili, Shen Shui and Wan Chen were all curious. Only Zhang Fuyu's face changed, as if he had thought of something, and his face suddenly became, so it turns out to be that Xianming bloodline, Xianming beast. Yuan Yijin was really curious this time, obviously he didn't expect the newcomer, Zhang Fuyu, to know. The third one. Fist. You actually know. Yuan Yijin looked at Zhang Fuyu in amazement, and then nodded thoughtfully. I also looked at your bloodline. Could it be that you are? Hao Meili couldn't bear it any longer. What are you two playing a riddle? Hurry up and say. Although Hao Meili and Zhen Shui are not weak, they actually only rose in the last 10,000 years, and some ancient things are not known. Listening to Yuan Yijin's meaning, this Xianming bloodline must have been passed down for a very long time. Tens of thousands of years are only a few. Yuan Yijin stopped playing dumb and immediately explained, Xianming bloodline, to put it bluntly, is a bloodline inherited from Xianming beasts. Mysterious underworld beast? Hao Meili pondered hard. She knew a lot of beast races, but she had never heard of such a beast. Yuan Yijin continued, it's normal for you not to know about beauty. It is estimated that in the entire Forgotten Continent, only the very rare top forces and those ancient tribes know about it. This mysterious beast is actually a kind of divine beast on the continent of the gods. And it's not a divine beast in terms of strength, but a divine beast at the bloodline level. Beast. The faces of the three Wanchen changed wildly. Divine beast, that is beyond the existence of the sanctuary level. Especially this is a divine beast at the bloodline level. The strength of the beasts refers to the strength of the beasts beyond the sanctuary level, and the bloodline itself may not necessarily evolve to that level, and it is very likely that it is an individual mutation. The offspring born will need to practice again. And the divine beast at the bloodline level means that from the moment of birth, it has the strength beyond the sanctuary. Also known as the congenital beast. The divine beast in terms of strength is also known as the acquired divine beast. Hao Meili was stunned. No wonder they didn't know about the mysterious beast. There was no such existence in the Forgotten Continent. Not to mention the congenital divine beasts, there are almost no congenital holy beasts in the Forgotten Continent, and all of them are slowly cultivating from the lower level to the higher level. Hao Meili looked shocked. This Yubin's bloodline has such a history. It's surprising. At this moment, Hao Meili finally understood why Yuan Yijin was so embarrassed. With such a bloodline, it has fallen to such a point now that he has exerted the Xianming bloodline, and has barely been promoted from the middle stage of the 6 stars of the sky to the early stage of the 7 stars of the sky. This bloodline, I am afraid that it does not even have 100 billionth of the bloodline of the real mysterious beast. It's downright thin. Yuan Yijin sighed. It is said that when the Forgotten Continent was just separated from the continent of the gods, the Yu family was a superior force in the entire Forgotten Continent at that time. And the existence above the sanctuary. Speaking of this, Yuan Yijin was a little puzzled, but I don't know why. Since more than 100,000 years ago, this Yu family seems to have suffered a devastating blow, leading to the downfall of the entire Yu family. After more than 100,000 years, the Yu family has only established a small Xianmingqing in the chaotic area, and the family does not even have the level of the Great Sanctuary. In the entire family, there has not been a single person who has been able to awaken the Xianming bloodline for hundreds of years. Otherwise, how could this Yubin be willing to obey Long Junqian? Long Junqian also knew the origin of the Yu family, and vowed that he would help the Yu family to break through the peak of the sanctuary in the future, and only then did he gain the loyalty of the Yu family. Chaos area. Wan Chen exclaimed in surprise. Chaotic area. It is a 3 no-care zone in Beizhou continent, and there are many vicious people in it. In the entire Beizhou continent, although the strong are respected, it is not often that the strong slaughter the weak at will, and those strong are always a little concerned about their own reputation. But this is not the case for the strong in the chaotic area. In the chaotic area, as long as you are strong, you can do anything. Kill, burn, loot, etc. Hao Meili sighed that the Yu family did not fall to the point of being pressed in the chaotic area. It was like the emperor became a beggar once. In the virtual space, Han Feng did not know Yubin's origin. At this time, Yubin's momentum accumulated to the highest point. Xianming tornado. The shadow of the mysterious beast behind Yubin suddenly roared upwards. The purple-blue ice crystals turned into terrifying tornadoes, and countless tornadoes swept out, extremely terrifying. It seems that the void space is about to be frozen. Boom. At this time, Han Feng didn't care to hide his strength, and the initial cultivation base of Tianjia 5-star broke out. The 10th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. In just a split second, Han Feng was elevated to the midterm limit level of the heavenly rank 6-star. This cultivation base was vaguely better than the previous Yubin. But not enough. Fusion. The Extreme Day Holy Flame is integrated into the Skyfire battle body and Skyfire armor, dressed in milky white flame mighty armor. Han Feng is like a fire god coming to the world. The surging breath turned into ripples and spread around. The 10th layer of the Skyfire battle body is integrated into the Extreme Day Sacred Flame, and its power is not weaker than the top-level high-grade martial arts of the sky. Han Feng's breath soared again, leaping beyond the 6-star level of the sky, and approaching the 7-star level of the sky infinitely. Skyfire Fighting Fist. This punch is not integrated into the Extreme Day Holy Flame, but it is only the 10th layer of the Tianhua Fighting Fist, which is also a top-level mid-level sky-level martial arts. The Xianming tornado, however, did not have such power. The fire fist turned into a vortex, a huge flame vortex, releasing flames as dense as starlight, and Chi collided with the purple-blue ice crystal tornado. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be shattered. Han Feng believes that if it is a high-altitude battle in the mountains outside the Baidu Academy, this blow is enough to cause a landslide. Countless flames and ice crystals rose into the sky. Yubin's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth. Okay, very good. The body's 5-star rank turned out to be a 5-star rank. At this moment, Yubin regretted extremely. When he gave Han Feng 3 months, firstly, his self-esteem as a strong man was a problem, and secondly, he believed that Han Feng would not grow much in just 3 months. I haven't seen it in the past 3 months, but it was only from the peak of the 1st star of the sky to the peak of the 2nd star of the sky. Yubin's initial estimate was that being able to upgrade to the peak of the 3rd star is already very impressive. But now, breaking through the 4-star level was enough to shock him, but he suddenly discovered that the 4-star level was still concealed, and the real cultivation base had been upgraded to the early stage of the 5-star level. In terms of his own cultivation, he is only 1 star weaker than him. If I had known this earlier, I would have preferred to be severely punished for violating the rules of the inner court, but also to eliminate this danger in advance. Yubin in void space was extremely surprised, and so were the many martial artists in the outside world. Some have cultivated for several years, before reaching the level of 4 or 5 stars, with a bitter look. So evil, they don't have the guts to be jealous. Sometimes when the gap has reached a level, it is no longer enviable. Good. Xing Lei, Xian Wu, and the others were left alone. Wan Chen and the others had expected it, laughed without saying a word, and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Seeing this, Han Feng still had the upper hand. On the contrary, Jiaqing and Kong Wanyue were in a terrible mood. Such an evildoer became their opponent, and the two felt uneasy in their hearts. When the rudder master is out of the customs, how much will this kid improve? Is it still suppressed? Not to mention that this kid seems to be protected by Xing Lei. In the void space, Yubin, who was faintly falling behind, looked coldly, and Han Feng's combat power broke his cognition again and again. Now, Yubin really regards Han Feng as a strong man of the same level. For more completed. Ask for flowers. 5th will be later. Cut. The flames filled the void space, and the ice crystal storm was gradually swallowed up by the flames, and some of the flames shot directly at Yubin. After Yubin's cultivation level skyrocketed, He barely reached the early stage of the seven-star sky, but Han Feng's cultivation after the surge was infinitely close to the seven-star realm, and the gap between the two's cultivation was not much. Therefore, after using martial arts, the milky white flame finally prevailed. In the face of these incoming firelights, Yubin waved lightly, Xianming Chankuan. The shadow of the mysterious beast envelopes Yubin in its entire body, and these flames are blocked by the shadow of the mysterious beast. Xianming Frost. With a wave of Yubin's sleeve robe, countless blue-purple ices turned into ice spears and shot at Han Feng one by one. Ice guns filled almost the entire space. This blow is obviously a grade higher than the previous Xianming tornado. Song. Han Feng was about to use the Tsang Yen extermination slash when suddenly, a voice that shocked the entire space roared. Xianming roar. Roar roar. The phantom of the mysterious beast roared, and the sound wave fluctuations like substance quickly attacked all around. Such a powerful sonic attack can be said to fill the entire space in the blink of an eye. Han Feng was caught off guard, and his spirit was immediately shocked. Puff. Immediately, Han Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression was sluggish, and the endless ice guns had already poured down like a rain of arrows. Not good. Han Feng's expression changed greatly. The Skyfire armor has not been upgraded to the late 10th level, and it is still in the early 10th level. In this level, it is impossible to completely defend these ice guns. But because of the sonic attack, the mental power in the Sea of Knowledge is in an extremely unstable state. Han Feng had a splitting headache, and he was unable to control the true essence in his body. But at this moment, there was a burst of energy from the mouth of the heart. This energy was like a cup of tea, clear, and Han Feng's headache was relieved a lot in an instant. Immediately, Han Feng hurriedly waved his right arm down. Sangyan extermination slash. Astonishing energy surged out, and the pale white flame slashed instantly and collided with countless ice guns. But the Tsang Yen extermination slash was a hasty strike after all, and its power was less than one-third of its heyday. More ice spears passed through the pale flames and hit Han Feng. Puff. Han Feng vomited blood again and again, his body flew out, and the Skyfire armor on his body also cracked countless cracks at this moment. Whoosh! Another ice gun shot through the obstacles and shot straight at Han Feng. Han Feng turned sideways with difficulty, the gun directly pierced Han Feng's right shoulder, and blood spurted out. Han Fengtong's face suddenly turned pale. After a long while, Han Feng's mental power in the sea of spiritual consciousness stabilized, and Han Feng immediately flew back quickly. A trace of anger flashed across Yubin's face. He had already used Xianming Roar, but he still hadn't killed Han Feng. How could this son's life be so hard? No matter how hard it is, you will definitely die today. Xianming Frost. Xianming Roar. It's a pity that this time, that cold energy emerged from the mouth of the heart in time. Xianming's roar had no effect on Han Feng. Fusion Skyfire Fighting Fist. The milky white flame turned into a giant flaming fist, and the giant flaming fist turned into a vortex of flames, and countless ice guns were swallowed up by the vortex. Incorporating the heavenly fire fighting fist of Extreme Day Sacred Flame, Han Feng's blow can be said to have surpassed the power of the ordinary 7-star level, and was chasing the ordinary 8-star level. What? Yubin's pupils shrank, seeing Han Feng's unaffected state. Yubin's heart was full of disbelief. His Xianming roar didn't even play the slightest role. What is this? Seeing that the vortex of flame swallowed all his ice guns, Yubin gritted his teeth. Although this move has not been fully mastered, it's so far. Xianming is extinct. Roar roar. The shadow of the mysterious beast roared again, and countless streamers rushed out in an instant. Countless purple-blue streamers filled the entire void spirit space. The source of the streamer is a huge purple-blue light cluster, similar to a black hole. Every streamer contains extremely terrifying strength. As the strongest martial skill he currently has, Yu Bin is full of confidence in this move. This is equivalent to a top-level heaven-level high-grade martial skill. Although it has not been fully grasped, the power is also extraordinary. Countless purple-blue streamers swept away the flame vortex, blasting towards Han Feng from all directions, with a feeling that he would not give up until Han Feng was smashed into scum. So strong. Feeling the terrifying aura surrounding him, Han Feng didn't dare to be careless, and immediately performed his strongest trick so far. Fusion Song Yan Extermination Slash. Song Yan's Extermination Slash is originally a top-level high-grade martial skill of the sky, although it is only cultivated to the realm of perfection, but once it is integrated with the holy flame of the extreme day, its power is no worse than that of the common-level top-grade martial arts. With this cut, Rao is an ordinary 9-star warrior who is accidentally hit, and he will be severely injured. Countless streamers turned into even more spectacular purple-blue beams of light, which instantly collided with the Song Yan Extermination Slash. The whole space is about to collapse, rumbling. In the void, countless cracks were cracked, and the endless starlight was annihilated. The majestic energy shot out, as if to tear apart the space, and burst out from the space. The people outside were stunned. Those warriors in the late stage of the heavenly rank are okay, and the people in the early and middle stage of the heavenly rank are all shocked. They asked themselves that if they faced this blow, strictly speaking, they were facing Han Feng's slash, and they were obviously powerless to resist. Although the warriors in the late stage of the sky can be stable, they are also extremely shocked and fearful in their hearts. In particular, Jia Qing and Kong Wanyue, whose body cultivation is only at the 5-star level of the sky, have not even reached the top level of the middle stage of the sky, but they have mastered powerful martial arts that are comparable to the power of the best martial arts of the sky. Regardless of whether this is achieved by combining the different fires, it has reached the level of the best martial arts of the heavenly rank. The two looked at each other, and both saw the strong killing intent in each other's eyes. This Han Feng has grown too fast, and if he continues to grow, he will surely become a major problem for the helmsman. With one look, both of them knew what each other meant. Once Han Feng left the void space, even if he was severely punished for violating the rules, they must make a sneak attack. Even if he doesn't die, Han Feng must be fundamentally damaged, and it is best to affect his future cultivation. Wan Chen and the others looked at each other in dismay. This level of combat power is really too sturdy. It was not much different from them half a month ago. Wan Chen couldn't help but look complicated, and sighed for a long time. It is my luck to meet such a genius in my lifetime. With such a character standing in front, his field of vision will inevitably expand a lot, which will have other benefits for future growth. Zhang Fuyu's eyes flashed. I'm not as good as him now. Although that place is dangerous, in order not to fall too much, I can only go. In the void space, Song Yan's Extermination Slash finally broke through the defenses of countless streamers. There is a huge gap between the top grades and the top grades. This gap is enough for Han Feng to win a big victory even though his cultivation base is slightly weaker. No. It's impossible. Yu Bin's eyes widened, roaring. The next moment, the flame slash completely devoured Yu Bin. The fifth is complete. Ask for flowers. It's so cold, my hands are freezing. Outside, it was silent. No one could have predicted that Yu Bin would end up with such an ending. This person has been in the inner courtyard for 5 years, and is considered a famous figure among the elites of the heavenly rank, but now he is a newcomer. Jia Qing and Kong Wanyue's faces were ashen, their 4 fists clenched tightly, and endless killing intent flashed in their pupils. The light curtain had already darkened, and then disappeared. In the sky, rays of light emerged, and as the rays of light poured to the ground, Han Feng's figure condensed out. Go to hell. Kong Wanyue shot suddenly. Humph. But at this moment, a cold hum came into Kong Wanyue's ears, Kong Wanyue's body froze, and blood shot out from the mouth. It was Xing Lei who made a cold hum. Xing Lei squinted at the two of them. It's a shame to know you would do this. Jia Cheng's face turned red and then white. Xing Lei's eyes full of coercion looked at it. The huge oppression made Jia Cheng's body stiff in place, and he didn't dare to move. The difference between the 7 stars in the sky and the 12 stars in the sky can be said to be a huge difference. Xing Lei burst out with all his strength, and even only half of his strength was enough to kill Jia Cheng. Han Feng's face also showed a look of fear, and he really underestimated the shamelessness of these two people. He has been injured now, and the consumption of real energy is even greater. If he is really attacked, the consequences. Haha, well done. My name is Xuanhuan, brother. If there is any difficulty in the inner courtyard in the future, I will find you, brother, and I will help you. Xuanhuan came to Korea to surrender. Brother Xian. Han Feng didn't know what the person in front of him planned, but since others greeted him with a smile, Han Feng would naturally treat him with courtesy. Xianwu also knew that he was not familiar with Han Feng, so he just left an impression and left after a few words. This is. Han Feng looked at Wan Chen and others in confusion. Xing Lei said with a smile, Xuanwu and Long Junqian have a big feud. You killed Long Junqian, one of the 3 generals, and he is naturally happy. At the same time, he is also interested in your future. Han Feng was suddenly stunned. Next, quite a few powerful people from the inner court came to express their goodwill, and Han Feng clasped his fists and forged some friendship with these people. Although this friendship is very unreliable, as long as there is no irreconcilable conflict between the two sides in the future, then the two sides will save some face for each other. Many warriors also saw that Yuan Yijin and the others and Han Feng had something to say, so they all said goodbye and left. Jia Qing supported Kong Wanyue, who was vomiting blood, and left with blue veins on his face. Today's result was also something they didn't expect. Damn, if Xing Lei hadn't intervened, this kid would have already. Glancing at Xing Lei fearfully, Jia Cheng's eyes were gloomy. Boy, it's not bad, you have such combat power in just 3 months, I'm afraid it won't be long before you surpass Miss Ben. Yuan Yijin glanced up and down at Han Feng, feeling nervous in her heart. With such a character, it's no wonder that Yacheng is secretly happy, she has to watch closely. As soon as Xing Lei heard Yuan Yijin's praise of Han Feng, his face immediately collapsed, and the expression he looked at Han Feng turned bad again. Han Feng hurriedly said, Miss Yuan thinks of me too much, I'm still far behind, I still need to learn from Brother Xing in the future. Xing Lei's expression softened a little. Han Feng quietly wiped a cold sweat in his heart. Xing Lei was so jealous that he would be jealous even if Yuan Yijin praised him personally. Suddenly, Yuan Yijin seemed to think of something, and looked at Han Feng. Han Feng, you have to get ready. Maybe it will take a month or 2 before the elder will issue an order and order you to take over the task. Accepting the mission? I have only entered the inner courtyard for half a year. Even if it is a month or 2 later, it is far less than a year. According to the regulations, can't I leave the academy to perform the mission after a year? Han Feng looked surprised. Wan Chen and Hao Meili also looked at Yuan Yijin, and they were equally curious. Only Xing Lei pondered for a long time. Yuan Yijin explained, the so-called 1 year is actually the protection of the newcomers in the inner courtyard. Heaven rank is considered a master in a country, but it is only second-rate in the entire continent. If you are not careful, you will fall. The inner courtyard of our Baidu Academy, but all hope for the existence of the sanctuary, the loss of one is all huge loss. 1 year, it is precisely for the inner court martial artist to consolidate the cultivation base of the sky, and go further, and at the same time become familiar with the martial arts of the sky to enhance the combat power. And you, Han Feng, have already gained the usual late-stage combat power in less than a year, which is stronger than the martial artist who has been practicing in the inner courtyard for several years. You are still a newcomer in terms of identity, but in terms of real combat power, you more than most older people have to leave. So, the 1-year deadline doesn't do you much anymore, so it's not surprising that you can take tasks early. In fact, there have been these examples in Baidu Academy over the years. Having said this, Han Feng became excited at the same time. In the next month, Han Feng is going to enter the deeper red flame cave and the earth vein to practice in the spring. Now that his cultivation base has reached 5 stars in the sky, and his combat power has reached the ordinary late stage of the sky, Han Feng believes that he is in the second-level lava. Cultivation in the district, no one will look for trouble again. In the entire inner court, after all, there are only a few masters in the late stage of heaven. With his current combat power, the inner court is definitely not bad. Cultivation in the first-level area consumes nearly 20,000 points for 1 month, and cultivation in the second-level area naturally consumes more. I used to see a lot of points in my hand, but now I can only say that it is barely enough for a month or two. At the same time, Han Feng also plans to practice another flying martial art, and enter the Tianyu Pagoda to practice Tianyu. In the battle against Yubin in the void space, if he was faster at the time, he might not have been shot through his left shoulder by the ice gun. But in this way, it will consume a lot of points. Seeing that the points will not be enough. Thinking of this, Han Feng said with a smile, "This is the pillow when I dozed off, so I'll just wait." Zhang Fuyu's eyes flashed, and he said, "What kind of combat power is eligible to receive missions in advance?" Yuan Yijing glanced at Zhang Fuyu. Yuan Yijing didn't know much about Zhang Fuyu, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was unfamiliar. At first, I only heard about it from Wan Chen and others, but I actually saw it today. From Wan Chen's mouth, Yuan Yijing knew that fighting Fuyu was not easy, and coupled with the dumb riddles of the previous two, Yuan Yijing also guessed the identity of Fuyu, and immediately said, "Generally speaking, there is a heavenly rank. Midterm combat power is enough. But it's better to be stronger. It's just that ordinary 4-star heaven rank will not necessarily make the elders nod. The hope of heaven rank 5-star is relatively high. If you have an ordinary 6-star combat power, it is almost ironclad." Zhang Fuyu suddenly developed the bloodline of the god of war, and in a short period of time, he soared to the level between the 4 stars and 5 stars of the sky, and it was infinitely close to the 5 stars of the sky. Just when everyone thought it was about to end, the god of war agglomeration suddenly solidified completely, and Zhang Fuyu's cultivation level soared again, rising to the late stage of the 5-star rank. Wan Chen and the others were shocked, but they thought that Fuyu and Han Feng's reputation in the outer court was not weak at all. First delivery. Ask for flowers. I haven't had much energy today, and the code words have no feeling at all. It is estimated that there will not be many updates. How? Zhang Fuyu glanced at Yuan Yijing. The corners of Yuan Yijing's mouth twitched slightly. How could this year's inner court recruit some perverts? The sword of the god of war condensed in the hands of the god of war condensate, and a fierce breath rose into the sky. This breath, the ordinary 6 stars of the sky will also change their color when they feel it. From this breath, it can be sensed that this blow definitely has the ability to severely damage the ordinary 6 stars. Yuan Yijing hurriedly said, "Okay, put it away, lest others think that we have had an infighting and a conflict. I will report your matter to Elder Tianxing as well, and it is estimated that an order will be issued in a month or 2. Zhang Fuyu immediately put away the blood of the god of war. Hiss. At this time, Han Feng took a breath and covered his left shoulder, only to see the blood on the left shoulder expanded a little. Seeing this, a few people immediately asked Han Feng to go back to retreat to heal his wounds, and then talk about the old days. Han Feng also knows that his injury is not light. The ice gun is not only pure ice attribute, but also has some strange energy in it, otherwise the wound will not be healed by now. Immediately, Han Feng no longer refused. Inside the courtyard, Han Feng sat cross-legged in the house, running the real energy in his body to his left shoulder. At the same time, his mental power carefully examined the wound on his left shoulder. After the double investigation of real essence and spiritual power, Han Feng finally discovered that the special energy at the wound is hindering the recovery of the wound, and even this special energy intends to take the opportunity to invade the body and cause damage to the body. Han Feng frowned slightly. This Xianming bloodline is worthy of being a genetic child, the innate divine beast, Xianming beast. It is so thin that it has such a strange effect. The relationship between Xianming beast and Xuanming's bloodline, since everyone told them when they chatted before, Han Feng was very embarrassed to know that Yubin's bloodline had such a big origin. The real essence in the body runs to the wound, but this strange energy is firmly guarded near the wound. No matter how much the real essence is pressed, it cannot be removed. If the real essence is not good, what about the different fire? Extreme day holy flames poured out from the dantian. Chi Chi. When the extreme day holy flame touched this strange energy, it instantly made a Chi Chi sound. Han Feng's face was happy, and the different fire really worked. 3 days later, Ihua completely eliminated that special energy, and Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Long Junqian's dog to have such a big background. Long Junqian really attracted a good man. If Yubin's blood concentration was higher, I'm afraid Long Junqian wouldn't be able to match. It's a pity that such a subordinate was killed by me. In the future, Long Junqian will definitely see me as a thorn in his side. Now that the injury has recovered, it is time to go to the Qian Karst cave to practice. Today's Han Feng is no different than the first time he entered the inner courtyard. The battle with Yubin has long been rumored in the inner courtyard. The existence of Xing Lei, an expert on the manifestation list, known as King Yan, personally proved that no one doubted the reliability of this rumor. Furthermore, the inner court martial artists present at the time accounted for 1/3 of the entire inner court powerhouses. One person may lie, but if so many people say it together, it can only be true. For Han Feng, the inner court martial artist is not only curious but vigilant and fearful, and some warriors who have practiced in the inner court for 2 or 3 years, or even 3 or 4 years, do not dare to provoke Han Feng easily. Didn't you see that even Yubin died? Some of the powerhouses on the manifestation list also became interested in Han Feng. Therefore, when Han Feng came to the second-level lava area, it was easy to directly enter the slightly higher ranking room, which was regarded as the middle and slightly higher room, and no one questioned it. Not only did Han Feng's own combat power make them speechless, but also a master like Xing Lei had already said it. TSK, this is the person who has been rumored recently? He's really young, he's not even 18. I heard that it's not even 18. It's really scary. Think about what kind of cultivation we have when we are 18. According to this development, this kid might be able to set foot in the sanctuary before the age of 20. Go, just kidding, is it so easy to break through the sanctuary? I think it is more likely before the age of 25. But no matter what, this child will be unlimited in the future, we should not provoke it. That's right. There was a lot of discussion, and it was not until Han Feng entered the room that the discussion gradually subsided. In a splendid and majestic hall in the inner courtyard, a white-robed, white-haired, crane-faced old man sat lightly cross-legged. After a long time, the old man said lightly, "Come in." A rare solemn expression appeared on Yuan Yijin's face. "Junior, see Elder Tianqing. Is something wrong?" Elder Tianqing did not show any more expressions, because Yuan Yijin was his descendant. Yuan Yijin didn't care about it. No one in the inner court knew that Elder Tianqing had this kind of temperament, and he might not know it for 100 years. Smile. If you really laughed, then something must have happened. Elder Tianqing, the younger generation has something to report. This is the case. Elder Tianqing finally moved, but his eyes changed a bit, and he quickly returned to normal. Really? Have you had such combat power in just half a year? Yes, the junior saw it with his own eyes, and this person and Yaqing come from the same place. From the same place, really? Elder Tianqing shook his head, not knowing what to say. It is extremely lucky for an empire to have such a pervert, and there are two. Blessed is this empire. As long as this Yaqing and this son do not fall in the future, this empire will surely rise. Unfortunately, I actually missed this son because of qualifications. This elder has already accepted Yaqing, and he will not accept the second one in a short time. He can only let it develop freely. Elder Tianqing said, a pity, the tone didn't change much. Such a genius, he has already got one, and if he gets another, he will be jealous. I don't know about Yaqing now. Yuan Yijin had not seen Meng Yaqing for a long time, and she was so missed that she blurted out an inquiry. Mentioning Meng Yaqing, Elder Tianqing's expression softened a bit, but that's all. He still didn't show a smile. Well, even though it's not as good as that kid named Han Feng, but he has also been promoted to the peak of 4 stars in the sky, and it will take less than a month. Breakthrough. Yuan Yijin clicked his tongue. Elder Tianqing thought for a while and said, you go to inform those people in the mission hall and let Han Feng take over the mission. Yes, and Yuan Yijin said about the battle against Fuyu again. This time, Elder Tianqing was also surprised that there were 3 heaven-defying geniuses at one time. The bloodline of the god of war? It turned out to be that family. Since that's the case, take Zhang Fuyu with you when you notify the mission hall. Yes. Yuan Yijin bowed and stepped back. Han Feng did not know that the mission hall had received the news that he could accept the mission. At this time, Han Feng had already immersed in the molten pool, started a deep retreat, and released the flying flame lion. In the blink of an eye, the 20th has passed. At this moment, Han Feng's body is rolling with real energy. Suddenly, Han Feng's breath suddenly intensifies a little, and bubbles bubble up in the molten pool. Call. Han Feng exhaled and leaned against the pool. Finally, I have been promoted to the peak level of the 5-star level of the sky. Fortunately, I practiced in the 2nd level molten pool. Otherwise, I would still be in the 1st level molten pool. Now I have reached the midterm limit. However, the consumption of points is too much. So far, 20,000 points have been consumed. Han Feng couldn't help but feel pain when he mentioned points. Second more. A full 20,000 points, if it is in the outer courtyard, it will definitely take a long time to accumulate so many. But in the inner courtyard, it was gone in just 20 days. Thinking about the 1st level magma area again, Han Feng can't help but gnaws his teeth, and if he doesn't earn points, even if he has the strength to go to the 1st level magma area, there will be no point consumption. The fire poison in the body has accumulated a lot, and I can no longer continue to practice. Han Feng turned his head to look at the flying flaming lion that was bubbling beautifully in the lava pool, and now he has also entered the level of the early days of beasts, which is comparable to the level of 2 stars. Wow! Han Feng stood up, immediately received the awakened Feitian Yanshi into the Jiantianhuo Tower, and left the secondary lava area. As expected of a newcomer who has passed the Nine Pass, he has the capital. This inner court martial artist is envious and jealous. Staying for 20 days is really a big deal. More people have noticed the level of Han Feng's cultivation. The 5-star peak of the sky rank, although it is not comparable to the progress of the previous 3 months, it is also very fast. Hey, it was only the early days of the heavenly rank before, but now it is the middle of the heavenly rank. If the improvement is still so fast, you will not let us live. If it is still so fast, those powerhouses on the manifestation rank and half-holy rank, it is estimated that can't sit still. If you are at the peak of the 5-star rank today, if you fight Yu Bin again, I don't know. Han Feng ignored everyone's discussion, turned around and came to the earth vessel spring. In the second-level Yongquan area, Han Feng is soaked in it, as if returning to the mother's embrace. The comfort is transmitted to every corner of the body. This kind of comfort makes the pores of Han Feng's whole body open. Gradually, Han Feng entered a deep level of cultivation. 10 days later, Han Feng's eyes suddenly opened, and the light flickered. In 10 days, not only did Han Feng get rid of the fire poison in his body, but his cultivation level even increased to the peak of the Skyrank 5-star peak. It took a month before and after to increase from the 5-star rank to the peak limit of the 5-star rank. Although this speed is not as conspicuous as the first 3 months from the 2nd star of the rank to the initial stage of the rank of 5 stars, it is also enough to cause the inner court martial artist shock. This is the mid-level of heaven rank. Even if Long Junqian is first class, it would never have been so fast at the beginning. 5.5 years from the cultivation of 1 star in the sky to the peak of the 9 stars in the sky, and is about to step into the 10-star level in the sky, and it takes an average of more than half a year to increase by 1 star. The pure essence fruit has matured, and it is time to use it to attack the higher level of the 4 inheritance martial arts and the 9 flames and different fire art. Han Feng is not so anxious about the breakthrough of cultivation. Heavenly rank 6 stars, that is already the top of the mid-heavenly rank. If blindly seeking a quick breakthrough in the cultivation base leads to too shallow background, and the martial skill level cannot be raised, then it will be at a disadvantage among the same level. Furthermore, the pure essence fruit in Han Feng's hands is only a low-grade fruit, which is used to break through the 6 stars of the sky. I don't know how much it will consume. Compared with the peak limit of the 5-star Tianjia in the early stage, it is not much stronger in terms of cultivation. And once the martial skill has been improved by 1 level, the difference in power is huge. If the cultivation base is raised to the early stage of 6 star, the martial arts have not improved much, and the combat power will increase by at most 10 or 20. Then if the cultivation base is not improved, but the martial skill is improved by a full grade, the combat power is likely to directly increase by 180. Leaving the earth vessel spring, Han Feng went to Tianyu Pagoda. The Tianyu Pagoda in the inner courtyard is also divided into 5 layers. The first layer and the 5th layer of the outer courtyard Tianyu Pagoda have the same strength division. However, this floor of the Tianyu Pagoda in the inner courtyard is not like the 5th floor of the outer courtyard Tianyu Pagoda, which has only 1 sky island, but is similar to the many sky islands on the first floor of the outer courtyard Tianyu Pagoda. The wisdom and other aspects are not as good as the 5th floor. More like. Han Feng thought about it. I am afraid that only the 5th floor can be regarded as a more real birdman. Han Feng directly entered the 3rd floor, and only came out after growing Tianyu to 14 meters. Tianyu has grown to 14 meters. If I am now cultivating a flying martial art with a high-level sky-level level, and after integrating the extreme day holy flame, my flying speed will probably exceed the normal peak level of the sky level, and my life-saving ability will be enough to improve a lot. It would be even better if the flying martial arts could have an attacking effect. Even if the attacking ability of the flying martial arts is generally not strong, it is not as good as pure attacking martial arts, but it can be integrated into the wings at the same time when Tianyu and Extreme Day Sacred Flame are integrated into the wings. Where to go? At the worst, there is a top-level sky-level high-grade level. If it is strong, it is not impossible for it to be comparable to the power of ordinary sky-level top-grade martial arts. Thinking so, Han Feng lifted his foot and stepped into the martial arts tower. In the martial arts tower, the red-robed old man found Han Feng's mental power and raised his eyes. what martial arts do you want? Han Feng smiled and clasped his fists. Junior wants flying martial arts, with attacking effects. Flying martial arts? Are you sure? Now that you are an expert in the sky, you can fly by yourself. Wouldn't it be a waste to choose flying martial arts? The red-robed old man said in surprise. Han Feng said respectfully, Junior wants to integrate Tianyu into flying martial arts. The red-robed old man understood clearly. So it is, to be honest, the people in the inner courtyard who choose flying martial arts are generally those with special bodies, and there is no such thing as a different fire. It's very rare to have a different fire like you and choose flying martial arts. The energy of the different fire is integrated into the sky feathers, which is enough to make the speed soar. Naturally, the martial artist in the inner court will not focus on choosing to practice flying martial arts. First, the attack is weak, second, it takes time to practice, and third, it consumes a lot of points. In the end, the speed is only used to escape. These geniuses in the inner courtyard are very proud. They feel that cultivating these flying martial arts seems to be like escaping before a battle. Naturally, they will not practice. This is not compared to the ground level. If you don't practice flying martial arts, you can't fly, and you will suffer a big loss against the ground-level warriors who can fly. The red-robed old man stretched out his hand, and two light groups flew towards Han Feng. Han Feng grabbed it one by one with his left and right hands. The red-robed old man said indifferently, the one in your left hand is the purple-winged Tianxiang flying martial art, and the level is the top-level heaven level top level, not the top-level heaven level. But there are also purple-winged aurora attacking martial arts inherited from purple wings Tianxiang. Although they are not comparable to those pure attacking martial arts, the attacking martial arts inherited from flying martial arts are definitely at the top level. The red-robed old man pointed at the light group in Han Feng's right hand, and said, the one in your right hand is the dreamy Yan Luo flying wing, which is a flying martial art of the highest level of the sky. It's extremely beautiful. But dreamy Yan Luo's flying wings are beautiful, and the speed is extremely fast. It is first class in flying martial arts of the same level, but it has no offensive ability. At most, you can create a cloud of smoke to confuse the other party's sight, but you also understand that as a strong person in the sky, your spiritual power has been transformed into a real spiritual power. This smoke cloud. The red-robed old man shook his head slightly. Little guy, which one to choose, you decide for yourself. Han Feng focused his eyes on the two light groups, and soon, Han Feng chose the purple-winged Tianxiang on his left hand. What he wants is a flying martial art that can fly and attack, not a flying martial art that can only fly. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Yesterday, I was less mentally ill, and I work harder today. Leaving the martial arts tower, Han Feng counted the points in his hand and shook his head with a wry smile. In this way, there really isn't much left. More than 100,000 points are really spent like flowing water. After thinking about it, Han Feng came to the store in the inner courtyard to see what else he could buy with his current points. It would be great if you could buy something that would be helpful for your cultivation base to break through. The dazzling items appeared in Han Feng's line of sight, and Han Feng was seduced almost to the point of drooling, but when he saw the points below, he suddenly poured cold water on him, and his enthusiasm was annihilated. These items, as long as they are useful to him at this stage, are not under 10,000 points. Some things that are also useful for the existence of the peak of the sky in the later stage of the sky are also more than 100,000 points. Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth and finally chose a Tianqian pill. Tianqian pill is an elixir that can make a 5-star warrior of the heavenly order break through a small stage, such as from the early stage of the 5-star of the sky to the middle stage, or from the middle stage to the later stage. Later breakthrough to the peak. Han Feng is now at the peak of the 5-star sky level. It is impossible to break through to the 6-star level with Tianxian pill, but it can make that layer of bottleneck thinner, and then past 2 or 3 or 4 pure Xuanhua source liquid can successfully break through to the 6 stars of the sky. If there is no Tianxian pill, maybe 6, 7 or 8 or more are needed to break through to the early stage of the 6-star rank. It is not that there are no medicinal pills that can make the peak of the 5-star of the sky to break through to the 6-star of the sky. For example, one of them is called Jiu Shandan, which can easily break through the peak of the 5-star of the sky to the early stage of the 6-star of the sky, but the points are need more than 30,000. At present, Han Feng does not have so many points, and buying Tianxian pill is already the limit. Just as Han Feng was about to leave, his eyes swept away and his face changed instantly. There are even pure yuan fruit for sale here. From this pure essence fruit, Han Feng felt the pure breath of pure essence fruit in his hand that was completely incomparable. That is a higher level pure essence fruit condensed from the more majestic and pure essence energy. I didn't expect that there are even high-level pure yuan fruit sold here, but I don't know whether it is middle grade or top grade. Or is it the best? Han Feng was annoyed, knowing that he should have come to see when he first entered the inner courtyard. But when Han Feng swept towards the points card and introduction under Chen Yuanhua, Han Feng instantly fainted. This pure essence fruit is a top grade, and its points are actually above 200,000. Even if he came in when he first entered the inner courtyard, he could only see that he couldn't afford it. At this moment, Han Feng's mentality of taking tasks and earning points is even more urgent. Returning to the courtyard, Han Feng immediately retreated and prepared to break through. Now, Han Feng has no points at all, and he doesn't even have the points to go to the 3rd-level lava area to practice. Master Zhan has already accepted the mission and left. Before I leave, let me tell you a word. Master Zhan wants you not to relax, and I will fight you when he returns to the inner courtyard. Xiao Qi was before Han Feng retreated. Tell Han Feng what Zhan Fuyu left behind. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. That guy has already left? The speed is really fast. I'm going to fight with me when I come back. Could it be that this time away, Zhan Fuyu is so sure that his cultivation will surpass me? Han Feng touched his chin and asked, curiously. I don't know about this little one. Xiao Qi shook his head. Han Feng chuckled lightly, well. Let me see to what extent the cultivation base will grow after Zhan Fuyu returns. Don't disturb the cultivation of adults, Xiao Qi will retire. Xiao Qi just conveyed the information left by Zhan Fuyu. The information has been conveyed. Xiao Qi respectfully retreated. Looking at the closed door, Xiao Qi sighed. Just over a month ago, the wind direction in the inner courtyard was still in favor of Yubin. And now? Thinking of the worries and persuasion of some of my good friends to leave, as well as some wrong gloating, and thinking about the comfort and envy of my friends now, as well as the wrong jealousy, Xiao Qi finds it funny. At the beginning, he just felt that as a servant, he had to be honest. Even if he really gave up and left at that time, what about other inner court martial artists willing to accept him? If he can give up Han Feng, he can give up others in the future. Now, Xiao Qi is very happy with his decision. In the future, Han Feng will really have a great fortune, and he will be able to get a lot of benefits. Maybe the future deacon of heaven rank will also have his share. Secondly, it is also good to be able to follow Han Feng and leave. Inside the house, Han Feng refined Tianxian pill into source liquid and began to absorb and cultivate. At the same time, a certain villa. Jiaqing was a little irritable. The helmsman has not yet left the customs, and we are at a critical juncture of breakthrough. We can't disturb it, but if this goes on, then the boy God knows how much he will improve. Although Kong Wanyue was a little annoyed that she had been swept away at the beginning, but compared to Jiaqing, Kong Wanyue was much calmer. Don't worry, the helm master can leave the customs at most 2 or 3 months, and then he will have his own helm master. how do you decide for yourself? Jiaqing sighed, so what if the Lord is out of the customs, that kid is guarded by King Yen? Kong Wanhua sneered, what can you do with the protection of King Yen? Don't forget that it is not only King Yen who covets that Yuani gene, but also a certain strong person on the semi-sacred list. King Yen is still bright and upright, that one. Humans are not. This person has not returned from the mission. When he comes back, as long as he knows the relationship between Yuani Jin and Han Feng, he will definitely take action. Relationship? What relationship? Jiaqing looked blank. Kong Wanhua looked at Jiaqing with a hatred of iron. He was quite big, but his brain was stupid. It doesn't matter, we can spread rumors, as long as the person suspects it, even if it's not true, that person will dislike Han Feng because of this rumor. When King Yen stopped that person, Han Feng would be left to fight alone. I hope that Yuani Jin will help at that time. In this case, even if it is a rumor, that person will definitely believe Chi. 88. If it's just 2 or 3 points of suspicion, that person may be merciful if he is worried about King Yen, but if there are 7 or 8 points of suspicion, it's useless for King Yen to block. Kong Wanhua looked cold. Jiaqing's eyes suddenly lit up. After thinking for a while, Kong Wanhua continued, but we can't pin everything on that person. If that person reacts to being used by someone, we won't have any good fruit to eat, and we can solve it ourselves. Let's try to figure it out ourselves. I heard that the kid can already take the mission and leave the school. We will send someone to watch. Once he leaves the school, we. Kong Wanhua's eyes flashed. Jiaqing also nodded slightly. Don't be careless about this kid, let's take action together, and we mustn't give him a chance to escape. Sihiyuan. In the house where Han Feng was, the energy was suppressed and absorbed by Han Feng and turned into energy in the Dantian. After fully absorbing the energy of the Tiangsuandan source liquid, Han Feng was only left with a bottleneck as thin as paper from the Tianjia 6 stars. Han Feng swallowed the pure Yuanhua source liquid without hesitation. After the 3 source liquids were absorbed, Han Feng's body trembled, and a more majestic breath blew out. After several days of absorption and refining, Han Feng finally broke through to the early stage of the 6-star stage. Second more than 10 days later, Han Feng left the customs. In more than 10 days, with the 6-star cultivation of the sky, the remaining 13 pure essence fruit source liquids were completely absorbed in just 10 days. The heavenly fire fighting body and heavenly fire fighting fist were both elevated to the 10th level peak state, and the heavenly fire seal and heavenly fire armor were barely elevated to the late 10th level. Since the heavenly fire fighting body reached the 10th level peak state, Han Feng felt that it was already more difficult to break through to the 10th level state with pure Yuanhua. It is extremely important to use points in the inner courtyard to buy higher pure essence fruit or fire-type spirit fruit, or to seek adventures outside to obtain spirit fruit. Now the pure essence fruit source liquid has not played much role in improving the cultivation base. The pure essence fruit source liquid has been consumed within 10 days, and the rest of the time can be considered to stabilize the initial stage of the 6-star sky, and the Zhongyan extermination slash is getting closer and closer to the perfect state. Purple Wing Tianxiang has cultivated to perfection, and the 4 Red Lotus warriors have also recovered their sequelae and can condense again. The strongest Red Lotus warriors have been cultivated to 5 stars in the sky, and the worst ones have been raised to 3 stars in the sky. In general, my current comprehensive combat power has improved a lot. If the current me and Yu Ben are allowed to in the first battle, I am confident that I can easily kill Yu Ben without getting hurt. It's time to pick up the mission. Thinking of this, Han Feng walked out of the house. After instructing Shachi to clean the courtyard well, Han Feng came to the mission hall. I want to take a mission. What mission do I have now? Han Feng came to a middle-aged woman in the task hall who was in charge of releasing the task. Take out your academy token. The middle-aged woman said without looking up. Han Feng handed over his King of War gold medal. The middle-aged woman took it, and she didn't know what the middle-aged woman did. The middle-aged woman suddenly said in surprise, "You are that Han Feng." Looking at Han Feng up and down, the middle-aged woman's eyes were full of surprise. Han Feng's scalp was numb, and he couldn't help but take a step back. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes at Han Feng. "I think too much. My mother is not interested in a little boy like you. It's just that Elder Tianxing has an order. If you come to accept the task, Elder Tianxing has a task that he wants to hand over. You. Elder Heavenly Punishment." Han Feng was extremely shocked. No wonder this middle-aged aunt looked at her like a national treasure. If she was ordered by Elder Tianxing to focus on someone, she would be very curious. "Excuse me, what is the mission?" Han Feng's shocked emotion subsided a little, and he couldn't help asking. The middle-aged aunt shook her head. "How can I know this? I have already sent a message to tell Miss Yuan. Miss Yuan will be back soon, and you will naturally know when you see Elder Tianxing." Han Feng couldn't help but tremble. Elder Heavenly Punishment, that is a master at the peak level of the sanctuary, and a master at the peak of the 27th layer of the sanctuary. He and Elder Tianxing were like the gap between an ant and a giant mountain. Meng Buding knew that he was going to meet the Elder Tianxing, and Han Feng was a little expectant, flustered, and apprehensive. "Yo, you finally got out of the customs. I thought you weren't ready to take on the mission." Yuan Yijin's teasing voice came. "Miss Yuan." Han Feng responded with a fist. From the end of the fight to the present, almost 2 months have passed. Liang Sizu returned it to Yuan Yijin, and now Han Feng has no way to hide his cultivation. Especially when the opponent's strength and mental strength far surpass him. In the early days of the 6-star heaven rank, Yuan Yijin raised his eyebrows. "It's not as good as the progress of the previous 3 months. But, after all, it's the middle stage of the rank, and it's normal for the speed to slow down. Hey, the rookie period of the inner court has not yet passed. Your cultivation base is only afraid that those guys who have cultivated for several years and are still in the 3rd or 4th star in the sky are dying of shame." Han Feng said helplessly, "How can it be so exaggerated? Come with me." Yuan Yijin didn't say more, turned around and motioned for Han Feng to follow. Outside a hall, Yuan Yijin's voice increased, and her tone was respectful. "Elder Tianxing, Han Feng has already brought it." Although Yuan Yijin was said to be the descendant of Elder Tianxing, but Elder Tianxing had lived for thousands of years, and Yuan Yijin was only in his 20s. This descendant is too poster, so Yuan Yijin faced Elder Tianxing and had no choice but to call Tianxing Elder, not other affectionate titles. "Come in." The faint voice, revealing a touch of inhumane fireworks, came from the hall. In order to ease the tension in Han Feng's heart, he thought all over the place, "An old monster who has lived for thousands of years. I'm afraid that he has not eaten food for thousands of years. No wonder it gives me this feeling. What are you thinking? If you don't hurry in, it will be bad if you are rude." Yuan Yijin turned his head and saw Han Feng's expression changing, and slapped Han Feng behind him. Han Feng didn't pay attention and was almost shot on the ground. Yuan Yijin's mouth twitched. What was he thinking about before? He was so inattentive, he was almost knocked down with a slap. Han Feng coughed awkwardly, tidied up his robes, and walked into the hall with a solemn expression. And Yuan Yijin stood upright outside. Inside the hall, as soon as Han Feng entered, he saw the white-robed old man sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. The old man had a childish face, his eyes were closed, and he looked like an ordinary old man. But the closer you get to the old man, the more you can feel the unfathomable nature of the old man. The old man is obviously sitting there in an ordinary way, but it gives the impression that it is a vast ocean, and there is no end to it at a glance. That majestic depth made Han Feng more respectful and did not dare to be careless. Elder Tianqing, I don't know what tasks you have for the younger generation to perform. Han Feng lowered his head, his tone could not be more respectful. Elder Tianqing closed his eyes tightly and did not open his eyes. With a slight movement of his fingers, a ray of light instantly rushed towards Han Feng. The next moment, Han Feng was stunned to find that his gold medal of the King of War had appeared outside and was intercepted in front of him. No, it should be said that it is more accurate to accept the light. After a long while, all the rays of light poured into the Battle King gold medal, and the Battle King gold medal swayed and fell into Han Feng's hands. Han Feng subconsciously caught the gold medal of the King of War, and his mental power has been swept in. I saw a line of bright golden characters floating out. 3-star mission, go to the Wei family of the Gil Empire to assist the Wei family. Completing the task will be rewarded with 50,000 points. Han Feng took a breath. 50,000 points were awarded. It's no wonder that so many warriors in the inner courtyard have a soft spot for taking tasks, even if it takes their time to cultivate. This reward is extremely considerable, 50,000 points, enough to practice in the Chi and Karst cave for a long time. And Samsung missions. A hint of caution flashed across Han Feng's face. The level of the task hall is divided into 5 stars. 1-star quests generally correspond to rookies in the inner courtyard in the early days of heaven rank. The 2-star task corresponds to the elites of the inner court in the middle of the sky. The 3-star task corresponds to the first-class master of the inner courtyard in the late stage of the heaven. The 4-star task corresponds to the master level of the inner court manifestation list. The 5-star characters correspond to the masters of the semi-sacred list in the inner court. Elder Tianqing gave him a 3-star task. Should he say that Elder Tianqing values him? Han Feng sighed slightly in his heart. Elder Tianqing obviously treated him and the first-class masters of the inner court as equals, and Han Feng himself didn't know whether to be happy or something else. Although he valued him, the task was also slightly dangerous. Han Feng wanted to accept the task, but he hoped to accept the task that he had a certain degree of confidence in completing or even exceeding. It's not a task that doesn't even tell you what the specific situation is. The third one. The introduction of this task is extremely vague. What does Elder Tianqing mean? 3-star missions are indeed a bit dangerous for me, but in terms of my combat power, 2-star missions are a little easier. And the rewards of 2-star missions are not high. The reward for a 1-star task is basically between 10,000 and 20,000 points, a 2-star task is between 20,000 to 40,000 points, a 3-star task is between 40,000 and 80,000 points, and a 4-star task is 80,000 points. Between 160,000 points, the points for 5-star tasks are basically above 200,000. Although this mission is not very detailed, since it is only 50,000 points, it should only be considered as a medium-low level in the Samsung mission. With my current combat power, it should not be a big problem. In that case, take it. Putting away the gold medal of the King of War, Han Feng cupped his hands and said, Elder Tianqing, I don't know what this task is for. Unexpectedly, the Elder Tianqing took out a thumb-sized ball and said faintly, there is a mind that this elder sealed before, and now there is almost a blow with the strength of the 8th and 9th heaven of the sanctuary. It is a consumable item, and every time it is consumed, the mind is also weaker. Your talent is good. If you fall in the middle of the way, it is also the loss of the school. This mind ball will save your life. Han Feng did not wait for Elder Tianqing to explain the task, but he got a mind ball, and Han Feng was a little stunned. Although Han Feng was very happy to get the idea ball, there was also a bad premonition in his heart. It's just a Samsung mission, shouldn't I use this idea ball? I'm overthinking it. Han Feng's eyes were thoughtful, and when he came back to his senses, Han Feng was about to continue to ask, but the elder Tianqing waved his sleeves. Go, I will explain to you with my own clothes. Elder Tianqing said so, and Han Feng had no choice but to leave. Outside the hall, Han Feng asked about Yuan Yijin. Yuan Yijin didn't quite understand the specific task. In this case, you can only go to the Wei family in the Gil Empire to see it in person. Don't worry, Elder Tianqing probably won't arrange too exaggerated tasks for you. It may be related to the ancient emperor's secret realm. The secret realm of the ancient emperor? Han Feng was stunned for a moment, puzzled. Yuan Yijin explained, ancient emperor is a title, his full name is Wei Sitai, and he is an ancestor of the Wei family thousands of years ago. This ancestor was a genius, and he accidentally got one during the Great Sanctuary. The preservation is still a complete secret realm, and it was later changed to the ancient emperor's secret realm. It is said that there are various spiritual fruits and inheritances in the ancient emperor's secret territory, so it has attracted countless powerhouses, but unfortunately, these powerhouses were disappointed when they entered. Of course, it's not that there are no good things in it, it's just that the ancient emperor who got the secret realm of the ancient emperor is the master of the Great Sanctuary, so the one who went to explore is also the master of the Great Sanctuary. Although the contents are precious, they are only for the Great Sanctuary. Even under the sanctuary. For the Great Sanctuary and the sanctuary, it doesn't have much value, so the ancient emperor's secret realm quickly disappeared from the attention of many powerhouses. It wasn't until the ancient emperor entered the ancient emperor's secret realm once and never came out, and the ancient emperor's secret realm attracted the attention of the powerhouses again. Unfortunately, no matter how they searched, they still found nothing. And the disappearance of the ancient emperor has also become a mystery. Most of the powerhouses believe that there must be a secret in the ancient emperor's secret realm, and the ancient emperor is likely to trigger this secret and be trapped in the ancient emperor's secret realm, and may even fall. No matter how curious, because of the disappearance of the ancient emperor, many strong people dare not re-enter rashly. Until now, there are not many people who know the secret realm of the ancient emperor. If I'm not mistaken, this year, the secret realm of the ancient emperor is about to open. The Wei family has not fallen since the disappearance of the ancient emperor. Now the entire Wei family has only 2 or 3 sanctuary powerhouses with big cats and kittens, and they are only at the first and second level of the sanctuary. There are not many talented young people in the family, so I want to ask for help. After all, it is dangerous to enter the ancient emperor's secret realm, and one more strong person means one more helper. The ancient emperor's secret realm is opened every 50 years. Because of the decline of the Wei family, they have to negotiate with other families to share the ancient emperor's secret realm. At the same time, they also negotiated that they can only enter the ancient emperor's secret realm if they are under 40 years old. With the age limit, the geniuses in the inner courtyard of our Baidu University are naturally more superior. Han Feng nodded, but still felt that something was wrong. Even so, there is no need to ask Baidu University for help. Besides, if the Wei family only has 2 or 3 sanctuaries, how did they contact Baidu University? It's still Elder Tianqing who personally gave me the task. Yuan Yijin pursed his lips, and said lightly after a long time, the ancient emperor, the ancestor of the Wei family 1,000 years ago, used to be the apprentice of the elders. And he is the apprentice that the elders are highly valued. Han Feng's body was shocked, his face was shocked, and Han Feng sighed for a long time. No wonder, if this is the case, everything makes sense. These years, the Wei family has fallen and has not been replaced, just because of the elders of punishment. The ancient emperor was already in the Great Sanctuary back then. In terms of genius, it took at least hundreds of years to reach the Great Sanctuary. Now it has been more than 1,000 years after 1,000 years. And Elder Tianqing has thousands of years of lifespan, so it is not unthinkable to have such a long-term apprentice. That's right, because the ancient emperor of the Wei family is the apprentice of Elder Tian Xing. No matter how bad the Wei family has fallen, other forces will not dare to oppress them too much. Elder Tianxing personally entrusted this task to you. I'm afraid that I hope you can help the Wei family. Yuan Yijin patted Han Feng's shoulder and continued, it's not too difficult a task, the people outside are less than 40 years old. Ordinary genius, the cultivation base is not much higher than you, most of them may not be as good as you, go, I will not send them out. Tell Han Feng how to lead the school, Yuan Yijin leaves. Han Feng stood on the spot, frowning and thinking, it's really that simple? Is it really just that Elder Tianxing gave me the thought ball just to protect me and not to concern the Wei family? Anyway, until the Wei family's affairs are over, don't use this thought ball. I hope I am overhearted. In a villa somewhere. The corners of Kong Wanyua's mouth widened, are you finally leaving? It's time to take your dog's life. Outside the Northern Capital Academy, the Northern Capital City. Han Feng appeared here again after more than a year, and Han Feng couldn't tell the emotion in his heart. Coming here more than a year ago, he was only a small 2-star, but now, he is already a master of 6-star in the sky. This kind of cultivation, even in the upper third-rank empire, is a general feeling. Above the sanctuary, even the upper third-rank empire cannot be seen everywhere. The heavenly rank 6 stars are placed in the Great Jin Kingdom, which is even at the top level, enough to shoot in the top 10. If you count the real combat power, it is estimated to be close to the top 10. As for the strong men in the Great Jin Kingdom, which one is not a 10-year-old old man, and Han Feng is not yet 18. For more completed, ask for flowers. Today, I woke up a little early to finish the shift before noon. I used to wake up sooner, which directly caused my head to be dazed and painful. I didn't know what I had eaten in the afternoon, and now I have a stomachache. This chapter is about bumps, and almost no time for more than 10 minutes. I have to hold my stomach for a few minutes and feel uncomfortable, or go to the toilet. There were millions of miles in the sky from the North Capital City, and a ray of light broke through the sky from a distance, making a hoo-hoo sound. The air between heaven and earth is hot because of this light. Suddenly, the beam stopped, come out. Han Feng stared coldly at the mountain range below. From this mountain range, Han Feng felt the murderous intent. Suddenly, countless golden and red thunders rose into the sky, all slamming towards Han Feng. Every thunderbolt carries terrifying destructive power. Huh? Han Feng frowned slightly, his figure swayed instantly, and Tianyu spread out 14 meters behind him in a moment, dodging one by one with a strange flight movement and agile speed. Boom! The mountains on the ground burst suddenly, and the golden-yellow thunder giant beast roared. Skyfire Fighting Fist. Han Feng immediately slammed down with a punch, which was like a meat grinder, and instantly defeated the thunder beast. Countless thunderbolts fell to the ground, and the mountains shook. Humph, what a sharp perception. I already tried my best to hide the murderous intention, but you still discovered it. Kong Wanyue turned into a golden-yellow lightning. Step out, slowly. The breath of the 6-star peak of Tianjia rushed towards Han Feng. Han Feng was not afraid, and the momentum in the early days of the 6-star Tianjia also erupted. Boom! The two atmospheres collided, instantly forming an imposing tornado. At this moment, the mountain range under his feet gradually shook and collapsed, and countless cracks spread out. Feiyu and General Kong Wanyue. Han Feng squinted to look at Kong Wanyue. Han Feng knew that Kong Wanyue and others hated him so much that they could ambush and kill in advance, but Han Feng really didn't expect it. Her speed is not slow. Unless Kong Wanyue knows her whereabouts in advance, it is impossible to ambush in advance. Kong Wanyue twisted her hair and smiled lightly. I'm curious? It's actually very simple. I just saw the direction of your flight and sent it to an empire that you need to pass through in the northern capital city ahead of time. To be honest, this is a test of luck. If you change direction on the way, this attack can be considered a failure. Fortunately, you don't think I have the ability to ambush in advance, so I was careless. Han Feng slapped his forehead abruptly. It's really my brain that's going to be broken, and I forgot that there is a teleportation formation in the northern capital city. But do you think you can kill me by ambush me? Han Feng chuckled and looked at Kong Wanyue. Kong Wanyue's face sank, and it was 6 stars in the sky, which was already the same star level as hers. With the same star, there is not much difference between them. Whether it can kill you, you will naturally know later. Golden Thunder Thunderbolt. Kong Wanyue did not know when a golden giant sword was condensed in her hand, which was purely made of golden thunder. LOL. The golden arc flashed, and Kong Wanyue slashed down with a slash. Golden yellow lightning like stars roared out, bombarding Han Feng instantly like a teleportation. Skyfire armor, congeal. Han Feng smiled lightly, and a fiery red armor appeared on his body. The 10th peak of the Skyfire armor. At this level, the power has surpassed the level of the middle-grade martial arts of the sky, and it is between the middle rank and the high-grade martial skills of the sky. Putting on the Skyfire armor, Han Feng's defense power at this time, unless the attack power reaches the ordinary sky level 7-star level, it is impossible to hurt Han Feng. Boom! Countless golden thunders bombarded the Han Feng armor, and the violent thunder and lightning continued to impact the Skyfire armor. Click! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound on the Skyfire armor, and Han Feng didn't care, and the extreme day holy flame instantly merged into the Skyfire armor. The fiery red armor quickly turned milky white, and milky white flames also burned on the surface of the armor. Incorporating the extreme day holy flame, the defensive power of the Skyfire armor surpassed the high-grade level of the sky. As a result, Han Feng's defensive power at the moment can easily withstand a blow from an ordinary 7-star peak powerhouse. In other words, Han Feng's defense power at this time has vaguely exceeded the level of the 7 stars of the sky. Kong Wanyue's attack was powerful, and the Golden Thunder Thunderbolt was indeed a top-ranked martial skill, but it was not top-notch, and he had not cultivated to the state of perfection. This directly led to Kong Wanyue's attack not even reaching the peak level of the ordinary 7-star peak level. Entangled by countless golden lightnings, Han Feng waved his hands, and these lightnings were defeated. Han Feng looked at Kong Wanyue playfully. If you have any tricks, just use them. To be honest, your tricks are even worse than you've been. Kong Wanyue's face turned black, and she was furious. Jin Lei Jianguang slash. The golden thunder and lightning slashed out roaringly with a length of 10,000 meters, and the golden thunder and lightning bombarded all around, and the space was faintly shattered. Fusion, Song Yen extermination slash. Han Feng still didn't take Kong Wanyue's attack seriously. This blow is indeed a bit more powerful than the previous Golden Thunder Thunderbolt, but it is only slightly stronger than the ordinary 7-star level. And Han Feng's Song Yen extermination slash, after the fusion of the extreme day holy flame, this slash has reached the 8-star level of the sky. Crush. Crushing without a doubt. The golden lightning slash and the white flame slash collided, and the lightning and flames rose into the sky. A burst of destructive energy surged out. The mountains on the ground had already been reduced to ashes under the impact of lightning and flames. The ground expands to tens of thousands of meters and nearly 100,000 meters in a radius of 10,000 meters. It is a mess. Among them, the radius of 10,000 meters is the most. It can be said that no grass grows. Bastard, this guy has become so strong. Kong Wanyue was furious. And Han Feng still understates it, he hasn't even displayed the Skyfire battle body yet. However, Han Feng was already vigilant in his heart. Strange, this Kong Wanyue's cultivation base is the peak of the 6-star rank, surpassing Yu Bin's midterm rank of 6-star by a lot, and the ternary general ranks above Yu Bin again. Maybe just a little bit. No, this guy's martial arts mastery is stronger, and his mastery can be said to surpass Yu Bin, but this guy has never displayed blood vessels or special physiques or existences similar to strange fires. This guy can become a ternary general and ranks above Yu Bin, he can't be just an ordinary person. Just when Han Feng was vigilant, Kong Wanyue roared in a low voice, elementalization, condensate. In an instant, Kong Wanyue's entire body shattered into pieces, turning into countless golden lightning and rushing all around. At this time, the white flame slash had completely defeated the golden lightning slash and slashed towards the place where Kong Wanyue was before. Since Kong Wanyue had spread out, there was no doubt that this slash hit the ground behind. Rumbling. The flame soared and the earth shook. 10,000 meters long, unfathomable, a gap of hundreds of meters wide cracked from the ground, and countless broken rocks fell into it. Elementalization. Han Feng's eyes widened, yet another special physique, still such a special physique. Countless golden thunder and lightning condensed in the sky and turned into Kong Wanyue again. From Kong Wanyue's expression, it can be seen that, apart from the fact that Kong Wanyue had consumed a lot of true essence with the golden thunder sword slash before, he actually did not suffer any damage. This time, Han Feng felt tricky. 5 more completed. Ask for flowers. Of course, these elementalizations can't help Kong Wanyue improve his attack power, but it is unlikely that he wants to really hit Kong Wanyue. No wonder Kong Wanyue's strongest combat power is not as good as Yu Bin, but his ranking is higher than Yu Bin. The two really wanted to fight, and Kong Wanyue stood in an undefeated position relying on elementalization. At that time, Yu Bin will consume too much, and Kong Wanyue will win. Kong Wanyue's face showed an inevitable smile. It seems that you also see my elemental advantages. Unless the difference is huge, it is impossible for you to break my elementalization. Han Feng took a deep breath. Don't think that I can't do anything about you, because of this. Up to now, he has only tried his best to use the heavenly fire fighting fist to defeat Kong Wanyue with the whirlpool of flames. However, Han Feng glanced at a place in the sky without a trace, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. I'm not ashamed to say it. Golden Thunder Sword Slash. Kong Wanyue snorted coldly, and Jin Lei slashed out again. Skyfire Battle Body, Congeal. Fusion, Skyfire Fighting Fist. Extreme Day Sacred Flame quickly integrated into the Skyfire Battle Body and Skyfire Battle Fist. Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed at this moment, and in an instant, it rose to an infinitely close to the 8-star realm. At this moment, the cultivation base erupted into the heavenly fire fighting fist that merged with the holy flame of the extreme day, and its power has truly reached the level of an ordinary heavenly rank 9-star martial artist. The golden thunder slash was broken in an instant, and the flames like a meteor broke into the air, instantly transformed into a huge flame vortex, and countless flames burst out. Elementalization. Kong Wanyue's entire body quickly turned into countless lightning bolts, but at this moment, the flame vortex erupted with terrifying suction. Raptor crit. Roar. A tyrannosaur-like phantom dragon roared out, and the huge body slammed into it with thunder. Han Feng believed that if the collision hit the mountain peak, it would be enough to collapse the entire mountain range. I already knew that someone was hiding in the dark. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched, Zi Tianxiong condensed behind him, and with a slam, Tianyu merged into it, and Han Feng dodged at an incredible speed. The phantom of the Tyrannosaurus hit the place where Han Feng stood before passing through, and fell headlong to the ground. Rumbling. A wave of fluctuation collapsed like a ripple. The ground forms a huge pit with a radius of 20,000 to 30,000 meters. Because of Han Feng dodging, the flame vortex gradually dissipated. Kong Wanyue returned to human form. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of horror. Xuanhuan never imagined that Han Feng's strongest explosive power had already reached this level, which was the highest level in the late heaven rank. Further up, it is the peak level of the sky. As Xuanhuan said, elementalization has a fatal disadvantage. Once the gap between the two sides is too large, this elementalization will hardly have much effect. Just now Xuanhuan almost thought that she would really be sucked in. Even if it can be elementalized into thunder and lightning, it will be sucked in, and the game will still be finished. Jiaqing stepped into the void. You already knew that I was hiding in the dark? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't use all my strength at the last minute, just to make you think you can take advantage of the opportunity. Han Feng responded with a sneer. His face became more serious. Xuanhuan's elementalization is just a little more difficult. As long as the explosive force is strong, it can still be solved. But Jiaqing. Han Feng didn't know what kind of special physique Jiaqing had, or something similar to elementalization. If not, I'm afraid there will be a tough battle. With Xuanhuan on the side, everything is really hard to say. Jiaqing waved at Xuanhuan. You go to the side to rest first. This kid will let me come to the meeting for a while. Xuanhuan didn't refuse either, and hurried back. Jiaqing didn't dare to underestimate Han Feng anymore. He was comparable to the explosive power of the early days of the 9 stars of the heaven rank. Even he couldn't say that he could easily win. Giant. Under Han Feng's shocked gaze, Jiaqing's body grew rapidly, and in just a short time, he became a kilometer giant. At the same time, Jiaqing's cultivation level also soared to the initial stage of the 8-star heaven. A full star upgrade. This is a 1-star improvement in the late heaven rank, which is far from the 1-star improvement in the early and middle heaven rank. Magic shock. Jiaqing, who turned into a giant of 1,000 meters, suddenly opened his palms and 5 fingers, and pushed down as if he had exhausted all his strength. The terrifying dark energy quickly condensed, covering the sky and the sun. Hundreds of meters of dark palms fell like shooting stars. In addition to the dark palm, there are countless black streamers. With the high-grade martial arts of the heavens and Jiaqing's current cultivation, the damage of this blow is no weaker than that of Han Feng. Purple Wings Aurora. The 14-meter Tianyu and Zi Tianxiang behind Han Feng merged, and then the Extreme Day Holy Flame also merged into it, and its power was not weaker than the top-level sky-level flying martial arts. And the countless purple aurora that erupted at this moment, the power is also equivalent to the ordinary level of the best martial arts of the sky. The explosive power of these countless purple aurora is not weaker than that of the ordinary 9-star peak level. The endless purple aurora was like a true purple dragon, and violently collided with countless black streamers and dark palms in an instant. The dark ocean waves and purple light clusters flashed like star explosions, the deafening sound shook the space, and countless cracks were cracked on the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, the dark light fell into the downwind. If the sky at the beginning was half dark and half purple, then the current dark light can only shrink into a ball under the oppression of the purple light, hiding in an inconspicuous corner. Humph! Giant hammer! Jiaqing snorted in dissatisfaction, and he did not know when the pitch-black giant hammer appeared in his hand. As if a meteor had landed, Jiaqing swung a giant hammer and slammed it down. The entire sky seemed to be quiet for a moment at this moment, and the next moment, violent energy surged out, forming countless storms. This time, the two were tied. But in a way, Jiaqing has already lost. Just because Jiaqing's real cultivation is 1 star higher than Han Feng, even this star is still the gap between the middle and late stages, which is not comparable to the gap of 1 star. Suddenly, Jiaqing smiled grimly. Xuanhuan is right, you can't use common sense to treat this guy. Fortunately, we have already prepared, Han Feng, you will die here today. Han Feng's face changed, and a very bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. The next moment, Han Feng saw Jiaqing throw a chessboard from his arms. Oops. Although he didn't know what it was, Han Feng could smell an extremely dangerous aura from it. It was an aura of death. Han Feng has never felt so close to death as he is today. He had this feeling before he really attacked. If he really attacked, I'm afraid. Zi Tianxiang flew a fan, and Han Feng turned into a purple light and quickly escaped into the distance. It's too late. Jiaqing grinned. The chessboard quickly burst into bright black and white light, and the black and white light spread around at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters was enveloped in black and white light. And Han Feng, who did not escape in time, was also shrouded in it. 6 more completed. Ask for flowers. I can't stand it anymore. It's really painful to code words with a frozen hand. Every few words in the code are bound to be typos caused by the wrong fingers. Covered by the white light group, Han Feng instantly found that he was pressed against the white light by a powerful force. This is a foothold made of white light. And on this white light background, thick and long traces are intertwined with each other. Form a square. This is. Han Feng's pupils shrank. This is very similar to the layout of the chessboard in the previous life. In the white light, Jia Cheng's sneering voice came from nowhere. This is the top-quality spiritual tool Tianluo chessboard that the Rudder Master once encountered, and even among the best quality spiritual tools, it belongs to the upper class and top-level level, even if I can't use all my strength, but it's enough to deal with you. Han Feng's expression was solemn, and his mental power instantly explored the surroundings. However, the place where the mental power was enveloped was a white patch, and nothing was found, not even a trace of Jiaqing was perceived. Haha, boy, don't waste your energy. You can't find me on the Tianluo chessboard unless you can break the barrier of the Tianluo chessboard. Jiaqing's proud voices came from all directions. Humph. With a cold snort, Han Feng slammed into the sky with a punch. The giant flame fist slammed into the white enchantment, and the enchantment shook for a while, and even the white light was unstable. However, even so, the white enchantment showed no signs of being damaged. At this moment, 5 rays of light suddenly appeared in front of them. The rays of light dissipated, and the ironclad soldier several meters tall stood with a bronze spear. These iron-armored soldiers attacked the Korean wind with long spears. Its aura fluctuates, not inferior to the ordinary late-stage rank. As expected of a top-quality spiritual weapon, even the soldiers in the district have such power. Han Feng sensed the aura of these ironclad soldiers rising into the sky, and he did not dare to be careless. Skyfire Fighting Fist. With a punch, the fire fist rushed away, and the 5 iron-armored soldiers immediately threw the bronze spear in their hands. The fire fist devoured the spear, and the spear was instantly annihilated. The remaining flames fell on the armored soldiers, swallowing most of them in a blink of an eye. At this moment, behind the ironclad soldiers, 2 cannons appeared at an unknown time, and the terrifying energy quickly gathered. When compressed to the limit, the cannons shot out a terrifying energy cannon. Fusion Skyfire Fighting Fist. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations of the 2 energy cannons, Han Feng's expression changed greatly, and he immediately integrated the Extreme Day Holy Flame into the Skyfire Battle Fist. Boom! The 2 energy cannons and Han Feng's fire fist collided fiercely, exploding like 2 planets colliding. Boom! The endless energy aftermath collapsed, and even the iron-armored soldiers who had just recondensed were drowned and destroyed. Han Feng was hit hard, his whole body was shaken by the aftermath of this energy, and countless cracks were cracked in the armor on his chest. The cannon recondensed its energy and had a tendency to shoot again. And behind the cannon, the 2 Pegasus have gradually condensed. At the same time, the 5 iron-armored soldiers gathered again. Han Feng frowned. Obviously, these cannons, ironclad soldiers, etc. will never be killed, and they can be reunited after a period of time. There is no benefit to entanglement in this way, and we must find a way to break the white barrier of the Tianluo chessboard. Pegasus roared, and it was not limited to the squares formed by the ground at all. Pegasus flaps its pure white wings. White circles resembling a ring kept pouring out, falling like rain. Purple wings aurora. Behind Han Feng, Zi Tianxiang fluttered, and the purple aurora, containing milky white flames, poured into the sky. Boom boom boom. There were rumbling sounds everywhere in the enchantment. Humph, entangle yourself with Tianma and the ironclad soldiers. The last step is coming soon. At that time, you will die. Jiaqing in the dark smiled coldly, his face slightly pale. The Tianluo chessboard is equally powerful, but the consumption of true essence is not comparable to that of ordinary top-quality spiritual weapons. Kong Wanyue recovered a little, and joined in, inputting true yuan. With Kong Wanyue's help, Jia Cheng's expression softened a lot. Under the obstruction of energy cannons, Pegasus, and iron-armored soldiers, Han Feng never found time to find a way to break the barrier. Seeing that more and more existences condensed behind, Han Feng became anxious. At this time, Han Feng also discovered that, whether it was an ironclad soldier, a Pegasus, or a cannon, the time it took to reunite after being destroyed was prolonged a lot. Han Feng squinted. So that's the case, Jia Cheng's real yuan can't keep up. In that case. Fusion, Song Yan extermination slash. The white flame slash instantly overwhelmed the armored soldiers, Pegasus, and cannons. But this time, the armored soldiers, Pegasus, and cannons did not immediately condense. Taking advantage of the vacant time, Han Feng once again displayed the fused Song Yan extermination slash. The terrifying white flame slashed and roared away. Humph. A dull humming sound resounded throughout the white enchantment. Han Feng was sure that this cold humming had nothing to do with Jia Cheng and Kong Wanyue. At the place where the solid white slash attacked, three figures slowly condensed. The one who let out a cold snort was the figure in the center. In the face, that could not be seen under the helmet, the blood-red pupils exuded endless killing intent. Seeing that the white flame slash was about to hit the three yet-to-be-formed figures, the existences that had already condensed in other directions immediately blocked the front. Damn! Han Feng scolded secretly, almost. In just such a moment of effort, the three figures have completely solidified. There are silver armor guards on the left and right sides, guarding the figure in the middle like a bodyguard. The figure in the middle is the golden armor commander. The blood-red pupils made the killing intent even stronger. The pitch-black face hidden under the peeps made this golden-armored commander look like a cold god of war. Suddenly, the silver-armored guards shot, and the two silver-armored guards burst out with silver-white sword light, whistling at Han Feng. Fusion, Song Yan extermination slash. Performing this trick again, 3 times in a row, Han Feng's consumption is not too big. Even if the Song Yan extermination slash itself is only a high-grade heaven-ranked martial arts, the fusion of the extreme day holy flame has the power of a top-ranked martial arts of the heaven-ranked ranks, and its consumption is only the same as that of a top-ranked martial arts of the sky-ranked. Don't forget, Han Feng itself didn't step into the late stage of heaven. Boom! 3 slashes collided, forming a rare storm. But the terrifying storm was suddenly torn apart, and what came through the terrifying storm was the golden light of the sword. This sword light, it is the golden armor commander that burst out. Han Feng gritted his teeth, and the Song Yan extermination slash swung out again. However, this time, Song Yan's extermination slash was at a disadvantage. After all, this was the sword brilliance of the golden armor commander, and it was the most powerful person who had been looking forward to it. Puff! The sword light passed through the white flame and bombarded Han Feng mercilessly. The Skyfire armor was torn apart, Han Feng opened his mouth and vomited blood mist, and his internal organs seemed to be shattered. Hey, the guy with a big life, this is not dead. Jia Qing, who was maintaining the transmission of real essence in the dark, trembled. Commander Jin Jia's attack cost him a lot of real energy. Kong Wanyue couldn't even speak, so he could barely maintain his input. First delivery. Ask for flowers. But, if you can't kill with one hit, then come with a second hit. With a pale face, Jia Qing increased the input of True Yuan, and a moment later, Jia Qing showed an extremely tired face. Inside the white enchantment. The golden armor commander has raised the golden long sword in his hand high, and the dazzling golden color is pouring out like a storm. The next moment, the golden sword ray burst out. No, well. Han Feng's pain was unbearable, and there were bursts of pain like being crushed from his internal organs, and he couldn't even speak smoothly. Seeing the golden sword light strike, Han Feng felt a deep sense of unwillingness in his heart. Is he going to die? No, how could he die so easily? He still has a higher level of martial arts that he has not yet stepped into, and there are more mysteries of the world that he has not yet understood. How can he die so easily? If not. Seeing the golden sword light strike, Han Feng secretly hated that without this Tianluo chessboard, he would never have fallen to this point, even if Jia Qing and Kong Wanyue joined forces, even if he was no match, it would be easy to escape. Fight for treasures? Han Feng's face showed a trace of grimness, and he kept roaring in his heart, Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, I know you must have your own consciousness. When will you wait if you don't take action now? Every time he fell into an illusion, or his mental power was impacted, an inexplicable force would emerge from the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower to help get rid of the illusion and mental shock. From that time on, Han Feng began to doubt. At this moment, Han Feng can only hope that his suspicions are correct, otherwise, he has no choice but to use Elder Tianqing's thoughts. Raising his right arm, Han Feng chopped off his arm. Songyan extermination slash. The white flame slash spread out, and instantly collided with the golden sword light, and the golden sword light stagnated. Once again, he performed the Songyan extermination slash, and Han Feng had less than 30% of his true essence left in his body. With this slash, Han Feng just wanted to block the golden sword light for a moment. At the same time, Han Feng's other hand has already taken out the mind ball. If he guesses wrong about the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, the moment of blocking is enough for him to activate the mind ball. The white flame slash blocked for a moment, and was instantly dissipated by the golden sword light. The golden sword ray burst out. Han Feng looked nervous, and the real energy in his body was about to pour into the thought ball. But at this moment, two golden and red rays of light rose into the sky at Han Feng's heart, and Han Feng was wrapped in the golden and red giant tower. Han Feng's face was overjoyed, his guess was indeed correct. Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda really has its own thinking. The golden and red rays of light shone, and the slightly illusory Jiuyan Tianhua Tower burst out with a powerful energy shock. Boom boom boom. Inside the barrier, the world seemed to be destroyed as if it was doomsday, and countless cracks opened from the white barrier. At this moment, the golden sword light also slashed fiercely on the illusory Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. This is not the body of Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, but the energy body condensed by Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. If so, the defense is also amazingly powerful. The golden sword slashed on it, and the illusory Jiuyan Tianhua Tower did not move at all, causing no damage at all. Impossible. What is this? Jia Qing's expression changed greatly in the dark, his face was unbelievable. Han Feng in the unreal Nine Flames Skyfire Tower sighed with relief. The next moment, Han Feng's expression became sluggish, and the real essence in his body disappeared instantly. A deep sense of exhaustion rose from the bottom of my heart. Han Feng instantly understood that this was the consequence of Jiuyan Tianhua Tower's action. Even if this is not the real Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda, but just the condensed energy body, it will consume a lot of real energy. At the same time, Han Feng also felt a sense of vitality lost in his body. Han Feng was a little panicked. What's going on? Just when Han Feng was a little panicked, the illusory Jiuyan Tianhua Tower had broken through the white barrier. Jiacheng and Kong Wanyue spat out large mouths of blood, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Han Feng ignored the doubts in his heart, and looked at Jiacheng and Kong Wanyue, who fell with murderous intent. The two of them have consumed 80 to 90% of their real energy. Now, because the Tianluo chessboard has been broken, the two have suffered huge losses. The two of them now are estimated to be able to kill them under the sky. Han Feng released Feitian Yanshi, and then took the blood to drink the yellow dragon saber, and asked Feitian Yanshi to use the blood to drink the yellow dragon saber to kill the two to absorb the blood essence. In the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy, Han Feng had no chance to improve the blood-drinking yellow dragon saber. When he went outside, he just took the opportunity to unblock the blood-drinking yellow dragon saber again, which would be another trump card. Feitian Yanshi killed Jiacheng and Kong Wanyue, who had lost their combat power, and the bloody yellow dragon saber got his wish and was upgraded to the bloody white dragon saber level, which is the level of the best spiritual weapon. The two powerhouses are the blood of a 6-star and 7-star powerhouse, and their energy is considerable. The blood-drinking yellow dragon knife has been upgraded to a medium-grade spiritual tool in one fell swoop, and it is only one step away from the first class. However, for Han Feng, this level is not enough. At the very least, he must reach an upper-level to improve his comprehensive combat power. Taking back the bloody white dragon saber and the Tianluo chessboard brought back by Feitian Yanshi, Han Feng fell down with a blackness in front of his eyes. Feitian Yanshi was taken aback, and Han Feng immediately flew away from here. Before Feitian Yanshi could leave completely, the golden and red rays of light flashed, and Feitian Yanshi was forcibly returned to the Jianshan Fire Tower. The golden and red rays of light carried Han Feng and flew away at a speed of millions of meters per second in the blink of an eye. A minute later, the golden and red rays of light became weaker, and landed next to a mountain road. Half a day later, not far from the road came the sound of wheels rolling on the ground, accompanied by the sound of horses' hooves. Soon, more than 20 men wearing silver armor came slowly on white horses, and in the center of the more than 20 silver armor guards were two large carriages, one behind the other. The silver-armored guard at the head suddenly made a gesture, and all the silver-armored guards stopped. Inside the carriage, a slightly weak female voice sounded, "Sun Hui, why did you stop?" "Miss, there is an unknown person lying on the ground in front of you," Sun Hui replied. The voice in the carriage was silent for a moment. "Guardian Sun, please go check it out. If someone is really injured, it's okay to help, if it's fake." A trace of killing intent flashed in Sun Hui's eyes. "If it is fake, my subordinates will definitely not spare such wicked people." The voice in the carriage disappeared, apparently tacitly acquiescing to Hu Fa Sun's words, and when Hu Fa Sun rode cautiously on his horse, a faint voice slowly came out, "I hope it's not Elder Ma's conspiracy, and he is also a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Why can't we work together to develop the Chamber of Commerce and have to engage in infighting?" Sun guards approached cautiously on horseback, then jumped off the horse and approached more cautiously. As it approached, Sun Hui found that the person was indeed weak. Although there were no obvious scars on his body, the pale face and the blood on his mouth all showed that the person who fell to the ground was indeed seriously injured. Looking at the young face of a teenager, "Why is there a little white hair?" Sun Hui looked up and down, and was greatly surprised. Frowning, Sun Hui squatted down and stretched out his hand to squeeze the man's wrist. After a long time, Sun Hui retracted his hand. "The internal organs have suffered huge damage. If you don't die, your life is really big. If you ignore it, you will die within a day. Since you are really badly injured, let's help." However, the internal organs have been hit so hard, why are there no obvious marks on the chest? Second more. Although he didn't understand it, Xuanhuan didn't get into it. Maybe some defensive spiritual tool resisted it. If there is no spiritual tool, it is very likely that the spiritual tool has been broken, and the counteracting attack has severely damaged the internal organs through vibration. Miss Hui, this person is about 18 or 19 years old, and he is indeed severely injured. It doesn't look like a trap set by Elder Ma. Xuanhuan came back and told his investigation, slowly. Well, I'm bothering Protector Sun, please put this person in the carriage at the back. Yes. Inside the carriage, the girl in the yellow shirt poured down a cup of tea and handed it to a young woman in a pink dress. Afterwards, the girl in yellow shirt said dissatisfiedly, Miss, you have shown great kindness again. The young woman smiled slightly, Hong Ling, this is my father's teaching, it's just a helping hand, it's nothing. Hong Ling rolled her eyes and said, there are a lot of people who help the master, but when the master is in trouble, there are not many who come to help. If it wasn't for the master's kindness, how would it make Elder Ma's heart grow stronger and stronger? The young woman was silent for a moment and sighed, what you said also makes sense, but I have been used to it for many years, and I believe that good people will always be rewarded. Hearing this, Hong Ling didn't know what to say. A few days later, Han Feng in the carriage woke up leisurely. Where? Han Feng's memory is still at the time when he collected the bloody white dragon knife and the Tianluo chessboard. Immediately, Han Feng found that there was medicinal power circulating in his body, restoring his injured internal organs. Someone rescued me? He gave me a pill? Han Feng was a little stunned. Sensing the effects of these medicines, it was only about the level of the lower grades, which relieved his injury to a certain extent, but the effect was not great. The medicine pills around the lower grades seemed to be not a strong person who saved me. Han Feng guessed in his heart. After a long time, Han Feng got up with difficulty, running the 9 flames and different fire art, and at the same time took out the healing medicine pill from the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy from the storage space. The effect of this medicinal pill is quite good. As soon as the medicinal pill is entered, it turns into warm energy and flows through the body. After a back and forth, the internal organs and 6 viscera become much better. Taking a breath, Han Feng sensed his body carefully, and soon Han Feng's expression sank. Han Feng realized that his body lacked a lot of vitality, not as vigorous as in his teens. Is this the price of Juyan Tianhua Tower's shot? Han Feng sighed deeply, stroking his heart, and in an instant, information rushed into Han Feng's mind. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and immediately closed his eyes and looked at it. For a long time, Han Feng opened his eyes with an ugly expression, so it is. Through this news, Han Feng already knew everything. The Juyan Tianhua Pagoda does have a spirit, but Han Feng's current cultivation base is not enough to support the appearance of the Juyan Tianhua Pagoda's artifact spirit, so this time, the Juyan Tianhua Pagoda directly appeared to help. There are 2 major sequelae. The first type of Han Feng can still be endured, but you cannot enter the Juyan Tianhua Pagoda for 2 months. Communication with Feitian Yanshi and Phantom Thunder Leopard is not allowed, nor can he plant spiritual fruit, nor can he communicate with Lin Qingshan in Soul Search space. All the functions of the first 6 floors of the entire Juyan Tianhua Tower have been temporarily frozen. The time is 2 months. However, the storage space on the 7th floor is not too problematic and can be used. However, the second consequence was to make Han Feng's face slightly gloomy. The second consequence is the consumption of vitality, and how much vitality is consumed, depending on how much energy the 9 Flame Skyfire Tower consumes. Before breaking the Tianluo chessboard enchantment, it took decades of vitality. Heaven-ranked powerhouses can live for 100 years at most. If they are well nourished, it is not impossible to live for 112 years, but this is already the limit, unless suddenly lost decades of vitality, which means that Han Feng's life expectancy is 40 or 50 years. In the case of a life expectancy of 40 or 50 years, 17 or 18 years old is equivalent to an ordinary 30-something. In other words, Han Feng's body and appearance are now 17 or 18 years old, and his lining is no different from his 30s. This directly causes the speed of cultivation in the future to be affected. There are two ways to solve this symptom. The first is to find the spirit grass and spirit fruit that enhance vitality, so that some vitality can be restored. Some big forces, deep-rooted forces, and the powerhouses of heaven and earth can rely on this kind of heaven and earth spirit grass and spirit fruit that can enhance their vitality to enhance their vitality and increase their lifespan. It is not impossible for some heavenly rank powerhouses to live for 150 to 200 years. However, compared with the 1,000-year lifespan once he breaks through to the sanctuary, it is far behind. The second method is to break through to the sanctuary. Once it breaks through to the sanctuary, any problem can be solved, and the artifact will also appear because of sufficient energy. It's no wonder that the Xuanhuan Tower used to help me a little when I was in crisis. That's why. I've lost my vitality for decades. I'm afraid that if I do it again, my life will be lost. Han Feng smiled bitterly, but Han Feng did not regret it. The situation at that time could indeed be solved by the mind ball, but the mind ball was a consumable item. This time the shot was the strength of the 8th and 9th sanctuary, and the next moment might be only the 2nd and 3rd sanctuary. On the surface, the task accepted this time is only 3-star, but Han Feng has an intuition in his heart. This time the task is not simple, and the mind ball may be specially designed to deal with this task. At that time, Jiaqing and Jiaqing were solved with the mind ball. What about the next task? It is impossible to break out the Xuanhuan Tower when the task is completed. What should I do after it is over? In order to save the news of Xuanhuan Pagoda, did you destroy the Wei family? Not to mention the little relationship between the Wei family and the elder Tianqing, the Wei family's sanctuary master alone cannot solve it. But don't keep your mouth shut. Who knows about the news about the Xuanhuan Pagoda and whether the Wei family will tell the elder Tianqing? Once the elder Tianqing learns, even if the elder Tianqing himself is already a master of the 27th layer of the sanctuary, Han Feng does not guarantee it. Elder Tianqing will not be greedy. Once Elder Heavenly Punishment becomes greedy, with his current mediocre heavenly rank cultivation base, it is absolutely impossible to have the ability to escape. After careful calculation, the problem is not too big. The spiritual fruit that enhances vitality may be available in the inner courtyard of Baidu University, and the points can be exchanged for it. After the 2-month period expires, it can be planted. It won't take long for the vitality to recover. Furthermore, even if I don't have these spiritual fruits, relying on the fusion of all things, I am confident that I will break through to the sanctuary within a few years, and there will be no problems at that time. Thinking of this, Han Feng's ugly face has improved a lot, but he just decided in his heart that he should be more careful in the future, because the strength has skyrocketed in a short period of time. Sitting cross-legged, Han Feng recovered quietly. At this time, Han Feng only had 20 to 30% of the battle strength of his heyday. He had no problem dealing with the earth rank, but he was barely able to deal with the heaven rank in the early stage, and in the middle heaven rank. It is very likely that he will be hit hard again. Recover first, and thank you later. It's okay to stay here to recover from injuries these days. The third one. Miss, according to the situation today, there is no way to reach the next city. We can only spend the night in this mountain range. Xuanhuan looked up at the sky and turned to face the largest carriageway in front of him. A young woman's voice came from the carriage, then I will trouble the guard, son. Don't dare, this is the responsibility of my subordinates. Sun Guard clasped his fists, and immediately dismounted to make arrangements. A group of people set up camp, and the two carriages stopped. The silver-armored guard in charge of Han Feng's carriage immediately found the awakened Han Feng and immediately called Sun Guard. Little brother's resilience is amazing. Xuanhuan sighed. For the injury at that time, it would take at least 2 or 3 months for him to heal, even if he had medicine pills. Han Feng handed over his hands and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to the medicinal herbs, thank you eldest brother for your help, or the younger brother will only be afraid of." Xuanhuan was astonished. He knew best what kind of medicine the young lady was taking Han Feng. It would never have such a good effect. Then there might be only one medicine. This person in front of him had other medicines. Xuanhuan sighed in his heart, to be able to have such an effect, this medicinal pill is at least of the heavenly rank. This person has an unusual origin. However, this almost ruled out the possibility of Elder Ma setting a trap. Just like Elder Ma's kind of petty sting, the heavenly rank pill must be kept by himself, where would it be given to others? The two chatted for a while. Han Feng knew Xuanhuan's surname, and the name changed from eldest brother to son elder brother. Xuanhuan also knew Han Feng's surname and called Han Feng Han Xiaoxiong. "Brother son, please inform Miss Luo, my brother, I must personally thank you." Han Feng had already learned from Xuanhuan that the girl surnamed Luo was the one who rescued him. "What is the name of Xuanhuan?" "Not spoken." "Haha, little brother Han, wait, brother is going." Patting Han Feng's shoulder, Xuanhuan walked towards the largest carriage. "Miss Hongling, please tell Miss, that person has woken up, and now I want to thank you." Xuanhuan found Hongling and cupped her hands. "Wake up so soon? Didn't you say you were seriously injured?" Hongling looked surprised. Xuanhuan smiled, "I brought the medicine pill, which is better than the one given by the young lady. Naturally, it will heal faster. I can see that this person's origin is not simple, and our young lady is kind to him. Maybe this person can help. We deal with Elder Ma." Hong Ling wrinkled her nose. "You think too well, Elder Ma is a heavenly rank powerhouse, few dare to oppose him, even if the boy's origin is not simple. The heavenly rank powerhouse of the family is willing to offend us, Elder Ma? How many times did the master help you on the way, and how many are willing to help in the end?" Speaking of this, Hong Ling felt resentment again. Xuanhuan looked embarrassed, and said embarrassingly, "Well, even if you don't help, you can't stop people from coming to thank you." "That's right, I'll go tell the lady right now." "Oh? You're already awake?" The woman surnamed Luo heard this, but raised her eyebrows slightly, not too surprised. "Miss, you're not surprised at all." Hong Ling shook the arm of the woman surnamed Luo. The woman surnamed Luo nodded Hong Ling's head. "Although I'm not old, I have gone to many places for the Chamber of Commerce and gained a lot of knowledge. Our Chamber of Commerce is not bad in the Tianqiao city of the Xylan Empire, and it is not an exaggeration to be first class, but in the entire Xylan Empire, it is only barely close to the upper level. But our Xylan Empire is only an 8th rank empire. There are also higher rank 7 empires, middle 3rd rank empires and even upper 3rd rank empires. Compared with these, our chambers of commerce are not in the mainstream. The origin of the other party is bigger than our chamber of commerce, so it's not surprising to come up with a higher level medicine pill." The woman surnamed Luo said calmly. Hong Ling looked in admiration. The woman surnamed Luo got off the carriage, and Han Feng was finally able to see the appearance of the savior. She has beautiful black hair pulled into a cloud bun, curved eyebrows, a pretty nose, cherry lips dripping with water, a face that is as crystal clear as jade without applying grease, and her skin that is more crystal clear than snow, as tender and soft as honey. Slim. Han Feng was slightly stunned, but quickly recovered. Whether it is Meng Yaqing or Yuani Jin, her appearance is not weaker than the one in front of her, and she is even better. Having seen the faces of Meng Yaqing and Yuani Jin, Although the appearance of the woman surnamed Luo is astonishingly beautiful, it will not make Han Feng lose his temper. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, not the kind of lecherous person, and glanced at his young lady without a trace. Xuanhuan felt a little nervous when he blocked it, and his throat moved. I've seen it countless times, and it's still so unbearable, this kid. It's really amazing. Wait, it shouldn't be incompetent, right? Xuanhuan's eyes on Han Feng suddenly became strange and sympathetic. Hong Ling had a better impression of Han Feng because of this. If Hong Ling's impression of Han Feng was only 20 or 30 before, now it is 60, barely passing. The woman surnamed Luo secretly thought in her heart. Sure enough, only those geniuses who came from an extraordinary family and were used to seeing countless beauties would have such immunity to her appearance. The woman is still very confident in her appearance, and ranks first in the entire Xylan Empire. Except in front of her own family, the woman is very good at revealing her true face, otherwise her reputation would have spread long ago. The reason why he came to see Han Feng with such a true face is also a test of Han Feng. As for whether Han Feng is a dandy, will it make you feel bad for her? The woman also thought about it. Compared with the grandson of Elder Ma, the woman would rather choose Han Feng, who is likely to have a bigger origin. Even if there is no future happiness, at least the culprit, like Elder Ma, must be killed. Of course, this is the worst case. Now that she looks at it, the woman breathes a sigh of relief. Han Feng retracted his amazed eyes and exchanged his gratitude. Thank you, Han, for helping Miss Luo. In the future, if Miss Luo is in trouble, Han will definitely help. In these days, Han is only afraid that he will bother Miss Luo again. Body. Han Feng showed a hint of hesitation. The woman surnamed Luo immediately smiled and replied, it's just a little effort. After Mr. Han's body is well, the little girl can rest assured that Mr. Han will leave. So, then thank you, Miss Luo. The relationship between the two sides was still on the surface. After thanking him, Han Feng left without staying for a moment. Xuanhuan is also leaving. Miss, your subordinates should patrol the vicinity in case there are any powerful monsters here. I'm bothering Guard Sunday. The woman surnamed Luo smiled and nodded, seeing Guard Sun move again, and wiped off a cold sweat when she left. Every time she saw the lady's true face, it was a big test of his determination. Soon, the real night came, and it was confirmed that there was no danger nearby. Sun guards and many silver-armored guards started dinner. As for the woman surnamed Luo and Hong Ling, they were alone in the tent, and there were 4 silver-armored guards outside. On the hill, several kilometers away from here, the man in black robe let out a sneering laugh. For more completed. Ask for flowers. There are only 2 days left in this month. In these 2 days, Cabbage will try to keep about 6 shifts a day, and try to keep more than 2,500 words in each chapter, and try to complete 30,000 words in 2 days. Please give your support these 2 days. There are only the last 2 days left. We must keep the top 10 position. Don't be bombarded one after another in the last 2 days, it will really fall short. Jia, is this the goal of this mission? The black-robed man took out a purple-black foundation, and a strange turbulence burst out. If anyone is around here, they will be surprised to find that there is no sound coming from here. Huh? Sun guards and silver armor guards are drinking together, and Han Feng takes a few sips from time to time. Suddenly, Han Feng frowns. The body was severely injured, and the mental strength was also damaged, but Tianjia was a Tianjia after all, and Han Feng soon discovered the difference. Under the shroud of mental power, Han Feng soon found a group of scorpions coming here. The scorpion is half a meter in size, and its body is rich in purple, and the richness is close to black. This is a purple poisonous scorpion? Why so many? Han Feng was surprised, and he couldn't help but worry. The purple poisonous scorpion is not very powerful. When it was born, it was only a 5th-level magical beast, which was equivalent to the strength of the early human level. The common purple poisonous scorpion, the adult limit is the 12th level, which is the peak level of the mysterious order. But when a large-scale gathering of purple poisonous scorpions, there will definitely be a purple poisonous scorpion that mutates and breaks through to become the purple poisonous scorpion king, comparable to the Earth-level monster. As for the silver armor guards here, except for Sun Hui, who is a 3-star cultivation base, the rest are all at the Xuanjia level, ranging from the late Xuanjia to the peak Xuanjia. In the face of hundreds of thousands of purple poisonous scorpions, except for Sun Hui, the rest of the silver-armored guards had no chance of escaping. These hundreds of thousands of purple poisonous scorpions are all in adult form, at least in the early stage of the mysterious rank, and the highest is equivalent to the peak of the mysterious rank. Little brother Han, are you feeling unwell? Sun Hui suddenly saw Han Feng's face and asked with concern. At the beginning, Sun Guard rescued Han Feng just by following the order of his lady, and did not care enough about Han Feng. But later learned that Han Feng's origin may not be simple. Sun Hui's attitude is kind, and there is still a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that when Han Feng knows the situation of his young lady, he will come to the rescue. It is true that this behavior will make people feel that Sun Hui is too much, but Han Feng is still somewhat grateful to Sun Hui. Although Sun Hui was somewhat utilitarian, if it were someone else, he would not even be able to save him. For no reason, someone was seriously injured and fainted on the side of the road. Who knows what kind of trouble they will be involved in? Han Feng's face was solemn. Brother Sun, if you believe me, be on guard, there are monsters coming. What? Sun Hui was taken aback, and quickly stood up and looked around, but Sun Hui was not a powerhouse in the sky, so how could he find the purple poisonous scorpion without mental power like Han Feng? Therefore, in Sun Hui's eyes, he saw nothing. Sun Hui looked at Han Feng suspiciously. Head, what's the matter? The rest of the silver-armored guards saw Sun Hui's behavior, and they were all puzzled. Han Feng said solemnly, Brother Sun, I naturally have my own way to find out, please be alert soon. Sun Hui didn't know whether to believe it or not. Suddenly, Sun Hui remembered that the origin of Han Feng was probably not simple, so there was a way to find out that it was normal for the monsters to attack. Thinking of this, Sun Hui said, the monsters are attacking, all of them. Be on your guard. Sun Hui didn't think about Han Feng's direction as a powerhouse. Han Feng's face was too young. In the Xylan Empire, where can there be such a young heaven-ranked powerhouse? After all, Sun Hui has limited vision because of the Xylan Empire. If a woman surnamed Luo was here, with her rich experience, she would be able to guess one or two. A group of silver-armored guards were surprised. Like Sun Hui, they all suspected that Han Feng was talking nonsense, but Sun Hui was the one who spoke, so they had to be alert in an orderly manner. Outside, you can't be too careful. If it's fake, it's just a false alarm, but if it's true, they can avoid unnecessary casualties. The behavior of the silver-armored guards attracted Miss Luo and Hong Ling from the tent to come out one after another. Guardian Sun, this is. Hong Ling looked at the many silver-armored guards in surprise. Sun Hui did not elaborate, the situation has changed, there may be monsters attacking, and the girl and the young lady are also invited to come to the middle, and the subordinates will do their best to protect the young lady. As soon as she heard that there might be a monster attacking, Hong Ling's face changed immediately, but Miss Luo asked lightly, how did Sun Hui know? This. Sun Hui glanced at Han Feng without a trace, and Miss Luo was stunned, and there was a strange look in Han Feng's eyes. At this time, Han Feng also looked cautious. He was injured now. Although his strength is still strong, every shot is very likely to involve the injury of the internal organs in the body, which will aggravate the injury that has been improved. After all, it is the internal organs that are injured, not the external injury, and it is not a grade at all. Everyone looked alert, and after a while, the individual silver-armored guards became impatient. But at this moment, dense figures attacked from all directions, making a sha-sha sound. Sun Hui's expression froze. Sure enough, there is a monster attacking. This is a purple poisonous scorpion. Sun Hui exclaimed, and the other silver-armored guards didn't look good. None of these dense purple poisonous scorpions are under half a meter. In other words, they are all adult purple poisonous scorpions. An adult purple poisonous scorpion is equivalent to the strength of a human profound rank, but it is still hundreds of thousands. Many silver-armored guards were panicked and secretly grateful to Han Feng. If Han Feng had not discovered in advance, they were suddenly attacked by such a large number of adult purple poisonous scorpions. I am afraid that they would all be killed within a short time. But now, as long as the organization is orderly, some purple poisonous scorpions can be severely damaged. Xuanjia Warcraft can be considered a little wise. When they find that the other party is a tough bone, they may retreat. Han Feng didn't think so. Sun Hui had already checked around, and it was clear that there was no trace of the survival of powerful monsters, but these purple poisonous scorpions attacked in the evening, which was too strange. Maybe. Han Feng's eyes darkened, and he glanced at Miss Luo, who was still calm, and had some guesses in his heart. Go to hell. The purple poisonous scorpion was approaching soon, and Sun Hui, as the leader of many guards and a master of the ground, immediately took the lead. The silver-colored long sword in his hand slashed fiercely, emitting a silver-colored sword light. The sword light roared away, and in an instant, nearly 10 purple poisonous scorpions were wiped out. The rest of the silver-armored guards also took action, and in an instant, in this gloomy night, groups of silver rays of light flickered, extremely dazzling. Miss Luo, do you have any extra silver swords? Han Feng came to Miss Luo's side without a trace and asked in a deep voice. Miss Luo guessed something in her heart, and immediately handed the silver soft sword in her hand to Han Feng. Young Master Han is seriously injured, please be careful. Han Feng smiled lightly, it's just the Xuanji purple poisonous scorpion, not yet. Make my injury worse. Han Feng can only hope that this is really an accident. If there is really a stronger master sitting in the dark, Han Feng can only hope that it is not the best. Otherwise, even if you win, the time for the injury to improve will be delayed. With a wave of the silver soft sword in Han Feng's hand, fiery red fire attribute true essence poured out, and several fiery red rays of light disappeared into the purple poisonous scorpions. With the explosion of flames, several purple poisonous scorpions were captured every time. Wipe out. The eyes of the silver-armored guards around Han Feng's eyes widened. Even if it was them, it was the limit that they could kill these purple poisonous scorpions and deal with 2 or 3 heads at a time, and this wounded. For a while, the eyes of everyone looking at Han Feng were different. Sun Hui is even more sure that Han Feng's origin is not simple, and he laughed. Little brother is very good, if you can get through this today, it's no wonder, you must be very grateful to little brother. As soon as Han Feng made a move, Sun Hui was grateful to Han Feng. Judging from Han Feng's shot, at least he is not weaker than his guard. Surrounded by a group of purple poisonous scorpions, it is still possible for the strong to escape, and it is not too difficult. And now that Han Feng chose to stay and help, Sun Hui was extremely grateful. Hong Ling's favor with Han Feng also soared at this moment. It used to be 60 points and just passed, but now it has suddenly increased to 70 or 80 points, which is considered a friendly state. Han Feng laughed loudly. Miss Luo and brother Sun saved your life, how can you not report it? The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Huh? Go to hell. Suddenly, Han Feng found several purple poisonous scorpions approaching within 10 meters, and instantly shot them to death. The purple poisonous scorpion can spray venom, and it cannot be too close. Otherwise, if so many purple poisonous scorpions spray their venom together, the casualties will be extremely heavy. When Han Feng killed the purple poisonous scorpion, his mental power was also covering the audience. Gradually, Han Feng discovered that these purple poisonous scorpions attacked Miss Luo the most in this area. There seem to be quite a few other areas, but if you count them carefully, they can't compare to this one. However, on the battlefield, it was too late to kill the purple poisonous scorpion, who would count them. Except for Han Feng's mental ability to find out, the rest can't find the difference at all. Perhaps knowing Han Feng's power, Sun Hui gradually moved away from Miss Luo, and obviously wanted to kill the purple poisonous scorpion away from Miss Luo. It's a pity Sun Hui ignored the other side. Under the attack of a large number of purple poisonous scorpions, there was finally a place because the silver armor guards consumed a lot, so he took a breath and let the purple poisonous scorpions find an opportunity. Soon, several purple poisonous scorpions approached within 10 meters, and the venom sprayed out of their mouths. Oops! The tired silver-armored guards were horrified. The venom of the purple poisonous scorpion was extremely powerful. Once it got stuck, it would also be severely injured by a small level. These are all purple poisonous scorpions at the peak of the profound rank, and these venoms are enough to threaten the masters of the 12-star peak of the profound rank. Several guards consumed a huge amount of real energy in their bodies, so they could only watch the venom sprayed weakly. But at this moment, a milky white flame intercepted in front of them, opened like a big net, and all the venom was sprayed onto the flame net. Chi. Immediately, the venom and the strange fire engulfed and corroded each other, and a thick black smoke filled the air. Several silver-armored guards immediately gave Han Feng a grateful glance, knowing that this was not the time to say thank you, running the real energy in their bodies and killing the purple poisonous scorpion one after the other. Different fire. As Miss Luo's maid, Hong Ling can't be said to be well informed, but she is much better than an ordinary maid. Different fire, Hong Ling naturally understands a little. My God, it turned out to be a different fire, and the entire Xylan Empire doesn't have it. Hong Ling gasped. Time passed quickly, and a small half of the purple poisonous scorpions were killed by everyone. But the purple poisonous scorpion behind them is getting more and more crazy, and the group of silver-armored guards has gradually become unsupported. If Han Feng hoped that this was just an accident before, the death of the purple poisonous scorpion has already explained everything. There's definitely someone behind the scenes. Xuanjia Warcraft is already a little wise, and if they are defeated, they will definitely retreat, but now they have no inclination. Sun Hui also noticed something was wrong. After killing a few purple poisonous scorpions, he immediately returned to Han Feng and Miss Luo's side. Miss, something is wrong, these purple poisonous scorpions seem to be stalked by someone, they are desperately trying. Sun Hui's face was embarrassed, these purple poisonous scorpions did not leave, and if he continued to fight to the death, he could only escape alone with the young lady, and if he brought other people, maybe they would all die here. But the rest of the guards were all trained by Sun Hui, and Sun Hui was full of unwillingness to let Sun Guard give up these people. Miss Luo's eyes flashed, maybe I can guess who it is. Who is it? Elder Ma is the youngest? But Elder Ma has no such person. Sun Hui immediately thought of Elder Ma. Miss Luo shook her head, it does have something to do with Elder Ma, but it's not necessarily that Elder Ma weighed down, maybe it's someone who united with Elder Ma. Do you know the little sunflower bandit? If I'm not mistaken, the person behind the scenes should be a capable officer wielded by the 3 heads and deputy heads of the little sunflower bandit corps. Ugly scorpion. What? Little sunflower bandit. Both Sun Hui and Hong Ling's expressions changed drastically. Han Feng's mouth twitched, the little sunflower robbers, let's just call the little chrysanthemum robbers. Listening to the tone of Sun Hui and Miss Luo, this robber group is not simple, maybe it is very powerful, but its reputation is really a bit embarrassing. Who named it? Brother Sun, Miss Luo, this little sunflower bandit is. Han Feng asked in confusion. Miss Luo took a deep breath and explained, the predecessor of the Little Sunflower Bandit group is the Little Chrysanthemum Bandit Band. Han Feng was immediately embarrassed, and his heart was like thousands of grass and mud horses galloping, and it was really called the Little Chrysanthemum Bandit, even though it was its predecessor. Miss Luo didn't notice Han Feng's embarrassment, and the Little Chrysanthemum had no special meaning to Xuanhuan and others, so she didn't know Han Feng's feeling of pain. Han Feng, who had recovered his senses, continued to listen to Miss Luo's explanation. The head of the Little Chrysanthemum Bandit group is known as the Horse Spirit. It's called the Horse Spirit. A few years ago, the small Chrysanthemum Bandit group did all kinds of evil in the Xylan Empire, and was finally eradicated by a sky-rank master of the Xylan Empire. Only the leader of the Ma Jing escaped. 3 years ago, the head of the group gathered some strong people to create a robber group again, and renamed the Little Chrysanthemum to the Small Sunflower Robber Group. The titles of the 2 deputy heads were Black Line and Floating Cloud. There are 8 generals, all of them are masters at the pinnacle level. This ugly scorpion is one of the 8 generals. Han Feng's cheeks twitched again. This is all a bullshit title. Horse Essence, Black Line, Floating Clouds. Does this mean that the head of the group is Ma Jingxiu, who has become a human? The 2 deputy heads are Lin Tuan and Bai Yun Qingjing? Having said this, Miss Luo's face became solemn. If it is really an ugly scorpion, then we are in danger. It is said that this ugly scorpion has subdued a purple poisonous scorpion king, and it is a top-level monster of the earth. With the ugly scorpion, that's 2 top-level masters. The Xylan Empire is only a small 8th-rank empire, and the pinnacle of the empire can barely be regarded as a first-class master, or a quasi-first class. 2 Earth-level masters are too dangerous for them. Xuanhuan's heart is heavy. Hong Ling gritted her teeth. The little sunflower robbers do a lot of evil. The Empire has already sent people to find out where the little sunflower robbers are stationed. I'm afraid it will soon send someone to solve the little sunflower robbers. Elder Ma is actually with this little sunflower robbers. When they are entangled together, when the Empire is angry, our Chamber of Commerce will also. This Elder Ma is simply blinded by lard. This is not what Xuanhuan thought. The battle between Elder Ma and the Master has already prevailed. Now that they are united with the little sunflower bandit, the consequences. Xuanhuan's body suddenly became cold. Miss Luo was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, Xuanhuan, take everyone to fight and leave. Elder Ma sent people to arrest me and coerce my father. For the time being, I won't have any safety problems. How could that be possible? Xuanhuan was shocked and refused without hesitation, and Hong Ling also firmly wanted to stay. Han Feng raised his head suddenly, his eyes looking coldly in a certain direction. Brother Han, you are. Xuanhuan looked at Han Feng suspiciously, remembering that Han Feng had discovered the purple poisonous scorpion in advance, and now it looks like. Han Feng squinted his eyes, with some coldness, here. Second more. The little sunflower bandit of a wretched book friend came out. Scorpion King. Here? Could it be? Sun Guard looked nervously at the sky. The surrounding purple poisonous scorpions had weakened their attack power long ago, and now they have stopped. Many silver-armored guards did not relax when they saw this, on the contrary, they were more vigilant. They looked at each other. They already knew that if the ugly scorpion really came, their lives would probably be explained here. That being the case, it is better to fight to let the lady escape. In the sky, a huge purple figure spread out 2 moth-like purple wings. This magical beast flying in the sky is a purple poisonous scorpion. However, unlike the purple poisonous scorpion on the ground, this purple poisonous scorpion is more than 10 meters long, and the sharp array at the end of the scorpion's tail is flickering coldly. It is said that the mutated purple poisonous scorpion will produce various abilities, some of which are fire-breathing, and some are of the ice attribute. It seems that this purple poisonous scorpion king has mutated the ability to fly. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. Tisk, it's really embarrassing. On the back of the flying purple poisonous scorpion king, the yellow-faced, one-eyed man looked like he was watching a good show. The big man put his hands around his chest and glanced coldly at the people on the ground. When he saw Han Feng and Xuanhuan, the big man, the ugly scorpion, paused for a while, and said with a wicked smile, "This time, this general has underestimated you. Except for one of the early stages, there is actually another hidden place. Master class. But since this is going to be shot, no amount of ground steps are useless." Ugly Scorpion turned his attention to Miss Luo. "Little girl surnamed Luo, do I remember your name is Luo Xuanhuan? I didn't expect the empire to have a beauty like you. If you are from the uncle, I will seriously serve the uncle, It can give these people a good time. Otherwise, even death, this will not make your subordinates feel good, and there will be many ways to live better than death." Ugly Scorpion's greedy eyes focused on Luo Xuanhuan, looking up and down. "Go to hell." Hu Fa-sun was instantly angry. Overlord Sky Flash. The silver sword light, shining like electric light, came before the ugly scorpion and the flying purple poisonous scorpion king in the blink of an eye. Ugly Scorpion smiled disdainfully, waved his hand to burst out his true essence at will, and blocked the sword light. "It's just too much to hurt this general. He is an 11-star master of the earth rank." The Scorpion King strikes. Ugly Scorpion's body appeared as a purple giant scorpion phantom, and the phantom scorpion tail slammed wildly. "Oops." Xuanhuan hurriedly blocked the silver sword in front of him. Even so, the huge force still smashed Xuanhuan into the air and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Puff. A mouthful of blood spit out. "Head. Asshole. Miss, run, we and this bastard die together." All kinds of tricks attacked the ugly scorpion in the sky. However, many silver-armored guards themselves are only profound rank cultivation bases, and they used a huge amount of energy before. Even if they are united, this blow can only be said to be sparse and ordinary. At least for an 11-star expert like Ugly Scorpion, it's not worth mentioning. Wasted effort. Ugly Scorpion snorted coldly. This time, Ugly Scorpion didn't do anything on its own. Instead, the flying purple poisonous scorpion patted the moth's wings, and before all the attacks arrived, it seemed like it was blocked by something out of thin air. After staying in the ordinary, they stagnated in mid-air, and the mysterious steps turned into starlight and disappeared. Next moment, the venom of the flying purple poisonous scorpion king poured out, sweeping down like rain. There was panic on everyone's faces, and they immediately gritted their teeth, ready to fight again. Han Feng sighed secretly. His life was saved. Let's repay this kindness, this time. Fortunately, whether it was the flying purple poisonous scorpion king or the ugly scorpion, they were all just tears, and they wouldn't aggravate too many injuries. The overwhelming polar day holy flames covered the sky, completely blocking all the venom. Even after the extreme day holy flame eliminated the venom, it attacked the flying purple poisonous scorpion king instead. Even if he was seriously injured, the extreme day holy flame was still a top-level strange fire, which could not be changed. Feeling the horror of the strange fire, the flying purple poisonous scorpion king twisted uncomfortably, and the ugly scorpion on his back also froze. Flash! With a low roar, the flying purple venomous scorpion king immediately flew to the right. However, Han Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, and the extreme day holy flame chased after him and quickly caught up. Damn it, it was too far to feel it before, but now it's approaching. Where is this unusual fire? Even the heavenly rank doesn't dare to stick to it easily. Ugly Scorpion's original disdain for Han Feng disappeared. It can be seen from the strange fire alone that Han Feng is by no means an ordinary master. For this reason, Ugly Scorpion didn't think about Han Fengjian's direction of Tianjia. Just like Sun Hui's idea, it was impossible for a teenage Tianjia to happen in Ugly Scorpion's concept. The purple poisonous scorpion on the ground began to move. Apparently the Ugly Scorpion dodging in the sky had an order, hoping to attract Han Feng's attention by this means. Han Feng just sneered, and a little bit of the extreme day holy flame turned into fire rain and fell. As a top-notch flame, the power of the extreme day holy flame cannot be matched by the purple poisonous scorpions of the mere Xuanjia. Han Feng had a little snack, and these purple poisonous scorpions were swallowed by the milky white flames, and they were completely burned. All the silver armor guards were stunned. Red Aya took another breath. A firm light flashed in Luo Zhenhong's eyes. What? The ugly scorpion in the sky was shocked to see all this. Bastard, why is this guy so difficult to deal with? It can't be. Thinking of that thought, Ugly Scorpion hurriedly shook his head. Impossible, teenage Tianjia, just kidding. Han Feng suddenly threw the silver soft sword in his hand. The soft sword was like a thunderbolt, and it turned into a light that penetrated the body of the flying purple poisonous scorpion king in an instant. The flying purple poisonous scorpion king let out a scream and a roar, and was then completely swallowed up by the flames chasing after him. Ugly Scorpion hurriedly jumped to the ground, looking at Han Feng with gloomy eyes, and even wished to swallow Han Feng in one bite. He had cultivated the flying purple poisonous scorpion king for more than 20 years, and he just died. This time the loss was too great. Even if he finally got Luo Zhenhong, this huge loss could not be recovered. Ugly Scorpion had a grim look on his face. Boy, I definitely want you to live rather than die. Scorpion King Finger. The figure of the purple giant scorpion condensed, and along with the ugly scorpion's finger, the giant scorpion phantom also threw out the scorpion's tail, and the tail needle flashing with cold light stabbed fiercely. Han Feng slowly shook his head. He was used to seeing the geniuses in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy, and looking at the warriors outside was really not worth mentioning. I don't know if it's because the ugly scorpion is too difficult to learn martial arts, or the little sunflower bandit group is too poor. It's just a simple and ordinary top grade. The ugly scorpion's cultivation base is the peak limit of the 11th star of the Earth rank. When this finger strikes, the attack power is only close to or comparable to the initial stage of the ordinary rank of 12 stars, and that's it. This kind of combat power, placed in the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy, can only be compared with the students of the 8 or 9 stars, and those students are all young people in their teens and 20s. And Ugly Scorpion, no matter how you look at it, is a middle-aged man in his 40s. The gap between them is huge, making Han Feng sigh. Han Feng casually stretched out a finger. This attitude made Ugly Scorpion overjoyed and angry. Hey, you are so big, go to hell. But the next moment, Ling Ugly Scorpion could not wait to dig out his eyeballs, and he didn't want to believe that what he saw happened. With such a flat finger, with such an understatement, he actually caught his strongest blow. No. Impossible, I must be dreaming. Ugly Scorpion roared in disbelief. Suddenly, Ugly Scorpion remembered the guesses he had thought before, and his pupils shrank. Mo. Could it be that you are Heaven? Heaven rank powerhouse. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the silver-armored guards also took a breath. Only Luo Zhenhong's eyes flashed a hint of as expected. Han Feng also ignored the ugly scorpion. The real energy exploded, and he didn't even use his martial arts. The heaven-level real energy exploded in a spiral. Under the horrified eyes of the ugly scorpion, the real energy instantly shot through the ugly scorpion's body. Heart. Ugly Scorpion raised his hand with difficulty, touched the hole in his heart, and took out a hand of blood. Seeing Ugly Scorpion's expression, he didn't seem to believe that he was going to die like this. Puff. A big mouth of blood sprayed out, and the ugly scorpion fell back to the ground with a strong unwillingness, and the blood infected a piece. The third one. Dead, dead. Many silver-armored guards rubbed their eyes in disbelief, looked at the miserable ugly scorpion, and had to admit the facts in front of them. The ugly scorpion was indeed dead, and it was extremely easy to kill. And the murderer was the Han Feng they once rescued, a teenager they once thought was just an ordinary warrior. And this young man turned out to be a master of heaven. Thinking of the hip-hop between them and this master before, a group of silver-armored guards looked at each other, not knowing where to put their hands and feet. In the Purple-Blue Empire, the heavenly rank masters are definitely first-class existences. And in the Heavenly Grotto City, the heavenly rank is a super first-class existence, and it is the highest level existence in the entire Heavenly Grotto City. Such a master, they are rarely seen on weekdays. The most common ones are just Master and Elder Ma. But whether it is the Master or the Elder Ma, one is over 50 and the other is over 80, it is far less shocking than the 17, 18, 19 Han Feng in front of him. At such an age, it is already a heaven-level order, and in the future, will you still have it? Luo Zhenhong took a deep breath for a moment, and was about to speak, but Han Feng suddenly sat on the ground, running the 9 flames and different fire art to control the injury. Only then did Luo Zhenhong and the group of silver-armored guards remember that Han Feng himself was seriously injured. The silver-armored guards spontaneously guarded Han Feng's side to avoid any accident, but Luo Zhenhong let Hong Ling and several silver-armored guards take care of Sun guards. Sun Hui's injury is neither serious nor light. After swallowing the healing elixir, it took half an hour to recover. After that, Sun guards also heard the explanations of other silver-armored guards. He was even more grateful to Han Feng and spontaneously guarded them. 2 hours later, Han Feng woke up faintly. Fortunately, the opponent is not strong. The impact of this shot on the injury is not profound. Now it has finally stabilized, but it will not be easy to make another shot in the next few days. The injury must be more stable. The attack of the Golden Armor Commander at the beginning, if there is no defense of the Skyfire armor, it is not impossible for the internal organs to be broken on the spot. Once the internal organs are broken, let alone the heavenly rank, even the strong in the sanctuary will still die. It's just that the internal organs of the strong sanctuary are far more capable than those of the sanctuary. As for the situation above the sanctuary, it is not something that Han Feng can understand. Han Feng just woke up, and the silver-armored guards who were guarding him all looked at him with fiery eyes. Luo Zhenhong immediately squatted lightly. "Thank you, young Master Han, for your help. If it wasn't for young Master Han to enter, the little girl would only be afraid." Thinking of the ugly scorpion's gaze, Luo Zhenhong felt disgusted in her heart. Han Feng smiled slightly. "It's just to repay Miss Luo for saving her life before. Miss Luo, please get up." Luo Zhenhong got up and bit her lip slightly, as if she had something to say but couldn't say it well. Sun Hui's eyes flashed. He immediately raised his hand and made a move, and the group of silver-armored guards dispersed. Luo Zhenhong took a deep breath and said firmly, "Young Master Han, are you really a powerhouse?" "There is nothing to hide," Han Feng nodded slowly. Luo Zhenhong's face was overjoyed, and she added, "I wonder if young Master Han is willing to help the little girl a big favor." "But that Elder Ma?" Han Feng immediately knew Luo Zhenhong's purpose. "Yes, I was born in the Luo family chamber of commerce in the Sky Cave city of the Xylan Empire. The Luo family chamber of commerce was founded by my father when he was young. In order to develop the chamber of commerce, my father cooperated with many powerful people at that time, and Elder Ma was one of them. So far, the only collaborators at that time are my father and Elder Ma. Over the past few decades, Elder Ma has grown stronger because of his father's kindness, and now I can't wait to replace him." Han Feng was a little puzzled. Listen to what you mean, Elder Ma is already in his 80s. At such an age, it can be said that one foot has stepped into the coffin. What else is he fighting for? Luo Zhenhong smiled bitterly. To be honest, Elder Ma has used the Luo family Chamber of Commerce to find a lot of spirit herbs and spirit fruits that enhance vitality. At present, it is not a problem to live 100 years and 110 years. To replace my father, at least I can be in power for 20 to 30 years. Besides, Elder Ma has a very precious grandson. Elder Ma wants to replace my father to pave the way for his grandson, Ma Gang. Still pursues little girls. It's also because the little girl refused too firmly, which led Elder Ma to want to kidnap the little girl on the way home. It can be used to coerce my father, and it is also to coerce me to marry that dude. Once I marry that dude, some opponents of the Luo family Chamber of Commerce will probably have no opinion. As a young woman, sooner or later, I will find a man to marry, and this person will inevitably become the head of the Luo family Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he heard that the Luo family Chamber of Commerce will have the spirit grass or spirit fruit that contains vitality, a light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. He just happened to have lost a lot of vitality and needed to be replenished, and now he didn't come to the pillow when he fell asleep. Just at this point, Han Feng was already moved. But Han Feng is still cautious. I don't know how Elder Ma's cultivation base is. Hearing this, Luo Zhenhong immediately became nervous. Han Feng asked this, obviously already meant to help, but it depends on the specific situation. Forcing herself to calm down, Luo Zhenhong said nervously, my father is a 1-star cultivation base, and that Elder Ma is a 3-star Tianjia. Han Feng was slightly surprised, not that this cultivation base was high, but that it was too low. Han Feng originally thought that Luo Zhenhong's father might be 3 or 4 stars in the sky, and Elder Ma was 6 or 7 stars in the sky. After all, one was 50 and one was 80. Han Feng didn't think that Luo Zhenhong dared to deceive him, otherwise everything would not be exposed when he arrived at Tianchao City. Thinking that the Xylan Empire is only an 8th-rank empire, and the Heavenly Cave City is only one of the heavenly cities of the Xylan Empire, and the Luo family Chamber of Commerce is not the strongest in the Heavenly Cave City, Han Feng understands. The situation outside cannot be compared with that of Baidu University. Han Feng pondered in his heart, it's just 3 stars in the sky, there is no big problem. It's not close to the city of Tianchao. According to the current distance, it will take at least 10 days to arrive. More than 10 days is enough for my injury to recover 50%. At that time, it will not be a big problem to deal with the mere 3 stars. Damn, if it wasn't for the loss of vitality, my recovery wouldn't be so slow. The amount of vitality also has an impact on resilience. For example, with the same injury, when you are in your teens and 20s when you are young and strong, you may be able to recover for a few months. But if he was 180 years old, he might not be able to hold his breath. Han Feng's current vitality is so good that his recovery is slow. Just as he was about to agree, Han Feng asked again, I don't know what the strength of the little sunflower bandit group is? Asked here, Luo Zhenhong shook her head, I don't know what kind of powerful little woman the head of the group is. Back then, the Empire also sent a 4-star expert to destroy the small chrysanthemum bandit group. Since that horse spirit can escape, the strength should not be weak. As for the current 2 deputy heads of the little sunflower bandit group, it has been confirmed that they are in the early days of the sky. Han Feng nodded and was able to escape in the hands of a 4-star master of the sky. At that time, when there was only 1 strength in the sky and the rest were all at the profound level, the horse essence must have at least a 3-star cultivation to be possible. Escape. A few years have passed, and the strength is nowhere near as strong. Forget it, he can handle these even if the injury has not recovered. Thinking of this, Han Feng said with a smile, Miss Luo has a great favor to me, and I think I will help you, but you know, Miss Luo, I'm seriously injured now, and I can't show much of her strength. The revitalized spirit grass and spirit fruit will help him recover from his injuries, and of course, he will also exchange items of equivalent value. Although she didn't know why Han Feng used spirit herbs and spirit fruits to enhance vitality, Luo Zhenhong didn't ask much, and was immersed in the surprise that Han Feng was willing to help. Immediately, Luo Zhenhong said categorically, "Where is the sun in exchange? The sun is willing to help, the little girl is really grateful." The little girl happens to have the living spirit grass obtained from other empires, which is considered a medium among the vitality-enhancing spirit grass, and I will give it to you now. Sun. Living grass. Han Feng was pleasantly surprised. For more completed. Ask for flowers. The 5th and 6th watch are relatively late, so it's okay to wait until the next day. Although the living spirit grass is only a medium to enhance the vitality spirit grass, it is considered a timely rain for Han Feng. What's more, Han Feng also has the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. It only needs to record the genes of the living spirit grass in the planting space. After 2 months, it can naturally be copied and cultivated in large quantities, and then refined into the source liquid to absorb and restore its vitality. Seeing that Han Feng was satisfied, Luo Zhenhong's anxiety in her heart weakened a lot, and she immediately smiled. It seems that the sun is very satisfied, and the little girl is also very happy to be able to help the sun. There are a total of 3 living spirit grasses obtained this time, all of which are given to the sun. This. Han Feng hesitated. Luo Zhenhong saw what Han Feng was thinking, and immediately said, "Young master, don't feel that the little girl is disadvantaged. The reason why Elder Ma came to attack is also for the sake of this spirit grass. After all, the life-enhancing spirit grass that Elder Ma has obtained over the years is only inferior. If it wasn't for the young master, these living grasses would still fall into the hands of Elder Ma." Seeing that Luo Zhenhong insisted on giving him the living spirit grass, Han Feng finally accepted. Later, Han Feng raised his own question. According to Miss Luo, the Little Sunflower Bandit Group is a villainous existence in the Xylan Empire. The Empire can no longer tolerate it. How can Elder Ma dare to join the Little Sunflower Bandit Group? This, the little girl is not clear. Luo Zhenhong shook her head. Han Feng just asked. Luo Zhenhong didn't understand, so Han Feng didn't force it. That night, that's it. The next day, the group set off, and at this time, the Silver Armor Guards respected Han Feng's attitude. The prestige of the heavenly rank powerhouse has been deeply engraved in their hearts. Even if Han Feng looks young, everyone dare not be careless. Inside the carriage, Han Feng took out the living spirit grass, bit it in his mouth, and finally swallowed it. Han Feng felt a little pity in his heart. If he could enter the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda now, he would be able to use all things to melt the flames and bring out more effects of birth spirit grass. After the life grass was eaten, an energy different from spiritual power began to pour out of the body, and this energy contained a very strong vitality. Han Feng immediately stepped up the operation of the 9 flames and different fire art, and absorbed it. A few days passed in a flash, and the 3 life grasses had been absorbed by Han Feng, and the vitality in the body had recovered a lot. Some of the gray hair hidden in the hair has also returned to black. The current Korean style looks more in line with teenagers in terms of temperament. But Han Feng knew that this vitality was not enough, and more vitality was needed. Now, either wait until the Luo family Chamber of Commerce gets more spirit grasses and spirit fruits that can enhance vitality, or wait for 2 months, or more than a month after the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower opens. The recovery of vitality also accelerated the recovery of Han Feng's injury a lot. It originally took more than 10 days to recover to 50%, but now only a few days have passed, and it has recovered more than 30% to nearly 40%. It seems that it will take a few days to recover 50%. The time was cut by nearly half. In the past few days, the road has stabilized a lot. In addition to recovering from his injuries, Han Feng is studying the Tianluo chessboard he has obtained. The mental power poured into the Tianluo chessboard, and Han Feng immediately discovered that the little phantom was entrenched in the Tianluo chessboard. You didn't need to look to know that this was the spiritual imprint of Long Junqian in the Tianluo chessboard. A sneer appeared on Han Feng's face. If it is a complete spiritual imprint, how dare I touch it easily? As the peak limit of the 9 stars in the sky, it is about to break through to the existence of the 10 stars in the sky, and the spiritual power is not comparable to me now. Unfortunately, since the Luo chessboard was handed over to Jiaqing today, in order for Jiaqing to use it, Long Junqian will inevitably weaken his spiritual imprint, otherwise Jiaqing will not be able to use it at all. It's not a complete mental imprint, with my current mental power. Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Boom! In an instant, Han Feng's mental power turned into a sharp sword and charged away. Dare! Suing opened his eyes instantly, the cold light flickered, and he glared at Han Feng. Han Feng smiled coldly. The mere spiritual imprint is not the body of Long Junqian, so there is nothing to be arrogant. The spiritual blade slammed into the phantom, killing the phantom in a moment. In the inner courtyard of Baidu University, a secret room in the basement of a villa, Long Junqian, who had broken through to the 10-star level and was consolidating the initial 10-star realm, suddenly changed his face and flushed. The next moment he couldn't help spraying out a mouthful of blood and suffered a huge backlash. Not to mention that the realm in the early 10-star stage was stable, and even almost returned to 9-star. Long Junqian was horrified and didn't dare to think about it. He immediately stabilized his body and started the exercise. After more than 10 days, Long Junqian managed to keep the 10-star realm, but the level at this moment is too unstable. If there was no backlash more than 10 days ago, Long Junqian only needs more than 10 days and a month of effort to completely stabilize the initial realm of the 10 stars of the sky. Then now Long Junqian just wants to stabilize the current level, so that he does not need to be at any time. It will take at least a month to return to the 9-star state, and it will take longer to wait until the initial 10-star state is completely stabilized. Reluctantly maintaining the 10-star state, Long Junqian said with a grim face, the Tianluo chessboard was forcibly taken away. What is Jiaqing doing with that waste? Damn, if it weren't for the unstable situation now, I would definitely go out to see what happened. 2 months, I need at least 2 months to get out of the customs, bastard. If I hadn't been attacked, I would almost be able to get out of the customs now. Whoever made me suffer such a big loss, I will definitely not let you go. The spiritual imprint is just an imprint that Long Junqian left in the Tianluo chessboard. Long Junqian cannot remember everything through this imprint. Go back to 10 days ago. Han Feng withdrew his mental power and played the Tianluo chessboard. Hey, my spiritual imprint is destroyed by me, this Long Junqian won't feel good. Han Feng gloated. Han Feng is very vigilant towards Long Junqian, an enemy he has never seen in person. Now that Long Junqian can suffer a big loss, Han Feng is very happy. Later, Han Feng began to leave his spiritual imprint on the Tianluo chessboard, refining the Tianluo chessboard. At the same time, Han Feng also recovered from his internal injuries. Another few days passed, and Han Feng successfully made Tianluo chessboard recognize the master. How to control it still needs some practice, and the injury has recovered close to 50%. A group of people was walking on the road at the foot of the mountain. In a valley in the distance, 3 men in black robes stood here. One of them said in a hoarse voice, "The ugly scorpion has not been in contact for nearly 10 days. Now these people have come here safely. It seems that the ugly scorpion is so confident, I didn't expect to be killed. It seems that there are strong people among this group of people." Another black-robed man despised the ugly scorpion, and he was serious to Sun Huwei and his party. No matter how much you despise the ugly scorpion, the ugly scorpion is undoubtedly a top-level master. Both are top-level masters, and the ugly scorpions are dead, so the two of them have to be cautious. The three men in black robes said indifferently in the middle, "I'll investigate, the skinny monkey, and the dog, the two of you back off." "Yes, Deputy Head of Fuyun." The black-robed man's cloud of spiritual power instantly shrouded him away. 2 stars in the sky? Fuyun's mental power shrouded, and Han Feng, who had recovered 50%, immediately felt this mental power. The injury has recovered 50%, and it will not cause much rebound to the injury when dealing with the early-stage masters. In particular, this is only the initial stage of a 2-star rank, not a 3-star rank. Without hesitation, Han Feng's mental power turned into a sharp blade and charged away. 2 huge spiritual forces collided in the void, and in an instant, invisible spiritual fluctuations rushed towards the surroundings. Xuanhuan and others felt a pain in their heads, and the surrounding rocks also cracked under the impact. Above the valley, Fuyun let out a dull snort, his footsteps could not help but retreat, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Fuyun's eyes were full of horror. Deputy Head of Fuyun. Thin Monkey and Earth Dog stepped forward in shock to help Fuyun. Deputy Head, this is... The Deputy Head is a heaven-level powerhouse, and it seems that he has suffered a big loss. The 5th is complete. Ask for flowers. The 6th shift is estimated to be unfinished. I wanted to stay up all night, but in the end, my mind was really dizzy, and I couldn't remember anything. The 6th shift should be moved to tomorrow, and try to get up early tomorrow. Hurry up, go. There are experts in the sky. Fuyun said the word "go" fast with difficulty, but after saying it, he felt a lot better, and the sentences became more coherent and smooth. The skinny monkey and the ground dog looked at each other with expressions of horror. The heavenly rank master who can make Fuyun suffer a big loss is at least 3-star heavenly rank, and it is more likely to be in the middle of heavenly rank. In the face of such a master, their mere peak of the earth ranks is a fart. The two spread various flying wings and fled after the clouds. However, it's all here, let's just stay. Han Feng in the carriage laughed and muttered, and instantly the whole person turned into afterimages and chased away. Only Xuanhuan and others were left dumbfounded, thinking of the previous headache. Xuanhuan and others changed their faces, and immediately knew what happened. Luo Zhenhong lifted the gauze curtain. It seems that the little sunflower bandit group has shot again. Fortunately, young Master Han is here, otherwise. Thinking of the thrills along the way, Xuanhuan felt a sense of sympathy. The thin monkey and the ground dog watched Han Feng approaching fast, and their deputy head, Fuyun, only ran away because of himself, and a hint of despair rose in their hearts. In desperation, the two were ruthless in their hearts, and suddenly turned around and launched an attack on Han Feng. Purple Shadow Poison Claw. Hound Roaring. Humph. Han Feng snorted lightly and stretched out his fingers in the void. The attack of the two seemed to hit some barrier in the air, and immediately stagnated in midair, and then collapsed in bursts. At this time, Han Feng stretched out his hand again, and 2 rays of light shot directly at the foreheads of the thin monkey and the ground dog. I saw 2 blood holes poked out of the foreheads of the two in an instant, their eyes dimmed, and they fell headfirst. After easily solving the 2 ordinary peaks of the ground, Han Feng spread the purple-winged Tianqiong behind his back, spread his purple wings, and caught up with the floating clouds at an extremely frightening speed. Although Fuyun has some special physique, this physique is really far from the elementalization, giganticization, Xianming bloodline, Doluan Mingwang, etc. of the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. I saw a white cloud floating around the deputy head of the cloud, stepping on the white cloud under his feet, and the flight speed was comparable to the ordinary 3-star sky. Floating cloud is the peak cultivation base of the 2-star Tianjia, and the flying speed is comparable to the early days of the 3-star Tianjia. This improvement is really insignificant for the warriors in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy, and it is extremely weak. But what about Han Feng? Purple Wing Tianxiang is a top-level high-grade martial skill of the sky, and even if it is not integrated with Tianyu and Extreme Day Sacred Flame, its flight speed has exceeded the middle of the sky. Fu Yun felt that the breath behind him was getting closer and closer, and his face was horrified. Where did this pervert come from? In the entire empire, there are no more than 20 people with such a speed. When did the Luo family Chamber of Commerce join such a strong man? Fu Yun secretly hated that the information given by the old man, Elder Ma, was wrong. If the information was correct, how could he come here to stop him? He has not lived enough. Unfortunately, no matter how regretful it is, there is nothing to make up for it. Han Feng has already chased after him, and Fu Yun can only grit his teeth. He turned around abruptly, war beast of the clouds. The white clouds condensed into a giant beast of the cloud, roaring towards Han Feng. Han Feng's palm condensed into a knife and immediately chopped down. The true essence burst out, rushing into the giant beast of the cloud like a sharp arrow. The cloud beast let out a shrill roar. Then it exploded and flew away. Fu Yun's complexion changed again, even if he knew that Han Feng was powerful, but his strongest move was solved without resistance, which still made Fu Yun a little unbearable. Black Flame Demon Slash. Now that the injury has recovered by 50%, as long as he does not use the mid-level martial arts of the heavenly rank, there is almost no major problem. The black flame turned into a giant sword, and instantly slashed through Fu Yun's body. Fu Yun's body was stiff and his eyes were sluggish. The next moment his entire body split into two halves, and blood spurted wildly. The wound was burning with black flames. After clearing the three of Fu Yun cleanly, Han Feng flew back and explained lightly, and Han Feng immediately entered the carriage to stabilize the injury. Even if dealing with an opponent of this level of Fu Yun will not deepen the injury, Han Feng does not dare to be careless. The result of Han Feng's caution is that the injury has not deepened, but has recovered a little, and is moving towards 60%. Approaching Heavenly Cave City, Han Feng explained, "Miss Luo, please keep my strength a secret." Luo Zhenhong knew that this was to prevent Elder Ma from being vigilant. Now that Han Feng's injury has not completely improved, it needs to be delayed. Han Feng is willing to help, Luo Zhenhong is already grateful, and immediately responds. Only. Luo Zhenhong said hesitantly, the Little Sunflower Bandit Group has a connection with Elder Ma. If the Little Sunflower Bandit Group has lost so many masters, they will definitely inform Elder Ma, but when the little girl returned home, there was an extra son Han, and Elder Ma would definitely know that. I suspect that young Master Han is on you. Han Feng smiled slightly, it's nothing, just make up one, and say that it was my master who killed Fu Yun and others. You saved me. My master helped Miss Luo because of gratitude. You killed Fu Yun and others. And my master is not willing to come to Heavenly Cave City because he is used to idle clouds and wild cranes. Luo Zhenhong's eyes flashed and she understood. It turns out that the little girl understands. If this kind of news spreads, it will inevitably arouse the fear of Elder Ma and several others, and dare not start. Most likely, it is temptation. And taking advantage of this temptation, they can take the opportunity to cut off Elder Ma's right-hand man. From Elder Ma's fear of silence to the temptation, it still takes a few days. With Han Feng's current recovery, at least 70% to 80% can be recovered in a few days. With the help of the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce, the recovery will be even better. In this case, even if the head of the Little Sunflower Bandit Group is a mid-level expert, Han Feng will not cause a rebound in his injuries. 3 days later, everyone finally came to Tianchao City. Han Feng looked at Heavenly Grotto City. Compared with Tianlin City, Heavenly Grotto City has no vicissitudes of life. At any rate, Tianlin City has a history of more than 1,000 years, while Tianqiao City has at most 300 or 400 years. The Luo Family Chamber of Commerce in Heavenly Cave City. Luo Jingshi, the patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Zhenhong's father, and a one-star master of the sky who have already received the news, are already waiting in front of the Luofu gate. From the news from Luo Zhenhong, Luo Jingshi learned that it was Han Feng who really came to the rescue, not the unwarranted master Han Feng. And Han Feng is even stronger than him, a real super genius. Of course, when he got the news, Luo Jingshi also spread the news that Luo Zhenhong and Han Feng agreed. So now everyone in the Luo family just thought that the owner of the family had greeted the Tianjia apprentice Han Feng so solemnly, and that it was the apprentice's master, Tianjia. With the status of Tianjia in Tiangong City, many family members did not feel that there was any problem. My subordinates see the patriarch. Sun Hui dismounted and knelt on one knee, respectfully. Luo Jingshi was already in his 50s, but his face looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, which was the most attractive stage in a man's life. Luo Jingshi laughed and helped Sun Hui. I already know what happened on the road, Sun Hui, this journey has been hard. Whether it is Sun Hui, you, or other brothers, I will definitely not disappoint your loyalty. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Stunned to death, how long has it been before it was exploded? You brothers are so supportive, it will soon fall out of the top 10. Sun Hui and the rest of the silver-armored guards were all excited, and they died without regret if they could get Luo Jingshi's words. At this time, Hong Ling, Luo Zhenhong and Han Feng had already stepped off the carriage. Just as Han Feng was about to salute the younger generation, Luo Jingshi immediately held Han Feng affectionately. As one of the people who knew the truth of the matter, Luo Jingshi dared not accept the salute of someone who was stronger than himself. Brother Han, please come in quickly. Without bothering with his daughter, Luo Jingshi couldn't wait to welcome Han Feng into his room. Outside the Heavenly Cave City, in a certain mountain range, no one knew that a part of this place had been hollowed out. The base camp of the little sunflower bandit is here. An ordinary-looking man with no strong temperament looked gloomy. The third child has been out of contact for so many days, the one surnamed Ma must give me an explanation. There is no explanation today, all cooperation will stop immediately. But at this moment, a handsome green man came over. Boss, there is news from that surnamed Ma. Oh? Give me the news quickly. The man's eyes lit up and he got up immediately. After reading the news, the man frowned slightly. As expected, the third child was killed. He was killed by a master named Han Feng. The handsome green-haired man said bitterly, Boss, we must avenge the third. The man waved his hand. The hatred must be reported, but you can't act rashly until you know the strength of that master Han Feng. Who knows what kind of cultivation this person is? The Xylan Empire is only a small country. What kind of cultivation will a heaven rank come out of? If it's weaker than us, it's better, but if it's stronger than us, we can only. The handsome green-haired man was unwilling, but what the man said was reasonable. He is only 3 stars in the sky, and the man is only 5 stars in the sky. He looks very strong, but don't forget, there are 12 stars in the sky, and there are 7 stars above the 5 stars. The probability of encountering someone stronger than the 5 stars of the sky is not small. The man said lightly, Elder Ma already has a plan, and in a few days, he will find an opportunity to let that girl from the Luo family and the boy named Han Feng go out of the city, and then you will take the remaining 5 of the 8 generals to arrest that boy. Come. Since that kid is the apprentice of the person who killed the third child, he should know the cultivation of that person. Based on the information, we will discuss what to do next. Neither the man nor Elder Ma had any doubts that Han Feng was an apprentice of a certain heavenly rank. Fu Yun and the 3 generals were killed, and it was impossible for anyone other than the heavenly rank powerhouse to do it. And Han Feng is not yet 20 years old. At such an age, the man and elder Ma cannot put the word Tianjia on Han Feng's head. Luo House. A certain room. Luo Jingshi bent down and gave Han Feng a big gift. Han Feng immediately helped Luo Jingshi. Uncle Luo, please get up, how can you be an elder? Luo Jingshi stubbornly finished the ceremony and got up, with a grateful face. Little brother Han, you saved Xuanhuan, it's totally worth this old man. To be honest, the old man's wife has long since passed away, and Xuanhuan is my lifeblood. If anything happens to Xuanhuan, the old man will never forgive me. Father, I've made you worry. Luo Xuanhuan also had red eyes on the side. Han Feng shook his head slightly. If Miss Luo didn't save the kid first. I'm afraid the boy has already. If you say thank you, it's the boy who thanked Miss Luo. Luo Jingshi laughed. Let's not thank you, brother Han, if you don't mind, just call this old man, brother Luo. Father, this. Luo Xuanhuan was unhappy. Isn't this a generation of inferiority? Han Feng didn't care, he smiled and said, since the old brother said so, if the younger brother refuses, it will be too disrespectful to the old brother, brother Luo. Han Feng called out, and Luo Jingshi smiled. In terms of cultivation level, Han Feng and Luo Jingshi are in the same rank, and in the same rank, Luo Jingshi is even weaker than Han Feng. In a way, Luo Jingshi actually took advantage. It is not an exaggeration to call an adult in the middle of Tianjia and even higher powerhouses, but Luo Jingshi is already in his 50s after all, and some can't say it, so he has become a big brother. Han Feng naturally guessed Luo Jingshi's thoughts, and didn't care, anyway, his young and shouting brother didn't suffer. Of course, if Han Feng is already a strong man in the sanctuary, even if Han Feng is young, Luo Jingshi would not dare to trust him. After talking for a while, the topic of several people turned to Elder Ma. Luo Jingshi said angrily, Elder Ma has done too much. He used to be worried that he was an elder and had to endure it all the time. Now it seems that he can't bear it any longer. Brother Han, you are implicated. It's not because of your brother. It's just this situation. Luo Jingshi looked at Han Feng with some trepidation. Han Feng immediately smiled, brother, don't worry, since my younger brother is willing to come, he is naturally willing to help him. But I must know from Niece Luo that my younger brother needs more vitality-enhancing spirit grass or spirit fruit, so. Luo Xuanhuan, who was on the side, bit her lip, and felt a little resentful. In a blink of an eye, he was a generation lower, from a girl to a niece. Luo Jingshi exhaled a breath. Brother Han is very strong, and with the help of my brother, I feel a lot of peace of mind for my brother, but aren't you injured in your internal organs? Why do you need a spiritual herb that enhances vitality? Luo Jingshi looked at Han Feng with a puzzled face. If he was injured, wouldn't it be better to take a healing herb or medicine pill? Han Feng smiled without saying a word, and did not tell the things that he lost most of his vitality. Seeing this, Luo Jingshi stopped asking, knowing that this was Han Feng's own secret, and after thinking about it, a look of hesitation flashed across Luo Jingshi's face. He gritted his teeth for a long time, and said, Brother Han, solve Elder Ma's treatment of my Luo family. It's something that needs to be solved urgently right now. I wonder if Kanglingwo might help Brother Han recover from his injuries? Blue spirit fruit. Han Feng's expression froze, and even Luo Xuanhuan was surprised. Could it be that Luo family merchant has blue spirit fruit? Why doesn't she know? That Sungling fruit is not only a kind of spiritual fruit that can make the cultivation of the mid-earth stage strong, but also a kind of spiritual fruit with a quite powerful healing effect. It is said that when the cultivation base reaches the peak of the 6-star rank and reaches the bottleneck of the 7-star, the time for breaking through will be shortened a lot. Luo Jingshi smiled bitterly. That Sungling fruit was just obtained by my brother a few years ago, and my brother has only a 1-star cultivation base. I know that I have no strength to guard this spiritual fruit, so the news has never been reported, and it has been concealed. If he is likely to break through to the mid-heaven rank, he might absorb and refine the Tsangling fruit. It's a pity that Elder Ma is a veteran, and there are a lot of people in the Luo family Chamber of Commerce. After a long time, Elder Ma found clues. Elder Ma probably didn't know it was the Tsangling fruit, but he guessed that it must be a spirit fruit that is effective only for the early days of the heaven rank and above, otherwise it would not be preserved until now. My brother guessed that the reason why Elder Ma joined the Little Sunflower Bandit group was to use the Tsangling fruit as a means of exchange. The reason he wanted to hold Xuanhuan on the road was to coerce his brother into handing over the Tsangling fruit. Second more. Thank you for the big reward from the Peak of Star Saints. Some stuck. I'm a little worried about the next plot arrangement, and there won't be many updates today. When Luo Zhenhong heard what her father said, she understood why she didn't know. The Tsangling fruit is indeed too important. Once the news is known to the outside world, those forces with mid-level heavenly rank powerhouses will definitely oppress the Luo family Chamber of Commerce until the Luo family Chamber of Commerce will trade the Tsangling fruit. The less people know, the safer. Unfortunately, in the end, Han Feng's eyes became hot. Kang Lingguo, if he absorbs and refines Kang Lingguo now, not only will his injury recover in a short period of time, but his cultivation will also be improved a lot in one fell swoop. Now Han Feng feels more and more lucky, and when he meets someone who saves him, he happens to have a spirit grass that increases vitality. If you choose to help the Luo family, you will get the Tsangling fruit. But thinking that Luo Jingshi kept Kang Lingguo for several years, Han Feng hesitated for a while. This isn't right. Luo Jingshi shook his head. It's natural to be a little bit reluctant to be my brother. As a heavenly rank expert, although Luo Jingshi knew that he was only at the peak of the heavenly rank and 1 star in his 50s, he might not be able to break through to the heavenly rank 4 in this lifetime. Star, but who would have no expectations? Luo Jingshi continued, although I am reluctant to give up, since Brother Han is willing to help Wei Sheng, we can't let Brother Han suffer, not to mention that Brother Han is seriously injured now. If Brother Han's injury improves, it will be good for Wei Sheng. Bigger. If there is no Brother Han, it is very likely that he will fail in the battle with Elder Ma. The Tsangling fruit will naturally be handed over to the head of the Little Sunflower Bandit by Elder Ma. Although Brother Han is already in the middle stage of the sky, Brother Han, you are not very old. You must only be 4 stars in the sky, and you are only 5 stars in the sky. This is not a big advantage for the head of the Little Sunflower Bandit group. The head of the Little Sunflower Bandit group was already at the peak of the 3-star rank in the early years, and half of his feet have stepped into the 4-star rank of the sky. Now he is afraid of being stronger. Brother Han, you have refined the Tsangling fruit to go a step further and deal with it. The head of the team is also more confident. Luo Jingshi said this, and the little inconvenience in Han Feng's heart disappeared immediately. It's just that Han Feng has some complaints in his heart. If Luo Jingshi knew that he was already at the early stage of the 6-star rank, he didn't know if he would still take out the Tsangling fruit. After getting the Tsangling fruit, Luo Jingshi immediately arranged a retreat and training room for Han Feng, saying that it was to treat his injuries. Close the room. Han Feng took out the Tsangling fruit. Kang Lingguo is a purple spiritual fruit. As soon as Han Feng took it out, the entire secret room was flooded with abundant spiritual power. Han Feng sighed, the Tsangling fruit is good, but he is now a 6-star in the sky, and he will not improve too much. If it is taken at the early stage of the 4-star Tianjia, it is likely to reach the peak limit of the 4-star Tianjia. But in the early days of the 6-star level, Han Feng doesn't know how much he will improve. At this time, Han Feng misses all things Rongyanding very much. If there are all things Rongyanding to refine Tsangling fruit into source liquid, its effect will be more exerted. Not to mention reaching the 6-star peak limit, at least reaching the late stage limit or even reaching the peak is not impossible. Swallowing the Tsangling fruit, Han Feng sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts turned to the sky, quickly running the 9 flames and different fire art. As a 6-star powerhouse in the sky, and the 9 flames and different fires, Han Feng is very efficient in absorbing it. In just 5 days, Kanglingguo was completely absorbed by Han Feng, and his cultivation level was worthy of breaking through to the late 6-star realm. And all the injuries. It also recovered 80% to 90% while the cultivation base was improved. Now dealing with the middle stage of heaven, there is no serious problem. At this moment, Han Feng was truly relieved. The cultivation base has broken through to the 6th star of the sky, and the real combat power is not weaker than the ordinary 9-star powerhouse, and it is even better to win. I am used to this powerful force, and suddenly suffered heavy losses and even coped with a small amount of power. The early and middle stages of Tianjia are also quite difficult, which makes Han Feng very insecure. Now that the injury is almost completely recovered, Han Feng finally feels completely stable. Equivalent to the combat power of the ordinary late stage, traveling in the lower 3rd-rank empire, the security is as high as 90%. The remaining 10% is really unlucky to encounter the existence of the sanctuary, and it is easy to provoke the strong sanctuary. In the later stage of the 6-star stage, the breakthrough is still unstable, and it will take a day for it to stabilize before leaving the customs. In 6 days, it is estimated that the Elder Ma is about to test. Han Feng's guess was correct. That night, Elder Ma called his grandson Ma Gang to his room. "Grandpa, what's the matter with the grandson?" Ma Gang is a famous playboy, and he has no shortage of food, drink, whoring, and gambling. At this time, Ma Gang had just settled a major life event, and he was a little dissatisfied with being called over suddenly. Seeing his grandson sitting with his legs crossed and not sitting, with the blush on his face after doing that kind of thing, Elder Ma was extremely angry. "You bastard, you all said not to go to that kind of place, in case you get stained. What's the matter with you?" Ma Gang said impatiently, "This time, it's not someone from that place. I met a pretty good woman on the road and grabbed it. It's still the place. Otherwise, the grandson will come so soon." Only then did Elder Ma ease his expression, "Since it's legal, you can do as you please, as long as you pay attention to cleanliness. This time I asked you to come, in fact." After listening to Elder Ma's words, Ma Gang shouted, "Grandpa, that little girl has never been good to me, so I won't go and scold me." Elder Ma glared, "What time do you endure now? When the old man of the little girl is solved, the little girl is not up to you. It's up to you to take revenge." Ma Gang's face became why, thinking of the wonderful life in the future, his saliva almost came out. Wiping his saliva, Ma Gang immediately said, "Don't worry, Grandpa, grandson will finish the task tomorrow." Elder Ma nodded, "Well, go get it." Ma Steele said goodbye and left. The next day, Han Feng stabilized the realm of the later stage of the postnatal rank 6-star, and it was already afternoon when he left the customs. Hong Ling waited anxiously, and as soon as she saw Han Feng, she stepped forward and said, "Master Han, that dude surnamed Ma has been pestering the young lady all day, isn't it?" Han Feng's eyes flashed. "Yes, it is indeed that Elder Ma has begun to test. It happens that my injury is almost fully recovered, so let's practice with those guys." Seeing Han Feng so confident, Hong Ling also relaxed unconsciously. In a martial arts venue in Luofu, Ma Gang kept entangling Luo Zhenhong. "Sister Luo, I found a fun place outside. Let's go and have a look, shall we?" Ma Gang smashed beside Luo Zhenhong. Luo Zhenhong said indifferently, "It's not like I haven't been there when I was a young lady outside the city, where is there any fun place?" Ma Gang said anxiously, "Yes, there really is, there seems to be a natural maze. I asked the guards to try it out. The Xuanjia cultivation base was trapped for several days before coming out." "Sister Luo, you are not the most interested in these things." "What? If you go to see it, you might be able to research something. Oh? Natural maze? This is interesting, Xuanhuan, how about we go and see? A male voice suddenly sounded. The third one. The feeling of coding this chapter and the previous chapter is very bad, and the content of the coding is not very satisfactory. Today, let's leave it for the third time. It may be the reason why I stayed up late yesterday and I am not in good spirits today. In addition, I recommend a good-looking novel called Xie Xian, which you can see by searching the website. The owner of the voice is Han Feng. Han Feng, you're out. Luo Xuanhuan wanted to call Han Feng young Master Han, but when she thought that Han Feng called her Xuanhuan before, Luo Xuanhuan understood what Han Feng meant, and immediately changed her name to call Han Feng directly. Wen's name. At the same time, Luo Xuanhuan's face also showed a hint of shyness at the right time. Ma Gang looked stunned. In the past, Ma Gang entangled Luo Xuanhuan. How could Luo Xuanhuan give Ma Gang a good look? Bingshan Beauty looks good, but which man can stand Bingshan Beauty's temper and scolding, especially for a playboy like Ma Gang, who has time to spend with Bingshan Beauty? It is better to find some little girls to play with, those little girls, but he is very interesting, where will he lose face? Seeing Luo Xuanhuan's different appearance now, Ma Gang was insane, and even more eager to press Luo Xuanhuan under his body. Looking at Han Feng again, Ma Gang's heart was full of deep jealousy. Because Luo Xuanhuan's face changed, not because of him, but because of someone else. It's just that there is a good master who saved Luo Xuanhuan at the right time. What's so good about this kid? It's not because his body was severely injured and he had to stay here temporarily to recover. After a long while of jealousy, Ma Gang remembered what his grandfather said. The plan, Ma Gang sneered in his heart, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Han Feng smiled and said, it's all due to my uncle. Otherwise, how could it be so fast? In front of Ma Gang, Han Feng naturally wouldn't call Luo Jingshi an old brother, otherwise Ma Gang would be stupid no matter how stupid he was. Found something wrong. Xuanhuan, I don't know who this is. Han Feng brought the topic to Ma Gang at the right time. Ma Gang immediately raised his head and raised his chest. Han Feng took advantage of this time to take a good look at Ma Gang, and he looked like a dog, but the darkness under his eyes all showed that this person was overindulgent. Han Feng shook his head slightly in his heart. This elder Ma spoiled his grandson too much and didn't care. If this continues, the body will be hollowed out sooner or later, and it will also have an impact on cultivation. The late Xuanjia at the age of 18 or 19 was not bad for a small country like the Xylan Empire, but Ma still continued like this. Unless he had a lot of medicinal pills or spiritual fruits, he wanted to break through to the ground by himself. There's only one word for that, hard. Without waiting for Luo Xuanhuan's pretentious introduction, Ma Gang immediately raised his head arrogantly and looked down at Han Feng. This son is Xuanhuan's childhood sweetheart Ma Gang. Luo Xuanhuan's face became cold, and she didn't give Ma Gang any face. Ma Gang, our relationship is not that good, please call me Miss Luo. Ma Gang's face instantly turned blue and white. The anger towards Han Feng and Luo Xuanhuan in the bottom of his heart rose to a very high point, but thinking of his grandfather Elder Ma's plan, Ma Gang had to endure it. Staring at Han Feng, Ma Gang looked bad. Boy, Sister Xuanhuan is my fiancé, you'd better stay away. Luo Xuanhuan was furious. Ma, when did Miss Ben become your fiancé? Stop talking nonsense. Ma Gang smiled evilly. Sooner or later. Brother Han Feng, don't believe it. Luo Xuanhuan blushed, looked at Han Feng aggrievedly and fearfully, and pulled Han Feng's arm, as if she would cry in the next moment. Han Feng's body trembled without a trace, full of chills. This performance was too much, and he got goosebumps. Enduring the chill in his heart, Han Feng smiled to appease Luo Xuanhuan. Don't worry, how could I doubt you because of this toad's few words? With our relationship, I don't believe who you believe. Han Feng gazes at Luo Zhenhong affectionately. This time, Luo Zhenhong was about to rub her skin when she replaced her, and she was worried that Ma Gang was on the side, so Luo Zhenhong endured it abruptly. Ma Gang's face darkened immediately. Boy, who are you calling a toad? Who asked who is? Han Feng glanced at Ma Gang contemptuously. I don't even care what kind of virtue you are. Do you have a handsome son? Are you a good son? I heard that you linger in the wind and moon place. I'm afraid your body is already. Have you been hollowed out? Are you hardened now? All kinds of contempt made Ma Steel completely furious. Ma Gang shivered and stretched out his hand to Han Feng. You. Okay, I actually met a kid who was more arrogant than me today. Boy, do you dare to compete with me? Use facts to prove who is a waste? Who is more worthy of Sister Zhenhong? A series of provocations drank from Ma Gang's mouth. Why don't you dare? Han Feng smiled proudly. Luo Zhenhong was in a hurry. Brother Han Feng, didn't you say you want to go shopping with me in the afternoon? Why? Ma Gang smiled coldly. Sister Zhenhong, this is a matter between us men, you should not interfere at will. You. Luo Zhenhong glared at Ma Gang. And Han Feng also patted Luo Zhenhong's hand. Don't worry, it's just a toad, it won't take long to solve it. Afterwards, Han Feng looked at Ma Gang contemptuously. Tell me, what do you want to compete? Since you are curious about the natural maze in the back mountain outside the city, why don't we enter the natural maze together? Whoever comes out first wins. Ma Gang narrowed his eyes slightly and said the way of the competition. Luo Zhenhong's complexion changed, her face was cold, and she made no secret of her disgust for Ma Gang. If that natural mystery really exists, you would have discovered it first, and it's not fair. Furthermore, what if the natural maze is a trap set by someone with a heart? Ma Gang ignored Luo Zhenhong and just looked at Han Feng. Do you dare or dare? Luo Zhenhong's face became more and more anxious. Brother Han Feng, you don't know what the situation is in this natural maze, you must not go. Han Feng said flatly, why don't you dare to be in a natural confusion? Zhenhong, let's go. Seeing that she couldn't stop her, Luo Zhenhong couldn't help but nod her face, with a helpless look on her face. Then let's go. Ma Gang turned and left first, and after twisting his back, Ma Gang's angry face turned into pleasure. Stupid boy, as Grandpa said, there must be a high-spirited master who is a master of heaven. Arrogant, I just responded after being agitated a little. Natural maze, is the place where you died. And Ma Gang, who turned around, also didn't notice that Han Feng and Luo Zhenhong showed unexplainable expressions behind. With a somewhat successful face. It seems that the natural mystery array is the place to be tested. The news that was passed before has made Elder Ma apprehensive for so long, and finally he can't help but take action. The two thought the same in their hearts. Luo Zhenhong gave Han Feng a wink. Han Feng knew what Luo Zhenhong was asking, and immediately said, my injury has almost completely recovered, so I don't need to be afraid of the head of the little sunflower bandit group. I have asked Hong Ling to tell your father that you can take action against Elder Ma. Luo Zhenhong's expression became slightly agitated. Perhaps, the forces of Elder Ma can be completely eliminated today. The group quickly left the city. The mountain behind the Tianqiao city. Ma Gang suddenly stopped and pointed his finger forward. See if there are many giant trees in front of you, that's where the natural maze is. These trees are arranged in a special position. From the outside, we look like ordinary giant trees, but once we enter, we will find that the inside is a different scene. So far, my son has sent several early-stage guards to enter the capital. Didn't come out. But it's not a big problem for this young master in the late stage of Xuanjia, I just don't know your excellency. Ma Gang looked at Han Feng with a proud look. 18 or 19 years old in the late stage of Xuanjia, he was definitely considered a top-notch genius in the Xylan Empire. And his grandfather is also a master of heaven. There is also the teaching of Tianjia, but Ma Gang wants to see what kind of cultivation Han Feng will be. However, when Ma Gang said his cultivation base, he saw that Han Feng's face was the same, and he was not surprised at all, which made Ma Gang dissatisfied. In other places, which martial artist heard that he was in his teens and was not so shocked. Rather, Han Feng also looked at it with a half-smiling smile. I'm too embarrassed to take it out in the late stage of Xuanjia, just compare it faster, don't waste time here. Ma Gang's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth in his heart. I'll let you be arrogant for a while, wait in, hum. While speaking, Han Feng also looked at this natural maze. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes flashed. Natural maze? Not necessarily. First delivery. Ask for basic flowers. With Han Feng's eyesight, even if he didn't use his mental power, he found out that there was something wrong with this natural maze. These giant trees look vaguely discordant. This sense of disharmony is very weak, and only Han Feng's current cultivation level is as high as the late stage of the 6-star rank, and his spiritual power is comparable to the late rank of the sky, so that he can find this trace of something wrong even when the mental power cannot be seen through the body. If it is still only the cultivation of the earth, no, even in the early days of the sky, it is not necessarily possible to find this strange natural mystical formation? Some kind of trapped formation with illusion ability is more appropriate. Maybe it has to add some ability to block the exploration of spiritual power. Seeing the details of the natural maze, Han Feng had a vague understanding of what the little sunflower bandit group wanted to do. With a smile, he said to Luo Zhenhong, Zhenhong, please stay here, before we come out. Don't worry, I will definitely come out before someone else. Ma Gang snorted coldly and said nothing. When Han Feng stepped into the natural maze, Ma Gang also stepped into it. Stepping into the natural maze, the scene in front of you changed greatly, as if you were in an endless void. Surrounded by a blue void. The foot is clearly stepping on the ground, but in fact looking down, it seems to be floating in the void. This is... Han Feng was more sure of his guess, but his face showed surprise and panic. The surnamed Ma, where is the natural maze? The natural maze is not like this, I see it more like a trap. Han Feng glared at Ma Gang in frightened fury. Ma Gang suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Stupid thing, I really didn't expect you to be so stupid, and you'll be hooked so quickly. This young master thought it would take a lot of effort. After laughing, Ma Gang said with a strange expression, that's right, this is indeed a trapped formation. It's a large formation under the void-locking disc of the top-grade spirit weapon. Place the void-locking disc under this ground, and input the true essence to open some kind of trapped formation that is not close in radius. It is a trapped formation that is not close, and it also has the function of preventing other spiritual powers from exploring. Of course, there are also some illusion abilities, otherwise problems will easily occur from the outside. TSK, what do you think I should do with you? Didn't you say that my son is not as handsome or strong as you? You also said that this son can't be tough. Ma Gang jokingly said, then this son will make you disfigured and abolished, and you have to cut off your 5th limb. I want to see, what will you compare with this young master? You dare. Han Feng's Sei Li Nein roared, my master will definitely not let you go. Ma Gang tooted his head and shook his head, unless your master is a master of the 5 or 6 stars of the heaven rank or even a master of the late heaven rank, he will never be able to penetrate this place with his mental power. After saying that, Ma Gang stared at Han Feng, not daring to miss the slightest expression of Han Feng. Don't look at what Ma Gang said so arrogantly, but he was also testing the level of the master behind Han Feng. If it is really strong, it's a big deal. Apologize. My grandfather is also a powerhouse of heavenly rank, and he has joined the remaining 2 heavenly ranks of the little sunflower bandit, so the other party will probably be a little more afraid. And the strength is not strong, if it is only 2 or 3 stars in the sky, for stars, and can't penetrate here with mental power, then. Ma Gang's face became more and more hideous. Somewhere outside, Ma Jing, the head of the little sunflower robbers, and He Xian, the deputy head, have both appeared here. Black Lion's eyes flashed. Boss, that kid has already entered the illusory lock formation, and I'm going too. Ma Jing nodded. Go. The unreal locking array can block all the fluctuations in it. As long as it does not exceed the fluctuations of the 5 or 6 stars in the sky, the unreal locking array will not be broken. No matter how you rectify that kid, it will not be broken. Be discovered by outsiders. I'm guarding the outside. If that kid's master is strong enough to perceive everything here, his cultivation will not be weaker than me, or even stronger. But brother, I am a 5-star heaven rank after all, so I can do it if I block it for a while. Come, this time is enough to inform you to escape. At that time, we can only give up the revenge of the 3rd child being killed and leave here, and we can no longer be involved in the matter of the surname Ma. Yes. Black Lion replied in a deep voice. In the illusory lock spirit formation, Han Feng showed a look of panic and uneasy. Ma Gang's expression changed, and he smiled. It seems that your master is no big deal. It has been a while since he was trapped in this trap. If that master had been secretly protecting Han Feng, and his cultivation was strong enough to see through everything in the trap, he would have come out long ago. It hasn't appeared yet, so it can only be. Ma Gang clapped his hands. The space in the illusory lock spirit formation fluctuated, and 8 people appeared behind Ma Gang. Han Feng, uneasy, looked at these 8 people, thinking in his heart, 5 of these 8 people are at the peak of the Earth-level cultivation base. Judging from their decoration, they should be the remaining 5 generals of the Little Sunflower Bandit Corps. And the other 3 are at the early stage of the Earth, and it seems that Elder Ma should wave down. Ma Gang obviously knew that he couldn't command the people of the Little Sunflower Bandit group, and immediately ordered his 3 subordinates, you 3 give this son a good torture to this boy, and you must take good care of me. Taking care of the word Ma Gang said is extremely heavy. The 3 early stage warriors all showed tacit smiles. Master Ma, rest assured, the 3 of us will definitely complete the task. The 5 generals on the other side watched all this with cold eyes. Jia, boy, if you want to blame it, you are too arrogant to annoy Master Ma. An early stage warrior with a blade in his hand walked towards Han Feng excitedly. Suddenly, the early stage warrior reached out and quickly grabbed Han Feng. Boy, let me cut the flesh from your body piece by piece. In this illusory lock spirit formation, your shouts can't get out no matter what. Your master has not discovered it now, and will not hear it in the future. Han Feng hurriedly dodged with a horrified expression on his face. The mouth screamed again and again. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Every time a warrior in the early stage is about to catch Han Feng will always have all kinds of accidents, and just avoid it. Gradually, this early stage warrior became impatient, and even Ma Gang had a bad look on his face, and scolded, Waste, can't even catch a mysterious rank, what is the use of this young master? If you can't catch it, you won't have to serve this young master in the future. The complexion of the martial artist in the early stage of the Earth changed greatly, and when he gritted his teeth, he even used the martial skill of the ground step. To capture Xuanhuan with an Earth-level cultivation base and use martial skills, even if he was caught, it would definitely be a loss of face. Fortunately, except for the young master, the other 2 are his brothers, and the rest are the 5 generals of the Little Sunflower Bandit group, so don't worry about the news of today's news. Huh? This is... The green-haired handsome man with black lines stepped in here with the fluctuation of space, and frowned when he saw the scene in front of him. One of the 5 generals sneered, Deputy Commander, this is arresting people. You can't even arrest a mere Xuanhuan. The subordinates surnamed Ma are really useless. The other 4 generals are also contemptuous. The Black Line felt that something was wrong, and his mental power instantly probed Han Feng. Second more. Thank you for the flowers of woman, you are charming, and other big brothers. Amazed face, slash. No. Black Lion's face suddenly changed. With his 3-star cultivation and spiritual power, he couldn't even detect Han Feng's cultivation realm at all. Either Han Feng himself has a treasure that conceals the realm of cultivation, or Han Feng himself is a heavenly powerhouse. Moreover, his cultivation and spiritual power far surpassed his heavenly existence. He Xian was taken aback by this conjecture of his own, but when he thought about it carefully, He Xian broke out in cold sweat. Looking at Han Feng every time he dodged and looked at it by coincidence, his face was also extremely frightened, but with his heavenly mental power, he still found that Han Feng's emotions were not as frightened as they appeared. Deputy Head, you are. The 5th general saw that the Black Lion's face changed, and his heart jumped immediately. The Black Lion guessed most of the truth, and was so shocked that he didn't care to explain. The Black Lion shouted, "Fast back." After saying that, He Xian took the lead in retreating. Although the other 5 generals were puzzled, He Xian was their deputy head, and he was a 3-star expert in the sky. They believed in Black Xian. Therefore, the 5 generals followed closely behind. This made Ma Gang stunned. And at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out. Feeling this breath, Ma Gang's face instantly stiffened. After swallowing, Ma Gang turned his head with difficulty, and immediately his pupils shrank. When Han Feng saw the Black Lion breaking in, he already knew it was time to take action. There are only 2 heavenly ranks left in the Little Sunflower Bandit group. After solving this one, only the last one is left, and it will not be too difficult to solve at that time. Of course, with the extent of Han Feng's recovery now, even if the 2 go to Han Feng together, they are not afraid, but if you can save a little effort, you can save a little effort. It's easier to deal with one after the other than to deal with 2 at once. In fact, Han Feng had long thought about this decision. If there is no Zhongling fruit, he would recover at most 70% to 80%. If such a cultivation level is to deal with 2 at a time, it may be easy to win, but it may also cause the injury to rebound. As long as there is a slight possibility, Han Feng is reluctant to take risks. It is already a lot of time late to go to Wei's house, so he can't be any longer. If the injury rebounds, it will definitely take more time to recover. You can't go to Wei's house with an injury. But Han Feng didn't expect that Luo Jingshi even handed over a spiritual fruit like Kanglingguo in the Luo family. This has directly led to Han Feng's recovery of more than 90% now, and he is no longer afraid of the 2 heavenly rank powerhouses of the Little Sunflower Bandit. However, the decision has already been made, and Han Feng is unwilling to change it. Anyway, it is more labor-saving. Instantly shot to kill the early-stage warriors, Han Feng laughed, "Since you are here, stay." Thanks to this illusory lock spirit formation, as long as the aura fluctuation does not exceed the 5 stars of the sky, it will not leak, otherwise I am afraid that I will suffer. The 2 heavenly rank powerhouses are besieged. Han Feng did not burst out the breath of the late 6-star Tianjia, but stabilized his breath at the realm of 4-star Tianjia. Rao is so. After opening the purple wing Tianxiang and integrating Tianyu, Han Feng also caught up with the Black Lion in a blink of an eye. As for the others, Han Feng displayed a mysterious flame chain that had not been used for a long time. The highest level of the Shenyan chain is only the mysterious level of martial arts, and for the current Han Feng, there is no combat power bonus at all, or the bonus is negligible. It can be used with the cultivation base of the heaven rank, and it is still easy to bind Ma Steel and the other 2 early-stage warriors and 5 generals. Then, Han Feng's main focus was on the Black Lion. He Xian's face was ugly, and Han Feng's speed caused a storm in He Xian's heart. This speed, Rao, is that he, as a 3-star in the sky, didn't even notice the slightest. The difference is too big. The heart of the Black Lion is cool. Who would have thought that the Tianjia master just made it up? The real heavenly rank powerhouse turned out to be a mere 17 or 18-year-old teenager. Thinking of this person's retreat to recover from his injuries as soon as he entered Luo Mansion, the Black Lion still doesn't know why. It must be because he was injured too badly and he was not sure how to deal with the union between him and the boss, so he spread false news to deliberately cause them to be afraid and delay time. When their lurking impatience became impatient and could not bear to test, the other party had recovered from the injury. Does Your Excellency really want to intervene in the affairs of our little Sunflower Bandit group and the Luo Family Chamber of Commerce? Your Excellency is already a powerhouse at such a young age, so you must not be a member of the Xylan Empire. Everything here has nothing to do with Your Excellency. Relationship, why don't you stop? As long as you don't intervene at this time, I will promise you a satisfactory benefit next time. He Xian anxiously thought about countermeasures, and persuaded Han Feng in his mouth. Han Feng touched his chin and smiled. What you said is not bad, indeed. I am not a member of the Xylan Empire, and I will leave sooner or later. Everything here has nothing to do with me, even if the Xylan Empire will meet tomorrow. It has nothing to do with me being destroyed. He Xian was overjoyed to hear it. Could it be that what he said after delaying for time was right on the other side's heart? But what Han Feng said next made the Black Lion look embarrassed. Do your little sunflower robbers have living spirit grass? Do your little sunflower robbers have songling fruit? Your little sunflower robbers have. The more he talked, the more ugly the Black Lion's face became, and in the end, his face became even more hideous. Enough. Your Excellency is just kidding. These things are extremely precious spirit grasses and spirit fruits. If our little Sunflower Bandit group has them, there are already many. There are several heaven-level powerhouses. Han Feng sneered. I'm so sorry, Luofu has it. What? Black Lion was shocked. Luofu has saved Han's life, and even gave it to Han for free. If Han does not help Luofu and turns to your side, then Han is too bad. So, go to hell. Han Feng sent out the palm of his hand, and the terrifying real essence formed an energy palm and slapped it abruptly. This is not a martial art, but a pure true essence attack. Dark strangulation. The Black Lion roared, and the entire body turned into countless dense black thin lines, like a long snake. The dense black thin line met the palm of Xuanhuan and strangled it. No wonder it is called the Black Line, so it is. Han Feng finally muttered. Bang bang. The black thin wire is wrapped around the palm of the true essence, and the palm of the true essence is tightly tied together, and the black thin wire wants to strangle the palm of the true essence. Han Feng snorted lowly, break. In an instant, the palm of Xuanhuan exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, impacting the surrounding void. However, this is only the palm of true essence, and the power still does not exceed the 4-star level of the sky, so it is impossible to sense everything from the outside. Puff. The Black Lion condensed and vomited blood, and blood fell from the sky. Han Feng shook his head. In the end, it's just the sky outside, the difference is too far. It's just a low-grade martial skill of the ordinary level, and it has not even been cultivated to the state of perfection. With the initial cultivation base of the Black Lion Sky rank 3 stars, the power of the dark strangulation is indeed a little more than the ordinary Sky rank 3 stars, but the excess is limited, and the distance from the 4 stars is far worse. Han Feng moved his wings behind him and rushed to He Xian's side in a blink of an eye. Under He Xian's fearful gaze, he slapped a palm on He Xian's forehead. Blood flowed down Black Lion's forehead, and Black Lion's eyes gradually dimmed. Han Feng took the bloody white dragon saber and stabbed it with a knife. The blood was absorbed by the bloody white dragon saber, and soon the black thread was sucked into a human body. The third one. Hiss. Seeing that the dignified 3-star powerhouse black line was sucked into a human being, Ma Gang and the others gasped and looked at Han Feng even more terrified. Ma Gang is even more desperate. This kid is fucking pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. His mother is actually a heavenly rank. Thinking of the arrogance and words he had just said in front of Han Feng, Ma Gang shivered. Han Feng stroked the blood-drinking white dragon knife, the white light flickered, and the bloody evil spirit rolled out. It's still a mid-level top-grade spiritual weapon, and the black line is only 3 stars in the sky, and the cultivation base is too weak. However, the head of the little sunflower bandit group is in the middle of the sky, and after sucking his blood, he can almost be promoted to the top-grade spiritual weapon. Bar. Afterwards, Han Feng turned around and walked towards Ma Steel and the 5 generals. Every time they took a step in front of them, the hearts of everyone beat fiercely, as if they were getting closer and closer to hell. Raising the blood-drinking white dragon knife in his hand, Han Feng said nothing, and stabbed it in. Essence and blood were sucked, and the strong people were sucked into human dryness. The pain of being sucked is only known by the sucked. All the sucked people's faces are distorted. Even if they have fallen to the ground in the end, they can see the pain they experienced during their lifetime through their skinny faces. And that residual unwillingness and desire for life. Han Feng has no sympathy for the pain of these people dying. According to Luo Zhenhong, these little sunflower robbers do a lot of evil, burning, killing, and looting. Such a robber can't cause Han Feng's heart to fluctuate even if he dies. Soon, only Ma Steel was the last person left. And the blood-drinking white dragon knife has been raised to the limit of a medium-grade spiritual tool. No. Don't kill me. I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do, just please don't kill me. Under the threat of life, seeing the incomparable pain and tragic death of some people in front of me, Ma Steel collapsed and burst into tears. A smell of urine came out gradually. This Ma Steel was actually scared to pee. Han Feng took a few steps back in disgust and pinched his nose. Forget it, Xiao Zaiok Xuanji, it's useless to be sucked dry, let's have a good time. Han Feng stabbed Ma Gang's heart with a knife. Ma Gang's painful complexion distorted, and he gradually disappeared. Compared to the 5 generals and the others, Ma Steel's death was relatively straightforward. It's time to deal with that horse spirit outside. Outside the illusory lock spirit formation. Seeing that the master had not come for such a long time, Ma Jing Ma Guanluan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the master of that kid was nothing special. Thinking of this, Ma Guanluan's eyes flashed fiercely, and he quietly waited for the black line to bring out the news after the torture, and then went to avenge the 3rd child. However, as time passed, Ma Guanluan became more and more uneasy. That's not right, with the means of the 2nd brother, it should be tortured. Thinking of the means of torture of prisoners by the black line, Ma Guanluan himself was already a master of the 5-star peak of the sky, and he couldn't help but shudder. Ma Guanluan remembered that a prisoner who was caught was tortured by the black wire. The prisoner was cut into dozens of pieces by the black wire because of his stubbornness. I don't know what the black line did. It was torn down like this, and the prisoner didn't die. In the end, it was sewn one by one with the black thin thread condensed by the black thread. A monster was created. Then it is repeated back and forth to remove the seam. In the end, the prisoner finally broke down and couldn't bear it, and explained something. I haven't come out for so long, isn't there something wrong? Or is it that the kid's mouth is so hard that the 2nd brother is quite troublesome? Thinking of this, Ma Guanluan moved in his heart and planned to go and have a look. At this moment, an astonishing breath rose into the sky, directly breaking the illusory lock spirit formation. An astonishing black flame sword slashed. Black flame demon slash. Han Feng didn't hide his cultivation in the slightest. Of course, this was a full-strength blow from the late-stage 6-star cultivation. Even if the injury is affected, the power of this blow is not weak at all. Ma Guanluan's expression changed in dismay. Thousands of horses trample on it. It was as if thousands of Pegasus raised their hooves and then fell heavily. Boom! A deafening roar rang out, and a palpitating energy wave roared out. The ground was cracked, and countless rocks and trees were destroyed. Some weak monsters in the mountains also died. According to the prior agreement, Luo Zhenhong had already left the illusory locking array, and at this time, I was afraid that she was about to arrive at Heavenly Cave City. Han Feng was not at all worried that the fluctuation of the battle here would affect Luo Zhenhong. A hint of surprise flashed across Han Feng's face. This horse Jing Ma Guanluan is not considered a weak person, and he is actually performing a top-level mid-level martial arts. And also cultivated to the realm of perfection. With such martial skills, Ma Guanluan was able to burst out the power beyond the ordinary 6-star level with the peak cultivation base of 5-star in the sky, which was between the 6-star in the sky and the 7-star in the sky. Vaguely, it is a bit stronger than Han Feng's move. The black flames were shaken back, and Han Feng threw his sleeves and robes, and the black flames scattered and fell to the ground. It's no wonder that the powerhouses of the Xylan Empire didn't succeed in killing your little sunflower robbers. Your strength is almost top-notch in the Xylan Empire. According to Han Feng's understanding from Luo Jingshi's mouth, the existing plus hidden ones, the sky-level powerhouses of the Xylan Empire will not exceed 300. Most of them are in the early days of the heavenly rank, and the middle of the heavenly rank is even rarer. The combat power is close to the 7 stars of the sky, which is already a very remarkable achievement in the Xylan Empire. You are not. Ma Guanluan also saw Han Feng's appearance clearly at this moment, and was greatly shocked. What black line could think of in a short period of time, Ma Guanluan also thought of it a moment later. Ma Guanluan's face turned dark immediately. You are the powerhouse who killed my third brother. Exactly. In addition, now you have to fill in a second brother of yours. Han Feng shrugged and chuckled. Hearing that the black line was also dead, Ma Guanluan glared at Han Feng. If his eyes could kill Han Feng would have died hundreds of times now. Boy, today I will be with you forever. Ma Guanluan's tone was cold. The next moment, a violent aura rose into the sky, and Ma Guanluan's body underwent tremendous changes. Three-tailed golden horse, condense it for me. In an instant, Ma Guanluan turned into a giant horse. The giant horse has 3 tails, sunk in colorful colors, and its body is white, but on its forehead are 2 golden horns that resemble ox horns. At this moment, Ma Guanluan's aura has risen to the mid-level of the 6-star heaven rank. Such an improvement is nothing in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy, but outside, it is already good. It should be noted that Ma Guanluan is already a 5-star master of the heavenly rank. If he is in the early days of the heavenly rank, he will only be able to directly raise 1 star, or even more. At the ground level, such a bloodline level can be improved even more. Kid, die for me. Trump trampled by thousands of horses. Ma Guanluan's 3-tailed golden horse lifted its huge hoof and stepped on Han Feng instantly, and the horse's hoof was wrapped in colorful light. With this blow, the combat power has truly reached the level of ordinary heaven and 7 stars. Unfortunately, this Ma Guanluan is also considered the number 1 figure in the heavenly rank. If it wasn't for me, it would be possible for him to become the late heavenly rank and even the peak heavenly rank in the future. Han Feng sighed and shook his head. The next moment, Han Feng burst out with a punch. For more completed. Ask for flowers. Skyfire Fighting Fist. The Heavenly Fire Fighting Fist at the peak of the 10th level has already surpassed the level of mid-level martial arts of the heavenly rank. The power of this punch is comparable to the middle and late stages of the ordinary 7 stars. The fiery red flame fist smashed the 7-colored light group in a blink of an eye, and slammed into the horse's hoof. The huge horseshoe was blocked instantly, as if stepping on the ground that could not be broken through. At this moment, the fire fist exploded instantly. The violent energy rushed out the three-tailed golden horse. Song Yan extermination slash. Han Feng shouted sternly. The pale flame turned into a giant sword, and slashed at the three-tailed golden horse. The three-tailed golden horse was startled. God, it is terrifying enough to be a heavenly rank powerhouse in his teens, and he has even mastered a powerful heavenly rank martial skill. At this moment, the three-tailed golden horse didn't have the intention to fight anymore. He dared to fight before, but it was because Han Feng was only in the late 6-star stage, and he was not much higher than him. But now that the gap between the two sides is recognized, how can the three-tailed golden horse dare to fight? However, the pale flaming greatsword followed closely behind, and the three-tailed golden horse couldn't get rid of it no matter how much it fled. Damn it! The three-tailed golden horse spit out Ma Guanluan's hateful voice, and the next moment the three-tailed golden horse threw out countless treasures. Some are upper middle grade spirits, and some are lower middle grade spirits. It can be seen that, as the leader of the robbers, how much property Ma Guanluan has grabbed. It's a pity that these spiritual tools have little effect on Ma Guanluan. The highest quality medium-grade spiritual tools are only helpful to the early days of the heavenly rank, and they are no longer helpful to the middle of the heavenly rank. Top-quality spiritual tools are rare, and there are not many high-quality spiritual tools. In a small empire like the Xylan Empire, most of the high-quality spiritual tools are in the hands of the royal family and guardian sanctuary powerhouses. However, although these spiritual weapons did not greatly improve Ma Guanluan's combat power, if they exploded one after another, their destructive power would be enough to weaken the attack of Song Yan's extermination slash. When all the spiritual weapons exploded, the terrifying destructive power was instantly annihilated together with the Song Yan extermination slash. Ma Guanluan wanted to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, but he almost fell, and then suddenly froze, because he is now in the form of 3 golden horses, and the horses' hooves can't reach his head anyway. Oh, this is relaxing? Really? Han Feng shook his head slightly. Shouldn't he think that he can only break out this trick? Also, the consumption of high-grade martial arts is unusual, but unfortunately, his mastery of martial arts is already extremely skilled, and he will not waste a little bit of real energy in activating the martial arts, but after cultivating the 9 flames and different fire art, the real energy in the body is more solid. For high-grade martial arts skills, let alone one move, several moves are fine. Not to mention that the 9 flames and different fire art also increased the speed of his recovery a lot. Go! Han Feng threw the blood-drinking white dragon knife out, as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the blood-drinking white dragon knife flew in front of the 3-tailed golden horse. Oops! Ma Guanluan was shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The blood-drinking white dragon knife just slashed at Ma Guanluan's body. If it is just an ordinary knife, this is not a big problem, but the wound is bigger and the bleeding is more. But, it was cut by the bloody white dragon knife. For a moment, Ma Guanluan felt the change in his body, and his blood essence was being absorbed. This is... Ma Guanluan's face immediately panicked, shaking his body trying to shake the blood-drinking white dragon knife down. However, since the blood-drinking white dragon knife has been inserted, how can it be thrown off so easily? In the form of a horse, no matter how he jumps, the horse's hooves can't reach the blood-drinking white dragon knife on his back. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the blood essence was absorbed. Ma Guanluan let out a painful roar, and his body was unable to move. Han Feng put away the blood-drinking white dragon knife, and stared at Ma Guanluan, who had fallen into a pool on the ground. Han Feng tooted, "Waste, I knew it would be smashed like this, I would pick it up." Because it was smashed into flesh and blood, only about 3/5 to 4/5 of the blood was absorbed. Fortunately, Ma Guanluan himself is a top 5-star master in the sky, and he has a lot of blood between 3/5 and 4/5. Such a level is enough to be used as a killer in the middle stage of the sky. But for Han Feng, a martial artist with too many stars, it's not enough to watch, at least he has to go to the upper level. When the wounds are fully recovered and go to the Gyul Empire, let's deal with some of the evil heaven-level powerhouses along the way. I hope that the blood-drinking white dragon knife can be upgraded to an upper level or even a top level before arriving at Wei's house. At that time, my comprehensive combat power will be greatly improved. Spreading the purple wings, Han Feng flew to the heavenly cave city, and he met Luo Zhenhong as soon as he entered the city. Without acting, Han Feng's name for Luo Zhenhong became Luo's niece again, which was a bit of a joke. Luo Zhenhong didn't care about this. Master Han, it seems that my father has already started. Han Feng reached out and pinched Luo Zhenhong's cheek, and said with a smile, I want to call Uncle Han. Okay, you stay here, I'll take a look. Before Luo Zhenhong was angry, Han Feng flew away immediately. In Heavenly Cave City, the heavenly rank powerhouse can fly. There are only more than 20 heavenly rank powerhouses in Heavenly Grotto City, and their status is extremely high. No one dares to say anything when flying in Heavenly Grotto City. Han Feng exudes the coercion that belongs to the powerhouses of the heavenly rank, and naturally no one is looking for trouble to find Han Feng. The location of the battle was not in Luofu, but in the backyard of the Luo family chamber of commerce. Luo Jingshi was fighting with an old man in the sky. In the rest of the place, there is a heaven-ranked powerhouse fighting with 2 other heaven-ranked powerhouses. On the ground is the battle between the 2 sides of the mysterious powerhouse. It seems that it is Elder Ma who is fighting against Brother Luo. Elder Ma and his group are evenly matched with Brother Luo. Sure enough, Elder Ma's power in the Luo family chamber of commerce has actually surpassed Brother Luo. Han Feng thought lightly in his heart. At this time Elder Ma and Luo Jingshi fought on the same level, and he was extremely angry. He never expected Luo Jingshi to have the courage to act so quickly, nor did he expect Luo Jingshi, an upright and somewhat pedantic person on weekdays, would do such a bad thing as poison. Abusive things. Because of various unexpected, the result has led to the current situation. Luo Jingshi, your current behavior is different from your usual standards. You are indeed a hypocrite. Elder Ma mocked while fighting. Luo Jingshi snorted coldly, I'm about to have an accident with my daughter, what else does I have to worry about? Zhenhong is the limit of my father, you shouldn't want to catch my daughter, even. When it came to mentioning that his daughter was being missed by those disgusting people, Luo Jingshi became more and more annoyed. Elder Ma's expression remained the same, with a mocking expression in his eyes. Unfortunately, even if the old man is poisoned, you can't help the old man. At most, you can maintain the status quo. And it will not take long for the old man to get rid of the toxin. Then. It's beautiful to think about. Indeed, this poison has no fatal effect on you who are already in the heavens, but I just need to hold on to it, and then I will have my own helpers to help. Luo Jingshi said angrily as he shot. It's really you, do you think the old man didn't think about it, now your helper is probably all ready. But at this moment, Elder Ma saw Han Feng and was stunned. Luo Jingshi also discovered Han Feng, and was immediately overjoyed. Brother Han, you are finally here. Han Feng laughed and flew to Luo Jingshi in an instant, and slapped Elder Ma back with a palm. Impossible, why are you? Elder Ma roared in disbelief. Suddenly, Elder Ma felt the fluctuating breath of Han Feng, and his pupils shrank. In an instant, everything became clear. The old man's grandson. Elder Ma's face was ugly, and there was panic in his eyes. Han Feng smiled coldly, of course he is dead. I want you to die. When he heard the news of his grandson's death, suddenly, Elder Ma went crazy, running his true yuan madly and rushing towards Han Feng. It's a pity that a poisoned rank 2-star is really nothing to Han Feng. Han Feng's body flashed and he has appeared on the back of Elder Ma. Puff. Elder Ma vomited blood up to the sky, and his body was cut in half by the blood-drinking white dragon knife. 5 more completed. Ask for flowers. The 2-day commitment at the end of last month was not completed. I am ashamed. I will try to update as much as possible this month. Han Feng didn't suck Elder Ma to dry in front of so many people. Besides, Elder Ma was old, and his cultivation base was only 2 stars in the sky. Even if he absorbed blood essence, he was now a top-grade spiritual weapon. Drinking the white dragon knife has almost no improvement. Brother Han, your strength is really terrifying. Luo Jingshi was stunned, and immediately smiled bitterly. Luo Jingshi knew that Han Feng was strong, but he could easily kill Elder Ma. Luo Jingshi didn't expect it. This means that Han Feng is more able to kill him in seconds. Shaking his head, Luo Jingshi sighed in his heart. What kind of force can cultivate such a terrifying genius? I'm afraid it's a 3rd-grade empire. Luo Jingshi turned his eyes and landed on another field. The 3 of them are fighting with each other. One of them is wearing a red shirt, and his face is about 40 years old, and his cultivation base is only in the middle of the sky and 1 star. The other 2 were a middle-aged man in green clothes and a middle-aged woman in purple clothes, and their cultivation bases were all at the peak of 1 star in the sky. But now the 2 of them were poisoned, and their strength was barely maintained at the initial level of the 1st star in the sky, and they were joining forces to resist the middle-aged man in red. With the passage of time, the toxins were gradually resisted. The middle-aged men in green clothes and the middle-aged women in purple clothes were able to exert more and more strength, and the middle-aged men in red clothes had gradually lost their strength. Brother Zeng, I'm here to help you. Luo Jingshi saw that the man in red gradually fell from a rivalry to a disadvantage, and gradually became unsupported. He immediately shouted and attacked the 2 of them. When Luo Jingshi intervened, the pressure on the man in red gradually increased. Han Feng did not intervene in such a battle. After all, although the 2 locals had relieved the toxins, their strength was only barely restored to the mid-level level of 1 star in the sky. Luo Jingshi, a peak master of 1 star in the sky, intervened. These 2 people there is no possibility of turning over. It's just a matter of time before being killed. Han Feng's attention was focused on the battle of the guards between the mysterious and earth-level groups below. With a flick of his sleeve robe, countless beams of true essence poured down like rain. Immediately, countless screams resounded throughout the backyard of the Luo family chamber of commerce. The guards on Luo Jingshi's side all cast their grateful and respectful eyes on Han Feng, including some acquaintances. It was Sun Huwei and some silver-armored guards who escorted Luo Xuanhuan at the beginning. These people looked at Han Feng with more excitement and admiration. Compared with other silver-armored guards, Sun Huwei and others were even more proud. After all, compared to other silver-armored guards, they stayed with Han Feng for a long time. In other empires, especially the upper 3rd-rank empires, it may be nothing to meet a heaven-rank powerhouse, but in a small 8th-rank empire like the Xylan Empire, being able to meet a sky-rank powerhouse and communicate with him is a blessing. People feel very honored. It's like the powerhouse of the upper 3rd-rank empire meets the powerhouse of the ordinary sanctuary. Not long after, Luo Jingshi and the middle-aged man, surnamed Zeng, also ended the fight. Luo Jingshi came over with a laugh and introduced to Han Feng, "Brother Han, this is Wei Sheng's friend Xingshi, and he came here to help Wei Sheng." It turned out to be Brother Zeng. Han Feng handed over. No, where is the qualification for Brother Han to call him old brother? Just call Zeng Mao's name. Xingshi saw with his own eyes the scene of Han Feng killing Elder Ma in seconds, and even heard about the 3rd party of the little sunflower robbers. The powerhouses of the great heavenly rank were all destroyed by the young people in front of them, and they felt extremely apprehensive about Han Feng's powerful strength. Standing in front of Han Feng at this time, Xingshi also felt heavy pressure, as if facing a higher-level powerhouse, Xingshi could not let go at all. Seeing this, Han Feng did not force it. Luo Jingshi secretly wiped a cold sweat. At first, he didn't expect Han Feng to be so strong, much stronger than he thought, otherwise he would never be as natural as he is now, and he would become a brother. Brother Han, the matter is over, please rest in the guest room for a while, and when my brother arranges today's affairs, I will give you all the things that Elder Ma has collected over the years. Han Feng nodded, everything is left to Brother Luo. After saying that, Han Feng turned and left. After Han Feng left, Xingshi Kai suddenly exhaled, heaven, this young man's combat power is only above the middle stage of the sky, reaching the late stage of the sky. Facing this person, I feel too much pressure, and those late-stage powerhouses are not far behind. Brother Luo, you are so lucky. Xingshi was somewhat envious. Befriend such a young powerhouse, maybe in the future you will be able to get help from this young powerhouse. Although it was just a help, for them, it might be the key to saving the defeat. Luo Jingshi sighed, it's my daughter who is lucky, not me. Brother Zheng, I'm going to arrange the next thing now. Brother Luo, please. Xingshi handed over, and then Luo Jingshi stepped away. Xingshi said to himself, such a young strong man, maybe he can try to get along well, my family is not bad, and he should be able to come up with something that will satisfy this person. By the time Luo Jingshi had arranged everything, it was already evening. Taking over the vitality-enhancing spirit grass handed over by Luo Jingshi, Han Feng began to retreat. I have to say that Elder Ma has accumulated a lot over the years, but there are not many that really make Han Feng fancy. But Han Feng doesn't need it, but the Han family is in short supply. After finally leaving Baidu Academy, Han Feng went back to Han's house to see his relatives after finishing the task, and then went back to Lei's house to see his mother and elders. At that time, the things obtained here can be given to the Han family. As for the Lei family, these things may not be appealing. The Luo family Chamber of Commerce has only 2 heavenly ranks in total, and Elder Ma himself is only 2 heavenly ranks. The collection of such characters is nothing precious to the Lei family, except for those spirit grasses that enhance vitality. Time passed slowly, and soon, more than half a month and nearly 20 days passed like this. These days, Han Feng's injuries have all recovered, and the vitality in his body has recovered to the level of 60 or 70 years. And the cultivation base has progressed to the peak of the Skyrank 6-star peak. The reason for such progress is all because Xingshi reported the situation of Han Feng to the Xing family, and the Xing family was willing to leave a good impression on Han Feng, so they sent a spirit that could enhance the cultivation of the middle stage of heaven. Fruit. It is with this spiritual fruit that Han Feng's cultivation has reached this state. Otherwise, Han Feng's current cultivation level can only reach the peak of the 6-star sky. After completely stabilizing the realm of the Tianjia 6-star peak limit, Han Feng opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered. The Tianjia 6-star peak limit, the pure essence fruit of the planting space in the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower has matured, but unfortunately I can't enter now, otherwise, you might be able to break through to the 7 stars of the sky by relying on these pure essence fruits. Han Feng looked regretful. These pure yuan fruits were planted by Han Feng before he left Baidu University. The period of time in Baidu University plus the time he left Baidu University was enough for the pure yuan fruit to mature. It's just that there are sequelae now, and you can't enter the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower for the time being, and you won't get the pure essence fruit. However, it has been more than a month since the sequelae, and it is almost time for the end of the blockade of the Skyfire Tower. First delivery. Ask for flowers. When the blockade is over, the pure essence fruit will not be needed, and the next step is to plant the green spirit fruit and the living spirit grass. Now that the state has returned to the top, it is time to leave. The next day, Han Feng said goodbye and left. Luo Jingshi and Luo Zhenhong had expected this for a long time, but this day really came, and the two of them were also a little reluctant. In the eyes of the two of them, Han Feng soared into the sky, spread out his purple wings, and flew away. Jiazi Empire. Tianbu City. On this day, a powerful breath suddenly came. The warriors and civilians in the city looked at the sky numbly. I saw a teenager who was only about 10 years old standing in the air, shouting, "Tianluan, get out! Get out! Get out!" The sound waves rolled and rushed into the city lord's mansion. The next moment, a gloomy voice also rose into the sky, "Where is the thief, courting death?" Tianluan dressed in black, the city lord of Tianbu City rushed into the sky with a black face. Tianluan looked at the other party with a dark face. "Who is your excellency?" "Xia Han Feng, take the head of your neck," the young man said lightly. This young man is a Korean style. According to Han Feng's inquiries, Tianluan, the city owner of Tianbu City, is a master of the 7 stars of the sky, and he is the overlord of Tianbu City. This man has done many evils and ruled Tianbucheng by brutal means. In Tianbucheng, he was the king. Dare to violate his orders, there is only one end, that is death. In addition to this, Tianluan is extremely fond of killing beautiful women, and it is unknown how many women in Tianbu City were tortured and killed by Tianluan. The entire Tianbucheng complained bitterly, and those who could leave managed to leave, so there were not many warriors in the entire Tianbucheng. Tian rank is the only one like Tianluan. The Jiazi Empire is only a 9th rank empire, and the 7-star powerhouses in the Jiazi Empire are definitely the most top-tier people in addition to the sanctuary powerhouses. Even the royal family can only turn a blind eye to Tianluan's behavior. Anyway, Tianbucheng is just some ordinary people and low-level warriors. If they die, they will die, and they will not have much impact on the Jiazi Empire. With these people holding on, just to prevent Tianluan from harming other cities. When the originally numb warriors and civilians heard that someone was going to kill the demon Tianluan, their expressions fluctuated. But soon, these expressions returned to numbness. Tianluan is a 7-star powerhouse. Who in the entire Jiazi Empire has the ability to kill this bastard? Especially the man who threatened to kill Tianluan, the devil, looked so young. Tianluan laughed as if he had heard something unbelievable, and his tears were about to come out. "It's funny. It's really funny." Suddenly, Tianluan's face became gloomy. "There are many people who want to kill the city lord, but no one has been able to succeed so far, let alone a little guy like you." "Really?" Han Feng's breath suddenly increased, and he rose to the peak level of 6 stars in an instant. Tianluan's cold expression instantly froze. "Go to hell." Han Feng didn't say much, and the blood-drinking white dragon knife was split out in an instant. Before that, Han Feng killed a lot of villains, many of whom were mid-level experts. At this time, the blood-drinking white dragon knife has been raised to the limit of the top-grade spiritual tool, and it is only 1 step away from entering the upper-grade level. Tianluan himself is a master of the 7 stars of the sky, and Han Feng's eyes are hot. As long as he absorbs the blood of this person, the blood-drinking white dragon knife will be able to smoothly advance to the upper level. It stands to reason that city lords like Tianluan are generally not the target of Han Feng. The killing of the city lord is different from the killing of the strong cultivator and the killing of the robber and the wicked, and the entire empire will pay attention. But Tianluan is different. Tianluan has a very bad reputation in the Jiazi Empire. If he dies, the people of the Jiazi Empire will only applaud. Most likely a sigh of relief. A mere high-quality spiritual weapon, and the cultivation base has not yet entered the late stage of the sky. Even if it is a genius, it would be a bit overkill to kill the city lord. Tianluan squinted his eyes and said coldly. The city lord will teach you a lesson. No matter how talented you are, once you die, you are nothing. A genius who hasn't fully grown up is not even bullshit. If you want to be a good person and eradicate the villain of this city lord, you have to improve your strength. Unfortunately, this lesson is paid for with your life. Seeing that Han Feng is so young and a 6-star master of the sky, Tianluan naturally knows that Han Feng's origin is not simple, and it is definitely not something that the lower third-rank empire can cultivate. In Tianluan's view, Han Feng is a fledgling genius with an excessive sense of justice, so he roars when he hears something on the road. Such a genius generally does not have any great combat experience, and he is not qualified to deal with him, a heaven-ranked 7-star who has experienced hundreds of battles. Dark Magic Fist. The rich dark power condensed in front of Tianluan's fist, and a dark ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters condensed out. The compressed dark energy filled with a strong wave. Facing the blood-drinking white dragon knife that Han Feng had slashed, Tianluan threw a punch. The terrifying dark light group exploded after touching the blood-drinking white dragon knife, and the endless black light group spread around like ripples. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to be covered by black. Top-ranked martial arts. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Tianluan was able to be brutal in the Jiazi Empire for so long without being killed by an enemy, and he really had a set. With this move alone, ordinary 8-star warriors of the sky can't help Tianluan. There were strong dark fluctuations from the tip of the blood-drinking white dragon knife. Han Feng was shocked and retreated again and again. The blood-drinking white dragon knife resisted the shock wave with difficulty. Skyfire Battle Body, congeal. The red flames flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and he shouted fiercely. In an instant, Han Feng's cultivation level jumped to the level of 7 stars in the sky. Not enough. Sacred Flame of Extreme Day, Fusion. Milky white flames covered his body, and the Skyfire armor was also displayed. The white flame giant stood in the air, with an aura comparable to that of the 8 stars of the sky. Blood-drinking white dragon destroys. The dragon roared into the sky, and the energy white dragon with a terrifying and bloody aura roared out. What? Seeing Han Feng being repelled, Tianluan, who was still a little proud, was instantly replaced by panic. The power of this move has exceeded his resistance range. Damn, how can this kid be so powerful? Dark Magic Fist. However, this time, the white dragon was a dragon tail that smashed the ball of darkness into several pieces, which were then swallowed by the white dragon. The next moment, Bai Long rushed towards Tianluan. Boom! The whole sky trembled, and Tianluan screamed and screamed. The originally numb warriors and civilians suddenly burst into endless brilliance in their eyes. Han Feng unfolded the purple wing Tianxiang at this moment, rushed directly into the fluctuation range at an unparalleled speed, and stabbed Tianluan in the stomach. Blood essence drain is activated. Tianluan's eyes suddenly bulged, and his face was full of disbelief. Gradually, Tianluan's expression dimmed, and the whole person was sucked into a human being. Boom! In an instant, the blood-drinking white dragon knife burst into a dazzling white beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The strong bloody smell spread throughout Tianbu City. Second more. Han Feng said with joy, sure enough, I have to be promoted to the top grade spiritual weapon level, and this level can be used as my current big trick. If I can be promoted to the top level, then it deserves to be my strongest trump card. Before my 4 great inherited martial skills have been improved. The white beam of light that went straight to the sky gradually subsided, and the blood-drinking white dragon knife fluctuated a faint white light. If it wasn't for the giant light that erupted before, just looking at the current state of the blood-drinking white dragon knife, no matter how you look at it, you can't see it going up. The style that a top-quality spirit tool should have. Han Feng took back the blood-drinking white dragon knife, Zi Tianxiang moved, and the whole body turned into a purple light and disappeared in the sight of the crowd. The crowd was silent for a while, as if they had not accepted the fact that Tianluan was dead. It wasn't until a long time before a burst of joyful cheers broke out. They were finally able to get out of the hands of this devil. Along the way, Han Feng flew to a stop, and in just over 10 days, he killed dozens of mid to late heaven-rank villains and heaven-rank monsters. On the 18th day, when Han Feng left Luofu, Han Feng finally arrived at the Gil Empire. At this time, the blood-drinking white dragon knife has been upgraded to the top-grade spiritual tool level, which made Han Feng feel a little more confident and competent. Han Feng Zi Tianxiang fanned and flew faster. Han Feng's goal is the imperial city of Gil Empire, Xingwei City. That's right, the Wei family is the royal family of the Gil Empire. If there is no relationship between the ancient emperor and the elder Tianqing, Xingwei City will probably have to change its name. With the current strength of the Wei family, it is not qualified to become the royal family of the Gil Empire. Although the Gil Empire was in decline, it had fallen from the middle third-rank empire at the time of the ancient emperor to the lower third-rank empire, but it was also a seventh-rank empire. It is even in the forefront of the seventh-rank empire, and it is countless times stronger than the Xylan Empire and the Jiazi Empire. In the Wei family alone, there are 3 or 4 ordinary sanctuary powerhouses. There are more than 20 saints from the other 4 major families, combined. Second only to the power of the 4 major families, some have 1 sanctuary, and some even have 2. The number of sanctuary powerhouses in the entire Gil Empire is close to 40. Once a strong man in the Great Sanctuary is born, the Gil Empire can instantly be upgraded to a Grade 6 empire. Compared with the Gil Empire, the Dajin Kingdom is far inferior to the Gil Empire except that the Guardian is a master of the Great Sanctuary, which is far from the Gil Empire. Judging from the number of heavenly ranks, the Gil Empire has thousands, and this thousands is not 1 or 2,000, but 3 or 4,000 or even more. And how many are there in the Great Jin Kingdom? It is said that the Wei family of the Gil Empire can still maintain the status of the royal family. In addition to the relationship between the ancient emperor and the elder Tianqing, there is also a relationship between the strongest person in the Gil Empire and a supreme elder of the Wei family. This supreme elder is a master at the peak of the 6th heaven of the sanctuary. The thought ball given to me by Elder Tianxing can burst out a blow from a master of the 7th and 8th layers of the sanctuary. What does Elder Tianxing mean? Is it really to protect me? Or will there be other changes in this mission? With such a question, Han Feng flew to Xingwei City. Holy City. Xingwei City is divided into an outer city and an inner city. Like Xingjin City, the outer city is where other warrior families and commoners live, while the inner city is where the royal family of Wei lives. And this inner city is also divided into 2 parts, the palace and the residence of the Wei family. The imperial palace is where the emperor, his concubine and the prince live, while the residence of the Wei family is where the direct and collateral lineages of the Wei family reside. Of course, there are also residences of princes with the surname Wei in the outer city. The Wei family's residence, a house that looks ordinary on the outside, but reveals a low-key and luxurious atmosphere. A dozen people gathered here. One of the middle-aged men was wearing a dragon robe, but he was sitting at the bottom, quite back. This person is the current emperor of the Gil Empire, Wei Xingkong. Outside, Wei Xingkong is a well-deserved big man, but here, he only belongs to the juniors. Under Wei Xingkong, there were only 4 people, mostly men in their 30s. On top of Wei Xingkong, there are several old men and the Wei family whose qualifications are far above Wei Xingkong. For these seniors, Wei Xingkong would call him uncle or uncle. As for a few old people with a childish appearance, Wei Xingkong and others should respectfully call them ancestors. These old men are the 4 sanctuary masters of the Wei family. Wei Shinkong's face was full of worry. Ancestor, didn't the Baidu Academy respond that a strong person has come? Why hasn't it arrived yet? It's almost 2 months. In more than 10 days, the ancient emperor's secret realm will be opened, and the remaining 4 major families are in a hurry to fight for the last place. There are 30 places to enter the ancient emperor's secret realm each time, 5 for the royal family and the 4 major families, and the remaining 5 places are contested by people who are second only to the 4 major families. However, there are only 4 of the Wei family's generation. The ancient emperor's secret realm is extremely dangerous, and if there is no cultivation base above the 7-star level to enter it, the possibility of falling is as high as 90%. In this generation of the Wei family under the age of 40, there are only 4 people whose cultivation base is above the 7 stars of the sky, and the rest are below the 7 stars of the sky. In this way, a spot is vacated. The other 4 major families found out this information, and they all asked the Wei family to give up this place. Naturally, the Wei family refused, so they asked the elders of Tianqing, and only hoped that the Baidu Academy would come to a powerful late-stage or even peak-level master to fill this position. Vacancy. Only up to now, the person who took the task has not appeared. Wei Shichen, the eldest elder of the Wei family, who was sitting high above, said lightly, "If you don't show up after a few days, let's bring one of our Wei family juniors up." Wei Shinkong was taken aback, but the rest of the Wei family under the age of 40 have not reached the 7-star level, not even the peak 6-star level. There are only a few early days of the 6-star level, and this strength can enter. "I'm afraid we'll die." The last sentence Wei Shinkong swallowed, but Wei Shinkong knew that the old ancestor, the elder, must know what he didn't say. There was also a hint of helplessness on Wei Shichen's face. "Even if I die, at least it will prevent the other 4 families from increasing their strength. Instead of letting one of the 4 major families have 6 members and take the biggest advantage, it is better to lose one of them." This. Wei Shinkong could only helplessly respond. Even if he couldn't strengthen his own strength, he couldn't let the enemy strengthen his strength. Wei Shichen turned his gaze to a man among the 4 people below. "Prince Qing, the main goal this time is the light source fruit, and the others are second. The old man knows that there are other precious spiritual fruits in the secret realm of the ancient emperor. There are even places where you can quickly increase your strength, and the spiritual power of the entire ancient emperor's secret realm is also very strong, and it is very beneficial to do nothing and just practice in it for 2 months. But the old man hopes that you can put all these things second. Only Guanji Wangguo can save Wei Shikai." Qing Prince Wei Wenqing had a worried expression on his face. "Relax your ancestors, even if you don't tell me, the younger generation will do the same." Wei Shikai is the direct son of the younger generation. The Qing Prince Wei Wenqing is the second son of the current emperor Wei Shinkong, not a direct son. Wei Shinkong's first-in-class son died not long after he was born, and the queen went away in grief, and Wei Shinkong did not marry his successor. The third one. The other 3 are also the sons of Wei Shinkong, ranging from princes to princes, and they all said, "Relax, our ancestors, we can distinguish between priority and secondary. Shikai is our Wei family's talent so far second only to the genius of the ancestors of the ancient emperor. The Wei family will need to rely on the world to flourish in the future. Even if we die, we will definitely bring Guanji Wangguo out. Even if the world's talent is not high, how can we uncles stand by?" When it comes to Wei Shikai, Wei Shinkong and others are both relieved and worried. Wei Shirzai's aptitude is the sage aptitude. It is the only sage aptitude of the Wei family at present, or it is close to the middle-level sage aptitude. If this kind of aptitude can enter the Baidu Academy and be cultivated by the elders of Tianqing, there is a great possibility to break through to the level of the Great Sanctuary in the future. It is not impossible to even reach the peak of the higher-level sanctuary. At that time, the Wei family will reproduce the glory of the ancient emperor's ancestors at that time. With the relationship between the ancestors of the ancient emperor and the elders of Tianqing, even if they cannot be apprentices, they will definitely be able to get some secret care from the elders of Tianqing. Wei Shikai is only 13 now, and he is already a master of the mysterious order. Pity. Wei Xingkong was in a heavy heart, but such a genius was poisoned by a plot and lay on the bed. This poison is so powerful that even Wei Shichen, a 6th-level expert in the sanctuary, is helpless. Only Guanji Wangguo can remove this poison. It's all my husband's fault. Wei Shichen looked pained. This hacker is also a master of the sanctuary, an old guy who belongs to the same era as Wei Shichen. And Wei Shichen even has a deep hatred. At that time, Wei Shichen was the super genius of the Wei family, and the other party was only a middle-class family member. This family practiced some kind of evil law, which led to the annihilation of countless low-level cities. This made Wei Shichen, a genius of the royal family, furious, and immediately destroyed the family. There was only one person who escaped. And now, this person is already a master of the sanctuary. Hundreds of years ago, this person had gone through a battle with Wei Shichen, but Wei Shichen was even better at that time. But now, God knows how far it has been improved. This kind of evil method, as long as it is ruthless and cruel, the strength improvement is not slow. Of course, this evil method also has various sequelae, and no one knows what the sequelae are except the parties involved. Suddenly, one of the remaining 3 let out a cold snort. This person is obviously younger than the others, only about 33 or 4 years old. I just listened to this person, father, the old ancestor. I don't think we need to wait any longer. Who knows if the other party heard the trouble of the 4 major families on the road and did not dare to come. Even if there are only 4 people, we are not necessarily weaker than other families. This person's name is Wei Wenguang, and his title is the King of Guanjuan. Wei Wenguang is the first person in the Wei family's 40-year-old generation, and he also went to the Baidu Academy to participate in the assessment. If he hadn't suffered a conspiracy in the end, Wei Wenguang might have been able to enter the Baidu Academy. Wei Wenguang disliked the genius of Baidu University in various ways. In addition to practicing hard, Wei Wenguang always wanted to step on the genius of Baidu University. Perhaps it is precisely because of this attitude that Wei Wenguang has cultivated to the early stage of the 9-star rank at the age of 33. This cultivation is also at the top among the other 4 major families. 33-year-old Tianzhou Jiuxing, this age and cultivation base are placed in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy, and they are barely ranked in the upper middle and lower, which is not bad. Of course, if it's about real combat power, that's another matter. Hearing Wei Wenguang's words, Wei Shichen, the ancestor of the 6th-level sanctuary, couldn't help but have a headache. You kid, don't underestimate those people in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. If they just hear something on the road and give up halfway, they will. You are also not eligible to enter the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. And the geniuses in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy are all amazing. If you despise them because of their cultivation, you will definitely suffer. Wei Shichen shook his head in his heart. Although the various cultivation environments of Baidu University were excellent, they required various competitions. Compared with the Wei family's focus on training Wei Wenguang took a lot of money. Wei Wenguang frowned and wanted to refute, but it was the ancestor who said this. Wei Wenguang had to swallow the words he wanted to refute, but it could be seen from his expression that Wei Wenguang, the genius in the inner courtyard of Baidu University, had no choice but to say it. Still very upset. Forget it, when the genius from the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy arrives, he will know the real gap with the genius of Baidu Academy. Wei Shichen sighed inwardly. Just when Wei Shichen was about to disperse the crowd, a servant suddenly came to report that people from Baidu Academy had arrived. Wei Shichen and others were overjoyed. However, there was a hint of provocation in Wei Wenguang's eyes. Under the leadership of the servant, Han Feng was quickly brought here. Junior Han Feng sees Senior. Facing a 6th-level sanctuary master like Wei Shichen, as well as the other 3 old sanctuaries, Han Feng looked respectful. Haha, worthy of being a genius of Baidu Academy, really a young hero. Wei Shichen got up and laughed, waving a gentle force, which pushed Han Feng's bent waist straight. All the inner courtyards of Baidu Academy are geniuses, and it is impossible to guarantee that their future achievements will be higher than that of an old man like him. Wei Shichen is like this, which is a lot of face for Han Feng. Otherwise, if facing other heavenly steps, Wei Shichen would definitely accept the complete gift safely, and then stand up in a high position and say a word to get up, instead of stopping Han Feng before he fully bent down like now. While speaking, Wei Shichen looked at Han Feng, as did the rest of the people. At this time everyone was slightly surprised. Han Feng was too young. Looking at this, I am afraid that he is less than 20. Looking at the cultivation base, it is already the limit of the 6-star peak of the sky. However, although everyone was surprised that Han Feng had such a cultivation at such an age, it was different from what they expected, which made Wei Shichen and others slightly disappointed. From Wei Shichen's point of view, because of the relationship between the heavenly punishment elders, the people who were sent out would be masters of the late heavenly rank inner court in their 20s. Maybe it will be a relatively low-level master of the manifestation ranking. Wei Shichen had to admit that Han Feng's age and cultivation surprised him, but it did not meet his expectations. Wei Wenguang put away the arrogance in his heart at this moment. His face became solemn, and he was incomparable to a 6-star heaven rank less than 20. At this age, he didn't even reach the ground level. This is the genius of the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. Wei Wenguang set off a storm in his heart. If the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy is of this level, then it is no wonder that he did not pass the Baidu Academy assessment. Wei Wenguang's heart was filled with disappointment. For a long time, he thought that it was the loss of Baidu University that he was not recruited by Baidu University, but now. But soon, Wei Wenguang's mood adjusted. No matter how talented he was too young, and his cultivation base was not at the late stage of the heaven rank. This kind of strength might not be stronger than him. Thinking of this, Wei Wenguang's eyes full of fighting intent focused on Han Feng. Han Feng felt this fighting spirit and was unmoved. Wei Shichen said cautiously, "Brother Han, I wonder if this is a task you took on your own initiative or not." Han Feng's heart turned, and he knew the ultimate purpose of Wei Shichen's temptation, and he had nothing to hide, and immediately said, "This is the task that the elder Tianqing personally handed over to the younger generation." This time, the eyes of everyone looking at Han Feng were different. Wei Shichen frowned slightly, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart, 6 stars in the sky. It is impossible for the elders to be unaware of the dangers of the ancient emperor's secret realm. Then there are only 2 possibilities for the elders to behave like this. The first one is that Elder Tianqing is no longer willing to take care of my Wei family. The second one is that this person has a combat power far beyond the realm of cultivation. This kind of combat power makes Elder Tianqing trust him very much. Hopefully it's the second case. If it's the first. Wei Shichen was deeply worried. Wei Shinkong is the emperor, and the rest have lived for nearly 100 years and have extremely rich experience. Naturally, they also thought of what Wei Shichen, a 6th-level expert in the sanctuary, thought. Several people looked at each other, and Wei Shinkong spoke. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. A lot of flowers. Brothers are very powerful. Today, cabbage will also work harder. Several people looked at each other, and Wei Shinkong said, "Hee, Brother Han can be assigned a task by Elder Tianqing himself. This is the first time this emperor has heard of it. If you want to come here, Brother Han must be very powerful." "I don't dare, I just barely caught my eye," Han Feng said modestly. Wei Shichen laughed, "Brother Han, don't belittle yourself. If you can be valued by the elders of Tianqing, you must have an extraordinary side. I wonder if Brother Han is willing to show his hands a little? Han Feng realized that these people were afraid that they trusted his strength too much and wanted to test it. Previously, Han Feng learned from Yuan Yijin that the ancient emperor's secret realm generally entered, and the cultivation base would not be weaker than the 7 stars of the sky. This refers to the ordinary 7 stars of the sky. Some high-strength 6-star heaven-ranked stars are barely qualified to enter as long as their combat power is superb. However, the 6 stars of the heavenly rank belong to the middle stage of the heavenly rank, and the 7 stars of the heavenly rank already belong to the later stage, and the gap between them is quite large. This gap is nothing in the inner courtyard of Baidu University, but the outside world's understanding of the inner courtyard of Baidu University is only scratches, and they don't know how powerful the inner courtyard is. As a result, it is normal for Wei Shichen and others to be apprehensive. Especially when Wei Shichen and others asked Elder Tianqing for help, they not only wanted to fill a place, but also wanted a strong helper. Since it is a powerful helper, at least it can't be much weaker than Wei Wenguang. Senior's words, the boy dare not refuse. I don't know how to learn from each other. Just as Wei Wenguang was about to stand up, Wei Shichen's voice transmission made Wei Wenguang sit down. After all, Wei Wenguang is at the early stage of the 9 stars of the heaven rank. If Han Feng is not strong enough to lose too much, it will be bad. Han Feng is here on behalf of the elder Tianqing. At that time, it is not just Han Feng who has lost face. Also losing face is elder Tianqing. Wei Shichen was worried that elder Tianqing had no patience with their Wei family, so how could he do such a thing that would make elder Tianqing lose face? Wei Shichen gave a color to one of the 4. This person is the 4th son of Wei Shinkong. He is now 36 years old. His name is Wei Wentai, and he holds the title of King Tai. The cultivation base has reached the late stage of the 7 stars of heaven rank. Among the 4, Wei Wentai's cultivation is the weakest. Up there is Wei Wenzu, who has the peak strength of the 7 stars in the sky, Wei Wenqing, who is in the middle stage of the 8 stars, and finally Wei Wenguang, who is the strongest in the early stage of the 9 stars. From these 4 people, it can be seen that the generation under the age of 40 is not weaker than the other 4 major families except for the top level, and the rest will not work. The other 4 major families, the top level is also in the early days of the 9-star stage, and in terms of real combat power, it may not be as good as Wei Wenguang. But in addition to the initial stage of the 9-star rank of the 5 places, the remaining 4 are all of the 8-star rank of the sky, and there are basically no places below the 8-star rank of the sky. Wei Shichen flicked his sleeves, and the power of the domain spread out. In an instant, the group seemed to have come to another world. But Han Feng knew that this was actually in Wei Shichen's domain. As a 6th-level expert in the sanctuary, the field can reach a maximum radius of 60,000 meters. At this time, Wei Shichen was compressed to the extent of only a few thousand meters. In the realm, the heavenly rank is greatly suppressed. Han Feng felt this repression, which was not as good as the repression of Baidu Academy, but not much worse. Brother Han, you have to be careful. Wei Wentai stood up. Standing 100 meters away from Han Feng. Storm slash. A violent gust of wind rose into the sky, and blue light surged. The next moment, the riotous storm was like a giant sword, as if to tear the entire space apart, and a sword slashed at Han Feng. Storm Saint Slash, it sounds domineering, but in fact it is just an ordinary mid-level martial skill. Obviously, Wei Wentai knew the concerns of his ancestors and did not use all his strength at first. It's just an ordinary mid-level heaven rank martial skill, and the power of this slash is only equivalent to the late-stage limit of the ordinary heaven rank 7 stars. Wei Wentai's own cultivation base is barely at the late stage of the 7 stars, and there is still a long way to go from the late-stage limit. Big Red Lotus Seal, congeal. Han Feng's hands are connected in series, dazzling, forming afterimages. The next moment, the milky white flame burst out, turning into a flame giant several meters high. It is the Red Lotus warrior of the Extreme Day Holy Flame version. It has been almost 2 months since he left the Baidu Academy. These 2 months are enough to raise the Red Lotus warrior to the peak of the heavenly rank 6-star peak. The other 3 Red Lotus warriors have also been promoted to the middle stage of the sky. 1 is the early stage of 6 stars, and 2 are 5 stars. This is also because he cannot enter the Xuanhuan Tower during these times. Han Feng himself has limited progress in his own cultivation and can only focus more on his martial skills. As his martial skills progress, his overall strength can also be improved. Red Lotus Sword. The Red Lotus warrior waved the Red Lotus sword in his hand, and the milky white flame also turned into a flame slash and roared away. Boom! The 2 slashes collided fiercely in the air, and in an instant, flames and whirlwinds raged out, forming countless small flame storms. After all, Wei Wentai was a master of the late heaven rank, and the remaining storm slashes attacked the Red Lotus warrior. At this time, the Red Lotus warrior raised the Red Lotus shield in his hand and blocked it in front of him. Boom! The storm slashed heavily on the Red Lotus shield, and the Red Lotus shield split into countless cracks. The huge force caused the Red Lotus warrior to retreat again and again. After retreating a few hundred meters, the Red Lotus warrior was able to withstand it. At this moment, Han Feng took the opportunity to approach Wei Wentai and swung his fist away. Wei Wentai quickly waved his hand to resist. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. The 2 fought back and forth, and flames and storms continued to spread. The fists collided, and with strong fluctuations, the 2 retreated. In melee combat ability, Han Feng is no weaker than Wei Wentai. Han Feng's physical strength and mental strength have already broken through to the realm of the 7 stars of the sky when the cultivation base reaches the peak limit. To sum up, Han Feng might not be much weaker than Wei Wentai without using martial arts. This is the level of genius in the inner courtyard of Baidu University. Wei Shinkong praised. In the late stage of the heaven and the middle stage of the heaven, such a gap was so easily crossed. Wei Wenguang snorted softly. Such strength is indeed qualified to enter the ancient emperor's secret realm, but just like that, our Wei family has not improved much. Wei Wensu and Wei Wenqing nodded. The current Wei Wentai has not exerted his full strength. If Han Feng is only like this, then he will lose. A strong person who is not even as good as Wei Wentai, entering the ancient emperor's secret realm will be of limited help to them. Wei Shichen chuckled at this moment. You guys underestimate the genius of the inner courtyard of Baidu University. Although I don't know much about the situation of the inner courtyard of Baidu University, I also know that this is nothing compared to Baidu University. I was disappointed before, but my expectations were too high, and the old man thought it was too bad. The powerhouses on the manifestation ranking are all heaven's favorites. How could they choose a mere 3-star task? While everyone was talking, the competition on the field changed. Wei Wentai detected that Han Feng was not weak, so he stopped immediately. Storm Heavenly Spirit Slash. The terrifying storm condensed again, and the realm seemed to be doomsday. Under such a terrifying storm, human beings seem so insignificant. The terrifying coercion rises into the sky. Second more. Storm Heavenly Spirit Slash. Wei Wentai shouted angrily, and the pitch-black storm that was hundreds of meters high formed a giant sword and slammed away with terrifying force. Storm Heavenly Spirit Slash. This martial skill level has been upgraded to the top-level heavenly rank mid-grade martial arts and cultivated to the realm of perfection. With this slash, Wei Wentai's attack has been comparable to the peak limit of the ordinary 7 stars of the sky, and even surpassed it, almost between the 7 stars of the sky and the 8 stars of the sky. Red Lotus Warrior, congeal. In the face of Wei Wuntai's slash, Han Feng did not dare to be careless. The remaining 3 Red Lotus warriors condensed out, turned into 3 flames, and merged into the body of the Extreme Day Holy Flame Red Lotus warrior. The next moment, the Red Lotus warrior's cultivation level skyrocketed, and in an instant, it broke through to the realm of the 7 stars of the sky. And the rising speed has not stopped. Soon, the fusion of the Red Lotus warrior was upgraded to the mid-level realm of the 7 stars of the sky, and finally stabilized at the midterm limit level. Compared with Wei Wuntai, it is not much weaker. The cultivation base has been raised to this level, and the Red Lotus sword of the Red Lotus warrior is comparable to the ordinary high-grade martial arts level in the realm of perfection. Red Lotus sword. The flames of the 4 colors fused together, turned into a huge flame slash, and rushed into the storm in an instant. The storm was like a toad's belly, swelled, one piece on one side and one on the other. Every time a part protrudes, that part will burst into a burst of colorful lights, followed by a rumbling sound. Suddenly, the flaming giant sword broke through the storm, descended from the sky, and slammed straight towards Wei Wuntai. What? Wei Wuntai was taken aback. The strength of the flame monster condensed by this martial skill was also too terrifying. Immediately, Wei Wuntai didn't care about anything, and broke out his strongest move. With the power of the flaming giant sword today, if he does not strike with all his strength, he will be severely injured. Sky Eagle Flying Strike. Behind Wei Wuntai, a huge Sky Eagle Phantom faintly appeared, and along with Wei Wuntai's punch, the Sky Eagle Phantom behind him also stretched out its huge claws. LOL. The giant claw grabbed the flaming giant sword, and a harsh sound came out. The flaming giant sword is constantly cutting the giant claws of the eagle, and the giant claws of the eagle are constantly tearing the flaming giant sword. In the end, the 2 major martial arts perished together. Sky Eagle Soaring Strike, surpassing the temporary Red Lotus sword in level, belongs to the martial arts close to the middle level among the high-grade martial arts of the sky. Such martial skills are naturally much stronger than those that are only ordinary for the time being, that is, lower-level high-grade martial skills. However, Wei Wuntai, after all, is not the savvy geniuses in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy, and he has not even reached the realm of Xiaocheng. The reason why they were able to perish together was that Wei Wuntai's cultivation level surpassed that of the Red Lotus warrior. Otherwise, under the same cultivation base, Wei Wuntai has already lost. After this move, Wei Wuntai immediately jumped off the battlefield. Stop, this king lost. Wei Wuntai wiped away the cold sweat, worthy of being a genius in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy, seeing Han Feng so relaxed. I'm afraid he didn't use all his strength. Wei Wuntai surrendered to Han Feng. Thank you, brother Han, for your mercy. Han Feng returned the salute, the king of Tai County is very powerful. Wei Wuntai shook his head. What is the strength of this king? This king knows best. Brother Han doesn't need to exalt this king. Immediately, Wei Wuntai looked at Wei Wenqing, Wei Wensu, and Wei Wenguang. Who are you 3? Wei Wensu immediately shook his head. Forget it, my strength is only slightly stronger than yours. Wei Wenqing's eyes flashed, and before Wei Wenguang could speak, he said, this king should take action. As the oldest of the few, Wei Wenqing's cultivation base has reached the middle stage of the 8-star rank. Wei Wenqing paid the most attention to this contest, because it was related to the life of his beloved son. The stronger Han Feng was, the more likely he would get the Guangyuan fruit. Ancestor, who will win this time? Wei Xingkong asked, curiously. Wei Xingkong is nearly 60 years old, but because of his cultivation, he looks like he is only 40 or 50 years old. As an emperor, he is quite attractive. However, as an emperor, he is full of chores, and he is not very strong in cultivation. He is only more than 1 star higher than his son Wei Wenguang. If it weren't for the chores, Wei Shinkong would have already attained a 12-star cultivation base. If there were adventures, he might not have the possibility of becoming a strong man in the sanctuary. After this incident, Wei Shinkong had already planned to abdicate and cultivate with peace of mind. He was only 60 years old. With the accumulation of the Wei family, there was still a life-enhancing spirit grass to provide life. With nearly 60 years of lifespan, there is no possibility of breaking through the sanctuary. Although this possibility is very small. After all, cultivating at an older age is different from cultivating in the prime of life. Wei Shichen thought for a while, then shook his head. The old man also understands the strength of the Prince of Qing, and he is indeed not weak, and the possibility of winning is relatively high. But Han Feng was sent by the elder Tianxing. Judging from the previous situation, Han Feng Zhan with extraordinary strength, it is obvious that elder Tianxing has not lost his intention to take care of our Wei family. It is impossible for elder Tianxing to not know about the secret realm of the ancient emperor, so this Han Feng has a strong possibility of having a stronger whole card, so it is really hard to predict who will win and who will lose. Emotionally speaking, the old man hopes that Han Feng will win. The other three ancestors of the sanctuary and the old guys of the Wei family all nodded. The stronger the Han Feng, the stronger the power of their Wei family to enter the ancient emperor's secret realm this time. At this time, they and Han Feng are on the same boat, and they won't be angry because Han Feng's strength makes their Wei family lose. Wei Wenguang stared at the two people on the field, and his eyes became more and more intense. Han Feng, don't disappoint this king, just let this king see how talented the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy is. Seeing the power of Han Feng, Wei Wenguang felt much less resentment for losing the election. On the field, Wei Wenqing rose up with a dazzling white light. Wei Wenqing is actually a rare bright attribute warrior. The dazzling white light made Han Feng's eyes narrow slightly. Aurora shock. In the white light, Wei Wentai shouted loudly. Countless white light beams burst out like a group of stars. Aurora shock, a relatively high-grade mid-level celestial martial skill, was displayed by Wei Wenqing, a mid-level 8-star celestial rank, and its power was comparable to that of an ordinary late-level 8-star celestial rank. Countless white aurora drowned the Red Lotus warriors in an instant. Red Lotus sword. Suddenly, in the dense white aurora, the different fire Red Lotus sword shot out, like a laser. It shot through an exit, and it was still cutting horizontally. The next moment, the Red Lotus warrior broke out, but the Red Lotus warrior looked quite embarrassed at the moment, and the flames rolled on his body. Han Feng was not surprised by this. The opponent's attack was equivalent to the late stage of the ordinary 8-star rank. It was a surprise to Han Feng that the Red Lotus warrior was able to rush out. Han Feng is ready to end in person. Of course, if the Red Lotus warrior erupted into a big Red Lotus rage, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying attack at the mid-level 7-star level today. Not to mention Wei Wenqing, at least it can definitely be done to severely damage Wei Wenqing. But this is just a discussion, showing his combat power and proving that he is qualified to enter the ancient emperor's secret realm. There is no need to work so hard. The third one. If De Honglian's anger really hits Wei Wenqing, I'm afraid he'll make a bad relationship before he can make a good one. Besides, De Honglian can't use it again within a month after using it once, and it's not time yet. Han Feng made a seal with both hands and was ready to put away the Red Lotus warrior. The instant the Red Lotus warrior disappeared, he unwillingly slashed out with a sword. Red Lotus sword. The flaming sword roared away. Wei Wenqing smiled lightly, the realm of light. A layer of white light mirrors of dozens of meters emerged, and the white holy power spread around. The flaming giant sword slammed into the light mirror and was blocked. Wei Wenqing looked at Han Feng with a smile. Are you ready to use your real abilities? Han Feng smiled slightly. Yes, Prince Qing, please be careful. Purple Wings Tianxiang, congeal. the wide purple wings condensed out. At this time, Han Feng did not integrate the 14-meter Tianyu and the Extreme Day Holy Flame, because Zi Tianxiang was only a top-level sky-level high-grade flying martial arts. Purple Wings Aurora. Countless purple rays of light spewed out. Before the 14-meter Sky Feather and the Extreme Day Holy Flame were combined, the purple-winged aurora was equivalent to an ordinary high-grade attacking martial art. At this time, Han Feng is only a 6-star cultivation base, and his combat power has increased greatly. It can be said that this blow is comparable to the ordinary 8-star level. No matter how bad it is infinitely close to the 8 stars of the sky. It is indeed stronger than the previous flame monsters, but if that's the case... Wei Wenqing shook his head, and the realm of light emerged again. Countless purple rays of light bombarded the realm of light, without causing any damage to the realm of light. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. Wei Wenqing noticed Han Feng's smile, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment, Zi Tianxiang, behind Han Feng, suddenly changed dramatically. First of all, in terms of width, the original purple wing Tianxiang was only 5 or 6 meters wide, but now it has soared to 14 meters, and you can see angular feathers on the wings. Han Feng has not integrated into the Extreme Day Holy Flame. Now is not the time. So is the case. Zi Tianxiang has also been promoted to the top-level martial arts level of the sky, and the power of the purple-winged aurora is comparable to the upper level, and is close to the top level of the top-level martial arts. At this moment, the attack power has truly reached the 8-star level. Huh? Feeling the pressure on the light mirror, Wei Wenqing frowned. 6 stars of the sky rank will master the high-grade martial skills of the sky rank that are close to the top rank to the state of perfection. It's really amazing. Unfortunately, the cultivation base is too low. This is a heart injury. If it is the same level, I am afraid that my light mirror has already. This is the strength of the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy? Only from the level of martial arts, it is indeed terrifying. Wei Xingkong sighed secretly. Wei Xingkong remembered that he was only at the peak of the 9-star peak in the sky before reaching the top level. Heaven rank high-grade martial arts mastered to perfection. The real level of proficiency is when breaking through to 10 stars in the sky. And Han Feng has not yet reached his 20s. He is only the peak of the 6-star peak of the sky, but he has fully mastered it. This is really a huge gap. Wei Shichen nodded. In the field of martial arts, no one in the entire Gil Empire has reached such a level. Wei Wenguang exhaled, admiring Han Feng. But it also aroused stronger fighting spirit. Skyfire battle body, congeal. Seeing that there was no way to break through the opponent's light mirror, Han Feng showed some trump cards, and the Skyfire battle body and the 10th peak of the Skyfire armor were displayed at the same time. The fiery red armor makes Han Feng look like a flame war god. The 10th peak of the heavenly fire fighting body is a level between the middle rank and the top rank. In an instant, Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed, and he jumped to the extreme level of the 7-star peak of the sky. At the same time, the power of the endless purple light has also skyrocketed, and it has improved several grades in an instant, surpassing the peak of the 8 stars of the sky, and it is between the 8 stars of the sky and the 9 stars of the sky. The increase in powerful combat power finally made Wei Wenqing feel a lot of pressure. The light mirror has been faintly unable to resist. Oops. Light shield. Immediately, Wei Wenqing used a more powerful defensive martial skill. Holy Light Shield, top-level sky-level mid-grade martial arts. However, even so, Wei Wenqing still felt a lot of pressure. It should be noted that this blow from Han Feng surpassed the 8-star level of the sky. Wei Wenqing supported the Holy Light Shield, and his feet were on the ground with difficulty. This was the case. The Holy Light Shield kept retreating under the impact of countless purple beams, and even Wei Wenqing kept retreating. In the blink of an eye, Wei Wenqing retreated several hundred meters. Click. Click. A spider web-like crack appeared on the shield of light, and the shield of light shattered in the next moment. The remnants of purple light blasted Wei Wenqing into the sky. Wei Wenqing rolled over in the air and stumbled to the ground. The impact force that did not completely dissipate made Wei Wenqing unable to help but retreat dozens of meters again. Because it was just a discussion, Han Feng did not pursue the victory, otherwise Wei Wenqing would be hit by Han Feng in the sky just now, and he would eventually lose. After finally stabilizing his body, Wei Wenqing took a deep breath. Amazing. The last move determines the outcome. Knowing that Han Feng is so strong, Wei Wenqing was overjoyed, and finally brought out his strongest power. Shining Star Holy Light Fist. In an instant, Han Feng felt as if he was in a starry sky. The stars in the sky burst into endless brilliance and turned into a holy group of holy lights. Countless stars poured out, bombarding Han Feng with thunder. The entire starry sky seemed to be extremely bright at this moment, and then the entire starry sky was broken. Han Feng's pupils shrank. This Shining Star Holy Light Fist is a middle-level high-grade martial skill, and it was also cultivated by Wei Wenqing to the realm of great achievement. The Shining Star Holy Light Fist of the realm of accomplishment made Wei Wenqing's punch directly increase the power to the ordinary 9-star level. And not in the early stage, but in the middle stage of 9 stars. The stars in the sky are pressing towards Han Feng with heavy pressure. If it was an ordinary mid-heaven rank powerhouse, facing this punch, he would be oppressed and out of breath. Skyfire Fighting Fist. The Holy Flame of Extreme Day, Fusion. The milky white flame fist burst out, surpassing the formidable power of high-grade martial arts. The power of martial arts, between the top-ranked and the top-ranked ones, shocked everyone. Even Wei Shurchen's expression didn't change. Such a martial skill, under normal circumstances, it is difficult to display the 10 stars. Are all the geniuses of Baidu University so perverted? The powerful flame fist makes Han Feng's punch no less powerful than Wei Wenqing. Even if it is a little weaker, it is enough to make up for this deficiency with the characteristics of the extreme day holy flame that can devour the true essence of the sky. Boom! White light clusters and milky white flames surged and exploded. In everyone's perception, the endless stars collapsed and separated at this moment. Boom! The strong shock waves came out wave after wave, like ocean waves. The two of them were unable to control their bodies and retreated again and again. Wei Shurchen flicked his sleeve robe, and the terrifying fluctuation seemed to be distorted in an instant until it disappeared. Wei Wenqing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He almost couldn't bear such a shock wave and was slightly injured. And Han Feng, because of the protection of the Skyfire armor, his face did not change at all. For more completed. Ask for flowers. Hoo-hoo. Brother Han, you won. Wei Wenqing said with bright eyes. Han Feng cupped his hands. No, it's just a tie. Wei Wenqing waved his hand indifferently. Don't tell this king that this is your full strength. I can see that your complexion hasn't changed much from beginning to end. Obviously you still have a hand. Just use this, the strength of the king is not enough for you to use it. Wei Wenqing said so, and Han Feng could only smile. You can't really say, you're right, your strength is not enough for me to use all my strength. To say this, it is definitely a brain show. This time, before Wei Wenqing could end the game, Wei Wenguang could not wait to touch a few toes and landed 100 meters in front of Han Feng. Please. Wei Wenguang had a warlike expression on his face. Wei Wenqing shook his head with a wry smile. This guy, you don't have to be so impatient to fight. In order not to be affected, Wei Wenqing stepped aside. Wei Shurchen touched his nose. This kid, I wanted to stop it. Han Feng has already proved his strength, and in 2 consecutive games, no one could see that Han Feng did not use his full strength. Everyone guessed that when Han Feng used his full strength, he would not be much weaker than Wei Wenguang. This kind of combat power can already be said to be a strong helper, and the next battle is not necessary. We can't let people use all their cards. If that's the case, it's a little over. But Wei Wenguang has already played, what else can they do? Can you still call? Wei Shichen and others only hope that Han Feng will stop voluntarily, so that they will obey Wei Wenguang, so as not to make Han Feng feel that they are oppressing him. Unfortunately, Han Feng did not stop it. To the Wei family, Han Feng is of course not sincere enough to reveal all his cards. Even if the Wei family is related to the elder Tianqing, he should not be malicious to him. As a warrior, only by keeping some trump cards in an unfamiliar environment can others never see through and protect yourself. However, Han Feng has a lot of cards, not to mention that the heavenly fire battle body has not yet merged with the holy day sacred flame, and the Zhongyan extermination slash has not been used. The other purple wings Tianqiang didn't have the greatest effect either. In the end, the most powerful trump card, the bloody white dragon knife, was not exposed. With so many trump cards, Han Feng didn't mind revealing a little or two. As long as the strength is strong, when he can be in the secret realm of the ancient emperor, he will have more right to speak, and he will be able to understand the deeper truth. According to the description on the mission, it is only to come to Wei's house, to help. According to Yuan Yijin, it's just that the Wei family needs help to enter the ancient emperor's secret realm. Is it really that simple? Han Feng is not familiar with all the ancient emperor's secret realm. Only by showing strong combat power that the Wei family values, can we learn more information. Maybe even the Wei family will take the initiative to explain some of the circumstances of the ancient emperor's secret realm. If the combat power is not high, it is estimated that they can only follow the orders of the Wei family, and I don't know when they will be cannon fodder. Although this possibility is relatively small, the Wei family does not have the courage to let the martial artist in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy be cannon fodder. Just saying that the relationship with Elder Tianqing is likely to be bad because of this is enough to make the Wei family dare not have such thoughts. On the venue, Wei Wenguang burst out with an extremely powerful aura. The 9 stars of the heavenly rank are already the highest realm in the late heavenly rank. The powerful oppression of the initial limit of the 9 stars of the sky. Like a giant beast, he pounced on Han Feng with his teeth and claws. Han Feng tried his best to run the 10th peak of the Skyfire battle body, and the strong breath fluctuated out, which was able to withstand this strong oppression. Silver Flash. Perhaps knowing that Han Feng is strong, Wei Wenguang is a top-level mid-level sky-level martial arts. Seeing this, Han Feng sighed inwardly that the situation inside the Baidu Academy was quite different from the outside. If it is in the Baidu Academy, the strength of the 9 stars of the sky rank casually displays the martial arts of the top rank of the sky, and even masters the super-strong martial arts of the rank of the sky. But outside, most of them use mid-level martial arts, and high-level martial arts are used as killer moves. Countless silver lights were like lightning, and they whizzed in the blink of an eye. Fusion Skyfire Fighting Fist. The terrifying flame fist blasted out and collided with the silver flash. Countless flashes poured into the fire fist, and the fire fist instantly turned into a vortex of flames, swallowing all the silver flashes. Wei Wenguang's cultivation base is not low, but his martial skill level is not high, and the power of this blow is only equivalent to a mid-stage 9-star strike. The flame vortex can still bear it. Wei Wenguang smiled evilly, "Brother Han, be careful of this king's next blow." Sonic breaking the air palm. Wei Wenguang slashed out with one palm, and the speed of this palm was 10 times the speed of sound. The space that this punch passes through seems to be completely penetrated. The sonic breaking air palm is a low-level high-grade martial skill, and it has been cultivated by Wei Wenguang to the state of perfection. Although it is only inferior, the power of the perfect state is also not bad. This blow is enough to be equivalent to a blow from the late stage limit or even the peak of the ordinary rank 9 stars. Even stronger. The flame vortex couldn't support it in an instant, as if it was about to collapse at any time. Han Feng's face remained the same, and the holy flames of extreme day had already begun to rush towards Zi Tianxiang behind him. In the next moment, the purple light was in full bloom, and a pale flame was burning around the purple light. Purple Wings Aurora. Han Feng gave up the flame vortex, and the endless purple light rushed away with the pale flame. At this moment, the power of the purple wing aurora already belongs to the best of the heavens. Wei Shichen and the others took a deep breath. Using the 6-star cultivation base of the main body to display the best martial skills of the sky, this is too heaven-defying. Wei Shichen took a deep look at Han Feng. No wonder Elder Tianxing asked such a 6-star heavenly rank to help. After all, Wei Shichen was a master of the 6th level of the sanctuary. Also perverted. As a master of the 6th level of the sanctuary, Wei Shichen has also traveled to the middle 3rd rank and even the upper 3rd rank empires. The geniuses of those empires are indeed abnormal, but they are far from the level of Han Feng. The power of the top-grade martial arts of the heavens instantly made Han Feng's combat power soar again. The attack that seemed to be able to break through the space, and the speed was 10 times the speed of sound, was actually blocked by the endless purple light. Huh? Wei Wenguang frowned and smiled the next moment. Hey, I was really surprised, but this way, I just had a good time. Tornado punch. The silver-white brilliance turned into a tornado, and in the tornado were thousands of silver fists. The tornado impact fist has reached the mid-level heaven-level superb martial arts. The silver tornado took the upper hand in an instant. At this moment, what appeared in front of Wei Shichen and others was the collision of the silver tornado and the purple streamer. Where they collided, the space was slightly distorted. This is not because Wei Shichen's domain space is not powerful, on the contrary. The domain power of the sanctuary powerhouse is enough to make the Skyrank powerhouse be killed without any resistance. However, Wei Shichen was just a spectator at this time, and the realm was naturally not lethal if it was not motivated, it was just a special realm space. Otherwise, Han Feng and Wei Wenguang would be severely injured or even killed in an instant when Wei Shichen's thoughts moved, and the space would be even more stable. 5 more completed. Ask for flowers. Hey, boy Han, are you reaching your limit? Wei Wenguang shouted with a smile. Even so, Wei Wenguang was quite shocked in his heart. He does have the upper hand now, but there is a huge star gap between him and Han Feng. Only by fighting Han Feng in person can you feel the perversion of Han Feng, or the perversion of the genius in the Baidu Academy. Wei Wenguang was a little unwilling in his heart. If he hadn't been counted and passed the assessment, would he have been like Han Feng? In less than 20 and 30 years, the gap of more than 10 years cannot be ignored. Han Feng smiled slightly and raised his right arm high. The next moment, a pale flame turned into a giant sword and blasted away. It was the Tsongyan extermination slash. Or the Tsongyan extermination slash that incorporates the holy flame of extreme day. The Tsongyan extermination slash, which incorporates the holy flame of the extreme day, belongs to the top ranks among the top martial arts of the heavenly rank, and is extremely close to the top rank. There is no doubt that this attack was extremely terrifying. The silver tornado was suppressed from its previous upper hand. In the entire field, silver radiance and pale flames continued to spew out. If it weren't for Wei Shichen, an old monster from the 6th level of the sanctuary, who waved his sleeves to resist, with so many people present, except for the 4 ancestors and a very few strong people, the others would not feel well. Such an impact is already very close to the level of 10 stars in the sky. Wei Wenguang's forehead gradually showed cold sweat, and the silver tornado had been forced to the extreme. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Wei Wenguang let out a low roar, Yingling Tianju. Condensation. Suddenly, behind Wei Wenguang, illusory wings of colorful colors condensed. Wei Shichen nodded gratified, Yingling Tianjue, this is the secret of our Wei family, that is, the old man didn't succeed in cultivation. Our Wei family is able to practice the heavenly wing spirit art, so far it's only a palm. Wei Xingkong is also proud, this is his son. But Wei Xingkong shook his head regretfully, the Wingling Tianju has extremely strict requirements on various aspects, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Guanler was only able to successfully cultivate when he broke through to the late stage of the sky, and it is only a small success at present. Otherwise, the improved strength will be extremely terrifying, no worse than those in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. Wei Shichen chuckled, you bastard, don't be dissatisfied, just with this Wingling Tianju, Wei Wenguang has already stepped into the sanctuary with half of his feet, maybe it won't take 20 or 30 years, our Wei family will be back again. There can be one more sanctuary. And with the Wingling Tianju, I will surpass this old man, sooner or later. If this little fellow Shirkai can get better, he is also a genius who can cultivate the heavenly wing spirit art. The Wingling Tianju is very demanding in all aspects, and the same is true for talent. Those who are not talented can only improve other aspects as much as possible through later cultivation, so as to be able to meet the cultivation conditions. But for those with high talent, it's different. After Wei Shikai broke through to the profound rank, he came into contact with the Wingling Tianju, and the Yiling Tianju was already different. Wei Shichen estimated that once Wei Shikai broke through to the earth rank, he would be qualified to practice. This is a huge bargain. The Wingling Tianju in the realm of Xiaocheng may not improve too much at the heaven level, but it is definitely not the case at the earth level. But when we reach the heaven level, with the time of Wei Shirtsai's cultivation, it is not impossible to reach the realm of great achievement. The Wingling Tianju of the great accomplishment realm can still enhance a lot of strength at the heaven level. As for the heavenly wings of the spirit of perfection, only the original ancestor, the ancient emperor, has successfully cultivated so far, and it is also of great benefit to the improvement of the sanctuary. Wei Shikai is the second genius of the Wei family after the ancient emperor who is very likely to cultivate the heavenly art of wing spirit to the realm of perfection. Wei Wenqing, Wei Wentai, and Wei Wensu all looked at Wei Wenguang in the battle with envious expressions. If the Wingling Tianju reaches the level of minor achievement, there is a 60% chance of breaking through to the sanctuary, and with Wei Wenguang's own aptitude, the probability of breaking through the sanctuary is as high as 90%. In the past, those who were able to cultivate the heavenly wing spiritual art had almost never failed to break through the sanctuary. Sanctuary, that means that it has begun to break away from mortals, and the lifespan is long, how can the three not envy? With the qualifications of the three of them and the resources of the Wei family, it is not difficult to cultivate to the 12th star, but if you want to break through the sanctuary, the chance is less than 20%. On the field, Wei Wenguang's cultivation level climbed steadily, growing to the extreme level of the late 9-star rank. The terrifying breath came out like a storm. Just relying on this breath, Song Yan's annihilation slash seemed to be hit hard, and the silver tornado immediately took the opportunity to fight back. Han Feng was surprised that Wei Wenguang could improve so much. It can be improved a lot in the later stage of the Tianjia. This kind of ability should be even better in the Xuanjia. This Prince of Qing did not join the Baidu Academy. Han Feng was very surprised. With the relationship between the Wei family and the elder Tianqing, it is impossible. How did Han Feng know that this Wingling Tianju was only successfully cultivated by Wei Wenguang after breaking through to the late stage of the heaven rank? Winglang dances wildly. Countless silver-white strong winds formed a wind mass, and waves of powerful energy fluctuation spread out. The next moment, these wind clusters turned into countless wind swords and shot out wildly. From a distance, it was like a silver-white hurricane dancing wildly. The pale white flame slashes transformed into the Xuanhuan extermination slash were defeated. As one of the tricks of the Wingling Tianju, there is no exact level for the wing spirit dance, it all depends on the mastery of the Yiling Tianju. With Wei Wenguang's first entry into the realm of Wingling Tianju, Yiling's crazy dance can only be regarded as a mid to upper level high-grade martial skill. At this moment, the late-stage 9-star extreme cultivation base has been displayed, and the combat power in the first battle has surpassed the 9-star level of the sky, which is no worse than the Xuanhuan extermination slash. But when Han Feng reacted, the pale flame slash and the silver-white wind sword reached a certain balance, which can be said to be evenly divided. Wei Wenguang looked even more excited. Yingling Tianjian. The multicolored light turned into a giant sword, and it was cut down with one sword. This time, the pale white flame slash could no longer be resisted, and it collapsed in bursts. Yingling colorful sacred rainbow fist. The colorful light condensed into a giant fist and blasted away. The power of this punch is extremely terrifying, and it has reached the realm of 10 stars in the sky, and it is not the early stage of 10 stars, but the middle stage of 10 stars. This was Wei Wenguang's strongest blow. In the excitement of fighting Han Feng, Wei Wenguang couldn't help but use the strongest punch. The terrifying punch made Han Feng's complexion change greatly. Now, only by integrating the holy flame of extreme day into the body of Tianhua Zhan and raising his cultivation level again can he be able to resist. But in this case, there are too many exposed cards, and the blood-drinking white dragon knife is left. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and before Han Feng could make a decision, Wei Shichen took action. Wei Shichen, as a 6th-level expert in the sanctuary, how powerful the power of the primordial spirit is, he has long seen Han Feng's hesitation. Since Han Feng was unwilling to reveal more trump cards, Wei Shichen naturally took action immediately. The cyan sleeve robe actually had large cuffs, and the colorful giant fist was sucked into it without any resistance. When the sleeve robe was retracted, Wei Shichen's expression did not change, as if the punch had gone to waste. It can only be said that he is indeed a sanctuary powerhouse. Old ancestor? Wei Wenguang recovered from his excitement, and immediately looked at Han Feng apologetically. He was too excited for the punch just now. If he hit Han Feng, he would definitely be injured. Humph, what are you happy about? They haven't used all their strength, but this old man doesn't want to see you fight. Wei Shichen glared at Wei Wenguang. Wei Wenguang was startled and looked at Wei Shichen resentfully. Since Han Feng can still exert stronger power, why not let him continue to fight? Han Feng smiled slightly. Senior is too proud of the junior. The junior did lose before. But it won't take long, and the result may not be certain. Oh? Could it be you? Everyone looked at Han Feng. Han Feng smiled lightly. Junior is about to break through the 7 stars of the sky. Han Feng did not lie. He has reached the peak limit of the 6 stars of the sky. The blockade of the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower was also lifted a few days ago, and the pure Yuanhua has already been taken. It was refined into source liquid. What is now planted is Tsongling fruit. If it has not been delayed for a long time, and if it is too late, I am worried that there will be an accident, and Han Feng is afraid that he will retreat and break through before he comes. It's just. Tsongling fruit is a lot higher quality than the low-grade pure yuan fruit. If pure yuan fruit takes nearly 2 months to mature once, Tsongling fruit takes more than 3 months to nearly 4 months to mature once. 6 more completed. Ask for flowers. Everyone was overjoyed. The heavenly rank 6 star is still in the middle stage, and the heavenly rank 7 star is already in the late stage. Once a breakthrough is made, the overall strength will be greatly improved. Wei Shichen gave Han Feng a meaningful look. Han Feng said so, but achieved 3 goals. First, the ancient emperor's secret realm is generally safe to enter only if it is above the 7-star cultivation level. Although Han Feng has confirmed that he is powerful in combat, he is only in front of him. Once the cultivation base breaks through, then the other Wei family members will not be too worried. If it is still 6 stars, Han Feng can't show his strength in front of the entire Wei family. This is too much. But if you tell the situation today, let's not say whether the rest of the Wei family believe it or not, it's not good to just cause the other 4 families to be jealous. Han Feng is so strong that he can catch the opponent by surprise. The second and third purposes are almost the same, but they are to save Wei Shichen and Wei Wenguang's face. Wei Shichen blocked Wei Wenguang's last blow, and said that Han Feng had not used his full strength, which would undoubtedly make Wei Wenguang a little dissatisfied, as if he would lose in the end. Han Feng knew that Wei Shichen said this, because he didn't want Wei Wenguang to be too complacent, lest he look bad. But Han Feng said this, and it saved Wei Wenguang's face. Han Feng himself admitted that he lost, what else can others do, so Wei Wenguang has no dissatisfaction. Although this seems to be refuting Wei Shichen, but as a 6th-level master of the sanctuary, Wei Shichen has lived for hundreds of years and is already an elder. Han Feng said this, it will not make people feel that they have beaten Wei Shichen in the face, others will only think that Wei Shichen takes care of the younger generation. Deliberately saying that Han Feng has not done his best is to hope that Han Feng will look better and give Han Feng a step down. Han Feng just smiled when he saw Wei Shichen's deep eyes. At this time, Han Feng finally asked the question that he had been wanting to ask since he accepted the mission. Senior, according to the mission, it is just to come to help, it is too vague, can you tell me something specific? This. Wei Shinkong and the others hesitated. Wei Shichen felt that there was nothing to hide, Han Feng's strength was strong, and it was nothing to say it. On the other hand, if Han Feng's strength is weak, Wei Shichen might hide it, and it would be bad if he scare people away. Wei Shichen immediately told the ins and outs of the matter. Han Feng thoughtfully showed a clear color from time to time. So it is. After a while, Han Feng learned everything. Luo Mo's poison seal? Guanji Wangguo? Is there still more than 10 days to go for the final spot? Wei Shichen looked solemn. Little brother Han, please ask you this time. As long as we get the Guan Yuan fruit, our Wei family will definitely thank you. Not only that, in the ancient emperor's secret realm, my Wei family will also help you to get other spiritual fruits, little brother Han. Han Feng smiled slightly, since the junior has accepted the task, he will naturally go all out. As for the Wei family's heavy thanks, Han Feng did not ask, in short, he will not treat him badly. Just because he was sent by Elder Tianqing himself, the Wei family wouldn't make some flashy things to thank. After discussing the specific matters, Han Feng was led by Wei Wenqing to the place where the guests lived, and Wei Wenguang hurriedly followed. On the way, Wei Wenguang couldn't help but ask, Kid Han, is it possible that the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy is as strong as you? Han Feng shook his head, how is it possible? The same realm, naturally, there are highs and lows. Then, what do you think this king should be at the same level in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy? Wei Wenguang hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Han Feng pondered for a while and said, in terms of overall strength, King Guanjuan, you are considered a first class in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. Han Feng told the general situation of the inner courtyard of Baidu University. The early days of the heavenly rank are considered the bottom, the mid-heaven rank is the elite, and the late heavenly rank is the first-class rank. Further up are the masters of the manifestation list and semi-holy list at the top. Han Feng then said, but if it is the same level. Han Feng hesitated. Wei Wenguang took a deep breath, no problem, you can talk. Han Feng sighed, if you are of the same level, none of the 9 stars I know of in the inner courtyard of Baidu University is weaker than you, King Guanjuan. This is already quite euphemistic. Not weaker than, does not mean the weakest, maybe there are some in the same grade. But both the Prince of Qing and the King of Guangjuan understand that what Han Feng really means is that the King of Guangjuan is the weakest at the same level. Han Feng did not attack Wei Wenguang anymore. To be honest, in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy, some of the 7-star peak level of the sky rank almost have the ability to compete with Wei Wenguang, and the 8-star of the sky rank is already better than Wei Wenguang. In the previous battle, if Han Feng merged the heavenly fire battle body with the extreme sun holy flame, the result would be hard to say. Han Feng's real cultivation base is only the peak of the 6-star sky. Wei Wenguang left quite disappointed, but with some relief. In the past, Wei Wenguang was always dissatisfied with the genius of Baidu University, but now that he has seen Han Feng's strength and heard what Han Feng said, the last trace of unwillingness in Wei Wenguang's heart has disappeared. Han Feng's face was weird, and he didn't know why Wei Wenguang showed such a look. Wei Wenqing laughed and told the story of Wei Wenguang, and Han Feng suddenly realized that it was so. Before, he also said why Wei Wenguang was not recruited by Baidu University, but now he finally understands. Taking Han Feng to the residence, Wei Wenqing left impatiently. These days, Wei Wenqing spends most of his time with his son, who was unconscious due to poisoning. Every time he watched his son suffer because of Luo Mo's poison mark, Wei Wenqing was heartbroken to death. If possible, Wei Wenqing can't wait for the second day to be the day when the ancient emperor's secret realm opens. In the palace, Han Feng was sitting in a certain room, sitting cross-legged. Some of the situation of the ancient emperor's secret realm has been described by the elders of the Wei family. The next step is to wait for the last place to compete in more than 10 days, and then enter the ancient emperor's secret realm. According to the ancestors of the Wei family, the ancient emperor's secret realm is vast and boundless, with more than a dozen empires in size, and you can encounter any adventures in it. When I get Guangji Wangguo to complete the task, I will be free to wander around. Maybe I can make my strength in the ancient emperor's secret territory for 2 months further. Now, it's time to hit the 7-star level of the sky. The source liquid of the low-grade fire attribute pure yuan fruit was swallowed by Han Feng, and it turned into a billowing energy that filled Han Feng's entire body. Just one obviously doesn't have much effect. Even if Han Feng is now at the peak of the 6-star rank, he is not even a third of a step away from the 7-star rank. 1, 2, 3. 5th. 6th. 7th. 8th. After the 8 pure essence fruit source liquids were all absorbed, the real essence in Han Feng's body finally rioted, like a sword to the sky, to pierce the bottleneck barrier leading to the 7 stars of the sky. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. There was a dull sound in Han Feng's body, his body trembled, and the sweat dripped from his forehead. Han Feng's breath also rioted, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When the bottleneck barrier was full of cracks and was about to shatter, Qing Tianyijian was powerless and was about to disappear. Han Feng's expression froze, and he immediately swallowed the 9th pure yuan fruit source liquid without hesitation. The next moment, Han Feng's body shot out a strong breath, and the breath formed a small vortex circling above Han Feng's head. The breath is getting stronger and stronger, and the remaining pure yuan fruit source liquid power has gradually stabilized the realm of the early stage of Han Feng Tianjia 7 stars. Suddenly, Han Feng opened his eyes, and 2 flames shot out of his sudden eyes, almost setting the whole house on fire. Heaven rank 7 stars. Finally broke through to heaven rank 7 stars. Han Feng let out a sigh. It has been a little over 10 months since the breakthrough to the heavenly rank. When he was on the ground level, he broke through from the ground level to the heaven level in half a year. In the heaven rank, the longer time is only to break through to the 7 stars, just entering the later stage. It can be seen that the cultivation of the heaven rank is much more difficult than the earth rank. Especially after the heaven rank, the low cost of each star will be longer. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward of 3 worlds for you. Oh, intersection. Oh. Breaking through to the 7 stars, the comprehensive strength has risen a lot. However, the ancient emperor's secret realm is dangerous and can't be careless, and the comprehensive strength needs to be stronger. There are still 9 low-grade pure yuan fruit left, and it is impossible to upgrade the 4 major inheritance martial arts to the 11th level. Han Feng chose the Skyfire battle body first. Even if Tianhua Zhangquan breaks through to the 11th realm, it is only equivalent to an ordinary high-grade martial arts, and integrating into the Extreme Day Holy Flame is only a low-level top-ranking martial arts, and its power is not much different from that of Zi Tianxiang. In terms of overall strength, it has not improved much. Unless you go further in the 11th realm and reach the later stage or even the peak. The pure essence fruit of the lower grade is not bad for the 10th level promotion, but it has little effect on the 11th level promotion. And the Zongling fruit has about 3 months to mature. The secret realm of the ancient emperor is about to open, and there is no time to wait for the Zongling fruit to mature. The Skyfire battle physique is different. If it reaches the 11th level, the overall level of cultivation will increase. The same level of martial arts, the formidable power displayed after the cultivation base skyrocketed. For low-grade pure Yuanhua source liquid can raise the Skyfire battle physique to the 11th stage, and the 5th makes the Skyfire battle physique truly stabilized in the 11th stage early stage. The further back you go, the harder it is to improve the Skyfire battle physique. After the 12th level of the Skyfire battle body, there will be a qualitative change, and it will be promoted to the Holy Fire battle body. If you want to promote the Heavenly Fire battle body to the Holy Fire battle body, it is not enough to rely on the spiritual fruit of the heavenly rank, it must be the spiritual fruit of the holy grade. The spiritual fruit of holy aptitude, this is the spiritual fruit that even the strong in the sanctuary will fight for. I'm still a long way off. The higher the cultivation base, the more clearly you can feel your own insignificance. There are still 4 left. It's a waste to use it to break through the Skyfire fighting fist. Let's use it to improve the 9 Flames different fire art. The 9 Flames different fire art is improved, and the power of the Holy Flame of Extreme Day will also be improved by a grade. After the fusion, the martial arts will be improved. It can also be stronger. In a few days, the 9 Flames and different fire art has been successfully promoted to the late stage of the 5th floor. Whether it is the solidity of the true essence, or the recovery ability of the true essence, it has been greatly improved. In just 10 days, Han Feng's comprehensive combat power has improved a lot. Now let Han Feng and Wei Wenguang fight again, and they can almost win without revealing too many trump cards. After a day off, Han Feng restored his body to its peak state for the next day's battle. However, Han Feng didn't take it too seriously. According to the Wei family, the last place in these battles is not strong in itself. The 4 major families have indeed surpassed the Wei family now, but they are not so perverted that they have the strength of 8 stars in the sky. Wei's martial arts field. Brother Han, I'll leave everything to you today. Wei Shichen said solemnly. Han Feng smiled and said, Senior, don't worry, just leave it to the junior. Haha, old man Wei, our Ji family will decide the last place today. In the sky, an old man with fluttering white hair stepped on an auspicious cloud, and there were 6 men and women in their 30s on the auspicious cloud, flying here. The auspicious clouds fell and disappeared, and the old man and 6 people stood in the open space. Humph, old man Ji, it's too early to speak. Wei Shichen snorted coldly. Han Feng looked at the old man Ji. This person is one of the 4 major families, the Ji family, Taishan elder, Ji Qianbua, the 5th level strength of the sanctuary. Ji Qianbua ignored Wei Shichen's cold snort, with an inevitable smile on his face. Ji Qianbua and the others knew that under the age of 40, only 4 of the Wei family had the cultivation level of the 7-star heaven rank and above, and there were none at all. Even if the Wei family risked one of them to improve, they barely reached the early stage of the 7-star heaven rank. And the 6th member of his Ji family was at the late stage of the 7 stars of heaven rank, so this contest was definitely won. Humph, old man Ji, could it be that you forgot about my Zhou family? And the old man's Xiao family? The old man's Dai family is bound to win this time. In the sky, more than a dozen figures flew in. It was the Zhou family, the Xiao family, and the Dai family that were the remaining 4 families. More than a dozen figures fell on the ground, and the 3 old guys headed by them all exuded strong fluctuations. It is the supreme elder of the 3 major families. Zhou Xiangzhen, Xiao Zizi, and Daian Xiong. The supreme elders of the 4 major families are all at the 5th level of the sanctuary. If not, they would not be listed as the 4 major families. Among the 4, Ji Qianbo was the strongest, and he was at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the sanctuary. Once he broke through, he would be at the same level as Wei Shichen. The next ones were Xiao Zizi and Daian Xiong, both of whom were in the late 5th stage of the sanctuary. The weakest is Zhou Xiangzhen, which is only the middle stage of the 5th level of the sanctuary. However, Zhou Xiangzhen was the youngest among the 4, several decades younger. In terms of the age of the sanctuary, a difference of tens of years is considered the same generation, but under the sanctuary, tens of years old is enough to be 2 generations. Decades later, Zhou Xiangzhen was worse than Xiao Zizi and Daian Xiong. The 4 great elders aimed at each other, and the strong smell of gunpowder wafted out, as if the last place had already entered their hands. Wei Shichen's face darkened, and the pressure of the 6th level of the sanctuary immediately pressed out. Wei Shichen's cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level of the sanctuary, which is enough to oppress the 4 people. It is precisely because the Wei family has Wei Shichen that the other 4 families dare not act rashly. Provocation is a provocation, and if you really do it, the 4 major families will never do it before Wei Shichen falls. Don't underestimate this heavy disparity. The gap between each star of the heaven rank is not small, not to mention the sanctuary rank. The gap of 1 level was enough for Wei Shichen to fight against Ji Qianbo and 4 undefeated. Ji Qianbo's expressions froze, and withdrew their expressions. They almost forgot that even if the Wei family was in decline, there was still an old immortal from the 6th level of the sanctuary. Wei Shichen's tone was very unfriendly. The 4 are too confident. According to the previous regulations, each of our 5 major families has 5 places, and the last place belongs to my Wei family. Ji Qianbo chuckled and said, "Isn't there enough people in the Wei family now? Instead of wasting this quota, how about giving it to our 4 major families?" "Who said it's not enough?" Wei Shichen glanced at the 4 of them coldly, and immediately revealed the existence of Han Feng. Han Feng took a step forward and was scrutinized by the powerhouses of the 4 great sanctuaries. Zhou Xiangzhen's brows furrowed slightly. "Old man Wei, why have I never seen this son? Could it be the illegitimate son of a certain prince of your Wei family?" Zhou Xiangzhen has already seen that Han Feng's cultivation base is already at the early stage of the 7 stars. If Han Feng is from the Wei family, it is really difficult for them to compete for the last place based on this cultivation base. After all, the division of quotas was negotiated in advance. The Wei family, the Ji family, the Zhou family, the Dai family, and the Xiao family each had 5 places, and the last 5 places were contested by the rest of the families. No, this son doesn't have the blood of the Wei family. Soon, Ji Qianbo, who had the strongest cultivation base, noticed something was wrong. As powerful people in the sanctuary, their primordial spirit power can even sense whether there is a blood connection between people. Han Feng and the Wei family obviously have no blood connection at all. Even if it's as thin as 1,000th, they can't sense it. This can only show that Han Feng is not the Wei family. Second more. It's about to be exploded, everyone is working hard. There are too many people in these chapters, and it is a headache to code. Ji Chanbua said that Zhou Xiangjun, Dian Xiong, and Xiao Zizi all lit up. If Han Feng is not from the Wei family, even if it is a helper from the Wei family, it will take a lot of competition to get this spot. This is also the rule that was negotiated before. Wei Shichen said with a weird smile, this little brother is called Han Feng, and he was personally sent by Elder Tian Xing, the supreme elder in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. Hiss. The powerhouse of the four great sanctuaries took a deep breath, and his eyes immediately changed, full of fear. If it was not surprising that Han Feng was only a small heavenly rank to their four sacred areas before, then it is different now. Being able to be sent by Elder Tian Xing in person must be a genius valued by Elder Tian Xing. Such a genius is backed by Elder Tian Xing, how could it be compared with ordinary heaven rank? In the face of such a heavenly rank, even if they are experts of the fifth level of the holy domain, they should be treated with caution. At the same time, the four of them frowned slightly. They thought that after so many years, the elder Tianqing didn't have much affection for the Wei family. Unexpectedly, when the Wei family asked for help, they immediately sent a strong person. Although it is only the early stage of the 7 stars of the heavenly rank, how can the genius of the 7-star heavenly rank in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy be viewed from the perspective of the Gil Empire? No wonder this old man Wei is smiling so proudly. As long as Elder Tianqing still wants to take care of the Wei family, we can't take action. Ji Chanbua said angrily in his heart. If there is no such relationship as Elder Heaven punishment, as long as Wei Shichen falls, their 4 major families will immediately pull down the Wei family, and the Wei family will no longer be the royal family of the Gil Empire. But now that they know that Elder Tian Xing still cares for the Wei family, even if Wei Shichen falls in the future, they have to weigh whether it will attract Elder Tian Xing's revenge. The 4 sanctuary old guys glanced at each other dejectedly. Today's discovery made their good mood immediately disappear. Ji Chanbua said indifferently, Old man Wei, according to the agreement, since this little brother Han is the helper who came to Baidu Academy, let's start the final competition. Yes. Wei Shichen replied lightly. Han Feng stepped forward, his breath gushing out. The breath of the 7 stars in the sky is unobstructed. On the Ji family side, a man in his early 30s stood up, Ji family Ji Pingbin, please give me more advice. After saying that, Ji Pingbin's eyes changed suddenly, and a fierce aura rose to the sky. Thunderbolt shatters the sky. Hundreds of purple lightning flashed yellow meandering towards Han Feng, the space fluctuated, as if to break the space. Skyfire fighting fist. Han Feng threw a punch lightly, and even this punch didn't use all his strength. The 10th peak realm of Tianhua Zhanquan is a level above the middle-grade martial arts of the sky, and it is not comparable to the high-grade middle-grade martial skills of the Thunderbolt. This punch easily broke Ji Pingbin's lightning attack. What? Ji Pingbin was taken aback. He was a late-stage, 7-star cultivation base, and he was 2 small realms higher than the other party. Is this the genius in the inner courtyard of Baidu University? The next moment, Ji Pingbin's eyes flashed fiercely. I don't believe it, you can still resist the next move. Thunder sword. Crackling. The lightning energy between heaven and earth quickly gathered in Ji Pingbin's hands and turned into a 3-meter-long purple-yellow sword. Afterwards, Ji Pingbin swung down fiercely. The lightning flash sword is a mid-level high-grade martial skill. Han Feng shook his head gently. Unfortunately, I haven't even reached the realm of Xiaocheng, only close to the realm of Xiaocheng. This kind of power may not be comparable to my current Tianhua Zhanquan. However, in terms of cultivation, it is slightly better, so let me show some means. Red Lotus Warrior, congeal. The Extreme Day Holy Flame Red Lotus Warrior condensed out and immediately blocked the Red Lotus shield in front of him. The purple-yellow lightning attack smashed on the Red Lotus shield. Except for a little spark, no other damage was caused. The 9 flames and different fire art broke through to the late 5th layer, which directly led to the increase in the power of the Holy Flame of the Extreme Day, and the Red Lotus Warrior of the Holy Flame of the Extreme Day was also promoted from the 6 stars of the sky to the 7 stars of the sky. The cultivation base of the Red Lotus Warriors has improved, and the power of the Red Lotus Sword and the Red Lotus Shield has also been improved. They are not weaker than the inferior martial arts of the heavenly rank, and they are the realm of perfection. Red Lotus Sword. This time, the Red Lotus Warrior shot. Ji Pungbin swung the Thunder Flash Sword again, the 2 slashes collided, and a strong wave surged towards the surroundings. Puff. Ji Pungbin spit out a mouthful of blood and retreated in embarrassment, while the Red Lotus Warrior stood there steadily. Han Feng put his hands around his chest and stood aside easily, as if the battle had nothing to do with him. The 4 sanctuary old guys looked at each other and their faces sank. This kid is not something that ordinary heaven rank 7 stars can compare to. The Wei family all showed a smile. The original 3 test battles made them clearly understand Han Feng's super strength, which was not enough to watch in the late stage of the 7-star rank. Not to mention that Han Feng has now broken through to the 7-star realm. Wei Wenqing said softly, Han Feng's strength is indeed not comparable to more than 10 days ago. Let's say that the flame monster barely reached the mid-level of the 7 stars after fusion more than 10 days ago. Now it's almost the same. Once integrated, it will only be stronger. Wei Wenguang's eyes flashed with a strong will to fight, but thinking that the ancient emperor's secret realm would be opened, Wei Wenguang suppressed this fighting will, and if he wanted to learn from each other, at least until the end of the ancient emperor's secret realm. Hee, for old guys, it's time for you to continue sending people? Wei Shichen said with a smile. Originally, Han Feng had a period of rest after a battle, but Wei Shichen knew that Han Feng didn't exert much effort at all, so he naturally ignored this part. Dai Anxiong and Xiao Zizi looked at each other in dismay. The 6th person they brought was also at the late stage of the 7 stars of the heaven rank, and the combat power was not much different from that of Ji Pungbin. Weak and weak are limited, strong and strong are limited. Ji Pungbin was defeated, needless to say these 2. Some of the powerhouses who originally had places in the 4 major families were just around the corner, and finally settled down after being stared at by the elders of their respective families. Now is not the time for them to take action, the ancient emperor's secret realm is their venue. Since no one is playing, Zhou Linqing, you can play. Zhou Xiangjin said lightly. After Zhou Xiangjing finished speaking, a woman in a purple shirt and dress walked onto the venue. Unlike men who are talented in martial arts will not refuse to marry and have children, but if women are talented in martial arts, they will often choose to remain single until they encounter the bottleneck of talent. Although Zhou Linqing was in his early 30s, his face looked like he was in his early 20s. With a cultivation base, it has reached the peak limit of the 7 stars of the sky, and it is only half a step away from the 8 stars of the sky. Be careful. Zhou Linqing said lightly, and immediately shot. The red spider spins silk. Countless red lines sprayed out, forming a huge cobweb. The cobweb glowed red, and a pungent smell permeated out. Is it poisonous? Han Feng didn't care. The Extreme Day Holy Flame merged into the Skyfire Fighting Fist and threw a punch. The 3rd one. Thank you for the great reward of I will do my best for you 3 times. Today is probably the 3rd watch. I thought it was more than 4 to write some battle plots. Later, I thought it was unnecessary. The opponent is not strong. The next chapter is the secret realm of the ancient emperor. Cabbage needs to think about it. From the battle just now, Zhou Linqing already knew that Han Feng was not weak, so the first shot was a powerful move, and it was useless to use the mid-level martial arts. A mid-level high-grade martial skill, even if it is only a small achievement, makes Zhou Lingqing's attack infinitely close to the ordinary 8-star level. In the face of this blow, it is not enough to rely on the heavenly fire-fighting fist of the 10th peak realm alone. The milky white flame fist blasted out, suddenly burst open, and turned into countless firelights to bombard the red spider web. In an instant, the sound of chi-chi resounded throughout the space. The red air flowed out with its teeth and claws. Beyond the power of high-grade martial arts, Han Feng's blow has surpassed the 7-star level of the sky, and is comparable to the middle stage of the ordinary 8-star level. The red spider web was corroded in an instant, and the remaining firelight hit Zhou Lingqing straight. Zhou Lingqing's face changed wildly, and he couldn't help but step back. Zhou Lingqing never imagined that the strongest blow of his own 7-star peak powerhouse would be so vulnerable to the opponent. As expected of a genius in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. As expected of the person sent by Elder Tianqing himself. The faces of the 4 sanctuary old guys were also much more cautious. With such strength, they were not at the bottom of the ranks. And looking at the other party's appearance, 9 times out of 10, he didn't use all his strength. In an instant, the expressions of the 20 geniuses from the 4 major families changed. Some were still disdainful, some were jealous, and some were more interested. Ha ha ha, 4, do you have anything else to say now? Wei Shichen laughed, and his expression became more and more smug. Ji Qianbo snorted coldly, since this little brother Han Feng has won, my Ji family will naturally be fine. Zhou Xiongzhen also said, my Zhou family is the same. Only the Dai family and the Xiao family were left. However, the 2 gave up the competition before, and now they can only say, we have no opinion. Wei Shichen was overjoyed. Okay, since that's the case, it's not too late. Let's open the ancient emperor's secret realm. The 5 places for other families are almost here. As soon as the words fell, a certain heaven-rank powerhouse from the Wei family had brought over 5 places selected by other families in the Gil Empire. A total of 30 places were gathered in one place. A group of people came to a square somewhere in Wei's house, and the sky in the square was distorted, flashing a purple space that fluctuated like waves. Wei Shichen took a deep breath, snorted lowly, and his hands were connected with seals, and one after another complex handprints were displayed from Wei Shichen's hands. With the display of the handprint, a strange wave of fluctuations came out. At this time, the eyes of the 4 sanctuary old guys are all shining. If they get some great adventures in the secret realm of the ancient emperor, these geniuses may have a great possibility to step into the sanctuary in the future. Once the family has one more sanctuary, the right to speak in the entire Gil Empire will increase a lot. Drink. Wei Shichen suddenly let out a low voice, swung out his hands violently, and the surging energy rushed towards the purple space with a mysterious talisman. Boom! A terrifying sound exploded from the purple space, and the next moment, the purple ocean waves churned, surging, and rolling, and powerful energy surged out. Under this powerful oppression, Han Feng and others' faces changed greatly. Even Wei Shichen and other sanctuary powerhouses looked very uncomfortable. The 5 people flicked their sleeves and shrouded 30 people inside. At this moment, a hole slowly cracked in the purple waves, and a mysterious and dark green door suddenly appeared. The door slowly opened, and a more terrifying aura raged and rolled, rising into the sky. It's time to go in, take action. Wei Shichen's eyes flashed, and to enter the ancient emperor's secret realm, he must first pass through this entrance. But this entrance is not so easy to enter. Its powerful aura oppression is enough to make the warriors under the ordinary sky rank 7 stars suffer heavy losses, and then they are completely reduced to waste. Only 5 old guys can use sanctuary methods to save a group of heavenly ranks from this oppression. Wei Shichen's 5 old guys took action one after another, and the powerful energies gathered together to form a protective circle of a broad hemisphere. The protective ring has different colors, colorful, and flashes several streamers from time to time. Drink. This time, the 5 old guys shouted in unison. 30 people from the Hemisphere Protection Circle led Han Feng into the dark green giant gate in an instant. Afterwards, the giant gate slowly closed, and the purple waves drowned the giant gate, and the rolling of the waves gradually subsided. The powerful energy pressure slowly disappeared, and Wei Shichen and others all exhaled. The 5 looked at each other and sat cross-legged on the spot. Now they can only wait for the return of everyone in 2 months. For the sanctuary powerhouse, 2 months is not much different from 2 hours. In the secret territory of the ancient emperor, 30 people turned into 30 beams and landed together. It was a dark space, and the sky flashed a dark streamer from time to time. Although the space is dark everywhere, everyone can see each other clearly. It is like a starry sky without stars, but the darkness will not obscure everyone's sight. From Wei Shichen's mouth, Han Feng learned that this is not the real ancient emperor's secret realm, but it should be said to be the transition stage between the ancient emperor's secret realm entrance and the ancient emperor's secret realm. There are 3 difficulties in this transitional stage, the first of which is nether wind void. In this quiet wind void, from time to time a quiet wind that is enough to smash people will blow out, and after the quiet wind, there will be a ghost of the wind. There are 4 grades of ghost wind monsters, namely, beginner-level ghost wind monsters, middle-level ghost wind monsters, high-level ghost wind monsters, and top-level ghost wind monsters. The ghost wind monsters are not strong. The first-level ghost wind monsters are only equivalent to the Earth rank. The middle-level ghost wind monsters are roughly equivalent to the 1-star level of the sky. The high-level ghosts are equivalent to the 4-star level of the sky, and the top-level ghosts are equivalent to the 4-star level of the sky. The wind monster is equivalent to the 7-star level of the sky. However, the strength of the ghost wind is not strong, but the number is extremely large. It is said that every time the ghost wind strikes, there will be dozens, or even hundreds of ghost wind monsters. If there are too many ants, they can kill the elephant, not to mention that the netherwind monster is not an ant. If there are too many ants, it is enough to wipe out an entire army of 30 people. Therefore, the 30 people, including Han Feng, are maintaining great vigilance at this moment. Wei Wenguang, one of the 4 with the highest cultivation level among the 30 people, and also the Wei family, said lightly, "Everyone, some of you may already know what this place is, and some of you don't. What I want to say is that our goal is the same before going to the real ancient emperor's secret realm. In this case, we can break through together before that." As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked at each other in dismay. The Zhou family was headed by a red-haired man in his 30s. He had a resolute face, and flames flashed through his pupils from time to time, making him look very extraordinary. This person is the leader of the Zhou family, Zhou Luanxing, with the strength of the first 9 stars of the sky. Zhou Luanxing glanced at Wei Wenguang indifferently, and nodded slightly, "I have no opinion. But after passing through the ancient emperor's secret realm, my Zhou family will not act with your Wei family." The leader of the Xiao family is a young woman with relatively high martial arts qualifications. She seldom chooses to marry when she is young, but this young woman is an exception. Only listening to the young woman smiled softly, "I, Xiao Qing, have no objection. There are 2 major difficulties after Yufeng Void, and they are stronger each time. It is said that many warriors who came here in the past went forward separately because they did not trust each other. There are very few who actually reach the secret realm of the ancient emperor in the end, and I don't want to let the family lose too much before reaching the real secret realm of the ancient emperor." Dai family Dai Jun is the leader of the Dai family. He is nearly 40 years old, and he is the oldest among the 4 early-stage 9-star powerhouses. Dai Jun didn't say a word, but he acquiesced. Ji Weichen, the last leader of the Ji family, did not object. The Wei family and the 4 major families have entered the ancient emperor's secret realm not once or twice. The five families are very clear about the three difficulties before the real ancient emperor's secret realm. But the last five were different. Under the Wei family and the four major families, in fact, there will always be some changes every 10 years, decades, or even hundreds of years. Some families are promoted from the middle family, and some families are lowered from the upper-class family. Therefore, the five people didn't know much about the ancient emperor's secret realm. Among the 5 places, a man in the late stage of the 7-star rank said coldly, "I'm sorry, I don't agree. Who knows if this is a trap for your 5 families, in case your 5 families unite and treat us as pawn, we can't even resist. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers." As soon as the late-stage 7-star man spoke coldly, the eyes of the remaining 4 also flickered. Indeed, no matter how discordant the relationship between the Wei family and the 4 major families is, it is the 5 top forces of the Gil Empire, and they are not something they can provoke. Wei Wenguang's face became cold. "Then please do it, Your Excellency." "Humph." The late Tianjia Qixing man snorted again, and walked forward alone. The remaining 4 hesitated for a while, but did not follow after all. Although they were worried that the man said that they were regarded as chess pieces, they didn't know much about the ancient emperor's secret realm. "All I know is that the ancient emperor's secret realm is very dangerous. It is true that following Wei Wenguang and others may be used as chess pieces, they can move forward alone, and they are more likely to fall." Wei Wenguang and others formed a group of 5 people, and each group was separated by a certain distance. The remaining 4 formed a group. Wei Wenguang looked at the man who left first and pouted. The Wei family knew everything about the ancient emperor's secret realm, and they didn't need chess pieces to explore the Wei. After about 10 minutes of walking, all of a sudden, there was a strong wind. Countless blue and terrifying winds roared. Every strong wind is enough to tear apart any warrior below the heavenly rank. It is above the heaven level. If the strength is not strong, it will be torn apart, and it is only in the case of a strong wind. At this time, there are so many strong winds, even the 7-star warrior of the sky will fall after resisting for a while. Quantitative change always leads to qualitative change. Yu Feng has appeared, everyone be careful. Wei Wenguang's complexion changed slightly, and he warned carefully. Ji Weichen, Zhou Luanxing, Shao Qing, and Dai Jun all nodded solemnly. The secluded wind violently attacked, and the first person to attack was a man of the later stage of the 7th star of the sky alone. The man said with a sneer, "This mere wind is beyond my own power." The man waved his palm, and golden rays of light burst out, which was really metallic essence. Boom! The wind that hit the man was wiped out in an instant. The man's face showed a proud look. He is the most outstanding genius in the family, and now he is only in his early 30s. Men have always been very dissatisfied with the geniuses of the Wei family and the 4 major families. If it wasn't for the fact that he had practiced longer than him, and if it wasn't for the deep background of the Wei family and the 4 major families, the man thought he would be no better than the Wei family and the 4 major families. The genius is poor. Wei Wenguang and others also began to deal with Yu Feng at this time. Seeing the color on the man's face, Wei Wenguang cursed inwardly, "Idiot, you really think you are a person when you are so great in your own family. I don't even dare to be careless as a 9-star in the sky, a mere 7-star in the sky, that's all. I can't stop myself from courting death, and in the past, it wasn't 1 or 2 that died because of this character." After taking one last look at the man, Wei Wenguang stopped paying attention. In Wei Wenguang's opinion, the man was dead. The man had just resisted a strong wind, and it was just when he was complacent that several winds suddenly came from all directions, like the fangs of a ferocious beast, tearing people into pieces. What? In the void, there are more and more winds, and these winds seem to appear suddenly, and they are already dense in the blink of an eye. Cold sweat broke out on the man's face. Before, the man just thought that there were 2 or 3 strong winds. Where did you think there would be so many? Even from the man's point of view, there are so many people on Wei Wenguang's side, and if they want to attack, they should attack Wei Wenguang and others first. But now, 4, 6, 8, a dozen. In an instant, more than a dozen winds shot wildly away. Golden dollar hammer. The man suddenly condensed a golden giant hammer and held it in his hand, and suddenly slammed it down, and countless golden lights rushed out. Boom boom boom. The golden light drowned the serene wind, and for a moment, there was nothing around the man, but before the man could breathe a sigh of relief, the serene wind from other directions had already struck again. Fuck. The man couldn't help but cursed. At this time, the man had already slightly regretted it. If everyone in the team shot together, he would never have the pressure he has now. Dozens, hundreds, 200. A gust of wind can only tear apart the earth steps, but cannot threaten the sky steps. But what about 200 shots together? 200 ways will not work. What about 300 ways? What about 400? What about 500? Facts have proved that 200 Dao men can handle it relatively easily, 300 Dao has already been dealt with quite difficultly, and 400 Dao has fallen into the disadvantage and trap. And when the 500 winds struck, the man couldn't hold it any longer and was severely injured. The man wanted to send Wei Wenguang and the others to seek help, but it was already too late. The next moment, nearly 1,000 winds rushed in. The man screamed, and the whole person was completely torn apart. When he was about to die, the man was full of remorse. Knowing this early on, when you first realized that something was wrong, you shouldn't be self-respecting, and you shouldn't stand in the same place with a fluke mentality and not seek help. In the end, it was impossible to ask for help. The other 4 members of the family saw the man's fate with a look of horror on their faces. At the same time, there was a strong sense of happiness. Fortunately, they still chose the large army. Otherwise, the fate of the man is likely to be their future fate. Thinking that they might also be torn into pieces, the 4 of them shuddered. Tornado punch. Aurora shock. Storm heavenly spirit slash. Several members of the Wei family broke out their own attacks. Countless white aurora, silver tornadoes raged out, destroying thousands of quiet winds. The entire void is densely covered with quiet winds, and just seeing this dense scene makes people sweat. Xuanhuan extermination slash. Han Feng swung his right arm down, and the pale flame slash drowned you whined like a sea of fire. And the rest of the 4 families are no less inferior, even stronger. After all, there are 20 people from the 4 major families, and none of them are under the heaven rank and 8 stars. Ji Weichen pointed out with a finger, and a giant ice-blue ice crystal finger fell in the void. Just like Shao Qing's arm, the entire arm turned into a huge fire arm like a demon king. Wherever the fire arm waved, countless winds burned. Dai Jun folded his hands together, and suddenly opened, a ball of thunder that was compressed to the extreme condensed in the center of his palm. The ball of thunder was violently thrown by Dai Jun, and exploded violently in the void in an instant. Bursts of terrifying power of thunder overflowed, the entire void seemed to be filled with purple-blue light, and countless purple thunders were in the sky. Meander down. Zhou Luanxing condensed 2 stone giants. Each stone giant has the power of the early stage of the 9 stars of the sky. Every punch, the fist wind alone is enough to destroy countless winds. Although it was quite difficult for the remaining 4 to resist, there was no threat to their lives under the joint efforts of the 4. Time passed slowly, and after about half an hour, the strength of the wind suddenly weakened. Wei Wenguang's expression was shocked. Everyone, work harder, the quiet wind is about to retreat. Sure enough, the number of nether winds attacked is getting smaller and smaller. If the number and power of nether winds attacked at the beginning still required everyone to take action, then only one of each group was required to take action, and the remaining 3 could rest. Second more. Each group now has only one shot at a time, and the rest, and the next time the wind strikes, it will be replaced by another person to resist, so reincarnation. After a few times, Yufeng finally completely dissipated. But at this moment, Wei Wenguang's face became solemn again. Everyone, the wind has dissipated, and the next time is the appearance of the wind monster. The crowd froze. The number of ghost wind monsters that appear each time varies. There are thousands of them, and there are only dozens of them. Sometimes the number is large, but the rank is extremely low. For example, 70 to 80% are beginner-level ghosts, and the rest are mostly middle-level and high-level ghosts, so it is not difficult to solve. But sometimes, even if there are only dozens of girls attacking, these ghost wind monsters are all top-level ghost wind monsters. The top-rank Netherwind monster is equivalent to the strength of an ordinary 7-star martial artist. If there are 70 to 800 heads at one time, it cannot be easily solved. Zhou Luanxing said indifferently, looking at the intensity of the Netherwind attack before, the Netherwind monster this time shouldn't be too strong, but it won't be too weak either. Of course, this is just a routine. If there is an accident, it can only be considered unlucky for us. As soon as Zhou Luanxing finished speaking, the entire Netherwind void made a strange squeak sound, like a rat's cry. Soon, hundreds of ghost wind monsters attacked from far and near. Everyone's pupils shrank, it turned out to be hundreds. But soon everyone was slightly relieved. They were lucky, half of the hundreds of them were beginner-level ghosts, and half of the remaining half were intermediate-level ghosts. There are only dozens of high-level ghost wind monsters, and only a dozen top-level ghost wind monsters, which is really a good solution. Han Feng set his sights on these ghosts. These ghost wind monsters are extremely ugly. The wings on their backs are similar to those of eagles, they have a mouse tail, their heads are like bats, their lower limbs are rotten skeleton legs, and their feet are like frogs. When the ghost wind approached, everyone took action one after another, and this time, the solution was faster than resisting the wind. Soon, hundreds of Netherwind monsters were completely eliminated. This is also normal. The top-level ghosts are equivalent to ordinary 7-star warriors. There are only a dozen or so. Wei Wenguang alone can easily solve these more than 10 top-level ghosts. After solving the ghost wind, everyone moved on. Wei Wenguang said to everyone, "No one knows how far the Netherwind void is. After all, there is no road in the Netherwind void. We can only choose a direction we decide to move forward at will, and whether we have kept us in the process of moving forward. The line identified is also uncertain. If we are lucky, we may be able to pass through the Netherwind void in a few hours. It is possible for us to be lucky for a day or two, or even 4 or 5 days. According to the records of my Wei family, the ancestors who have been to the ancient emperor's secret realm, the longest one took more than a month to pass the 3 difficulties. The rest of the time to enter the real ancient emperor's secret realm was thrown out by the ancient emperor's secret realm without finding anything. Few people from the other 4 major families knew about this situation, at least Zhou Luanxing and others didn't know, so when Wei Wenguang said this, their expressions changed. If their luck is so bad, then this time, the ancient emperor's secret realm is not in vain. Ji Weichen couldn't help but said, "King Guangjuan, how many examples are there? What's more, how much time did it take?" Wei Wenguang chuckled, "Of course there is only one such example. It is not always so unfortunate. As for those who passed in a few hours, except when our ancestors of the ancient emperor were still there, they will not appear again in the future. Most of them entered the ancient emperor's secret realm. The first pass of Yufeng Void took the most time for 3 days, the second pass took the most time to 5 days, and the third pass took the most time to 7 days. That is to say, it takes 16 days to reach the real ancient emperor's secret realm through 3 levels, that is, half a month is the most likely." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it was only 15 days and a half months, then they still had 1.5 months to explore the real ancient emperor's secret realm. A month and a half is enough to search for many places. They are heavenly rank powerhouses, and they are suppressed in the ancient emperor's secret realm, and their speed will not be much slower. Half a day passed in a flash, and during this period, everyone suffered another blow from the wind and the monster. This time, the Netherwind and Netherwind monsters were not strong. The Netherwind only lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the Netherwind monsters only had more than 100 heads, not even the top-level Netherwind monsters. 2 days later, everyone encountered only 3 attacks, but these 3 times were more dangerous. Among them, the second attack had more than 800 heads, of which the top-level ghost winds accounted for 1/8. This made everyone feel a lot of pressure. In order to reduce casualties, Wei Wenguang's 5 heavenly rank 9 stars finally revealed 7 or 8 points of strength, which solved the crisis. Even in this attack, Han Feng also burst into a relatively powerful strength, second only to the 5 heavenly ranks and 9 stars. This made Zhou Luanxing and the 4 look at Han Feng with extreme fear. The 7 stars of the heavenly rank burst out with such a strong strength. If they get the benefits in the secret realm of the ancient emperor, it will be worthwhile to improve their cultivation. In the early days of the 7 stars of the heavenly rank, the cultivation level was the lowest among the people present, and it was precisely because of the lowest level that it was the easiest to get a chance to upgrade. The 7-star breakthrough is absolutely different from the difficulty of the 8-star and 9-star breakthrough. Wei Wenguang and the others looked at each other, and they all saw the joke in each other's eyes. If you thought this was Han Feng's true strength, you would be wrong. It has been more than 2.5 days since entering the ancient emperor's secret realm, nearly 3 days. 3 days of flying in a row did not have much impact on everyone. Everyone is a powerhouse in the sky, and it is not a big problem to fly for half a month and a month without fighting. However, the exit has not been seen for nearly 3 days, and everyone is a little anxious. Could it be that their time through the windy void is below average? Bang bang. Rumbling. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was vaguely heard approaching, and at the same time a great pressure and strong wind raged. This coercion, except for a small part of the 29 people, the rest were all trembling with fear. Is this the gust of wind? But that's not the case when the gust of wind hits. One person asked anxiously. Zhou Luanxing and others all looked at Wei Wenguang, waiting for Wei Wenguang's answer. Wei Wenguang frowned. This king doesn't know either. This king has never heard of such a situation before Yu Feng strikes. And looking at this coercion, it is by no means comparable to Yu Feng. At this time, the void trembled for a while, and more pressure slowly descended, and a small number of people turned pale. Strong whirlwinds blow, as if to tear the entire void. In the crowd, Wei Wenqing's pupils shrank suddenly. Could it be? Could it be that this is a ghost storm? Nether demon storm. Second brother, you said this is a nether demon storm. Wei Wenguang, Wei Wenzu, and Wei Wentai's expressions changed greatly, and their expressions were extremely embarrassing. Wei Wenqing looked embarrassed, and murmured in his mouth, "This king is not sure, but..." Wei Wenguang smiled bitterly. Second brother didn't say that I didn't remember it, but second brother said this situation is only suitable for the ghost storm. I didn't expect that we were so unlucky, and we encountered the ghost storm. The third one. Nether demon storm? What is this? Zhou Luanxing and the 4 were puzzled, but from the expressions of Wei Wenguang and the 4 of them, it could be seen that this nether demon storm was definitely not a good thing. In fact, they could guess from the current coercion that the attack this time was not as simple as the coming of a quiet wind. Han Feng was also curious. Before he came, he had already learned some information about Xuanhuan from Wei Shichen, a 6th-level expert in the sanctuary, but the information did not say anything about the ghost storm. Wei Wenguang noticed Han Feng's gaze, for fear that Han Feng would misunderstand that the ancestor was deliberately concealing something, and immediately said, Han Feng, this is not the ancestor's concealment, but the ancestor did not expect us to encounter this situation, so we did not, that's all. The ghost storm has actually not happened for more than 1,000 years. Wei Wenqing and the three also smiled bitterly. It hasn't happened in more than 1,000 years. The four Zhou Luanxing frowned. More than 1,000 years ago, could it be? Wei Wenguang sighed, yes, more than 1,000 years ago, it was when my ancestors of the ancient emperor of the Wei family discovered the secret realm of the ancient emperors. Ghost storm. It hasn't been seen since the ancestor disappeared. Where do you think that today, 1,000 years later, we have encountered a ghost storm? Should we say that we are honored? Wei Wenguang finally laughed at himself. The same treatment as the ancient emperor's ancestor, the master of the great sanctuary, is really. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. King Guangjuan, how powerful is this ghost storm? Everyone looked at Wei Wenguang nervously. Wei Wenguang took a deep breath and said, a ghost storm is enough to tear apart the ordinary 9-star early stage. If it's not terrible if it's just one, I'm afraid that there will be too many. For today's plan, each of our small groups is not suitable for fighting. We must all unite together, otherwise we may not be able to catch fire. And after the ghost storm, there will be more terrifying monsters than the ghost wind, that is the ghost king. And each of the demon kings has a combat power comparable to that of an ordinary 9-star peak martial artist. The expressions of everyone changed again. This demon king is so powerful. If such a monster strikes and everyone does not unite, then there will only be 5 or 6 people who will survive in the end. The 4 members of the other families were once again fortunate in their hearts that they were not bewitched to leave at that time. Otherwise, even if they had avoided the attack of the ghost wind and the ghost wind, they would be killed in seconds in the face of the current ghost storm and ghost king. The expressions of the 4 Zhou Luanxing changed, and they finally agreed to join forces. Although the 5 families had many frictions with each other, they couldn't care less at this juncture of life and death. The crowd formed a circle, waiting for the ghost storm to strike. Bang bang. Bang. The vibration of the void is getting bigger and bigger, as if the whole void will be broken if the vibration continues. In an instant, more than 20 dark blue terror storms with a height of nearly 1,000 meters swept in. There are more than 20 ghost storms, everyone should be careful. Wei Wenguang took a deep breath, a heavy look flashed on his face. Fortunately, there is only one time when the ghost storm strikes, otherwise. Fusion, Skyfire armor. Han Feng gave a low drink, and the milky white flame armor wrapped Han Feng's whole body. But Han Feng did not stop because of this. He drank low again. This time, the Skyfire battle body was launched, but Han Feng did not integrate the extreme day holy flame, because that alone was enough to resist a ghost storm. He is not the nanny of these people, he only needs to contribute a part of his strength, and he does not need to do much. The 11th realm of the Skyfire battle body is comparable to the level of the top-grade martial arts of the sky. Even if it is only inferior, it will make Han Feng's cultivation level rise to the peak level of the 7th star of the sky at this moment, or even stronger. Between the 7 stars of the sky and the 8 stars of the sky. And the Skyfire armor fused with the holy flame of extreme day has a defensive power that exceeds the top-grade martial skill level of the sky rank, and the defensive power is enough to withstand a blow from an ordinary sky-ranked 9-star early to mid-stage powerhouse. It is most suitable for resisting a ghost storm. The early stage 9-star warriors, headed by Wei Wenguang, also punched. Yingling Tianjue, congeal. Winglang dances wildly. At this time, Wei Wenguang and others used 7 or 8 points, 8 or 9 points of their strength. As the strongest of each family, they are obliged to block more ghost storms. Almost everyone blocked 3 or 4 ghost storms. The rest is handed over to the rest of the people. In the face of these ghost storms, everyone did not dare to be careless, and they all used their strongest tricks. If the strength is strong, every 2 people is enough to resist the storm of ghosts. If the strength is weak, it may need 4 or 5 people, 5 or 6 people to join together. Boom! The crowd's attack collided with the ghostly demon storm, and countless dark blue storms poured out. The entire void seemed to have entered the end of the world, and there were spaces that were about to be torn apart. All kinds of rays of light flashed across the void. Whoosh! When everything gradually subsided, everyone took a breath, and a look of joy flashed on their faces. Although this ghost storm was strong, it only struck once, and they finally resisted it. Fortunately, it's only this one time, otherwise, except for a few people, the rest will fall. A family member whispered. Wei Wenguang's voice suddenly rose at this time. Everyone, don't let your guard down, the Demon King is about to appear. The crowd formed a circle again and looked around cautiously. But at this moment, the void ground suddenly burst, and the Demon King, who was more than 10 times bigger than the Netherwind monster, actually got out of it. Roar! The Demon King roared angrily and grabbed the nearest family member. Go to hell! The family boy kicked out, forming thousands of afterimages in the void, and each kick contained extremely terrifying strength. This person is a heavenly rank 8-star cultivation base, and this kick is obviously a middle-level heavenly rank high-grade martial skill, and he has cultivated to the realm of Deshang. This kick, the power is comparable to the ordinary late stage of the 8-star, or even the peak. Perhaps this person's cultivation base is not high among the crowd, but the high-grade martial skills of the heavenly rank in the realm of Deshang make this person's comprehensive combat power belong to the top ranks among a group of people. However, in the face of the Demon King, who is comparable to the peak strength of the ordinary 9 stars, this attack is really not enough. Bang bang bang. Countless foot shadows kicked on the Demon King, but they did not cause any damage to the Demon King. The Demon King grinned and continued to grab it with a claw. The claws flickered with a cold light, and the expressions of the children of the early 8-star rank family changed greatly. The sense of danger from the claws let him know that once he was hit, he would definitely be penetrated by a claws. Immediately, this person condensed a defensive barrier in front of him, but even so, the defensive barrier was instantly broken. However, the defensive barrier played a big role in the end. The children of this family were only severely injured in the end. A lot of flesh was torn from their chests, and the blood was dripping, but they were not directly penetrated, and they escaped. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward of 3 worlds for you. Amazed face, / Today, if there are no exceptions, it should be 6 shifts. From the appearance of the Demon King to the present, it was only a blink of an eye, and at this moment the rest of the people reacted. The person who was attacked was a child of the Xiao family. Xiao Qing's complexion changed, and he moved in front of the Demon King in an instant and confronted him directly. At the same time, the Demon Kings finally appeared one after another. There are a dozen of them. Wei Wenguang shouted, Xiao Qing, Ji Weichen, Zhou Luanxing, Dai Jun, 5 of us will deal with 2, can we be sure? Why not? Ji Weichen smiled coldly and blocked the 2 ghost kings. Che, let's kill someone faster? Zhou Luanxing grinned and punched one of the Demon Kings. Xiao Qing and Dai Jun have already fought against the Demon King. Wei Wenguang nodded to Han Feng at this time. Han Feng knew what Wei Wenguang meant, and immediately smiled lightly, I will deal with a ghost king by myself. In fact, Han Feng really wants to explode, can deal with more, and even destroy all these ghost kings, but since Wei Wenguang intends to conceal part of his strength, Han Feng will not refuse. Since the Wei family wants to use him as a trump card, he will obey. In the final analysis, he is just getting Guanyuan fruit in order to cooperate with the Wei family to complete the task. Moreover, Wei Wenguang and others have used their strongest strength, so it is not difficult for Wei Wenguang to break out and deal with 3 or 4 heads. Wei Wenguang blocked 10 heads with 5 people, Han Feng blocked 1 head by himself, and there were only 6 or 7 heads left. Every 3 or 4 people united to fight against each other, or the previous arrangement. The strong ones, such as the late-stage 8-star and even the peak, can deal with 1 of 2 or 3 people. As for the weaker ones, only those with 7 or 8 stars in the sky, the number of people who join forces is larger. Winglang dances wildly. Countless silver-white rays of light formed a terrifying silver-white cyclone, which blasted towards the 2 demon kings on the opposite side. If it is just a ghost king, at this moment, I am afraid that it will be slightly injured or even seriously injured. But if the 2 ghost kings joined together, they would just retreat a few hundred meters back. This is also because Wei Wenguang controlled the power of this move, and did not explode it to the strongest state, but was only slightly stronger than the 9-star level of the sky. It would be too eye-catching if the 2 demon kings could be killed easily. Wei Wenguang ran around the 2 demon kings, attacking from time to time, and the scene looked very intense. The other 4 were not as relaxed as Wei Wenguang. Whether it is Zhou Luanxing or Shao Qing, or Dai Jun and Ji Weichen, they are not inferior to Wei Wenguang in terms of cultivation, and they are equally equal in terms of martial arts, and some are even stronger. But they don't have the Wingling Tianju. As the core secret of the Wei family, Yiling Tianjue is not even clear to some collateral families, let alone the 4 major families. Although the 4 of them did not have the strongest strength, they used at least 90% of their strength. Xianbing eats the soul. Ji Weichen opened his hands, and a strong icy aura swept out, turning into strange ice monsters. These ice demons fluttered with their teeth and claws, and whistled away. However, the 2 ghost kings were not affected in the slightest. Ji Weichen stepped back again and again, dodging the attack of the 2 claws of the 2 ghost kings. He frowned slightly. Mental attack doesn't work? Could it be that these 2 ghost kings are not real life forms? In that case, the extremely cold sky ice gun. The rich ice spirit energy quickly condensed out and turned into an ice blue spear that was thousands of meters long. Go! Ji Weichen suddenly threw the extreme cold sky ice spear, such a top-level high-grade martial skill. Even if Ji Weichen only cultivated it to the realm of minor achievement and close to the realm of great achievement, the formidable power is still very good. Ordinary 9-star peak-level warriors of the sky rank are absolutely unstoppable. Roar! One of the demon kings let out a shrill scream, and the entire chest was pierced, and terrifying icy aura continued to emerge from the pierced place. Are frozen. But, that's all. This blow did not let the Demon King fall. In the final analysis, the attack power of the Demon King was equivalent to the peak level of the ordinary 9-star level. The Demon King was furious, and regardless of his physical injuries, he suddenly ran towards Ji Weichen. And the other Ghost King was faster. Hateful. Ji Weichen's face was quite embarrassed. These Ghost Kings are really not easy to solve. Ji Weichen dodged again and again, and when the 2 demon kings were furious, he didn't even have time to condense the ice spear of the extremely cold sky again. 1 person and 2 secluded demon kings fell into a state of anxiety. Ji Weichen's eyes flickered. Do you want to use that trick? If you use that trick, you will definitely solve one of them at a time, and the remaining one will not be so difficult to solve. But if this trick is used, I will have no trump cards, and everything will be known to others. No, I can't use it for the time being. There is no follow-up energy replenishment for these 2 ghost kings, and the consumption will become larger and larger. I have Tian-level medicinal pills in my storage space to take, so just drag it, and sooner or later, these 2 ghost kings will be dragged to death. Like Ji Weichen, the other three were almost in a hard fight, and faced the same situation as Ji Weichen. Burning flames. Xiaoqing drank in a low voice, and countless golden flames rose into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The endless golden flames condensed into a golden Pegasus, with golden flames all over its body. The golden horse galloped away. Boom! The golden flame Tianma slammed into one of the demon kings, followed by a huge force that knocked the demon king flying, colliding with the second nether demon king behind. But... hoo-hoo! The two demon kings roared, and the sound waves rolled. The golden flame was actually dissipated directly at this moment. Only the charred black and ripped flesh on the chest of the first nether demon king showed that this nether demon king was not intact. Although Xiaoqing's face was ugly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Burning the heaven and raging flames is her second strongest move. If such a move can't even cause a little injury, then it can only. Taking a look at Ji Weichen, Xiaoqing took a deep breath, took out a medicinal pill from the storage space and put it in his mouth, ready to swallow it at any time. Sand dust flowing palm. Zhou Luanxing shot it with a palm, and the scene like a sandstorm suddenly condensed. Then, the sandstorm gradually diminished, and finally formed a giant sandstorm. The giant palms slapped the two demon kings fiercely, and suddenly cracked, turning into countless sand dust palms that were much smaller. Countless palms bombarded the two ghostly demon kings one after another, roaring the two ghostly demon kings one after another, and even retreated again and again because of the continuous impact. The sand and dust did not disappear. After being scattered by the demon king, it condensed into the palm of the sand and continued to shoot at the two demon kings. Zhou Luanxing's mouth showed a hint of color. The power of this move is not strong, but since it can be ranked in the top-level heaven-level martial arts, it naturally makes sense. Unless the sand dust palm can annihilate all the sand dust at one time, as long as it exerts a little control, it can be recondensed with little real energy. Zhou Luanxing said lightly, even if you gather it dozens of times, it will not be as good as 1/10 of the energy consumed by this move. The two secluded demon kings, please enjoy it for me. When you have not much energy left, when you die. Second more. Dai Jun put his hands together and opened it suddenly, electric light storm. Countless peaks converged into a terrifying storm hundreds of feet high, and the storm surrounded the demon king. Whenever the demon king wanted to rush out, he would be hit by countless peaks. The two demon kings roared again and again, but they couldn't help this lightning storm. Of course, the electric shock of the electric light storm could not seriously injure the demon king. As time passed, Dai Jun's face turned pale. Dai Jun has been maintaining the electric storm, and it is not easy for Dai Jun to feel it. Rao is a heaven-rank powerhouse with a lot of real energy, and he can't stand such consumption. Taking a deep breath, Dai Jun took out a pill and swallowed it. After a long while, Dai Jun's expression softened a lot. The battlefields in other places are also extremely fierce. Some nether demon kings suffered heavy losses, but some nether demon kings had the upper hand. Everyone also has different injuries. Fortunately, no one has died so far. This is the first level to reach the 3 levels of the real Ancient Emperor's secret realm. If you suffer heavy losses in this level, it will only be more tragic later. Time passed minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye, nearly an hour passed. Under the delay of Ji Weichen and others, the Demon King's physical strength and energy in his body were greatly weakened, and his combat power was greatly reduced. The 4 of them became excited, and the time to kill the Demon King came. Immediately, the 4 quickly sped up their shots. Han Feng also discovered the situation of the 4 of them, and his eyes flashed. It's time to kill this Nether Demon King. Before dealing with a large number of top-level Netherwind monsters, he has already exposed his strength, and he is already weak at this time. Not anymore. To deal with a Ghost King, but only a little bit faster than them to solve the Ghost King. It should be expected by them. It will not work if there is too much time. It takes too long to make them think I did it on purpose, but if it's too short, I'm afraid they will notice that I'm hiding something. Thinking of this, Han Feng's expression was shocked, and Song Yan's extermination slash suddenly swung down. It's just that the Song Yan annihilation slash wielded this time is a fusion of the Extreme Day Holy Flame. The Song Yan extermination slash, fused with the Holy Flame of the Extreme Day, is no less powerful than the superior heaven-ranked top-grade martial arts. Of course, Han Feng did not break out the full power of this blow, so that this blow could barely kill the Demon King. The pale flame slashed down with destructive power, and with the scream of the Demon King, the entire body of the Demon King was completely chopped in half. The two halves of the corpses were still burning with flames, gradually turning into annihilation. Han Feng deliberately showed his panting face, and with such a strong blow, even the 8 or 9 stars of the sky would feel a lot of consumption, not to mention that his body was at the early stage of the 7 stars of the sky. Han Feng's super powerful blow made many people inadvertently see this scene with a big change in their faces, and took a high look at Han Feng again. Seeing Han Feng gasping for breath, everyone showed an expression of as expected. It's no wonder that such a strong martial skill doesn't consume much. At the same time, everyone was also secretly shocked. He was indeed a genius in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy. He was able to display such strong martial arts at such a low level of cultivation. Spiritual power finds other people's expressions. Han Feng's lowered face curled his lips. If he exerted his full strength, the blow just now would be comparable to the blow of an ordinary 10-star early-stage powerhouse. The superior heaven-ranked top-grade martial arts have also been cultivated to the state of perfection, so the power is not a joke. At this moment, the 5 of Wei Wenguang also reached the most critical moment. Yingling Tianjian. Bang bang. The 2 giant silver swords slashed, and the 2 ghost kings who had consumed most of their energy could no longer resist, and were instantly annihilated. Extremely cold ice gun. Burning flames. Sand dust flowing palm. Electric light storm. Ji Weichen and the others also dealt with their respective demon kings one after another, and the consumption was not small. The 6 Han Feng solved their opponents, and the rest were different. One of the children of the Ji family was seriously injured. Ji Weichen's face changed, and he immediately went to help. On the other side, a demon king was fighting against 4 people, who were the 4 elites outside the Wei family and the 4 major families. On the side, there is another warrior sitting cross-legged, obviously consuming a lot and suffering a lot of injuries. Hoo-hoo. The Demon King roared again and again, his eyes were fierce and fierce, the most powerful one had been wounded by it, and the remaining 4 little minions. The Demon King has a grim look on his face. Not good. The Demon King grabbed it with one claw, and the expressions of the 4 of them changed greatly. The 4 looked terrified. However, at this moment, one of the 4 people's eyes suddenly froze for a moment, and the next moment his expression changed dramatically, and a heart-pounding blood-red light flashed in his eyes. The other 3 were horrified to discover that their bodies were unable to control themselves, and they all blocked in front of the 4th person. The next moment, the Demon King's claws pierced through the 3. The 3 of them widened their eyes, and they didn't know why this happened until they died. The claw killed 3 people at one time, and the attack of the Demon King was also hindered. The red light in the 4th person's eyes disappeared, revealing the 4th person's dazed look, but the strong smell of blood made this person quickly regain his senses. When he saw the 3 people in front of him suddenly came to him and were killed, a look of disbelief flashed across the man's face. The Demon King roared, the other paw had already been raised, and the last man stepped back frantically. At this moment, Wei Wenguang has come to help. Winglang dances wildly. Roar. The Demon King screamed and fell completely. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. The man burst into tears, he almost thought he was going to die. Wei Wenguang frowned. He didn't see the specific circumstances, but the death of the three people was too strange. These three people were not familiar with each other. They could only say that they knew each other by name. Friendship. But looking at the situation of this death, it is blocking the demon king together, as if trying to save the last person. Eating you, what the hell is going on? Wei Wenguang couldn't help his sense of disobedience, so he had to ask Yitingyu. But seeing Yitingyu's dazed expression, Wei Wenguang sighed and waved his hand to stop asking. Maybe by coincidence. Until Wei Wenguang left, the corner of Yitingyu's mouth moved, but in the end he didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't feel anything. Ever since he came to the ancient emperor's secret realm, he always felt that something was wrong with his body. Yitingyu also wanted to say something, but his intuition told Yitingyu that once he said it, it seemed that some huge changes and disasters would happen. Yitingyu didn't know whether it was targeting himself or everyone here, so he could only swallow the idea of telling others that something was wrong with him. King Guangjuan, should we move on or take a rest here? In fact, I would suggest taking a break. Most people are exhausted. Han Feng stood there calmly, and saw Wei Wenguang coming over lightly suggested. Wei Wenguang rubbed his head, that's the only way to do it. In the current state, if you encounter another ghost storm when you move forward, you won't just get injured like you are now. Maybe there will be death. The third one. Wei Wenguang put forward the suggestion of rest and did not encounter opposition. Even the four of Ji Weichen were the same. Although everyone wanted to leave the Netherwind Void immediately and come to the second level was even more dangerous. If there is no recovery here, the next situation can be imagined. Everyone was well prepared before entering the ancient emperor's secret realm, so there was no shortage of medicinal pills. Wei Wenqing wanted to share some of the medicinal pills with Han Feng, but Han Feng refused. His consumption was not large at all, or Han Feng still had the fighting power of his heyday. Han Feng, almost everyone here is taking pills. Wouldn't it be more conspicuous if you don't use it? Wei Wenqing said this, Han Feng thought about it too, so he didn't refuse any more. After swallowing the medicinal pill, Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This is not an ordinary elixir for restoring true essence, but more like an elixir that enhances strength and raises the upper limit of true essence. This is... Wei Wenqing said with a smile, although our Nanwei family is in decline now, there is still some background. This medicinal pill is called Gu Qing Dan, and it has a certain improvement effect for the later stage of the heavenly rank. However, this medicinal pill can only be taken by one person in a lifetime, and the body will develop resistance after taking the second pill. Several of our brothers took it when they broke through to the late stage of heaven. Han Feng, you are here to help. Our Wei family is very grateful. We can't help anything else. After thinking about it, this ancient Qing Dan can still help one or two. Wei Wenqing said, his face was a little dark. If it was 1,000 years ago, even if Han Feng was born in the inner courtyard of Baidu University, their Wei family probably had a lot of things that Han Feng could see. But now, although their Wei family has powerful exercises and martial arts, they are still inferior to the Baidu Academy. As for Lingua or something, it is not comparable to the pure Yuanhua of Baidu Academy. It is not without high-level spirit fruit, but for the current Han Feng, it is not very useful. During the period of the ancient emperor's secret realm, especially in the 3 stages, the only one who can improve his strength is this ancient Qing Dan. Knowing that Gu Qing Dan was used to improve his strength, Han Feng immediately accelerated the refining and absorption. With Han Feng's current cultivation base and the late stage of the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, the efficiency of absorbing the ancient Qing Dan is far from the ordinary heaven rank 7 stars can compare. After a few hours, Han Feng completely absorbed it, and his cultivation had improved significantly. Before entering the ancient emperor's secret realm, Han Feng's cultivation base was a stable realm in the early stage of the 7 stars, and now it is close to the initial limit. Everyone was almost resting now. Zhou Luanxing came over and said, "King Guangjuan, we can go now." It is true that Qing Prince Wei Wenqing has a higher title than King Guangjuan, but here, strength comes first. King Guangjuan is the strongest member of the Wei family, so Zhou Luanxing asked Wei Wenguang. Wei Wenqing didn't care about this. The so-called title may be different in the eyes of ordinary people or warriors with low strength, but it is the same in front of the real powerhouse. The real powerhouse only values strength. Wei Wenguang nodded. "If it's almost recovered, then let's set off and try to speed up to the 2nd level of the Devil Waters." The group set off again. This time, the luck of everyone in the group seems to be bursting. Not to mention Ghost Storm and Humor King. Suddenly, Xiao Qing's voice sounded, "Look, the scenery ahead has changed." Everyone looked forward, and sure enough, they went to a faint gray undercurrent. In this void-like space, the gray undercurrent seemed very low-key. If it wasn't for Xiao Qing's body shape, they would not have noticed it easily. After about half an hour, everyone finally passed through the wind and void and came to the waters of the devil. The sky over the devil's waters was a grayish color, with gray airflow everywhere. The Sea of Nuoda also showed a dark color. Everyone appeared on the coast, and the gray airflow drowned everyone's knees. On the edge of the water, there are 5 dilapidated boats, each of which can only seat about 5 people. Although this boat is old, everyone must sit on it. Without him, only this broken boat can float in the demon waters here, and the others will sink without exception. Even in this devilish waters, the heavenly rank powerhouse cannot fly at all. The flight here refers to the instinctive flight that the sky-ranked powerhouses themselves have after breaking through. If they use flying martial arts, they can fly into the sky, but the real energy that can be consumed is 10 times or more than the outside world. All in all, it is absolutely impossible to fly through the demonic waters. Dai Jun took a few steps forward, waved his sleeve robe, and a giant ship with complete facilities flashed in the sky, and then landed on the waters of the devil. I just heard Dai Jun say lightly, "I heard that other things can't float on the waters of ghosts. I don't know if it's true." This giant ship is a high-grade spiritual tool, or a top-level one. It is considered a relatively precious existence in the Gyul Empire. Dai Jun even used such a spiritual tool to test the information that was 89% correct. Wei Wenguan pouted and secretly said in his heart, "I don't believe what our Wei family said. I'll see if you will be so generous when the giant ship sinks." The giant ship landed steadily on the waters of the demons, and before Dai Jun could smile, the waters of the demons suddenly swayed, and the next moment, the giant ship sank under the waters of the demons. Oops! Dai Jun's face changed slightly, his hand suddenly formed a handprint, and in an instant, the giant ship spread its huge wings on the left and right sides. "Fly for me!" Dai Jun shouted loudly. It's a pity that no matter how much Dai Jun drank, the giant ship eventually sank. How is this possible? Dai Jun's face was extremely ugly. The reason why Dai Jun dared to make such a bold experiment is because the giant ship has the ability to fly. In Dai Jun's opinion, if it really sinks, it will fly out. However, the current situation is watching the top-grade spirit tool giant ship sinking into the waters of the devil. Dai Jun felt distressed. The Gyul Empire was only a mere 7th-rank empire, and the top-grade spirit tools were extremely rare. Otherwise, why wouldn't they come here this time without such a top-quality spiritual weapon? With the best spirit weapon in hand, the attack power will be greatly increased. Wei Wenguan pouted, gloating over the misfortune. The water in this devilish waters will continue to sink as long as it falls into it, and there is absolutely no way to escape. Ji Weichen's face changed slightly when he heard the words, King Guanjuan, what if we fell into it? Will we escape by using the flying skills? As soon as this statement came out, everyone was surprised. Although they had heard some things about the Devil's Waters before, they had never considered it in this direction. Wei Wenguan took a deep look at Ji Weichen, and said lightly, if you just fall into the water with your feet, and you can escape quickly, there is still a little chance, but if you fall deeper than your ankles, you will not be able to escape, even if you use the same goes for flying martial arts. Everyone gasped and looked at the ghost waters again, as if looking at a ferocious ghost, with its fangs open, it would devour them at any time. For more completed. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward of woman, you are charming. Oh, ____, oh.